Welcome to this extremely detailed alien incident, encounter, and abduction iceberg. For anyone that's been watching my channel, this is a compilation and doesn't contain much new info, it's mostly just some small fixes here and there. For everyone else, be sure to like, subscribe, and comment. I'm sure most of you know how icebergs work, so let's go ahead and start at the very beginning with the more well-known encounters and work our way down to the bottom level with the more obscure cases. Here in Tier 1, we'll be looking into a lot of cases that most of you have probably heard about before, like Roswell, the Travis Walton abduction, and more. So we'll be going through these just a little bit quicker than cases later on. With that said, let's go ahead and get started. Part 1, Tier 1, the Roswell Incident. Now, everyone has heard of the alien craft that crashed in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947, but many more incidents and conspiracies over the years would lead to a lot of speculation and lead to the generalized name, the Roswell Incident. Although spawned from multiple events and rumors occurring in and around this small rural town, it originally began with a supposed crash of a flying saucer. Found out on a ranch, a public information officer, Walter Hott, issued a press release saying, RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. This news was of course then spread all around the world, with local papers being bombarded with calls from all sorts of news agencies wanting comments. Within one day, this original headline would be redacted and the paper posted a new headline saying, Army debunks Roswell flying disc as world simmers with excitement. It was announced that it was only a downed weather balloon carrying a radar target and not an alien spaceship. The rancher was also interviewed for the local paper where he stated that he didn't believe the story of it being a weather balloon at all. This, however, would be one of the last comments he would make about this entire incident, oddly enough. Since then, people have speculated that not only did the government recover a flying saucer, but they also recovered the bodies of the aliens inside of it. These stories all vary greatly, but the saucer seemed to be made of an ultra-lightweight foil-type material. Although there's no evidence besides just hearsay, some people did report bodies that were said to be otherworldly. A member of the U.S. Air Force, Mr. Spouse, claims to have been there that day, saying, they took the bodies to a hangar, and there were 2 guards at each door with machine guns. Spouse would go on to make other comments, such as, my friend said he saw the bodies, and I believed him. And, I heard it so many times it had to be true. Spouse even mentioned that the officers had been walking around collecting the prints of the previous day's paper. Pictures came out with the second headline showing the local airbase officers holding the debris in front of a camera for all to see. With only small sticks, rubber strips, and foil being shown, it just didn't make sense to many people. How could that be the flying saucer that was reported? These pictures, along with the quickly changed narrative, did nothing but fuel the already raging news articles being released throughout the country. Could this all really be aliens? Or maybe some Soviet craft that was down? It was the beginning of the Cold War, after all. No one was sure what exactly went down that day, but many knew the government wasn't telling the truth. And this did actually turn out to be a government cover-up as more details came out about this case in 1994, when much of a secret project was declassified for the public. Although it was not a weather balloon, it is now widely believed that the Roswell incident was caused by a crashed military balloon from a, at the time, top-secret Project Mogul. Right outside of Roswell, there is Alamogordo Airfield Base, which is known for performing classified tests and military research. Before the debris was found at the nearby ranch, the base had apparently let loose some balloons 150 miles away during the prior weeks. Said to be more of a squadron of balloons, Project Mogul was designed to be a remote detection device that would alert the US of Soviet nuclear tests. The project was a slight success, but was too expensive and can only be done in areas where the balloon could stay at the same relative altitude. In the beginning, they were constructed of lightweight sticks and strange foil-like material that matches the description on the pictures from 1947. However, later in this project, they would change this design. They would construct it larger and craft it out of less conspicuous materials. In the coming decades, the events at Roswell would inspire more and more conspiracy theories and lead to even more alien sightings, incidents, hoaxes, and strange happenings throughout the country. Even now, with declassified files available to everybody, many still believe the government is hiding something about this. It may have just been too long ago and has been too well covered up for anybody to ever know what really happened all those years ago out in the New Mexico desert. The Betty Andreasson case. said to be one of the most detailed alien abduction stories, this event would start one of the first ever controversies in the UFO community. Being widely known as the Andreasson affair, this event would be documented and researched and written about for decades to come. Back in 1967 in South Ashburnham, Massachusetts, it was a chilly January night with a heavy mist floating around the area. Betty Andreasson's parents were visiting her and her 7 children, while her husband James was recovering in the hospital from a car accident. The children were sitting in the living room talking and enjoying the company of their grandparents while Betty was cleaning the house. But then suddenly, the lights started to flicker, and then they all went out at once. Out of the pitch dark, a red light shined through the back window of their house, right where Betty happened to be cleaning up after dinner. Everybody got up and gathered in Betty's kitchen to investigate just what exactly was happening. Out of curiosity, Betty's father gazed out the back window into the backyard. Shrouded in a fog and a pinkish red light, he would go on to describe the creatures he saw approaching the door as little Halloween-like entities. He also said they appeared to be, quote, short gray humanoids with large pear-shaped heads and wide eyes. And these beings were moving towards them in sort of hopping motion. Although shocked and confused, the family somehow went back to what they were doing and then later went to bed and just slept perfectly fine until the next morning, or so they thought at the time. No other UFO activity was reported in the area at that time, and their neighbors didn't seem to notice anything either. This has largely been attributed to the dense fog covering the Ashburnham area, and this prevented the flashing lights and the red shine from being seen from anybody else in the area. Although overcome with a feeling that something just wasn't right, everything seemed to be back to normal for Betty and her family. The Andreassons moved on with their life and went back to their routine. This was the case until a few weeks later when Betty started to get visions of a strange and terrifying environment with odd human-like entities. She would continue having these small flashbacks that night, but they gradually faded from her memory. Then in 1975, an article written by Dr. Hynek would get her attention. He was asking for people with UFO experience and asked for them to come forward for a study. Seeing this article caused many memories to resurface for Betty. She contacted them, but it wasn't until 1977 that a mutual UFO network, or MUFON investigator, Jules Valancourt, was put on the case. After some interviews with Betty and her daughter Becky, Valancourt decided to put Betty under hypnosis with the help of Dr. Harold J. Eldenstein. This was to see if they could possibly recover some of her lost memories from that night over 10 years ago. And this seemingly worked because while undergoing hypnosis, Betty was able to recall most, if not all, of the events that happened during that long-ago January night. Betty would recall that after her father looked out that back window, the entire family was put into a sort of stasis and paralyzed on the spot. This was when those little gray humanoid men, or goblins as they called it, entered their house through a still-closed back door in the kitchen. These beings then took Betty and Becky out of suspended animation and took them straight through that closed back door. They then floated across the backyard and went aboard their spaceship. On board this alien craft, described as a large, disc-shaped object, Betty Andreasson stated that she was run through a series of physical and spiritual tests. These physical tests included probes in various parts of her body, and a surgery where some small unknown object was removed from her nostril with a large needle. She then states that she had a spiritual experience in which she saw angelic beings or even God, before she realized that they were not biological in nature and were just beyond her understanding. Conversing telepathically, the little gray men told Betty and her family that they would remain unharmed and they shouldn't worry. They continued by telling her that they wanted to exchange books with her and that the humans need to study nature and learn to live alongside it. They also said that we need to rid ourselves of our destructive tendencies. She apparently gave them her first Bible that she had kept since elementary school, and in return they gave her a strange blue book. All while this was happening, her daughter Becky was to stand nearby and be a witness of this strange exchange between humans and aliens. Betty said that she had looked over the book for the first few days after the incident, but since had forgotten all about it over the years. Valancourt has commented on this, saying, "Having hard evidence like the blue book was a key to the case and something that intrigued Dr. Hynek, who put me on the case first." Betty was in the ship for almost 4 hours, and before leaving, the entities would give her one final speech. The humanoid beings began by telling her that she would forget most of what happened this night, and then they finished by telling her that these beings loved all of humanity and they had only come to help us. Andreasson was then able to draw the flying saucer for Valancourt, who later stated, "The detail of this spacecraft and the beings she drew under hypnosis were such that it really made me believe there was something to this." Valancourt also noted that, quote, Betty and her daughter were both given psychological stress evaluations by a detective who definitely believes what they are saying to be true. This study over Betty and her close encounters would go on to inspire the first of 4 books in a series, giving this case its name that we know today, the Andreasson Affair. And this odd and complex story would continue through the 80s, in which Betty detailed other alien encounters going all the way back to her childhood. Remarried and living in a different area, she even had her new husband undergo hypnosis. He is claimed to have an eerily similar extraterrestrial encounter, which he uncovered after hearing Betty's story. Both of them would continue to describe new and unknown experiences well into the 90s. Many UFO researchers have gone on record as believers in Betty's abduction story, but there's never been any actual proof provided. This leaves many skeptical of the entire event, making us wonder if it's even true. Some believe that this could just be a hypnosis fantasy created in our mind. The Barney and Betty Hill Case. On a spontaneous road trip, this New Hampshire couple were enjoying a drive through the White Mountains. It was late at night, and soon they would come to see a bright light in the sky, which they at first thought was a shooting star. However, this star seemed to be traveling with them, so they pulled over to get a closer look. Stopped in a scenic picnic area, the couple got out their binoculars and looked up into the night sky. While looking through the binoculars, they had seen a craft in front of the moon. At first, he thought it could just be a large airplane, until the craft suddenly jerked downwards and headed straight in their direction. He would go on to say that the craft was flat as a pancake, had windows all around it, where he could see small gray beings staring back at them. They got back in their car and tried to drive away from the alien craft speeding towards them. It then descended right in front of the vehicle, causing Barney to come to a screeching stop right in the middle of the highway. Barney then exited the car and moved towards the flying object in front of them. Again, using his binoculars, he peered into the ship where he saw 8 to 11 humanoid figures. One figure stood still, staring straight back at him while communicating to him telepathically, "Stay where you are and keep looking." He would go on to describe these figures to be wearing black caps and glossy black uniforms. Telescoping red lights then extended on bat-wing-like fins on both sides and the bottom of the object. The object in the sky floated forward, silently approaching them. Barney and Betty quickly jumped in their car and continued on their drive home, trying to flee from the spacecraft. They arrived back at their house around 5 a.m., which was quite strange. Given the distance, they should have gotten home around 2 a.m. They had somehow lost time, and neither one of them could explain how this happened. Not only this, but their clothes were scuffed up and the strap to their binoculars was somehow ripped. They also had odd impulses to examine their bodies and immediately felt the need to take long showers. Betty would also find a strange pink powder on her dress, but she put it in the back of her closet and would forget about it for years to come. They would also find strange metallic circles on the trunk of their car, which would cause compass needles to spin rapidly. At first, the couple didn't seem to want to talk about the event and just went on with their lives. But soon after, Betty began having consecutive vivid dreams of that night, and she wouldn't be able to stop thinking about it even while awake. She began to tell people about the alien craft they saw that night, which ended up getting a lot of attention. Then a little while later, a psychiatrist who had heard of this encounter, Benjamin Simon, would suggest hypnosis to them to try to bring out some of these memories from their lost period of time. Barney, hoping this might put Betty at ease, agreed to Benjamin Simon's suggestion. While under hypnosis, Barney would go on to describe what he had seen that night, all while sobbing and acting very frightened. After stopping on the highway and communicating with those human-like beings in the ship, he became terrified and ran away, recalling that as he rushed back to the car, he had somehow torn the strap to his binoculars. Shortly after driving away from the UFO, Barney felt overwhelmingly compelled to pull over and drive into the woods. Down dirt road, the car began to stall as they came across 6 entities standing and waiting for them. 3 of these humanoid beings approached the vehicle and began to stare directly into Barney's eyes. Under hypnosis, Barney would make a statement saying, "Oh, those eyes. They're in my brain." And, "All I see are these eyes. I'm not even afraid that they're not connected to a body. They're just there. They're just up close to me, pressing against my eyes." Barney would say that it seemed that they communicated through thought transference, but he couldn't understand anything they were saying. To him, it just seemed like a bizarre, mumbling language that they would speak to each other. Betty also underwent hypnosis, and although it was slightly different from her dreams, it was a very similar story to what she had described before. Her accounts of the abduction and preceding events were consistent with Barney's recovered memories as well. The main difference between their stories is that she claimed that the leader humanoid had a conversation with her in English, but she did also hear the mumbling of the others. Afterwards, they went on to live normal lives, not hiding the incident, but not actively speaking about it either. However, they would talk to people if they asked about it, and they would go on to do the occasional interviews for UFO researchers. In 1966, The Interrupted Journey, written by John G. Fuller, became a fast hit. In his book, he would write about the entire case and also included some of the sketches Betty had made years earlier. One of these was a star map she had drawn, possibly showing an area of space that the aliens had come from. Just this one sketch was enough to spark its own debate among UFO researchers and astronomers alike. Astronomy magazine even carried a debate article about this case for almost a year, with Carl Sagan even getting involved, trying to show that without the lines drawn between the stars, the map didn't even resemble the real-life area. This debate would continue into the 90s until the European Hipparcos mission, which measured the distance to over 100,000 stars, debunked most of the theories surrounding this star map. One UFO expert named Robert Schaefer has been following this case since the 80s, even releasing 48 pages of archived documents related to the case in 2015. He has attributed the UFO sighting to driving while sleep-deprived and stressed. Locals in the area he spoke to even pointed out that an aircraft warning beacon could be seen on the horizon, appearing and disappearing at the same time as the Hills had described seeing the craft. This wouldn't be the only possible explanation that would be brought to light over the years. In a 1990s article entirely unpredisposed, written by Martin Kottmeyer, he would suggest that the memories recovered from hypnosis could have been influenced by a TV program. The Outer Limits, a science fiction anthology series, aired an episode, The Belario Shield, just 2 weeks before Barney's first hypnosis session. The aliens in this episode had large black eyes, and one even says, "And all the universe, and all the unities beyond the universe, all who have eyes that speak." In 2012, an American author, Jason Calavito, would go on to show the similarities between the Hill case and other episodes of The Outer Limits, along with the Twilight Zone episode in which aliens were showing wearing shiny leather jackets. All of these episodes would air just weeks before the two would undergo hypnosis, and these TV shows could have been the subconscious inspirations for Barney and Betty's story. Today, some people believe that the Hill case could have just been a story the two came up with in frustration. Being an interracial couple back then wasn't easy, and both of them were tired of the slow progress of the civil rights movement. Some people think that the in-between color of the gray aliens described could be seen as the racial element of the story, and some others have said that this has been produced by their subconscious fears. A professor of sociology at California's Chapman University, Christopher Batter, said in one interview, "Look what those aliens were. A mixture of black and white. I find that very meaningful." The Barney and Betty Hill case was also said to be one of the first horror depictions of an alien encounter. Many believe that they were the first to ever claim to be abducted, and the first to ever describe gray aliens. Before this, aliens were normally portrayed as men in science fiction type suits, normally keeping their distance from us. Even to this day, some still believe the Hill story, but many scientists and researchers have their doubts about this case with no hard evidence ever being put forth. Despite this, Barney continued to stick by his story until his death in 1969. Betty would also stick to her claim for the rest of her life, passing away in 2004. The Pascagoula Abduction. Today we start out with the Pascagoula Abduction out in Mississippi. This is the tale of two men that saw something one night that they just would never be able to explain over the course of their entire lives. Full of horror and disbelief, this story has gone on to make UFO researchers and skeptics argue even to this day. On October 11th, 1973, two men down in Mississippi, Calvin Parker and Charles Hickson, decided to go fishing on the bank of the Pascagoula River near the Ingalls shipyard. Not long after arriving and setting down, the two men then suddenly heard an ear-piercing sound. Looking behind them, they saw a large object hovering in the sky. Conscious but paralyzed is how Hickson and Parker described themselves while in this terrifying situation. They claim that it was then that three strange beings picked up the men and brought them aboard the UFO. The alien beings then examined them, and after about 30 minutes they returned them back to the Pascagoula River where they had originated. The craft then took off and was gone as the two slowly pulled themselves together. After a short debate with each other, they decided they needed to report this to somebody immediately. Parker and Hickson, unsure of what to do, drove to the nearby Keesler Air Force Base. The military, though, wasn't interested in what they had to say and directed them to the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. Once there, they told the officers that they had heard whizzing sounds and saw 2 bright lights flashing out on the Pascagoula bank as they were fishing. 2 detectives, Diamond and Ryder, then sat down to have an interview with the clearly distraught men. Hickson, being more than willing to cooperate, answered as many questions as he could for the detectives. He would also go on to describe the beings he saw, which to him did not appear human. Hickson said, "And they glided me into that thing, you know, how they just guide somebody? All of us moved like we were floating through the air. When I got there, they had me, you know, they just kinda had me there." Hickson continued, saying, "They kept me in that position for a little while, then they'd raise me back up. No, it wasn't like no x-ray machine. There ain't no way to describe it." While in this paralyzed hovering state, Hickson claims to have been examined by something, saying, "It looked like an eye, like a big eye. It had some kind of attachment to it. It moved. It looked like a big eye, and it went all over my body, up and down, and then they left me." He would go on to describe the aliens he saw as around 5 feet tall. He also commented that they seemed to stand on just one leg-like limb with a foot that didn't have any toes. Hickson continued by saying he was so scared at the time he couldn't tell if the being itself had any eyes, but he did believe that it had ears, a mouth, and a nose. But he couldn't be completely sure though. He stated that none of these features looked human to him. His memory was also pretty spotty. He was unable to even remember leaving the craft. Detective Ryder would later state in an interview that at first he didn't believe their story, saying, "I wasn't really impressed with them. You have people trying to get notoriety, and I thought they were trying to get notoriety with a spaceship." However, while out of the room, Parker and Hickson had a chilling conversation recorded that would change Detective Ryder's mind. On a hidden recorder, the 2 abductees were heard talking about needing to see a doctor, feeling afraid, and their inability to sleep. Hickson said to Parker, "They had us. They could have done anything to us, but they didn't hurt me." The 2 detectives did note that they also seemed to just be talking to themselves at least part of this time. After this interview, Hickson and Parker would then go on to pass the polygraph test given to them by the Jacksonville PD. They even underwent hypnosis sessions, and were again questioned with investigators on record saying that the pair's story never even once changed. But despite all of this, many ridiculed and doubted the 2, with more than one Pascagoula resident skeptical. A local, Dwight Watkins, stated, "Do I believe they're just coming and picking up random people in the middle of the night? No, not really." Parker, unsure of what exactly happened, stayed silent and wouldn't talk publicly about his alien encounter until 2018. He then released a book, The Closest Encounter, and would go on to have interviews all describing this incident. In these interviews, he would recall the blue lights they had seen over the water, at first just thinking it was a police boat coming to tell them not to fish there. But as he looked up, he saw that the light was actually emanating from some sort of craft above the water. Parker said, "A big light came out of the clouds. It was a blinding light. It was hard to tell with the lights so bright, but it looked like it was shaped like a football. I would say, just estimating, it was about 80 foot. It made very little sound. It was just a hissing noise." Parker would also go on to describe the aliens themselves, saying that the creatures were legless and floated around inside of the craft. Seeing 2 of these beings, Parker stated that one had no neck and was gray and had wrinkled skin, while the other somehow appeared more feminine and also had a neck. Both of these creatures had mitten or claw-like hands, and one even wrapped its claw around his arm. At first he was terrified, but then was overcome with another feeling. Parker said, "I think they injected us with something to calm us down. I was kinda numb and went along with the program." He would go on to describe the same scene as Hickson. They both floated onto this craft where they were examined and then returned to the riverbank. The 2 men had a short debate in which they decided they needed to alert some authorities. While being interviewed at the sheriff's office back then, Parker mostly remained silent. He's regretted this decision, saying, "I was wishing I'd really open up to them and told them everything." Just recently, the recording from the interview with the Jacksonville PD resurfaced. Apparently, the officer that had leaked this recording had fielded about 50 phone calls from other people claiming to have seen something in the sky that very same day. Parker would later listen to this recording, stating, "When I sat down and listened to it, it hit me how real it all was. It kinda choked me up a little bit." Hickson and Parker stuck to their story for their entire lives, never once wavering. In September 2011, Charles Hickson would pass away from a heart attack. In June 2019, a historical marker would be placed on the site of the abduction. On it, a plaque detailing the events that happened to the two. Parker said, "It's emotional for me. I can't really describe it because I would break out into tears if I do. I wish when I died, I could be buried right here under this plaque. That would explain it the best. It is quite an honor." Parker, after a long struggle with kidney cancer, passed away on August 24th, 2023. The Kelly-Hopkinsville Encounter. This story begins on the night of August 21st, 1955, after an entire extended family pulled up to the Hopkinsville police station in southwestern Kentucky. Terrified and out of breath, they would go on to describe the most unbelievable alien incident, which would become one of the most detailed close encounters on record. With the close proximity to alien beings and the length of the encounter, it would quickly become regional and national news. Out in rural Kelly, Kentucky, just 8 miles south of Hopkinsville, this alleged encounter would take place at the Sutton's farmhouse. This 3-bedroom house was completely unpainted, had no running water, no phone, no TV, no radio. Elmer Sutton was here at the house he grew up in, visiting his 3 younger half-siblings and his mother. Planning to stay the whole weekend, he had also brought his wife, Vera, and friends, June Taylor and Billy Ray Taylor. Elmer's brother, J.C., and his wife, Helene, would also make an appearance that night, along with a family friend known as Opie. They went on to enjoy each other's company and all ate a large dinner that was made by the mother and matriarch of the family, Gdynia Langford. Soon after dinner, Billy Ray was thirsty, and since they didn't have running water, he went out to the well in the backyard to fetch some. This was when he saw some strange object. Billy said it was, quote, "real bright with an exhaust all colors of the rainbow." He later stated that it came silently towards the house, passed over it, stopped in the air, and then dropped straight to the ground. Understandably, this terrified Billy, and he ran back inside to tell the family what he had just seen. Not taking him seriously, everybody else just laughed it off and went back to what they were doing. That was until an hour later when their dog started to bark at the back door and wouldn't calm down. Elmer and Billy got up to investigate and made their way over to the dog. They looked out the window. That's when the two say they saw a strange glow with some humanoid creature standing in the middle of it. This creature was about 3.5 feet tall and had, quote, "oversized heads, almost perfectly round, its arms extended almost to the ground, its hands had talons, and its oversized eyes glowed with a yellowish light," said Elmer. He would continue by saying that the body gave off an eerie shimmer in the light of the new moon, as if it was made of silver metal. The 2 men were terrified. One grabbed a .22 rifle and the other a 20-gauge shotgun. They opened the back door and shot at the, as they say, little men. The alien then approached the door and seemed to raise its hands, almost like it knew it was at gunpoint. Then this creature did some sort of flip and disappeared into the darkness of the yard. Soon after the first of the creatures fled from the men, another creature was seen peering at them through a side window. The window was open, so they fired right through the screens at this small intruder. Seemingly impervious to bullets, they said that the little man did another flip and disappeared from their sight. Miss Langford would later say, "I went out in the hallway and crouched down next to Billy when I saw one approaching the door. It looked like a 5-gallon gasoline can with a head on top and small legs. It was shimmering bright metal like on my refrigerator." Billy then stepped outside to investigate the yard when a claw-like hand reached down and touched his hair. The entire group witnessed this happen and pulled Billy back inside. Elmer went out in the yard and started firing at the creatures on the overhang. He then noticed another in a tree and shot at it as well. This creature just floated to the ground and then ran off into the woods. The Suttons and friends ran back inside where they turned off every light and waited. They would spend hours gathered there together listening for the beings, waiting to see if they would return. After a while, they all heard some sort of scratching sound from the roof. Unsure of what else to do, Elmer ran back outside and shot at the roof where the alien creature had been. Again, seemingly unhurt by any of the bullets, the creature simply floated down to the ground and ran off into the woods. He would later say in his own words that it was clear that those goblins couldn't be deterred by any ordinary farm family. Elmer and Billy went out back together to observe the yard while JC waited inside with a gun, protecting the rest of the family. They came to see one of these little men perched on a branch above them. They fired at it, and once again this creature just floated off unharmed. They saw another floating away and shot at it as well. They said it sounded like their bullets were hitting metal. Seeing that the guns had no effect, the men ran back inside and regrouped with the others. Deciding that shooting at these little men was getting them nowhere, they formed a plan to make an escape. When the coast was clear and no more creatures could be seen nearby, the entire extended family ran out to their trucks. They drove as fast as they could, making their way to the Hopkinsville police station, arriving around 11 p.m. Police Chief Russell Greenwell listened to their story, later telling investigators, quote, "These aren't the kind of people who normally run to the police for help. What they do is reach for their guns. Yet here they were, women and children, hysterical, and one man with a pulse of 140 beats per minute." Hopkinsville Police, Christian County Sheriff deputies, state police, and military police from the local Fort Campbell all then followed the Suttons and friends back to their farmhouse. They performed an investigation, but didn't find that much. They would find the shell casings from the guns and some holes in the window screens, but that was all the evidence they would come across. They also couldn't find any proof that they had been drinking heavily that night, with Miss Langford stating liquor was not allowed in the farmhouse. The Sutton story would receive a lot of attention in the following days, with radio stations and even the New York Times doing a report on this alien encounter. Hundreds of curious people began to drive out to this rural farm in hopes of their own encounter, which the Suttons were not too happy about. They started by posting no trespassing signs all over their property, but this didn't help in the slightest. After this, the family started charging admissions, information, and picture fees, only then to be labeled as fortune seekers by skeptics. Nowadays, the Kelly-Hopkinsville Encounter is regarded as one of the most significant and well-documented cases by many UFO researchers. But skeptics say that this could have all just been due to group hysteria and excitement after witnessing natural occurrences like a meteor shower and a bunch of hoot owls. While not normally aggressive, hoot owls can be dangerous while defending their nests. It's also been suggested that the moonlight's reflection off the owl's feathers could have been producing that metal-like appearance. Many skeptics have their own theories, but so far no new information has come forth about this case. We might just never know who or what the Suttons saw that terrifying night. This encounter has since been published in many books and was even featured on a History Channel show called Project Blue Book. It has even inspired the Little Green Men Days, an annual celebration in Kelly Station Park out in Kentucky. This event is a carnival and a festival, all with people in alien costumes, listening to music and shopping at vendor stands, all while celebrating the Kelly-Hopkinsville Encounter. The Travis Walton Incident. On November 5th, 1975, a forestry worker, Travis Walton, was out with 6 of his co-workers in the mountains of Arizona. Travis was working in the Sitgreaves National Forest as part of the logging crew, and it seemed just like any other day. After a long day of hard work, the 7 men got in the vehicle and started to drive home for the day. This is when they claimed to have seen a brilliant glow between the trees. They kept driving, but soon realized this light was coming from some large disk in the sky. Even before the truck could come completely to a stop, Travis jumped out and made his way over to this craft that was silently hovering in the clearing. They would describe this craft as hovering about 20 feet off the ground, shining a metallic gold color, being about 20 feet in diameter and 10 feet in thickness. Walton, investigating the UFO, was quickly hit by the vibrant bluish-green light that emitted from the bottom of the craft. This light beam sent him flying back several feet and then lifted him into the air. The co-workers said that this light had the look of a long blue flame, but was as bright as lightning and it lit up the entire forest. The crew boss and the driver of the truck, Mike Rogers, panicked and just drove away with the rest in tow. However, within minutes, their co-workers convinced Rogers to turn his truck around and they went back to search the area for Travis. The crew looked around for a while, but to everybody's surprise, Travis was gone. He had just vanished. With no evidence of him leaving the site, they had little to go on, so they decided to drive back to town and contact the local sheriff's department. There they explained the series of events the best they could, and in an effort to prove them wrong, the sheriff agreed to follow them back up the mountain. The sheriff performed a search but didn't find all that much. He then asked the men to come back to Turkey Springs for questioning. Rogers and 2 other crew members complied, but 3 others refused and drove the work truck back home. On November 7th, a search party of around 50 people searched the area, and although the police suspected foul play, there were no signs of any altercation. After a few hours of searching, Travis's mother told authorities, quote, I don't think there's any use of us looking any farther. He's not around here. I don't think he's on this Earth. This came as a surprise to law enforcement, with Sheriff Gillespie then dismissing the volunteer searchers. During these days, Mike Rogers, along with the rest of his crew, would be accused of murder with no other explanation for the disappearance. But all of Travis Walton's co-workers kept to their stories, and according to them, Travis jumped out of the truck, went towards the craft, was struck by a beam of light, and then vanished from the area. Then on November 10th, the largest search in Arizona history came to an end when the Walton family finally received a phone call from Travis, who was just miles away at a local gas station. Travis claims to have woken up face down on the side of the road just after midnight with a metallic mirror-like craft flying away from him. When he pulled himself together, he went to find help and ended up at the gas station using a phone booth outside. His family then came to get him, and they stated that he looked very dehydrated, was in the same outfit, and had 5 days worth of beard growth. Dwayne, Travis's brother, wanting to know more, took him to see Dr. Lestred Stewart, a hypnotherapist. Stewart immediately noted that Travis seemed very confused and had small lesions on the inside of one of his elbows. This led him to think that Travis may have been a drug addict, something the doctor had seen and treated before. The doctor stated that Travis wasn't ready for hypnotic regression and needed some bed rest. After some recovery, Travis would go on to see a Dr. James Harder, another hypnotherapist. Joining them would be 3 physicians and a psychiatrist, all curious to see if he would uncover any lost memories while under hypnosis. Travis would go on to describe what happened that night. When the craft hit him with the beam, he felt a numbing shock, and shortly after, he passed out. He awoke to 3 human-like beings standing over him in what he said to be a very odd-shaped room. While he was laying flat on some table, some device was placed over his chest. He became terrified and grabbed a nearby object to defend himself with. Jumping out of bed, he threatened these creatures. He described them as having enlarged head and eyes, pale skin, were around 4 or 5 feet tall, and wore some sort of orange jumpsuit. With these creatures not moving towards Travis, he began to investigate the inside of the craft. He ended up in a room that looked to him like a planetarium. Soon, what looked to be a human man, wearing a blue spacesuit and helmet, appeared in the doorway and gestured for Travis to follow him. He was led into another room in the craft where 2 more men and 1 woman, all with long blonde hair, stood and smiled at him. They then led him over to a table and had him lie down. He then remembers the humanoids placing a mask over his face, which caused him to once again pass out. Walton believes that the light beam killed him when it hit him. He thinks this was unintentional, and the beings decided to bring him aboard and revive him before placing him back into the street 5 days later. After these hypnotic sessions, Travis even passed a polygraph, with doctors stating that no drugs were found in his system. On November 15th, Travis was interviewed again, this time by a freelance polygraph examiner, Jack McCarthy, who was working with a UFO group in Enquirer magazine. McCarthy, however, wasn't so convinced. He claims that Travis seemed to be holding his breath in an attempt to beat the machine. The doctor that examined Travis Walton made a statement saying that if he was simply lost in the Arizona woods, he likely would have froze to death. The temperature in the area had been a bitter cold 8 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 13 degrees Celsius. Later, while discussing this case, Dr. Harder said, "Beyond any reasonable doubt, the evidence is as valid as any that would be accepted in an American criminal court." Later, during an interview, Dwayne would reveal that he, his brother Travis, and their mother were all UFO buffs. They had even discussed with each other that the opportunity came up to board an alien object, they would immediately get directly under the craft. This was because the chance was too great to pass up. Dwayne even insisted multiple times that, quote, "Travis was not even missing. He knows where he's at, and I know where he's at." A few months after all of this, UFO researcher and author Raymond E. Fowler proposed the theory that this had all been a hoax. He suggests that this was all a practical joke performed by Travis and half of the crew, which makes sense seeing as 3 of the crew members refused to cooperate and answer questions, likely knowing that they were being mocked by their other co-workers. The whole Walton family apparently had a reputation for pulling practical jokes, with one neighbor claiming to be the target of multiple pranks over the years. On October 20th, just a little while before this whole event, the NBC network aired a made-for-TV movie special about an alien abduction titled The UFO Incident. This would actually be all about Betty and Barney Hill case, which I covered in the previous video. But essentially, it's another alien abduction story, in which the 2 would undergo hypnotic regression and uncover memories of their time on board an alien craft. Many skeptics argue that this story is what inspired Walton and Rogers to enact their own abduction event. Skeptics even claim that at the time, with a little imagination and claims of alien abduction, you could claim instant celebrity status, and one of these instant celebrities was Travis Walton. To this day, the Travis Walton incident is one of the most well-documented UFO cases involving alien abductions, but Travis himself still gets a lot of criticism from skeptics. These days, he spends his time writing, sharing his story, and going to UFO events around the country. In 1993, he wrote a book about his abduction, which was later turned into a movie under the same name, Fire in the Sky. Travis has appeared in numerous TV shows and podcasts, even having a documentary made about him, called Travis, The Travis Walton Story. Now he's even sponsoring his own UFO conference in Arizona called the Skyfire Summit. Nordic Aliens. Said to closely resemble people of Scandinavian descent, Nordics are possibly one of the most human-like alien beings that we know of. They are just a bit larger than humans, said to typically be fairly muscular and can be anywhere from 5 to 7 feet tall. They tend to have light blonde or reddish hair and somewhat of a large forehead. Normally they have green or blue eyes, but some claim that they only wear contacts to hide the fact that they don't actually have an iris. Because of their similarity to us, they can easily blend in with normal people and can freely explore our planet. It's said that they come from somewhere in the Pleiades star cluster, or even from Venus. Nordic aliens are thought to have been represented throughout history in many different ancient cultures and religions. It's believed that in these cultures, the Nordics were often depicted as angels and even gods. In Greek mythology, many gods were described as having fair skin and blonde hair. The Hopi Native Americans also have a prophecy which involved the true White Brothers, coming to signal the end of the Fourth Age. In more recent years, the Nordics are often thought of as one of the more peaceful alien races. Many contactees have received messages from these beings, with the aliens preferring to telepathically communicate rather than getting directly involved with us. They typically deliver messages of peace, love, and harmony, and are known to be deeply connected with our spiritual development. They have told people of their distant relation to us and claim that we are much like them, just at a lower developmental stage. Nordics don't often abduct people either, but when they do, it almost always involves messages of peace as well as concern towards the well-being of Earth. One of the first modern abductions involving the Nordics is thought to be the case of George Adamski. George claimed to have been in contact with the Nordic aliens throughout the 40s, 50s, and even said that he flew with them to the moon and other planets. He claimed that they were very peaceful beings and referred to them as Space Brothers. In later years, he would go on to show pictures he had taken of this flying saucer and also write several books about his encounters. One man, Howard Menger would come out in the 50s with his own story in which he claimed to have been in contact with the Nordic aliens throughout his whole life. He would describe his encounters in several books over the coming years in which he would tell tales of his trips to the moon and meeting in orbit around Saturn. These beings were friendly and peaceful, and he had claimed to have had many conversations with the Space Brothers. In 1954, it's rumored that President Eisenhower met with Nordic aliens while on vacation in California. It's officially stated that the president left the vacation house during the evening for an emergency dentist trip after he chipped a tooth on a chicken wing. However, after this, many people came forward to claim that he actually visited the nearby Edwards Air Force Base, making first contact with these extraterrestrials. Apparently, he met two Nordics who tried to convince him to destroy America's nukes in exchange for help with our spiritual development. This offer, however, was declined, and instead it's stated that Eisenhower later came to make a deal with the Grey alien race. It's said the Greys would be allowed to abduct people for experiments, and we would in turn have access to some of their advanced technology. Said to be one of the most well-known encounters with Nordic aliens in North America, many say that they were the beings that abducted Travis Walton out in the Arizona mountains in 1975. Travis was a logger, and after a long day, he and his co-workers were on their way home when they saw a flying saucer. Travis jumped out of the truck where he was suddenly struck by a beam of light, and then the saucer and Travis disappeared. He showed up at a gas station 5 days later with claims that he'd been abducted by extraterrestrials. He would go on to describe several beings, one of which matched the Nordics' description, as well as recounted a message that we needed to stop killing each other and live in harmony with the Earth. Although many encounters with these beings happened a long time ago, the term Nordic wasn't actually commonly used until the 1980s. In ancient times, they were often referred to as Space Brothers or even the Tall Whites. They never seem to have any hostile intent towards humans, instead trying to help or even teach us. Often concealing their identity, it's possible that they're already among us, with some even stating that they are, and are part of a supervising government body studying our development. It's said that they don't often communicate face-to-face and normally use dreams and telepathy to talk to normal humans. Nordics prefer to keep their distance from people, observing us from far away on their spacecrafts. The Allagash Abductions. In 1967, 4 college art students would go on to plan a trip out in the wilderness of the Allagash River. The 4 men were in their early 20s and they were ready for this adventure. This group consisted of Chuck Rack, Charlie Foltz, and twins, Jim and Jack Weiner. The plan was to canoe and fish, all while exploring the area. On a Friday night, the group would leave Boston, heading for the Allagash River in northern Maine, hiring a pontoon boat to drop them off in the Teleos Lake connected to the Allagash waterway. They would canoe and camp on the waterway for the next few days with nothing out of the ordinary happening. By the next Thursday, they had reached Eagle Lake, where they decided to make camp and try to catch some fish in the deeper water. It had grown quite dark, so the group made a large bonfire to help mark their camp before setting out on the water. Sitting there on the calm water fishing from the canoe, Chuck suddenly became overcome with the sensation of being watched. He would later say, "I turned toward the direction from where I felt this and saw a large bright sphere of colored light hovering motionless and soundless about 200-300 feet above the southeastern rim of the cove." Chuck yelled at the others to take a look as the glowing sphere rose above the trees. As they adjusted to the light emanating from the sphere, they began to see a strange plasma-like motion to it all. He would claim that there seemed to be energy pathways flowing from pole to pole as it rotated in a gyroscopic motion. The sphere was divided into 4 colors, which were oddly fluid and enveloping, all while oscillating in brightness. Charlie grabbed a nearby flashlight, pointing it towards the flying sphere, flicking the light on and off, blinking it at the craft. The craft instantly came to a dead stop before changing the direction and heading straight towards them. It slowly crept along the water as it got close, and a tube-like beam shot out of the bottom of the sphere, creating a ring-like shape that rode on top of the water. As the light got closer, the men started to panic, and they all paddled as fast as they could back to shore. However, the light soon caught up to them and engulfed them in this sort of glowing tube. They made it to shore with Jack saying, "It was just behind us, and I could see that we were never going to outrun the beam. It was advancing too fast, and I remember thinking, holy shit, this is it, we'll never get away." The next thing I knew, we were on the shore getting out of the canoe, looking directly at the object, which was now 20 or 30 feet above the water. Chuck was frozen in his canoe, being the only one that didn't immediately rush to shore. He sat there transfixed on the light emanating from this strange craft. Jack said, "The beam was coming out of the bottom of it like the object was sitting on the beam. It hovered there, right in front of us, completely silent for what seemed like 4 or 5 minutes. Suddenly the beam was pointing towards the sky. The object began to move up and away from us towards the southwestern sky, and then shot into the stars and was gone in just a second." His twin brother Jim would comment, "There was no mistake that it was coming directly to us. Then I remember standing on the lakeshore watching the object hovering above the lake 50 to 75 yards in front of us. Then the search beam went upward into the sky and we saw it moving away at a tremendous speed. We all seemed to be in a state of shock. We just stood there, unable to move or talk. When the shock wore off a little, Chuck finally got out of his canoe, walking back up the shore in a dreamlike state. The group walked back to camp silently, still unsure of what happened and what exactly they had seen. Making it back, they realized something had changed with the large bonfire, with Jim stating, "When we left to go fishing, we set large logs on the fire to burn for a good 2 or 3 hours. The entire experience seemed to last at most 15 or 20 minutes, yet the fire was completely burned down to red, coals. None of the men had any idea how the fire had burned down so quickly and had no memories of being gone the hours it would have normally taken. The next day they continued on their trip to the Allagash waterway with nothing else of note happening for the rest of the journey. They eventually made it back home where they would tell this story to family and friends, but soon moved on with it and just went on with their everyday lives. It wasn't until years later that any more details of this encounter with a UFO would surface in any of the men's memories. Jim would suffer a head injury, causing him to have temporolimbic epilepsy, which in some cases can cause strange and sometimes false memories to form. The doctor treating Jim was aware of this fact and would go on to ask him about anything strange he could now remember but couldn't recall before the injury. Jim told his doctor everything about the night with his friends on Eagle Lake, which he now had more memories of. He would go on to talk about waking up in a dark room, completely paralyzed and surrounded by terrifying creatures. The doctor would go on to suggest Jim reach out to a UFO researcher as he didn't feel the memory was caused by any seizure. So Jim would go on to contact a mutual UFO network investigator, Ray Fowler, in the Boston area, who would then proceed to study in detail this case for the next 2 years. The MUFON investigator then got in touch with Tony Constantino, a professional hypnotist, who would later have the entire group of friends undergo hypnosis sessions with him throughout this study. Fowler would question the 4 men independently during each session, trying to find inconsistencies in their stories. However, he actually found the opposite, with all 4 men basically having the same repressed memory. According to Fowler, all 4 were forced to undress and sit on some plastic-like bench in front of a bright white light. The creatures then examined the men's mouth and eyes with a small pencil-sized light one by one before placing them in a harness and making them flex different muscles. They were then led over to tables to lie down on, with the creatures bringing over some strange device and attaching it to the men's private parts. The aliens then took samples from all over their bodies, collecting fluids, feces, skin scrapings, among other things, from each abductee. The 4 men would make chilling statements while undergoing hypnosis and recovering these lost memories, with Charlie Fultz saying, "It's like a doctor's office. I get that. It's cold like a doctor's office is cold. They put the panel over your chest, then they scrape your arms and your chest, your legs and thighs. We shouldn't be here. I just keep thinking. I want to be back in the canoe." Chuck Rack, in a separate hypnosis session, would make a comment about being able to see Charlie being examined by these creatures, saying, "I see some sort of device on him. They've got this looks like a silvery, it looks like the curves on it. It's almost like it sucks something. He's got his head tipped way back. It's almost like he's in pain, where we can't help him. All we can do is watch him." Jack would say, "They're right there. Their face is right in my face. I don't know why. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what they want. They're saying things. In my head, they're saying, 'Don't be afraid.' They say, 'Do what we say. Just do what we say.'" His brother Jim would say, They don't know what to do. I think they think I'm going to come after them. I feel like I want to. I feel like I want to. The first one that comes near me, I'm gonna throttle him. I don't like these things. I don't care where they come from. They shouldn't be doing this to people." After the alien beings examined the 4 men, they were given back their clothes and led into another room. The creatures lined up the men in front of some sort of portal on the wall and sent them through it one at a time. And just like that, they were all then back outside, floating down this tube-like beam of light, all while feeling a strange sensation throughout their bodies. The canoe hadn't moved at all while in this light beam, with the group then placed right back into the same positions they had been taken from. In this session, the twins would also recover memories about being abducted as children. The MUFON investigator Fowler would comment on this with his own theory, stating that he thought the aliens would be more interested in twins for experiments, just as humans are. Identical twins have long been considered great for medical testing due to having almost the same genetic makeup and the same environment while growing up. During this 2-year investigation, Jack and his wife Mary would also be abducted from their mountain house out in Townend, Vermont. This time, however, it would leave physical evidence on Jack, with the bottom of his feet burned and weird scoop marks above his ankle that could be seen. What made it even stranger is that years prior to this, he had gone to the doctors to have a cyst removed on that same ankle. In the end, the doctors couldn't pop it, so they had Jack go get it surgically taken out. The surgeon couldn't figure out what it was either, so he told Jack he had to send it to the CDC for further analysis. When Fowler heard of this, he started looking into Jack's medical records, finding the lump had indeed actually been sent to a pathologist in Washington, D.C. He tried to contact these people in D.C., but could never get anyone to cooperate with his inquiry. Fowler then had both Jack and Mary undergo more sessions of hypnosis in an attempt to get more details about this most recent abduction. It's said that Mary was unresponsive to the hypnosis, but Jack was able to recall some more details about this encounter. Jack would state that a house-sized craft landed in their yard, and that they were compelled to go out to it. They were then taken aboard this craft and separated from one another. Jack would recount almost the same experience as before, with the creatures there to only collect samples from both of them. After the examination, the two were reunited and then sent back out of the craft. The beam floated them up to their house and then literally through the house, where they passed through closed doors and walls. They were laid back in bed and were both so overwhelmed by a lethargic feeling that they just went back to sleep immediately. After the 2-year investigation concluded, Fowler would go on to say that he believed the whole incident and never found any deception in the men's statements. He said, "Our inquiry revealed that each of the witnesses exhibited the typical benchmark characteristics of other abductees." He also had them all make detailed sketches of their encounter, with none of them having prior knowledge of this request. The images and descriptions they would provide were so similar to each other that Fowler was convinced that the group really had been abducted. Fowler made another comment saying, "All witnesses were subjected to detailed interrogations, rigorous character reference checks, 12 recorded/transcribed hypnotic sessions, and a battery of psychological profile tests." Fowler also looked for fantasy-prone personalities, past traumas, and signs of psychosis, but never did find anything that he could relate to these repressed memories. He concluded his report by saying, "Each of these theories was critiqued and eliminated in the light of the evidence collected during our investigation." Falkville Metal Man. On a night in October 1973, Jeff Greenhaw, the Falkville police chief, was settling down to bed with his wife. He had put in a long day of work, it was 10 p.m., and he was nearly asleep when he would receive a call from an emergency line from the 911 dispatcher. They had received a call from a very frantic woman claiming that a flying saucer had landed in a field just outside of town. Greenhaw, in his own words, thought he was just dealing with an idiot, but went to go and check it out anyways. Driving up to the field, he didn't immediately see anything strange or out of the ordinary. Chief Greenhaw would then decide to drive around for a while on the nearby roads, thinking that he might as well be thorough about it before he went back home. He would cruise around the property, but he didn't see anything of note. With it being pitch black outside, he had to scan the darkness with his headlights as he drove, and wasn't even able to see much of anything. Greenhaw had checked nearly everywhere, but he went down one last gravel road on the property anyway. Then just 300 feet down that road, he would see something that would change his life forever. The chief then saw some humanoid figure in a strange outfit, so as he approached, he yelled out the window of his car, asking if they were needing assistance. Greenhaw said, "When I saw him standing in the middle of the road, I immediately stopped the car and asked if he was a foreigner, but no sound came out of his mouth." Once getting only 15 feet away, his headlights would strike this creature. The high beams would then illuminate its entire body. The police chief immediately knew something was wrong, as it appeared that this man was wearing some kind of metallic suit that he said resembled a very thick aluminum foil-like material. Greenhaw explained, saying, "After that, things were just so strange. This wasn't real. It wasn't really happening, but it was happening to me. Why me?" Directly in front of him, he saw an entity around 6 feet tall, covered in metallic material, also having something like an antenna sticking out of the top of its head. He would go on to describe this creature in further detail in a later interview, saying, "My initial thoughts were maybe aluminum foil, but there were no pieces around there after it was all over. I don't know what to believe at this point. It looked like his head and neck were kind of made together. He was real bright, something like rubbing mercury on nickel, but just as smooth as glass. Different angles giving different lighting." He also described this creature's movement as jerky and possibly mechanical, stating, "Whenever I think about it, when I was a child I used to watch the movie, Lost in Space. The robot in that movie, it kinda reminded me to that to some extent." He once again tried to talk to the human-like figure, with Greenhaw later stating, "I said something to the effect of, 'Howdy, stranger,' and there was no response at all. I didn't push my luck. At that point, I reached in and turned the blue lights on the patrol car, and seen how reflective the material really was." The police chief then grabbed his Polaroid camera he just happened to have with him at the time and snapped 4 pictures of this creature that would later be known as the Metal Man. He laid the pictures down on the console, trying to be fast. Greenhaw said, "Then when I looked back, it was moving away from me, so I decided to chase it down, and if I have to, run it over. That didn't happen either." This creature was said to have run away at speeds much faster than a human was capable of. The chief chased after the humanoid, driving through a field at about 35 miles an hour, still unable to keep up with it. He said, "It wasn't moving like you or I would move. He ran in a bizarre way, seemed to have springs in the feet for propulsion, could cover about 3 meters in every way. He was running faster than any human I ever saw." The chief would eventually crash the patrol car into a ditch as the creature continued to run away into the night, never to be seen again. Although he didn't manage to catch the creature, he did, however, manage to take those 4 Polaroid pictures before it vanished. Unfortunately, the first picture is just black as he seems to have forgot to use the flash, but the next 3 images would show the creature that he had seen. They showed a humanoid figure in a wrinkled metallic suit standing still in front of the camera while reflecting its flash. These pictures showed exactly what he had described in his encounters, and he and his pictures would go on to become world famous over the coming years. Greenhaw never tried to make money off his stories or pictures and was only ridiculed and isolated within his small town. He said, "I was hired in January of 1973, and this all came down October 17th, 1973. And then just a few weeks later, he would go on to resign from his position." He claims that after people heard about his encounter, his life became much more difficult, saying, "I pretty much withdrew myself from the public for years. People were supposed to be my friends. The only thing I found out is that I really couldn't trust anyone. I withdrew. I ran and I went places to try to get away from it." Although he didn't talk to many others about his experience, he did treasure the original photos, keeping them in a safe place for many years. However, Greenhaw's house would later be robbed, with the photos being one of the few items actually stolen. He said, "I took them out and looked at them frequently for the 10 years I had them. I thought, that's really weird. The only 3 things I had with me that night, the shotgun in the car, the service revolver, and the pictures. All 3 of them came up missing." Greenhaw and his wife would go on to adopt 3 children, as well as having 2 of their own, with him associating this with his alien encounter in the past. He said, "I turned out to be the person I never dreamed I would be because of what happened. It made me hard, but it made me strong as well. I didn't believe that there was any other life source in the universe, but that really changed." Nowadays, many different theories are out there trying to explain this alien event, all of which have some decent reasoning. To start off with, many pointed out that less than a month earlier there had been huge news of the Pascagoula alien abduction, where 2 friends out fishing were kidnapped by bizarre creatures. This also happened to be not too far away from Falkville, Alabama, taking place just 1 state over in Mississippi. Others have claimed that this whole incident was just caused by teenage pranksters that happened to live in that area. They could have called in a false report about a UFO, then dressed in some weird sci-fi costume running around pretending to be the Metal Man. With all this happening out in the rural country with nothing but Greenhaw's headlights, many think that he really did believe what he saw, so his brain just filled in the blanks trying to make sense of the situation. Another theory is that Greenhaw and his friend came up with this whole hoax, using an old asbestos fire suit covered in aluminum foil. They would take advantage of all the other abduction stories in the news at the time and would use the pictures to create this whole hoax. Some UFOologists have even theorized that the Metal Man was some kind of robotic probe from an alien craft. They state that advanced alien technology is what gave the Metal Man its features and abilities. Walton Andreasson, a director in the Mutual UFO Network, did do an in-depth analysis of Greenhaw's images and made the copies that we now see online. Following the analysis, Andreasson would conclude that the whole incident was most likely fabricated, and probably inspired by the Pascagoula abductions that happened just weeks earlier. And although Greenhaw never did mention anything about seeing a flying saucer, you can clearly see something that looks like one in one of his picture negatives. It's also said that this image is also fabricated, as many say it just looks like a modified lantern top or maybe an old surgery light. While we may never know whether Greenhaw's story was true or not, we do know that he never actually made any financial gain off of his alleged encounter. If anything, this whole event has just made life harder for him, with him stating that he regrets ever having coming into contact with that creature. Nowadays, though, it does seem that he's living a happy and fairly quiet life. He rarely speaks to the public, keeping his life mostly private. Domsten Blobs. Stig Rydberg and Hans Gustafsson, 2 co-workers, left their work at their dry cleaning job to have a night out on the town with their girlfriends. They would go on to have a nice night. They went for a drive, ate some food, and just enjoyed each other's company. Around 2:30 a.m., they all decided to call it a night, and they took the two girls back to their home. While on their own way home, not even half an hour later, the two young men would have a very frightening experience. While on the way back to Hans' house, they made a pit stop in a field next to a village of Domsten. Apparently Hans had to take a dump. After doing his business, the two would come to notice a strange glow coming from the nearby woods. Stig and Hans decided that they were too curious to not investigate, so they walked about 150 feet into the trees trying to find the source of this light. At first, they thought it was just a large bonfire or something similar, but as they got closer to look, they quickly realized that this was not the case. The light somehow didn't light up the environment and wasn't warm to them whatsoever. The two then stopped at a no camping sign, trying to get a better view. They were then shocked at what they would see. Hans would later say, "We saw a strange disc. It was resting on legs about 2 feet long. It seemed to be made of a peculiar shimmering light that changed color. This disc was around 15 feet wide and only 3 or 4 feet tall, sitting there immobile on its tripod legs." Stig and Hans would then later come to see 3 or 4 strange creatures wiggling around on the ground near this glowing disc. Before they knew it, they were surrounded by these odd 3-foot tall blob creatures, with Stig later saying they were like protozoa, just a bit darker than most, sort of a bluish color, hopping and jumping around the saucer like globs of animated jelly. They didn't seem to have any extremities and were described as very quick-moving loafs. The creatures soon lunged towards the two, which made them understandably terrified. They say this is when it exploded into a fight to the death, as the blobs began to engulf their arms and legs with their gelatinous bodies. They said that the creature's body was much tougher than it looked, and Stig would later say that it was as if he was trapped in a magnetic dough. The two men tried to grab onto the strange blobs to pull them off, but were unable to. They say that it was impossible to get a good grip, as they felt like they were fighting a soft gelatinous dough. This is when the two would start to be dragged towards the glowing disc. They would both go on to smell something horrible as this was happening, with Hans describing this, saying, "The drag the things exerted was terrific, and they gave off such a terrible smell, like ether and burnt sausage." While being dragged, they would see several other creatures engaging in what they would say was some sort of macabre dance. As soon as they would pull off one blob, another would just latch on. They tried to scream, but claimed no sound would come out of their mouths. Stig, trying to punch the creatures, would only have it engulf him all the way up to the elbow, seemingly having no effect at all. While fighting, a moldy fish smell would spread in the air, just adding to the already stinky conditions. These blobs had both surprising strength and speed, with them able to drag him while also dodging the majority of the punches that they were throwing. Hans described this, saying, "It almost seemed as if the creatures could read my mind. They parried every move before I made it. Their strength was not so great as the technique with which they wielded it." Stig was eventually able to free himself. Not looking back, he made a mad dash towards the car. The creatures were chasing after him and had almost caught up. He jumped in the car, and then noticed Hans was still back there, holding onto the no camping sign for dear life. The creatures had Hans pulled almost completely horizontal and wouldn't give up on their attempt to drag him away. With the blobs almost on Stig, he punched his fist into the horn, blaring it in hopes that a passerby might hear it and come to intervene. However, this had an unexpected effect on the alien creatures. They seemed to just ooze out a gray substance, and then quickly retreated back to their craft. Hans fell flat to the ground before getting up and running to the car himself, where he joined back up with Stig as fast as he possibly could. Before making their escape, they saw the disc rise out of the woods, with Stig later stating, "The light became more intense in its takeoff, and a smell that reminded us of ether and sausages burns permeated the air. But the most remarkable of all things was the sound. It was a thin, loud, and intense sound that we felt rather than heard. When the ship took off, we were shaken by vibrations, very fast ones that almost paralyzed us. The ship then disappeared from our views. I thought it went straight up in the sky, but Hans claimed it disappeared in an arc on the waters." Both knew that they would never be the same again. Even though this encounter only lasted about 5 minutes, they knew it would change their lives. For 20 minutes, the two men sat in their car as they tried to hold back tears and calm themselves. Once the trembling passed, the two men finished their drive back home, agreeing then and there that they would keep this whole event a secret. They were afraid that their story might cause them to be ridiculed or even have their mental sanity questioned in general. Following this whole ordeal, the two would suffer from extreme anxiety and insomnia, while also being covered in bruises and having red, almost burned eyes. Feeling that they need to tell someone about this and what had happened to the two, they would go on to confess to the Gustav family 3 days later while Stig was over for breakfast. Hans' mother, Anna, would say, "I burst out laughing at Stig as he told it. Yes, we all did. Everything sounded so weird." Even so, she would end up contacting Sweden's largest newspaper, Helsingborg Dagblad, which immediately picked up the story, making the two known throughout Sweden within days. After the newspaper article was published, the Helsingborg police would call the two in for questioning. This changed more into an interrogation, as the two were kept there for more than 11 hours, while one police officer and 2 detectives asked them questions about their encounter. Even a member of the Swedish military was present, apparently concerned about unauthorized infiltration of their sovereign airspace. The police even hid a microphone in the room, hoping that when they left the pair alone, they would hear them discussing something not meant for them to hear. However, this never happened, with the two mostly just sitting there in silence, wondering if the officers believed them. One of the 2 detectives, Sven Rudolph, would later confess, "Actually, we did not leave out anything without asking pertaining to their encounter, but we couldn't find anything that is considered a hoax." After days of psychiatric and medical tests, both Stig and Hans were pronounced to be both physically and mentally healthy young men. The doctor was convinced the two had indeed suffered from a traumatic experience. However, the doctor also stated that this trauma was from an unknown origin. The Swedish military would then go on to denounce all of this as a hoax, even though there really was no proof of this either way. And some people believe that since we haven't heard of these creatures trying to abduct people since then, the military may have been correct about this incident after all. However, others think that the jelly blobs may normally be more successful in their kidnapping attempts, abducting people and never bringing them back. And now we move into the second tier of this iceberg, and this is where we hit cases that you may or may not have heard about. We'll start with the well-known Flatwoods Monster, and then work our way down to the little-known Jerry Meier's encounter. So, let's go ahead and get into it. The Flatwoods Monster. Around sunset, September 12, 1952, 4 boys were playing on the lawn of the Flatwoods Elementary School. These boys, Edward May, Freddie May, Neil Nunley, and Tommy Heyer, were all from this small town of Flatwoods, which was made up of only about 300 residents at that time. As they were playing on the grass with a football, they would come to see a bright light streak across the sky. As the 4 boys stared up into the darkening sky at this bright object, they would see it crash into the hillside in the distance. Looking like it had crashed on the nearby farm of resident G. Bailey Fisher, the group ran by Freddie May's house to ask for permission to go out and check it out. The young boys were very adamant that they go and investigate and told the mother, Kathleen May, the story as fast as they could, all while begging. Kathleen decided to accompany the kids, but only after contacting National Guardsman Eugene Lemon, who quickly made his way over to the Mays house. Once they had all grouped up, the 4 boys, the mother, the National Guardsman, and the family dog all left on foot heading towards the hill where the object appeared to have crashed. After walking for about a quarter of a mile, they reached the farm and started to make their way up to the top of the hill. They first spotted a strange pulsating red object in the distance. Then they were met with a thick mist which reeked of a metallic sulfur-like smell and also burned their eyes. Lemon, taking the lead, would pull up his flashlight in the direction of the pulsating light, giving the whole group a glimpse of this terrifying creature. Under an oak tree, they saw a tall being around 7 to 10 feet tall. It was covered with a heavily folded black and green metallic fabric resembling a dress. Its legs seemed to be invisible, and the creature appeared to be hovering off the ground. Its arms were extended away from its body, showing off its small claw-covered hands. The face was flat and shaped like a spade, and also had a green or orange-reddish skin tone. It had a dark hood draped around its face with animal-like eyes staring out at them from underneath. This creature would then let out a blood-curdling screech and bounded or glided towards them. The flashlight was only on the creature for 2 or 3 seconds until the 17-year-old Lemon dropped it out of terror. When it hit the ground, the light went out, and by the time they got it turned back on, the creature had vanished. They figured it must have changed paths, as none of the witnesses were hurt in any way. Feeling unwell and also very frightened, the group rushed back to the Mays household. The children were complaining of a burning feeling in their throats as well as nausea, something they felt that might have come from inhaling the mist on the hillside. Some of these symptoms would last for days after this incident. Lemon himself reported suffering from vomiting and convulsions for the rest of the night. Right away, Miss May would contact the Braxton County Sheriff, Robert Carr, as well as Mr. Stewart, who owned the local newspaper. The sheriff, oddly enough, wasn't able to come out right away as he was investigating a report of a crashed airplane in the area. Stewart, however, wasted no time and started to interview witnesses and other local people. He would go on to get reports from 20 different people with a variety of incidents occurring. Many claimed to see some sort of object flying through the sky, but other reports would include houses being shaken by heavy impacts as well as radio disturbances. He would also go out to where the incident took place, with Stewart reporting, quote, "a sickening, burnt metallic odor still prevailing." Later that night, Sheriff Carr was finally able to go out to the scene, with both him and his deputies saying that they saw, heard, and smelled nothing. The next morning, Mr. Stewart returned to have a second look during the daytime and happened across 2 large skid marks in the grass, which were also speckled with a black, thick, oily substance. This story would soon make the front page of the newspaper with the title, "7 Braxton County residents on Saturday reported seeing a 10-foot Frankenstein-like monster in the hills above Flatwoods." Quickly afterwards, this story was picked up by both national newspaper and radio agencies, leading to Gene Lemon and Miss May appearing on CBS News one day to discuss their encounter. Lemon would describe the creature they saw as a, quote, "Frankenstein-like monster, a man-like figure with a round red face surrounded by pointed hood-like shape." And later, a 10-foot monster with a blood-red body and a green face that seemed to glow. Shortly after, Gray Barker would go on to record witness testimonies, as well as gather reports from a number of other locals within a 20-mile radius. Writing an article for Fate magazine, Barker would bring even more attention to this case. The following year, he would go on to publish a book with more information on the Flatwoods encounter, as well as his conclusions on the case. He himself thought the case may be authentic, claiming that the sickness caused by the fumes were consistent with extraterrestrial activity. A popular paranormal writer, Ivan Ho, as well as a UFOologist, Major Donald Kehoe, also decided to visit the Fisher's farm. They investigated the scene and interviewed the witness once again, going on to conclude that it was very probable that this was an authentic case of alien contact. This wasn't the only alien sighting investigated in the area either. Just a few days before the Flatwoods incident, a Mrs. Harper would make her own report to local authorities. Just 5 miles north in the town of Heaters, Harper and her friend were on a walk to a nearby store. Deciding to take a shortcut through a wooded area, the two would come to notice what looked like a ball of fire on a hill within the trees. They were about half a mile into the forest at this point, thought that one of their neighbors must be out fox hunting, and continued on their walk. However, after a few minutes, Harper glanced back towards the hill and was surprised to see that the fire had completely vanished. And frighteningly, in its place stood a tall, dark silhouette of a man-shaped figure. The two friends were terrified and quickly ran around the hill, making their way into town. Then, just one day after the sighting of the Flatwoods Monster, another similar report would come in just 20 miles south in the area of Strange Creek. A married couple, George and Edith Snitowski, along with their 18-month-old, were driving in the rural area between Clay and Braxton County on Route 4. The car suddenly died, forcing them to pull over. With no other cars on the road, George tried to get the car running again himself, but was unable to do so. It was already getting dark out at this point, and the couple started to discuss what they should do to get out of this situation. Their baby began to cry. That's when they began to smell a foul, sulfur-like odor fill the air around them. Out of nowhere, a bright light illuminated the area, and the two would then witness a 10-foot-tall creature hovering in front of their vehicle. Here, some speculate the couple had just seen the same monster, but without the spade-like hood, as they report a similar description. They claim to have seen a bony reptilian being dragging its lizard-like hand across the hood of their car before disappearing into the woods. Once the creature was out of sight, the couple immediately hopped back into their car, which was then able to start without issue. They then sped away as fast as they could. Later, George would give his testimony to Mail magazine, who would publish the article about the incident in 1955. After hearing of these events, an investigator, a Mr. Nickel, would go on to try to find more earthly explanations for these events. On the night of the Flatwoods encounter, a meteor had been seen over 3 different states, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. Both astronomers and Air Force officials would confirm this, verifying that the object seen in the sky that night was indeed a meteor. They even claimed that when it crashed on the ground, it caused some alarms to go off, and that's what caused the sheriff to be out investigating a downed plane that night. Now, many believe that what the kids saw that day was actually this meteor crashing into the hillside on the Fisher's farm. Nickel even claims that when you're on the top of the hill at night, you can see some aircraft hazard beacons on the horizon. These beacons also emitted a pulsating red light, just like what the witnesses described seeing during their encounter. Trying to explain the creature that they had seen, Nickel concluded that they had most likely seen an agitated barn owl perched on a tree limb. The silhouette shape of the being and the fact that it stretched before gliding towards them also fits his theory. Continuing, he claims that the plants below the owl could have also given the illusion of the lower proportions, which were described as green and/or black. When interviewing the witnesses, he also finds that they are unable to agree on whether or not the monster had arms, with Miss May describing the creature as having small claw-like hands extending in front of it. Nickel is convinced that this is a description of a barn owl gripping a tree branch with its talons. Another skeptic, Ryan Humpt, has come out stating that a local boy later admitted to having driven up to the scene that night, hoping to see something. Ryan states that the tracks and the oily substance found at the scene that day could have been explained by the old Chevy truck that the boy drove. This would also explain why none of the people that went to investigate the first night had seen any of this. Ryan also states that the nausea reported by witnesses are, quote, consistent with hysteria and overexertion. Over time, these stories have become a sort of folk tale, with these incidents influencing the culture of the surrounding area. And although the location of the crash is still private property, the nearby towns have integrated the Flatwoods Monster into their communities. In Flatwoods itself, there's an ice cream shop where the painting of the creature has become a popular spot for passerbys to take pictures. A few miles south on the town of Sutton, there's even a museum dedicated to the Flatwoods Encounter. The area also boasts of 5 huge chairs painted in the monster's image placed throughout the Braxton County. Flatwoods officials have now erected a sign designating their town as home of the Green Monster. There's also an annual Flatwoods Festival honoring the legend of the Flatwoods Monster itself. The locals, also calling him Braxy or the Braxton Monster, celebrate this famous encounter with a parade, music, games, and most importantly, a pancake breakfast. The Falcon Lake Incident. This incident all took place in Manitoba, Canada, near the area of Falcon Lake. This is around 75 kilometers or 46.5 miles away from the American border on a rocky edge of the Great Canadian Shield. Falcon Lake is a small resort town next to the White Shell Park, which is a largely uninhabitable wilderness. The park is, however, known for its various mineral deposits, with several small mines popping up throughout the area. Some prospectors have even found quartz veins which were known to be associated with silver deposits. A 50-year-old industrial mechanic and an amateur geologist, Stefan Michalak, had his own claims in this park and would occasionally come up here on the weekends to do some of his own exploring and prospecting. On May 19, 1967, Michalak, planning to do just this, would leave his house in Winnipeg and make his way up to Falcon Lake. After staying the night in a motel, he started out into the park early the next day, planning to stay out the rest of the weekend. It was 12:12 p.m., and after walking a ways away from society, he would become distracted from his adventure when some geese nearby began to squawk loudly out of nowhere. Looking up into the sky, Michalak would come to see 2 disc-shaped objects descending together at an angle of 15 to 20 degrees. In one report, he stated that at first they appeared to look like, quote, cigarette-shaped things with humps in the middle. One of these craft stopped and hovered about 15 feet off the ground, while the second flew 160 feet away, landing on the flat top of a rock outcropping. These craft appeared to be about 35 feet in diameter, 15 feet in height, and each had a large dome on the top of them. The hovering craft stayed in place for about 3 minutes as Michalak stood there watching. It then took off in the same direction it came from, all while changing colors. It started as a bright red, but then changed to an orange, then to gray, and then back to orange, but much brighter than before. It moved faster than any airplane he had ever seen, and made no noise as it flew off into the distance. He turned towards the landed craft, which seemed to still be unaware that he was even there. It was also changing color from an orange to the glowing red of a hot stainless steel. He also noticed an intense purple-like shining from some sort of aperture around the dome. It also seemed to be wafting a sulfuric-smelling warm air towards him while making a hissing sound. He couldn't see any markings on the craft and believed that it must be some secret U.S. military experimental airship. With this thought in his mind, he was unafraid and decided to sit back and sketch the craft for the next half hour. He sat and observed the object for another 15 minutes when he noticed the hatch on the side had opened up. He tried to walk around and get a glimpse of the inside, but a very intense bright light made it impossible for him to make anything out. He thought he could hear two muffled voices conversating with each other, one higher pitched and one lower pitched. He then approached to within 60 feet of the craft, calling out to them, saying, "Okay, Yankee boys, having trouble? Come on out and we'll see what we can do about it." Then the voices went silent and no one would come to answer him. He had the thought that maybe they weren't Americans after all and tried to communicate in Polish, Russian, German, Italian, French, and even Ukrainian. Still left without a response, he had the idea of going back to his camp to retrieve his welding goggles. He had them with him for protection for when he was chipping away at rocks. Returning and putting the goggles on, he made his way even closer to the craft than before. He could see a golden glow surrounding the object as it changed from a red to a gray color, resembling colored glass. He noted that the entire thing was completely smooth and had no seams. Walking closer to the hatchway, he could see light beams emanating out. He also noted that the interior walls were made of a honeycomb material and about 20 inches thick. Suddenly, 3 panels converged over the hatchway, with Mikulek later describing it as looking like it was sealing like a camera shutter. He reached out to touch it with his gloved hand as he examined the outside of the craft up close. Pulling his hand back, he noticed the tips of his gloves were now melted and burned. Suddenly, the craft rotated in place, bringing the grid-shaped exhaust vent he had sketched earlier directly in front of him. This vent was comprised of a uniform pattern of holes around 1/16 inch in diameter and was about 6 inches wide and 9 inches tall. Before he could move it out of the way, a large blast of hot gas shot out of these holes right into his chest, setting his clothes on fire. He tore his clothes off as quickly as possible, stomping out the flames, but was still left with intense burns on his abdomen. After putting out all of the fire, he retrieved his partially burned undershirt and his cap. His outer shirt had, however, almost completely burned up, and also lit some nearby moss on fire as well. Mikulek then felt a burst of air, looking up to see the craft depart just as the first had. He put out the burning moss and made his way back to the camp that he had left his belongings at. Then he would come to see his compass needle spinning erratically for a few minutes before calming down and becoming still. Shortly afterwards, he decided to make his way back over to the landing site to investigate a second time. He was, however, beginning to feel a bit sick. Once he was back, he would note that the landing site looked as if it had been swept clean of all sticks and stones. In a clear disc shape, the missing debris had been piled up along the edges of where the craft had been. He continued to feel more nauseous and dizzy, and he broke out into a cold sweat. Feeling weak, he decided to gather his things and make his way back to the motel. He would have to stop and vomit frequently and decided to walk along the highway in hopes of finding help. Stefan would find and request help from a Canadian constable who was driving by, but this constable would refuse to help him, thinking that he was intoxicated and just left him to walk down the highway by himself. He also tried to get help at the park's headquarters, but they didn't want anything to do with him either. He claims to also be aware of a foul odor coming off of him at this point as well. He finally arrived back at his motel room where he packed up, deciding to leave for the weekend. As he sat there waiting for the bus back home, he would make a call to the Winnipeg Tribune, asking for their assistance and also stating that he wanted no publicity. Once Mikulek was back in Winnipeg, he would meet up with his son and they would end up going to the Winnipeg hospital. They would diagnose the burns as superficial and saw no need to keep him there, so they sent him back home. However, afterwards he would continue to suffer from this extreme nausea and weight loss, headaches, and a quote, offensive odor coming from his lungs. Years later in an interview, his son, Stan Mikulek, would make a statement about seeing his dad in this condition, saying, "I recalled seeing him in bed. He didn't look good at all. He looked pale, haggard. Then there was the smell. When I walked in the bedroom, there was a huge stink in the room, like a real horrible aroma of sulfur and burnt motor oil. It was all around, and it was coming out of his pores. It was very bad." 2 days later, Stefan would go to a radiation pathologist wanting to investigate the burned areas. But they didn't find any radiation, not on his burns, in his blood, or even on his clothes that he'd been wearing at the time. He would also go on to have a whole body radiation count, a test used to detect gamma radiation from isotopes. But again, no evidence was found. It was a total of 11 days before he would fully recover, with him claiming to have lost over 22 pounds. After hearing all this, an unnamed project investigator would head out to speak with Mikulek as soon as he was feeling better. After an interview, the investigator wanted to lead a search back out into the location in hopes of finding the landing site. Seeing that it had already been about 2 weeks, he wanted to get out there as fast as possible in hopes that the landing site was still visible. The day before the trip was planned, Stefan would develop a rash around his neck, which he seemed to relate to the sickness from the previous encounter. Reluctantly, he still went on to lead the search, but seemed uncertain of his health. The search party would make their way into the park, which was covered in a dense vegetation. They were trying to make their way over to the outcropping that he had seen the craft land on. However, the investigator found this search to be aimless and reported that Mikulak expressed the desire to terminate the search after only a few hours of hiking. They pressured him to continue, but by early afternoon, the party was certain that they wouldn't be finding the landing site that day. They would also talk with Conservation Officer Jim Bill, who would tell them of all the nearby fire towers. The forest was quite dry this time of year, and he felt that any fire at all could have started a forest fire. He claimed that even if a small amount of smoke was made, it probably would have been noticed by one of the rangers at these nearby towers. But the watchman had reported nothing on that day. The investigator also noted that the flight path that Stefan had pointed out would place the craft above a Gulf range as it flew away. However, he was unable to find any witnesses under its flight path. A Corporal Davis that was in the search party had also reported a large number of black flies and was severely bitten while out that day. He also developed a rash, just like Mikulak had before they went out on the search. This investigator would state that Mikulak seemed honest, sincere, and concerned, and that his story was overall pretty convincing. He also had the chance to look at the clothes Stefan had been wearing, as well as the wounds themselves. He would note that the shirt was ripped in the front, but did also show a clear burn pattern. He would also see a small pattern on the same spot on the back of the shirt, but stated, the reason for the presence of the pattern burn on the back of the undershirt was not obvious. The investigator would also interview his wife and child, who would verify his claims of being ill, and would add that an odor would permeate the bathroom after Mikulak had bathed. Just a little more than a month later, Stefan would reach out to this investigator once again to tell him, on September 30th, I returned to the place where the craft had landed to see if there were any other changes. I could not believe what I saw. The leaves in the area looked as if they had been sprayed with some sort of killing chemical. All were withered and dead. No vegetation grew within a 50-foot radius of the landing site. The area where the craft had touched down was still visible. The investigator felt this was a little suspicious and decided to look into the mineral claims in that area. He would discover that Mikulak did indeed have claims in that same area as the landing site, but these claims hadn't been filed until after the previous search. The investigator felt that Stefan deliberately misdirected the earlier search to protect these mineral claims. This time, the search party was able to go directly to the landing site, with the circular pattern and the debris still obvious. The party would collect samples of the soil, moss, and shirt fragments that they could find there, as well as a measuring tape that he had left behind during his original encounter. The samples were taken to a nearby unnamed town where they were found to be highly radioactive. So strongly radioactive that the Radiation Protecting Division of the Department of Health and Welfare considered restricting entry to that area of the park. They even sent another team out to test the area of the park further. However, they found no unusual radiation in the surrounding areas. The team did, however, find a smear of contamination on the top of the rock the craft had supposedly landed on. They would also note that the site was a bit different from what Stefan had described, saying that the craft would have had to fly in from the opposite direction that he had originally indicated. The investigator would end the case at this point, stating that if Stefan's experience was real, then it would show the existence of flying alien vehicles. He would also state that while trying to establish proof of this event, he would come across many inconsistencies and incongruities within the case. Even after finding the landing site and the radioactive samples, it still wasn't enough to alter the original conclusion, stating, "This case does not offer probative information regarding unconventional aircraft." Stefan has been described as sincere, intelligent, and level-headed, and also well-read in many subjects. It's said that it was quite obvious that their notoriety was an annoyance to him, and that he also seemed to be defensive when asked for further details of the encounter. It seems that he was subject to severe ridicule and criticism once the incident first hit the media. Many people have also called this a hoax, saying that he had burned himself and actually wanted all the fame. But not much more than theories have been put forth. If Stefan Mikulak was a lone hoaxer, he would have required a number of different resources, as well as the stamina to keep up his story until his death more than 25 years later. The Eagle River Close Encounter. Out in Wisconsin, just a few miles north of the Michigan border, there is a thinly populated section known as Eagle River. Located in the Northwoods area, it's home to many lakes and forests that attract visitors from all over. However, some prefer the simple life, settling down here and enjoying the natural beauty of the environment. One of these local residents, Joe Symington, was a plumber, an auctioneer, and an annual Santa for the Eagle River community. He lived alone out on his chicken farm and was known to be a very humble man. It was April 18th, 1961. Around 11 a.m., he was eating an early lunch when he would become startled by a loud sound outside of his home. The noise was also quite peculiar, with Symington saying it sounded like, quote, knobby tires on wet pavement. He got up to look out the window, where he was shocked to see a silvery metallic machine descending into his yard. He went to go investigate, stepping out of his house, when some kind of hatch opened on the side of the craft. Describing this object, he would say that it was a silvery saucer shape that's brighter than chrome. The machine didn't quite land either, with it hovering just off the ground without actually touching it. The object appeared to be about 12 feet tall and 30 feet in diameter, with the hatch open about 5 feet off the ground. Looking inside this craft, he would see 3 strange men, 2 of which were wearing blue 2-piece suits, with the third wearing black with red trim. They also wore turtlenecks and knitted caps resembling what one would wear underneath a crash helmet. The hatch was open about 6 feet high and 30 inches wide, giving him full view of the men inside. All 3 of the men appeared to be about 5 feet tall and in their late 20s or early 30s. They didn't seem to speak English and were completely silent. Symington described them as resembling, quote, smooth-shaven Italians, having dark skin, eyes, and hair. One of these men stepped into the hatch as he walked closer to the craft. The man communicated with him by making drinking motions, indicating that they wanted some water. The man also held out a silvery jug, looking to be made of the same material as the machine. Joe took the jug inside and filled it up for them before walking back out to the craft. Returning, he would notice more of the interior, which looked the color of wrought iron. He also saw several instrument panels and heard a slow whining sound similar to a generator. It also seemed that one of the men was, quote, frying food on a flameless grill of some sort. Joe would make a gesture showing an eating motion, trying to show that he wanted to try some of their food. The man dressed in black seemed to understand him and reached out to hand him 3 cookie-like pancakes. They were somewhat hard, about 3 inches in diameter, and were perforated with lots of small holes. The man closest to the opening then attached a sort of belt to himself before the hatch closed. The hatch had closed so smoothly against the rest of the craft that its outline was now barely even visible. Joe would now notice several tubes around 6 inches in diameter around the edge of the saucer, assuming that these must be the craft's exhaust pipes. This craft would then suddenly rise up about 20 feet up into the air, while also turning at a 45-degree angle, all while humming. It then took off towards the south, causing a large blast of air that would bend the nearby pine trees. It was completely out of sight within just a few seconds. He stood there with his mouth wide open, 3 warm pancakes still in hand. He ate one, later stating, they tasted like cardboard. He would then call up the local sheriff, who he had personally known for years, and that sheriff sent 2 deputies to come out and check out the scene. However, no evidence of this encounter could be found, and although they didn't find anything, the sheriff did confirm that he believed the witness did indeed see something that day, and he seemed to be talking sensibly. Soon after, the Air Force would become involved and actually took the pancakes in, sending one to the Food and Drug Laboratory of the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare for analysis, and they appeared to just be normal, poorly prepared pancakes. They were made up of flour made from soybean and wheat bran and also contained grease and sugar. They also couldn't find any unusual bacteria or radiation coming off of them. One Air Force officer would make a comment on this, saying, it was rumored, however, that the wheat in the pancake was of an unknown type. Speaking for the U.S. Air Force, Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who investigated the case, stated, there is no question that Mr. Symington felt that his contact had been a real experience. Soon, more locals would come forward with their own stories of strange lights and otherworldly visitors. One author, John Kell, would later state that while investigating the event, he would come across some corroborating evidence. The same day, an insurance agent was traveling down Highway 70, just 1 mile away from the Symingtons' farm. This is when he would see a saucer-shaped craft rising diagonally into the air, flying parallel with the highway. There were many other reports of UFO sightings in the area as well, with a large amount between 1959 and 1963. The Air Force would later go to the press attempting to explain these events. It was stated that there had been several accidents over the years, with 2 happening in the same year as Symington's encounter. On February 24th, a B-47 would crash just 60 miles north of Eagle Creek. Then again, on May 2nd, that same year, another B-47 would crash just 2 miles away from where the first one had gone down.
Right here is where this flying saucer, this UFO, landed. Right here about where I'm standing. I looked out the window, and that's when I first saw this thing coming straight down, just like an elevator. I rushed out to see what it was, and by that time, there was a hatchway opening up in the top of it, just like the trunk of your car. And in there stood a little man, I say a little man, about 5 foot tall, holding up a jug or a container, and he motioned he wanted to drink. He motioned for water. And I looked at his eyes, and they were so penetrating that I had to look away. And I handed the jug up with both hands, and I had that same look in his eyes, a sort of a penetrating look. With that, he set the jug down, and he gave me a salute with the back of his hand, a gesture of thanks, I presume. And then, well, I gave him my salute. What am I going to do? I noticed this little man, the same size of a man, right to the right side of the hatchway, cooking these pancakes, which I have one here yet. He was frying these pancakes. I pointed to him and made a gesture like eating. I thought maybe I'd get a conversation out of him. Nobody was saying anything. He didn't say a word. He just reached over and he got a handful of them, 4 of them, and he handed them down to me. The man cooking these pancakes, it was on a square grill-like concern. I couldn't see any flame, but it seemed to be very hot. There was smoke coming from it. God help him, because I took a bite of one of them, and it tasted like a piece of cardboard. And if that's what they lived on, no wonder they're small. And with that, the thing started to raise, just like it came down. Everything was timed perfect. It went up about 20 feet. It tilted at 45 degrees, straight south, and shot off. And within 2 or 3 seconds, it was out of sight. Well, there I stood in the driveway with a handful of greasy pancakes and my mouth open, wondering what the heck I saw, what had happened.
But unfortunately, like most of these cases that we see on this channel, it was never solved, with many of these explanations just not very satisfying or completely believable. It was, however, interesting enough for the Air Force to make a detailed investigation into the matter, listing it as unexplained in the end. Officially, they stated in their report that they believed Simonton had been dreaming while awake, inserting the dreams into the continuum of the events around himself. This explanation seems to satisfy both the locals and the UFOologists alike that were still asking about this event. Joe, however, didn't seem to like all the attention that he was getting in the reports after they were published in the local and national newspapers, stating, "If it had happened again, I don't think I'd tell anybody about it." Indrid Cold. There have actually been quite a few sightings of Indrid Cold, and he's also known as the Smiling Man or the Grinning Man. However, 2 of these stories seem more connected than the others, so we'll be looking into those today. The first sighting of Indrid Cold would be on October 16th, 1966, out in New Jersey. 2 boys, Jimmy Yonchis and Martin Manoy, were walking down 4th Street when they would see a frightening and bizarre figure standing next to a fence. Manoy said, "Jimmy nudged me," and said, "Who's that guy standing behind you?" I looked around and there he was, behind that fence, just standing there. He pivoted around and looked right at us. Then he grinned a big old grin. The 2 would walk closer, making out more details of this odd man. They would describe him as over 6 feet tall, wearing a sparkling green coverall costume that shimmered and reflected streetlights. He had a very dark complexion and, quote, little round eyes, real beady, set far apart. It's been said that the 2 boys didn't immediately come forward with the details of their encounter, only providing details at some point later on. They would also add that the man had unnatural facial features, seeming to lack hair, ears, and a nose. This does differ slightly from the more well-known, more documented second sighting, but most sources include this encounter, so I figured I would as well. The second sighting would happen less than a month later on November 2nd, 1966, out in Parkersburg, West Virginia. Woodrow Durnenberger was a salesman for a sewing machine company, returning home from a business trip out in Ohio. Going down Interstate 77, he would notice a couple of cars behind him. The first car passed his red panel truck, but the second following close behind the first would serve directly in front of his truck, turning crosswise. Woodrow would say, "And when it turned crosswise, it slowed down, It started slowing, not abruptly or too fast, but gave me plenty of time to step on my brakes and slow down with it. But it forced me to come to a complete stop. He described this vehicle as resembling a kerosene lamp chimney, also saying that it hovered about a foot off the road. A door opened on the side of the craft with a humanoid being stepping out and then shutting the door with a loud thunk behind him. This human-looking man began to walk directly towards Woodrow, approaching the passenger side of the truck. The man then asked him to roll down his window while standing there still, staring at him. In a later interview, Woodrow would state, "He looked perfectly natural and normal as any human being." The strange man had an olive complexion, appearing to have a deep suntan. He had a thick head of dark brown hair, with it combed straight back. To Woodrow, he didn't seem any different from any other man he would meet on the side of the street. The man looked to be in his mid-30s and wore a glossy, metallic, dark blue coat. Although most of the man's facial features looked normal, he did have a wide smile completely fixed on his face. Even when the smiling man spoke, his mouth stayed still and static. Recounting the event, Woodrow would say, "He first asked me what I was called, and I knew he meant my name, and I told him my name. And then he asked me, he said, 'Why are you frightened?' He said, 'Don't be frightened. We wish you no harm.' He said, 'We mean you no harm. We wish you only happiness.' And I told him my name, and when I told him my name, he said he was called Cold. That was the name he was called by." The whole time Cold stood there with a large grin across his face, the smile never moving. His arms were folded and his hands were under his armpits. It seemed to Woodrow that he may have been conversing with him telepathically, saying, "I was very frightened, and as far as I can understand, this was all mental. There was not spoken words from him. I knew what he was asking me, but yet he stood there, and his mouth did not move. He had a smile on his face. He appeared very courteous and friendly." They would continue talking with each other for around 10 minutes, with Indrid Cold at one point stating, "We eat, we breathe, we sleep, we bleed even as you do." Cold would then head back to his vehicle, telling Woodrow, "We will see you again." Woodrow would then report this event to the Parkersburg police, who would become convinced that his story was indeed true. A representative of the Air Force would also contact him, making their own report once his accounts were documented. By the next day, a media frenzy had already begun to form. Woodrow would end up on live TV, being interviewed by West Virginia State Police, the Parkersburg Police, representatives of the Wood County Airport, and representatives from the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. This interview would go on for 30 minutes, with everyone asking Woodrow a variety of questions about his encounter with Cold. This made big news in the local area, with Parkersburg News chronicling Woodrow's encounter along with stories from other new witnesses for the next 3 weeks. However, many of these new witnesses would ask to remain anonymous, and their names were withheld. Notably, 2 authors we've talked about before on this channel, John Keel and Gray Barker, would also interview Woodrow. During the media storm, Woodrow would claim to receive strange calls from unknown numbers, sometimes even threatening him to stop speaking about his encounter. Other times it would be just odd buzzing or beep sounds, or an electronic humming, or even just silent. The family would change their number, keeping the new one unlisted, but they would still receive these weird phone calls. During this time, the locals in the area would also start to flock to his house out in Mineral Wells. It's said that they would wait for hours in his driveway, day or night, in the hopes of seeing Indrid Cold. Some of these locals even claimed to have seen spaceships landing on Woodrow's property. But all of this, of course, also brought him a lot of ridicule and skepticism, leading him to seek out a physician for medical attention. However, this physician found nothing wrong with him, giving him a clean bill of health. The news would eventually die down, but Woodrow would claim that his encounters with Cold would continue for the next few months afterwards. He said that Indrid Cold would come out and visit him many times, even taking him on a spaceship out to his planet. Cold would sometimes even just appear at the front door, with Woodrow's wife and children even knowing of this strange man's visits. They even claimed to have seen more strange beings with Cold on some occasions. His terrified wife would state that these beings weren't human in origin, but were much like us. They travel in cars and dressed in everyday clothes. Eventually, Woodrow would even disappear for half of a year, claiming to have been with Cold. His family even believed this and would back him up on this claim. Even when Cold wasn't visiting, he would occasionally send Woodrow long-range telepathic messages giving him intense, piercing migraines. Later on, he would write a book detailing his encounters, but nothing good would ever come from this. It's said that it ended up negatively affecting not just him, but his family and friends as well, with harassing phone calls and even lost jobs being blamed on Woodrow and his claims about Indrid Cold. His wife would also soon divorce him as well, causing Woodrow to fall into a deep depression. He would soon move away from the mineral wells area, attempting to flee from the notoriety he had gained, but he never once spoke of this incident again. He would, however, return a little while before his death in 1990, 23 years after the Indrid Cold encounter. Author of Skeptoid magazine, Brian Dunning, would make a comment on this whole encounter, saying, "It's difficult to tell if it really happened, but it's clear that Derenberger gained nothing from coming forward." Dunning also claims that Keel visited him a year later and found him, quote, hiding behind drawn curtains from what he believed were hundreds of UFO believers and skeptics. Woodrow would also speak of his frequent visits with Indrid Cold and his friends, who would often drive a car out to his farm for, quote, long friendly chats. Dunning says he had almost certainly become delusional. Woodrow's daughter, Tanya Derenberger, would later write a sequel to her father's book where she would briefly tell the story from her point of view while also adding some new details. She claims that Indrid Cold may have been another well-known alien figure that went by Valiant Thor. It's said that he and author Gray Barker would go out to contactees attempting to convince them to go to authorities or write books of their encounters. Thor had also supposedly spent 3 years at the Pentagon in an attempt to influence public opinion on a variety of political issues. To this day, many still believe that Indrid Cold was indeed some kind of alien. They claim that he could be a shapeshifter or even just a race of grinning men, with other similar cases being referenced. Researchers, however, have stated that it's next to impossible for an alien to evolve to such a similar appearance to us. So in the end, it's up to you to decide what to believe. Saint-Cyrille Spaceman. I was actually kind of surprised with the lack of details on this one. I couldn't find more than a few articles, and even then they all seem to be referencing the same old report. So if anyone out there knows more about this, be sure to say something down in the comments. This whole story is known to us thanks to a field investigator, Wido Whoville, who would interview a couple with a very extraordinary claim. In this report, their names are kept private and are just referred to as Mr. and Mrs. L, so I'll be going along with this and doing the same. On the night of July 22nd, 1974, Mr. and Mrs. L had returned from a vacation in Florida. They made it to their trailer house near Saint-Cyrille, Quebec, arriving shortly before midnight. There were other trailers on the lot at the time, but they were the first occupants that had moved in. Miss L was quite tired from the trip and had went to lay down in bed, falling asleep fairly quickly. Mr. L, however, decided to stay up and watch the late show on TV in the other room. After the show, he was preparing to go to bed, noticing that it was about 1:15 a.m. Before joining his wife in the other room, he would hear a strange sound described as a bum 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 coming from outside. To him, it sounded like something falling onto the grass. Curious, he peeked out the living room curtain, coming to see a shocking sight. Looking towards the northeast end of his home, he would see a reddish-orange round object hovering over a field. It appeared to be some type of domed airship with yellow lights coming out from the underside. He ran into the bedroom to wake Mrs. L, when another sound, something like a buzzing, would grab his attention. He would again look out the window, but this time he described seeing a robot-like creature standing almost 6 feet tall within just 15 feet of his mobile house. Mrs. L would then also take a look outside, becoming understandably shocked. The couple would go back into the living room to get a better look, seeing 3 more of these robots out those windows. He said that their movements were stiff when moving about, and they also had a very strange appearance. These robot creatures were just next door, looking to be examining the shaft and wheel assembly of that trailer. Mr. and Mrs. L were quite frightened by this, and did not dare to go outside to investigate, only looking out once in a while to see if they were still there. They would continue doing this until about 4:20 in the morning, witnessing even more bizarre robot activities. At one point during their observations, they would say that as many as 15 of these strange beings would be out investigating the unoccupied trailer next to them. When all 15 robots were together, they would move to a nearby creek, lining up parallel next to it. They all stayed in this position for 5 minutes straight before moving away all at once. This whole scene gave Mr. L the impression that these beings may be remote controlled. While they were standing there still, the couple was able to take a closer look at these robot entities. They would describe these creatures as floating, brightly glowing red bars similar to elements in a toaster, with no discernible facial features. The robot creatures then left the scene, with the couple unsure of how they left or where they went. During the next few days, Mr. L would come to notice a couple of strange things in the surrounding area. He would come to hear of a nearby farmer finding his dog out of his collar and hiding, which was odd for this dog, because normally it would bark wildly at everything. He would even come to find 3 spots that appeared to be landing sites, one of which was right in the field where he saw the airship. The other 2 landing spots couldn't even be seen from the trailer and were behind trees on the other side of the creek. These areas were said to not have been burned either, but more have moved away in a swirled pattern. This is where investigator Hoville would get involved, coming out to the residence to check things out for himself. He wouldn't find any footprints, which did fit the couple's description, but he would come to find several large tripod-like indents next to the creek. These imprints were about 19 feet in diameter, with 3 smaller 2-foot imprints within. By the time the investigator got there, these landing sites had been mowed, but the pattern was still obvious, with the grass said to grow twice as high within those imprinted circles. The 2 witnesses would also describe seeing a strange white substance where the robots had been moving earlier. They collected this plastic-like material and gave it to the investigator, who then handed it off to Dr. Walker, a consultant in metallurgy. It's pretty unclear where the story goes from there. The investigator did claim that the analysis would be done on a volunteer basis and it wasn't necessarily a top priority. He also said many of these samples would also just be sent to headquarters, and they were known for being slow with yielding results. And unfortunately, this is where this case ends. We don't seem to know what that substance was actually made out of, and nobody has ever came forward with an update. The Kinnula Humanoid. This humanoid is mostly known from 2 events just days apart near the Finnish area of Kamenki. The first encounter would happen February 2nd, 1971, around 8 p.m. On this night, 2 women were driving towards Oulu where they spotted a strange light on the right side of the road, just behind their car. After just a few seconds, the light flew over their vehicle and started to fly parallel with their car on the opposite side of the road. The driver of this car claims that when the UFO passed overhead, her ears began to, quote, plug up. Unsure of what to do, the 2 pulled over right next to a field. This is where they would see the light abruptly disappear, and in its place, something quite unbelievable would appear. They would see a short humanoid creature standing around 3 feet tall, wearing a greenish-brown suit and helmet. This being then crossed the road in a series of small jumps, disappearing on the far side of the road. Frightened, the 2 would speed out of there, not stopping until they got to Oulu. They would then report their encounter, both giving the same description of what they had seen. They claimed this all happened in the rural area, devoid of any buildings, and that they were the only witnesses. But at the same time, they seemed uninterested in going back out there with an investigator. The second incident would happen just 3 days later on February 5th, 1971, in the village of Kungaskaila, which is also in the Kinnula region. 2 young men were working as loggers on the edge of town, one a 21, Peter Aliranta, and the other 18-year-old Juhani Snek. It was a cloudy winter day, and by 3 p.m. it was already growing dark and almost time to pack things up. Aliranta turned off his chainsaw and looked up to see a strange metallic object at about tree level, descending towards the ground. This object had the shape of 2 saucers on top of each other and was around 15 feet in diameter. He would also notice 4 thin landing feet extending out the bottom of the craft and were each about 6 feet long. It was landing just 45 feet away in a clearing of trees. At this point, Snek was still working, cutting off limbs of nearby trees and getting them ready to be cut down, completely unaware of the transpiring events. A round port on the bottom of the craft would then start to open as it neared the ground. As soon as the craft touched down and the hatch was open, quote, a strange little being glided down to the ground. It said that it was more like floating than anything, with the creature coming the 6 feet down to the snow with no normal falling motion. Aliranta then claims that the being started moving in his direction. Making strange, short and stiff steps, it led him to describe it as looking like a spaceman or a robot. The humanoid wore a one-piece suit that was all green in color, including boots and a helmet. He did also note that it didn't seem to have fingers, with the arm ending in a round hand. On the head he could see a, quote, sort of lens facing forward, what seemed to him something resembling a scuba diver's mask. The strange little green man continued towards Allagash, moving in a bizarre way on top of the snow's surface. The snow was deep out in the woods, and without any special snowshoes you would expect to sink in. But this isn't what happened. The creature seemed to be moving on top of the snow's surface. Terrified, Allagash would start his chainsaw back up as a form of defense. This is what would finally get Snack's attention, with him looking over at his friend, seeing fear in his face, and a small green man bounding towards him. Then, when the entity was about 30 feet away, Allagash would bravely charge towards the little green man with chainsaw in hand. Immediately, the being turned around and began heading back to the metallic-looking craft in the same bouncing, weightless-looking leaps. Allagash kept chasing after the little green man, now attempting to catch the creature. Running towards this creature, he would also come to see 3 windows on the upper part of the craft, where 3 more vaguely humanoid shapes were visible. When Allagash was less than 10 feet away from the saucer, the craft began to lift off the ground, all while the little green man floated up to the opening. When it had floated more than 3 feet off the ground, Allagash caught up to it, reaching out and grabbing onto the creature's boot. However, right away he had to let go, as it's said to have burned him like a hot iron. Out of reflex, he took a couple of steps backwards, as the now free humanoid floated back into the saucer. Once the creature was all the way back inside, the craft started to make a slight humming or buzzing sound before slowly ascending up into the trees. Allagash would feel a light gust of air, but other than that, he couldn't see or smell anything such as smoke or light coming from the craft. The hatchway would start to close, but the landing legs were left in position. Then, before they could make out any more detail, the craft vanished into the sky within just 15 seconds. The 2 lumberjacks claimed the whole event had only lasted for about 3 minutes. After the craft had left their sight, the 2 would stand there in shock, at a complete loss for words. They also felt oddly stiff and weak. It would be more than an hour before they gathered the strength to walk out of the woods. However, before leaving, they would examine the landing site and observe marks that had left in the snow. The snow was about 15 inches deep at this time, and they could clearly see 4 depressions that went all the way to the ground. To them, it appeared that each landing leg had a round, flat plate on the bottom that would sit against the ground. Each plate would have been around 13 or 14 inches in diameter, and together they sat in an evenly spaced square shape about 6 feet wide. The snow within the square was also slightly melted, appearing to be about 2 to 4 inches lower than the surrounding area. They would also come across the humanoid's boot prints left in the snow. The creature's prints were oddly round when compared to a human's foot, and they were also only about 6 inches long. After observing the scene, the 2 would leave the woods, soon reporting this incident to an unknown UFOologist. Not many details of this report can be found, but the investigator stated that no details seemed out of place and there was no reason to question the 2 men's story. It would also be noticed that the burns Allagash had on his hand from the encounter would still be visible 2 months later. However, many people believe this whole encounter was just a hoax. Researchers have tried to find the report or the name of the investigator, but have never had any luck. It's also been shown that almost all articles written on the Kinnula Humanoid get their information from the original article written by Tapani Cunningham, making them the only real source. Others mention that the given dimensions of the craft don't quite make sense, and if there were 3 windows on the top, they would have had to be much smaller than described. They might have even been too small to even see anything through. Decades later, a UFOologist would come forward stating that he had been informed that it was all just a hoax, put on by the local radio station and the 2 lumberjacks. Whether any of the story is true or not, it's just hard to say. There's just so little information that we may never know what actually happened. Haven School UFO Incident. Out in the area nicknamed the Welsh Triangle, we have the case of the Haven School along with other local and possibly connected encounters. In southwest Wales, near the coast, a small traditional resort town sits right in the center of many strange phenomena. This area is also known as the Terror Triangle, the Dyfed Triangle, and the Welsh Bermuda Triangle. Most of these events all happen within a 20-mile radius of each other, and some even take place on the nearby military base. It's gained its name from the comparison to the Bermuda Triangle, with many sightings of floating lights, humanoid beings, and flying saucers. In 1977, a wave of sightings and encounters were happening in this Welsh area, with over 450 incidents being reported to the local authorities in just this 1 year. This is also when the Haven School UFO Incident would all take place, all happening on February 4th, 1977. It was a normal school day at first. The children had just eaten lunch and were outside playing football before the afternoon classes started up. Around the perimeter of the schoolyard, 14 kids would witness a 40-foot-long cigar-shaped craft flying around. Some of these kids even claimed that the craft landed in a nearby field, with 6 of the children saying that they saw silver-suited creatures coming out of the craft. They appeared to be humanoid, but were said to have odd long ears. One child would later describe the craft saying,
"Well, I saw the spaceship. I didn't see the man. The spaceship, it looked a cigar shape with a dome on it. And it had a yellowy, orange to red light on the top of it."
It's said that it was similar to the size of a double-decker bus. Eventually, the craft rose from the ground and hovered for a few minutes. It soon took off, disappearing above the trees. Frightened, the kids ran back to school, but none of the teachers would believe their story. They would then go home after school, with many of them explaining the encounter to their parents. However, none of the parents seemed to truly believe them either. This would upset most of the kids, as they felt that no adult would listen to them or take them seriously. They would go on to sign a petition for investigation and hand it in to the local police station. This is when the headmaster of the school, Ralph Llewellyn, would ask to speak with the children. Under what was called exam conditions, he separated them and made them each draw a picture of what they had seen. Ralph was surprised to see that they had all drawn very similar images. Afterwards, he would make a public statement, explaining how he questioned each child individually and did not, quote, disbelieve they saw something that they had never seen before. He also added that it was not his belief that children of such a young age are capable of a sustained, sophisticated hoax. After this statement, the headmaster would refuse all other interviews with the media. It seems that they weren't the only ones at the school to see strange activity. Several other students said that they had saw a tall figure wearing a silver suit with glowing eyes looking at them through the classroom windows. One teacher even claimed to have seen the same event as the 14 other kids in the field. She said she saw a, quote, shiny oval-shaped object with a slight dome. She could also hear a distinct humming sound as the craft started to rise above the trees and disappeared. Although wishing to remain anonymous, she did later sign a statement saying that she believed this information to be true. Some witnesses even claimed to have seen circular imprints in the grass, and others even said to have seen the craft landed on the ground. With all these reports coming in around the same time, the sightings rapidly gained attention of researchers along with national and international media companies. Just an hour after the event, one of the boys, David Davis, was interviewed by an investigator. David even took the investigator out to where he had seen this bizarre object. Unfortunately, by the time the two had arrived at the scene, the rainy weather had washed away all the evidence that may have remained. It would be noted that the ground was very boggy that day, so much so that, quote, it was impossible for any vehicle to have drove to that location. With credible witnesses and many reports, investigators from the British Unidentified Flying Objects Research Association, BUFORA, would also come to the area. All of this UFO news quickly circulated through this small village, with the object quickly named The Thing by local residents. This would begin the surge of UFO and alien encounters reported in the area, with many other incidents involving aliens in silver suits. Many feel these could have been the same extraterrestrials that were seen at the Broadhaven Primary School. On February 17th, just 2 weeks after this first encounter, 2 women at a diner would make a similar report. They claimed to see a figure enter a strange object landed on the ground. It would then rise up above the trees, flying off at a high speed. There would be other similar incidents too. Another famous encounter, commonly related to the previous sighting, would take place just a couple months later on April 19th, 1977. Out in Little Haven, the Haven Fort Hotel owner, Miss Rose Granville, would have a pretty strange experience. Just right outside one of the hotel windows, she claims to have seen 2 strange humanoids wearing what looked like a whitish boiler suit. They came out of the craft, wandering around the area, looking to be gathering something. She would also say that a light with flames of all colors were being emitted from this object, and that, quote, there was so much heat. I was by the window. My face felt burned. Then a faceless creature would emerge from the flames, with her unable to make out any specific features. She shouted, "Hello, what are you doing there?" With no response, she went to gather some of the hotel guests to come witness this strange event. However, by the time she returned, both of the creatures and the craft had vanished. The next morning, she would go outside to investigate the area where the craft had been. Rose would come out to find several scorch marks, saying there were 2 inches of burned grounds. Feeling shocked, overwhelmed, and unsure of what else to do, she would report this incident, hoping that she could convince at least some people of what she had witnessed. The report would state that she had seen 2 long-limbed giant figures with no facial features exiting the craft outside the hotel. She would also say, it was a good 7 feet tall. It had a silver suit with a motorbike visor as a face. I thought, that's not a man. No way is that a man. Rose still didn't feel at ease after making a report, so she wrote a letter to her local member of parliament explaining the whole incident. They would end up contacting the Ministry of Defense, who would send an RAF officer out to investigate. Rose would soon be questioned by this officer, who himself was mystified by the whole story. Afterwards, Rose would claim that the military advised her not to say anything, not wanting to alarm the general public. It does seem that at the time, the Ministry of Defense was indeed performing very discreet investigations on similar sightings around the country. However, at the time, these reports were only to be seen by military and other high-ranking officials. One local family is often talked about when discussing the Broadhaven UFO case. The Coombs have claimed to have a number of odd experiences while working in the Ripperton farm in April that same year. They would see strange disc-shaped craft and lights in the sky. Their car batteries and TV sets would burn out often, and they also said that their electric bills were oddly high. One night they were watching a movie together as a family. At one point a tall figure appeared in the window. It looked to be wearing a silver spacesuit and seemed to have a completely blank face. They would call the police, and one officer would later say they were the most frightened family he had ever been to see. On another occasion, Mr. Coombs would have over 150 cows move half a mile in just a couple of minutes. He had the cows in their pen and fed that night, deciding to go inside and have some tea before finishing off some chores. By the time he got inside, his phone rang, with his neighbor telling him that all of his cattle were in that neighbor's field. He was amazed to find this to be true. He even checked the pens and couldn't find out how they had all gotten out and over that field so quickly. Sometime later, they would even see an object above one of the fields. They would later go out to investigate and find circular burn marks below where the object had been, with all of the cows afraid to go near the area. Nowadays, skeptics say that most of the Welsh Triangle incidents were most likely hoaxes and rumors that went out of control. It's been said that the silver suit worn by the creatures could have actually been a fireproof uniform. These uniforms were even being used at the nearby oil refinery. In 1996, a businessman named Glenn Edwards took credit for the Broadhaven encounter. He stated that he was a prankster back in '77 and would walk around the area in a silver suit. However, many feel that this one man couldn't have been responsible for the huge number of sightings. It also doesn't explain any of the other incidents like flying craft and teleporting cows. Some of these events may have indeed been hoaxes, but many feel that it's just improbable that every report that year was caused by a local prankster. Even today, many of the witnesses from the Broadhaven incident stick by their stories. They truly believe they saw those events all those years ago. Ariel Primary School Incident. On September 16, 1994, out in Rwanda, Zimbabwe, another alien sighting at a school would take place. About 12.5 miles or 20 kilometers away from the capital of Zimbabwe, Harare, sits the Ariel School. A private school out in the country where many of the wealthier families, as well as local farmers, would send their children to study. It's said that the school was quite diverse, with around 200 students from local tribes, South Africa, the UK, and India. One Friday, around 10:15, the school staff had a meeting planned with most of them inside while the children were outside playing. This is when over 60 of the kids would witness a bizarre event that would stick with them for the rest of their life. Some children would hear a buzzing sound, which would remind them of bees or even electricity. Out of the blue, 3 silver spheres or disc-shaped objects appeared in the sky above the Ariel School, disappearing and reappearing in flashes of light. After this happened 3 times, the spheres would begin to move downwards, with one landing or hovering very close to the ground. This was a bit outside of school grounds, and was in a field the kids weren't supposed to be in, being filled with thorn bushes, snakes, and other harmful creatures. Then, the children would describe seeing 1 to 4 figures dressed in skin-tight black bodysuits exit the craft. Some would describe as normal African men, while others said they were around 4 feet tall and had grayish skin. And while the faces were narrow and plastic-like, they had huge black eyes. Some of the kids would say that one creature ran and hopped through the grass as the other was on top of the ship. This is when some of the kids went to get a closer look.
Got closer and closer, and we saw this silver thing just shining, and we thought that it was just a house with glass reflecting in the sun and shining. Then we thought, no, it can't be that because there's no houses up there on the rocks.
In a later interview, one boy would even state that the figure running through the grass was bouncing as if a human would run on the moon. Years later, as an adult, one witness would say, "It was running in slow motion, diagonally down the field, and then suddenly it would reappear in the corner where it started to do the same thing. And then it would reappear and do the same thing. And that was frightening. More frightening than seeing what these things actually were." Some of these children would also say that although the creature didn't speak, it was somehow communicating to them through their minds. One of these beings then stopped right in front of the group of kids. This is when all chaos would erupt in the playground with kids running and screaming in all directions. The whole event was said to have lasted for over 15 minutes. Once back inside the classroom, the panicked students tried to tell their story to the teacher, but they were quickly dismissed. The staff were all in a meeting and none of them had witnessed anything themselves. They thought that the screaming of the frightened children was nothing out of the ordinary. However, when these kids went home, they would tell their stories to their parents. Some of these parents weren't sure that they quite believed everything the children would say, but they definitely thought that they had seen something that day. Some were so concerned that they would start to call the school looking for answers. This is when Ariel would be forced to make a statement about all this, telling the parents the series of events that had happened that day. Soon the media would get involved with this and the story would spread internationally. This is when the first of many famous UFO researchers would come out to the area hoping to get more details of this bizarre event. Cynthia Hines, a UFO enthusiast in England, was so interested in this case that she soon traveled all the way out to Zimbabwe to speak to the children just one day after this encounter. She would go on to interview many of the kids, along with several of the teachers, with all of them quite sure that it was not a plane they had seen that previous day. They would all make very similar descriptions, although she would note that the children's explanation for the event varied greatly with their cultural backgrounds. Some kids did think that they may be extraterrestrials, but others thought that they were actually tikalashis, creatures from local folklore. Similar to dwarf-like water spirits, these creatures scare children, cause illness, and sometimes even death to their victims. Cynthia would go on to have these kids write down and draw what they had seen. After this, 2 teachers would go on to tell Hines that they believed the children had seen something that day. One said, "So many of the drawings were similar, and also when they wrote their stories in their storybooks, they definitely seemed genuine. Because they all wrote completely different stories, but they had all seen the same thing. And I think that's what convinced me, because I think I was as skeptical as everybody." Next, on September 20th, 4 days after the incident, the BBC would send out Tim Leach. He was able to interview at least 10 of the children for TV, as well as investigate the landing site. He would bring along a man named Gunter Hofer, who had a metal detector, magnetometer, and a Geiger counter. One boy claimed that the craft was following power lines, flying above them, and then landing in the field. The 2 men would go out to investigate the area, but they never did get a reaction on any of the equipment. There were mixed reports. Some said the craft had landed, while others said it only hovered. This made them speculate that if the object was indeed hovering, then maybe that's why they didn't get any unusual measurements. Leach would then reach out to the third major player in the story, calling a well-known UFO researcher in the US. This man, John Mack, would insist on performing his own interviews of the witnesses. He was head of Harvard's psychiatry department and a Pulitzer Prize winner. After talking with hundreds of patients that had claimed to be abducted or witnessed a UFO, he became a believer himself. His reputation grew until he was considered an expert in UFO encounters, even appearing on daytime TV programs like Maury and The Oprah Winfrey Show. This didn't make the other staff at Harvard very happy, though, and some even called him an embarrassment, with others going as far as saying he should be sued for malpractice. This didn't stop him, though. He wasn't afraid, saying that he believed these people were describing real events and that they needed to be studied. Leach wanted help getting answers to the Ariel school incident, also stating that he hopes Mack's experience and credentials would make this case more credible. After talking with Leach, Mack would fly out to Zimbabwe to try to piece together the whole series of events. He interviewed many of the children and also several of the teachers. Notably, Mack heard a lot about the creature's eyes, with many of the children describing them as big, black, shiny pools that they couldn't look away from. One teacher would even state that they thought the kids were all making it up after seeing reports of a meteor shower on the news. However, he was told that all the teachers were in a meeting at the time and would not leave the building. Mac would ask the headmaster about this, being told that the children were always shouting and yelling during playtime and no one thought anything unusual was happening. He would go on to ask the kids about their communication with the strange beings. They would all claim to be told similar things, with one boy saying it was, quote, about something that's going to happen. Another said it was about, quote, pollution. The most well-known answer is from a little girl, which many called chilling.
I think they want people to know that we're actually making harm on this world and we mustn't get too technologized.
After the interviews, Mac decided to have a meeting with the parents of the witnesses, telling them that he thought their stories were true. He would soon make his report, stating that he believed all of the kids and that this event was indeed genuine. Mac would go on to say that he thought of the Ariel school sighting to be one of the most credible encounters out there. His son, Danny Mac, was even skeptical at first, taking some time to come around to believe his father. Sometime after this, Harvard would start to investigate Mac, with some of the other staff wanting him to be removed from his position over these recent claims. Danny would later say, there was an inquiry at Harvard, and people were challenging his methods, challenging the credibility of what he was reporting. And then at some point it became this challenge to his tenure and his professorship. Eventually though, Harvard cleared Mac of any wrongdoing. He would continue to research other UFO encounters until his death in 2004. 20 years after the whole event, one of the students was tracked down to a bar in downtown Harare. This woman, Sarah, thought she may be one of the only witnesses left in the country at that point, saying, everyone's fucked off to Canada or the UK. 62 kids between the ages of about 6 and 12 saw the aliens land and get out of their little ships. When the kids returned to class, they were completely freaked out and couldn't stop nattering about little men who looked a little bit like Michael Jackson. The teachers told them to shut up, as teachers are wont to do, and classes proceeded. In the 2023 Netflix documentary series called Encounters, they connect with several of the old students from the Ariel school. One of the more notable scenes is an interview with one of the former students, Dallin. He would claim that he and his friend just wanted to get out of class for a while, starting a wild rumor that a large shining rock in the nearby field was a spacecraft. Dallin would say, no, I didn't see the UFO. I made up the whole thing. A crazy idea which never, ever should have worked. However, his former classmates would disagree with this statement. Brothers Kudzani and Topfu said that he isn't the first to try to discredit their experiences over the years. Topfu, while laughing, said, it definitely was not a rock. I know what a rock looks like. On the lower half of it there were lights. They also said that priests, teachers, and bullies would all try to convince them that what they saw wasn't real. But Kudzani said this creature terrified him and that he could still remember its features, saying, short, long arms, crazy, greenish, oval-shaped head. Several others would also be spoken to, with the majority still sticking by their story from childhood. Trying to explain this whole encounter, many skeptics write it all off as mass hysteria. More witnesses usually make an event like this more credible, but that's not always the case. Just 2 days before the Ariel School incident, a number of other sightings were reported throughout southern Africa. Many described seeing fireballs passing through the night sky, while others said that they had seen UFOs. One well-known skeptic and debunker, Brian Dunning, has also done his own research on this. He believes that Taka meteor showers around the time of the sighting were actually caused by the re-entry of the Zenit 2 rockets from the Cosmos 2290 satellite launch. Dunning said, the booster broke up into burning streaks as it moved silently across the sky, giving an impressive light show to millions of Africans. Brian also states that Mac was a well-known environmentalist who, quote, prompted and suggested many of these ideas to the children. He also points out that Hines' original interview would ask the children questions in groups, which would, quote, cross-contaminate the stories. Others have also come out with their own thoughts and research on this topic. Some think that the children had just seen a dust devil and let their imaginations take off. And then there's a more bizarre theory that the students of the school had misinterpreted a show called Puppets Against AIDS. This show was said to be touring pretty much every part of South Africa with a road, reaching around 1.6 million people. These shows had people dressed in head-to-toe black outfits holding rods connected to large puppets. This was meant to make it easier to talk about taboo subjects. Specifically, they were aiming to spread messages on AIDS awareness. Some think this is actually what the Ariel students had witnessed that day, and without any teachers around to explain it, these kids misunderstood what the show was actually about and somehow started a mass panic. Although this theory is strange, it does kind of make sense and seems like a scenario that could actually happen. The Jerry Meier Encounter. This is another one I had never heard of before. At first I thought maybe it was a mistake and it was meant to say Billy Meier. And it could be, as there's just so much more information on Billy. He's an alleged contactee who has come forward with a number of pictures and has even started a religion-type organization focused on spiritual sciences of UFOs. I might end up making a video on him in the future, but for now let's go ahead and talk about Jerry Meier, who I managed to find a couple of articles on. However, it seems that even both of these articles are just based off of one older article. The first was seen in a magazine dedicated to sharing one's personal paranormal or extraterrestrial encounters. This is where it seems to have gained a little bit of attention. An anonymous profile on the forum connected to the same magazine would also later be created, only providing a short description and a link to the same article. But this seems to be all of the information out there. Back in 1970, Jerry, a Vietnam veteran and a police patrolman for a small unnamed city in Florida, was on his way home after his shift at work. His apartment was on the beach, but he decided to make a quick stop nearby at a small inland waterway where he liked to walk and relax a bit. A quote, relief from a day of drinking coffee and donuts. Jerry walked over to the water's edge thinking that he could faintly hear a low humming sound. As he stood there, he claimed that the sound got clearer and clearer before a red flickering light appeared. It then took the form of a man in a type of spacesuit hovering a few feet over the water's surface. This is when the humming he had heard started to become a voice. He wrote, not heard by my ears, but rather like in my brain. Kind of like when you listen to a good set of headphones. But clearly not sounds like we hear normally. Continuing, he described this man, saying that his suit had a lead-like color but was slightly more reflective. There seemed to be a glass-like material on the helmet which covered the being's face. Jerry wrote, I was able to see a vague outline of a head and face. It for the most part seemed human. Then the voice in his head asked him a question. Why do you have wars? However, Jerry wasn't sure. He told the mysterious man that he thought it must be greed or other natural resources that we were always fighting for. The man in the spacesuit then went on, asking about killing, the types of weapons, and how they worked. He was also asked how and why we picked certain people to fight in our wars. He tried the best he could to explain the draft and other concepts, but he came to find that as he spoke, there, quote, seemed to be more communication that was clearly going on, rather like more of an exchange of information within my brain. He felt as if information and memories were being plucked up here and there while seeing a sort of imagery. The images would soon stop, with the voice accompanying them stopping shortly after. This is when it would leave him with a final message, saying that it would return to visit him again sometime. This strange being would then simply fade away. After this, he noticed that his legs were a bit more tired than he would expect. He felt only maybe 30 minutes or so had passed. He decided to go home, walking back up the beach to his car. This is when he would see that he had been on the beach much longer than he originally thought. When looking at his dashboard clock, he would come to see that he had been standing on the shoreline for well over 2 hours. Once home, he showered and went off to bed, stating that he replayed the event over and over in his mind even while he was dreaming. After some time of going over the encounter, he decided to reach out to the 14 Times magazine, hoping to get more insight on what had happened. He ended by writing, I feel that this was an event of time travel rather than a UFO abduction or such like, but how does one ever know? And if anyone can explain this to me, I would like to hear the answer. In Tier 3, we finally get a little deeper, into cases that many people have never heard about, and this is where I start to slow down and really get into detail with each incident. So with that said, let's go ahead and get into the biggest section of this iceberg. The 1957 Alliance Incident. This whole conspiracy would begin after Eisenhower seemingly disappeared while on a vacation in Palm Springs. On the night of February 20th, it said the president was eating fried chicken when he chipped the cap off his upper left central incisor. Eisenhower then rushed off, leaving his vacation home called Smoking Tree Ranch. He was then gone all night. One odd note is that during that time Eisenhower was gone, the Associated Press would report that, quote, Perez Eisenhower died tonight of a heart attack in Palm Springs. Only 2 minutes later, this would be retracted, and a report would make a statement saying Eisenhower was actually still alive. The president was then seen at a church back in Los Angeles the very next morning, telling reporters that he had to visit a local dentist and have an emergency treatment. He would even bring that dentist to an official function later that night and would present him as the dentist that treated him. Many were curious why the Associated Press made this false report, and a representative, Pankratz, would explain this by saying, somebody was fooling around and it went out. It wasn't supposed to go out, but it did. However, this whole story just seems suspicious to many. To begin with, the vacation was announced suddenly and only came a week after his previous vacation in Georgia. Then soon after the alleged dentist visit, several different people would come forward saying that the Chipped Crown was nothing more than a cover story to hide what really happened. A Navy intelligence officer, a CIA airplane pilot, and a National Security Council member are just a few of the people that would come forward with their own claims about this. Although the accounts have a slight difference, the main story within them stays the same. In their version of events, President Eisenhower actually made a secret trip to Edwards Air Force Base, formerly known as Muroc Airfield, where he had his first contact with alien life. He apparently met with 2 aliens, which were nicknamed Nordics because of their resemblance to Nordic humans, having pale skin, whitish hair, and light blue eyes. The Nordics allegedly telepathically made a request from Eisenhower, asking him to make an agreement to de-arm nuclear weapons in exchange for their superior technology and spiritual wisdom. However, Eisenhower declined this deal, worried that the U.S. would be unable to defend itself without them. The Cold War was ongoing during this time frame, and the national security officials most likely wanted a better deal before making a deal with actual extraterrestrials. It's said shortly after this first encounter, Eisenhower would have a second meeting with aliens, but this time it was the Greys he would communicate with. It's said that they actually came to an agreement with the president agreeing to let them take humans and cattle from medical experiments on the condition they would be returned home unharmed. In return, we would have access to their more advanced technology, terms that, at the time, seemed completely reasonable to Eisenhower and his officials. This would later be known as the Greada Treaty in UFO lore. Since then, quite a few people have come forward about what really happened that February night. Many of these whistleblowers were trusted officials that had access to classified documents. Others were government insiders, all seemingly credible people. The very first man to come forward was an occultist and a Saucerian, Gerald Light. He may not be the most credible person, but he may have also started this whole conspiracy to begin with. In a famous letter to author and director of Borderland Science Research, Maid Lane, Light would be the first to claim Eisenhower went to Edwards Air Force Base and not the dentist that night. Light would make many other claims, such as, quote, 5 separate and distinct type of aircraft being studied and handled by our Air Force officials with the assistance and permission of the Etherians. He stated that he had been invited to the airbase that night as a spectator, meant to judge how the public would react to the aliens. He said, I have never seen so many human beings in a state of complete collapse and confusion as they realized that their own world had indeed ended with such finality as to beggar description. Light claims his information to be authentic, but it's also known that he's previously written articles involving psychic communication with extraterrestrials for Lane's magazine several times in the past. A self-proclaimed commander of the Pacific Fleet and Naval Intelligence member, William Cooper, claims to have come across classified documents describing first contact. In an important note, though, there is no evidence he was ever ranked anything higher than a petty officer. Before he claims to have taken position of commander in 1970, he was required to review a number of documents, which he claims included top-secret projects involving extraterrestrials. Cooper would describe what he read, and in the process give us more background information on why the alleged meeting was happening in the first place. He would go into detail about 2 classified projects. The first was Project Sigma, which was aiming to make radio contact with a large spacecraft which had been sighted in high orbit above the equator. Cooper claims there were several huge alien ships and their true intent was unknown. Soon after, the second project would begin, Project Plato, which was tasked with creating diplomatic relationships with extraterrestrials. Plato would use computers and binary language in another attempt to make contact. And this attempt apparently was successful, resulting in a landing site and meeting place being agreed upon. Cooper states that before this meeting could take place, apparently the US government was contacted by a second group of aliens. These aliens were fairly humanoid and met with Eisenhower's officials to give us a warning. However, he does add that this all happened at Homestead Air Force Base and not at Edwards. These aliens warned us about contacting the other extraterrestrials above the equator, and they also offered to help us with our spiritual development. They insisted that we dismantle and destroy our nuclear weapons as their main condition, but refused to share any other technologies with us. The aliens stated that we weren't spiritually ready for any advanced technology, and they were worried that we would just use any new tech to destroy each other. They continued by saying we're on a road to self-destruction by plundering the Earth's resources, polluting, and just killing each other. These beings wanted to teach us to live in harmony with the Earth and with each other. This, however, was met with extreme suspicion from government officials. They worried that disarmament would also mean that we would be completely defenseless if any of these aliens turned out to be a threat. The United States didn't see this as an option, and the deal was rejected. Next is John Lear, who held 18 speed records, flew over 150 test aircraft, and was a contract pilot for the CIA for over 15 years. Lear flew planes in covert missions above Vietnam, and while doing this, formed a friendship with the man in charge of the operations. This man, William Colby, would later go on to be director of the CIA, and allegedly would talk to Lear about some of the extraterrestrial documents he had come across. Apparently, we had indeed received a warning from one set of aliens before signing a treaty with the others. He also claims that this did happen at Edwards Air Force Base, stating that in 1954, President Eisenhower met with a representative of an alien species. These aliens suggested that they could help us get rid of the Greys that were still in high orbit above the Earth's equator. Lear says Eisenhower had to reject this offer because they didn't offer us any technology. Charles Sugg Jr., a retired sergeant from the U.S. Marines, claims his father, Charles Sugg Sr., was present at Edwards Air Force Base the night of first contact. Sugg Sr. was a commander with the U.S. Navy for years before retiring and passing away in 1987. In a 1991 interview with Charles Jr., he would go on to recount stories he had heard from his father over the years. He claims his father accompanied the president and other officials to Edwards Base, where they had a meeting with two Nordic aliens. They had white skin and hair, pale blue eyes, and colorless lips. Sugg Sr. also saw a saucer standing on tripod legs with a ramp extending from it. However, the Nordics wouldn't let him come any closer to inspect it. These aliens told them that they came from a different solar system, and they also had many detailed questions for us about our nuclear testing. Some of these whistleblowers implied that the treaty was signed, but we didn't necessarily have a choice in the matter. A former Air Force serviceman and a classified aviation project member, Don Phillips, testified to have seen documents involving first contact. He claims these document details the meeting between Eisenhower and both sets of extraterrestrials, as well as the background leading up to this encounter. Phillips once stated, "We have records from 1954 that were meetings between our own leaders of this country and ETs here in California. And as I understand from the written documentation, we were asked if we would allow them to be here and do research. I have read that our reply was, well, how can we stop you? You are so advanced." Then we have Colonel Philip Corso, who served on Eisenhower's National Security Council for 4 years and also wrote the famous book, The Day After Roswell. This book details his work on classified projects resulting from technologies found at the Roswell crash. In his accounts, he would make a statement that alludes to a similar treaty between the U.S. and aliens. Corso wrote, "We had negotiated a kind of surrender with them, extraterrestrials, as long as we couldn't fight them. They dictated the terms because they knew what we feared most was disclosure." In 2004, an archivist at the Eisenhower Library, Jim Leerzaph, answered a few questions in an interview regarding this alleged alien meeting. When asked if this encounter ever took place, Jim said, "Not to our knowledge. There's nothing in the archives that indicates that." He laughs and then says, "We've had so many requests on that subject that we have a person who specializes in this." The specialist, Herb Pankratz, is an expert in forms of transportation. Jim commented on this, saying, "And we decided to add UFOs to that. He does trains, planes, automobiles, and flying saucers." Pankratz has stated the library gets this question over the years, and has said, "It's interesting to see how these stories have changed. Initially, the accounts claimed the president made a secret trip to Edwards Air Force Base to view the remains of aliens who had crashed at Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. Later, the stories claimed that he had actually visited with live aliens." Pankratz himself isn't a believer of this story and cites a book by historian and dental professor, A History of Dwight D. Eisenhower's Oral Health, written by James Mixon. Eisenhower's medical records were released to researchers in 1991, and Mixon was able to study these and make his own report of what happened. He reported that on the night of the 20th, back in 1954, President Eisenhower chipped the porcelain cap off his upper left central incisor and went to a Dr. Francis Purcell to have it repaired. Unfortunately, Dr. Purcell perished in 1974, and much of his patient records were never found. Mixon said, "The lack of a dental record from Purcell's office has helped fuel belief in this UFO encounter." However, he quickly added, "But the president has well-documented difficulties with this crown." He states that the crown was first installed in July 1952, and then was soon chipped and repaired just months after, in December of that same year. This same crown would again be chipped and repaired in February 1954, the date of the alleged meeting, and then one last time in July that same year. In 2010, the Ministry of Defense released previously classified documents which included an account of a wartime meeting involving Winston Churchill. This document included a letter from a scientist who was also the grandson of a Royal Air Force member. The scientist asked about a confrontation he had heard about from his grandfather who served in World War II, in which an RAF aircraft had an encounter with a UFO. The scientist also claimed that his grandfather had heard Winston Churchill and Eisenhower discussing this, in which they decided to cover the whole thing up. Apparently, the Prime Minister was so concerned about this encounter with the UFO that he would order all information on it to be classified for at least 50 years to prevent mass panic. And if what the scientist says is true, his story suggests that Eisenhower already knew of UFOs and possibly aliens years before this alleged first contact. Even today, there are still many supporters of these theories. Dr. Michael Salla, head of Peace and Ambassador Program in Australia's Centre for Global Peace, is one of such believers. He researches UFOs in his free time and was never convinced by the Eisenhower went to the dentist story. He strongly believes that it was all a cover-up and the president really did go to meet with ETs that night. Salla offers his thoughts on the matter, saying, "There was telepathic communication. It's as though you're hearing a person, but they're not speaking. They were afraid we might blow up some of our nuclear technology, and apparently that does something to time and space, and it impacts on extraterrestrial races on other planets." Salla also believes that the US government was unwilling to give up nuclear weapons for exchange for spiritual wisdom. He continues by saying that sometime later the second race of aliens came with their own offer, and this time they made a deal with Eisenhower. Salla says that since the treaty was signed, the Greys have kidnapped millions of humans. Nowadays, reports of contact with extraterrestrials have changed drastically compared to how they were described 100 years ago. For the longest time, interactions with aliens were often described as a friendly encounter, with them often coming with the intent on helping us in some way. Many attribute this change to the treaty that was allegedly signed by Eisenhower and the Grey aliens. It's speculated that the Greys weren't as trustworthy as we might have expected. We know from abduction stories that they aren't the most gentle of creatures, often traumatizing their victims. But some wonder if we even had a choice in all this to begin with. Would we even be able to stop the Greys with our current level of technology? Although never directly mentioning aliens or any kind of treaty, General Douglas MacArthur would make a statement in October 1955 which seemed to be a warning. Many speculate that this warning was a reference to contact with extraterrestrials that could possibly be a threat to humanity as well. MacArthur would say in a speech, "The nations of this world will have to unite, for the next war will be an interplanetary war. The nations of the Earth must someday make a common front against attack by people from other planets." In the end, many of these people seem credible, but it's important to note that many of their backgrounds are just unknown. Whistleblowers claim that there is even a campaign to discredit anyone that comes forward with information. Some, such as William Cooper, have stated that their credentials and rank were stripped in an attempt to make them seem much less convincing, with any evidence that they were involved with secret projects wiped away. However, there is no proof of any of this in the long run, so we'll just have to take their word on it. On another note, it's also been said that the statement made by General Douglas MacArthur was taken from multiple speeches or was just straight up fabricated. In the end, it's up to you to decide what to believe. Gdynia 1959 Incident. On January 21st, early in the morning, a bright spherical object around 15 feet wide would be seen falling from the sky over the Gdynia port. It soon passed over several port workers, ship crews, and even coast guards before crashing into one of the basins in the port. Several shocked witnesses would make their way over to the local authorities, with one man, Vladislav Konzitsky, telling them, "Me and my 5 colleagues were working in the cargo bay at that time. There was this sound, and it was rather like the sound created by the friction of metals. Whatever it was more than a meter long, more of a semicircular shape than round, first pink, then more and more reddening. The water gushed to a height of 1.5 meters. It would be 2 full days before anyone would come out to the port to perform any kind of interview. A couple of dock workers would tell a journalist that around 5 in the morning on January 21st they had actually seen a flying saucer hovering over the city, and this was just 1 hour before the crash. The journal would report, the observed object was large and had the shape of a circle. The saucer was orange, its edges were stained pink. The object flew from the side of the city and, performing a violent maneuver, as if it were to avoid being broken by land, fell almost vertically into the port waters. Soon after this was published, a second reporter, Zdeněk Baltiky, would come out to gather more eyewitness accounts. He would find that most people agreed that it was about 5 a.m. January 21st a glowing spherical object flew over the city, then a while later falling into the port basin while making a hissing and whistling sound. One man named T. Sobostak would give this reporter a few more details. Sobostak states that he saw a fireball bigger than the full moon appearing in the sky. It also seemed to have a sort of halo of light around it as it slowly moved over Gdynia. Baltiky would write, the flight ended with the object falling into the port basin at a distance of approximately 30 meters from the quay. Contact with the surface of the basin was accompanied by the phenomena of the object glowing and the gurgling of boiling water. The editor of this article would then ask the question, was it a meteor, a bright fireball, or perhaps a remote-controlled rocket, or something else? One ufologist would comment that it would be a full week before the press would be allowed to publish these in any towns further away, such as Gdańsk and Warsaw. He said, they had to wait a week before the go-ahead from above, because the authorities were hiding the truth. However, others have come out claiming that it was shown on the front page of Evening Coast the very next day. Due to the controversy, journalist Kier Pomoski went out to the scene to interview witnesses once again. He stated all of them agreed that just after 6 in the morning something fell into the port pool with a loud bang, although no one knew exactly what the object was. Other similar articles would also be written around this time, with one coming from the Polish Department of Geological Sciences and another coming from the Museum of Earth at the Polish Academy for Science. This Academy of Science would also offer up a $1,000 Polish reward for finding the exact location of the crash. This was quite a large sum at the time, easily worth over $1 million in today's money. Unfortunately though, it doesn't seem that anyone was ever able to provide this information and claim this hefty reward. However, other articles would state that the workers' description of the event was so detailed that they were able to indicate exactly where the object fell a full week later. 8 days later, on January 29th, maritime authorities would send 3 Polish Navy divers into the icy water. At first, their vision was obstructed by a thick cloud of mud, making research almost impossible. The divers would report a multi-meter layer of silt on the bottom with almost anything able to sink in and disappear. But later on in the day, it's said that they came back up to the surface with some sort of metallic fragment they had excavated from the bottom of the basin. One port worker, Aljosi Deta, would say in a later interview, it was a cylindrical container, like glass film, filled with rust liquid much heavier than water. Our lab was very afraid to check out this container. You know, after the war, the bottom of the sea was dotted with different filth. It was suspected that it could be a pyrite or phosgene. The problem was solved in a very simple way. An employee of the security office immediately appeared who took the find, and took so much we saw them. The Polish Navy would make a short examination before the pieces were brought into the High Polytechnic School's laboratory in Gdańsk for analysis. They would state that the metal was of a stainless variety, although its origin was unknown. The researchers would speculate that this could be a piece of an iron-nickel meteorite, and this wouldn't be too unusual. It's said that of all the meteorites that fall intact, 3/4 of them land in water. The researchers would also note their similarities to a piece of magnesium collected from a UFO crash in Ubatuba, Brazil. They would also add that this doesn't necessarily mean that they were extraterrestrial in origin, and they could have been from some unknown type of rocket. Although it seems that the official reports of this analysis are lost, it is said that they had some sort of bad luck during research, and a good portion of this sample was lost. But it's also not known what did happen to the surviving piece of metal either. Shortly after this, one newspaper would publish an article stating that the metallic part had no trace of rust and implying that it might have initially been from a meteorite. According to one witness, only known as E. Vincent, on February 21st, 1959, exactly 1 month after the crash, another bizarre event would take place. Around midday, 2 Polish Coast Guards were patrolling the surrounding beaches when they would see a silhouette of a strange-looking male dragging itself up the beach. Completely exhausted, the silhouette would then collapse into the sand. coming closer, the two Coast Guards would see that this male was very small in stature and was only a little more than 5 foot tall. It also appeared to be burned on a good portion of its body, with part of the face badly injured. This humanoid creature was said to also speak at some point, however it didn't seem to be in any known language. The being was then isolated and examined by doctors in an attempt to save its life. And on an interesting note, according to other reports, Vincent worked at this hospital and had access to the entity. They would first note that the creature was dressed in some sort of metallic one-piece suit. Undressing him was impossible, as the uniform didn't look to have any openings. The doctors would state that it definitely was not wool or any other kind of known fabric, and it seemed that this suit was made of some sort of very resistant metal. They said that they ended up needing metal shears to actually cut the uniform off, and even then it still took a lot of effort. Afterwards, they would comment that although the material appeared and felt very thin and light, it was as strong as steel and couldn't be ripped or torn. And once this suit was completely removed, the humanoid being was said to fall into a kind of lethargy, with its health never really improving. Here, the doctors would perform another examination, noting that the creature did indeed look human, but had several distinct differences. They would discover that it had yellow blood and a very different respiratory system when compared to ours. This entity was said to survive for a few days before dying shortly after the doctors removed a bracelet from its wrist. The doctors weren't sure if it was the bracelet or its poor health that was the cause, but they did feel like it could have been a combination of the two. After its death, they performed an autopsy, finding that it had a completely different system of internal organs, a spiral-shaped circulatory system, and many other anomalies. During this creature's stay, the whole hospital was apparently surrounded by security guards. Then right after the autopsy, the guards were said to take away the corpse, with no one sure where they went to. Some claim that the Polish Special Services took them away to a secret laboratory. Others believe it's still hidden away in a cold storage unit in one of the nearby hospitals. Officials were contacted, being asked about this topic, but they would only remain silent. No eyewitnesses would come forward either, with many believing that they were quickly silenced by the security services. Vincent would say that this creature was put into a cooled vehicle with a good amount of security watching over it. He claims it was then escorted to an institute in Moscow where it was studied by Soviet specialists. The body was then frozen and stored and sealed away in an underground secret bunker where it remains to this day. But not all reports agree with E. Vincent's account of the story. Others claim that the first day the divers were sent out there, they found half of the object embedded in the mud in the bottom of the basin. It was then quickly hauled away before anyone else could find out about it. Another difference is that some also claim that not just one humanoid was found on the beach the next month, but actually two of them. It seems that these theories have been made popular by an officer at the Orlat School in Dublin. He claims that while working there, he had come across a secret document, describing the UFO crash in Gdynia while also mentioning a creature in a coma being stored in a type of incubator. The guard also claimed that while the first did die when the bracelet was removed, the second actually lived for quite some time. And then when its armband was finally taken off, it fell into a coma-like state. It was then sent to a secret laboratory somewhere in Poland. The scientists were intending on setting up a form of life support system meant to keep the humanoid being alive. And in this version of the story, the dead alien was said to have been taken to a bunker below the Center of Biomedical Services. This school officer would also comment that the bunker is said to hold bodies of other deceased extraterrestrial beings as well. Then in 1964, Dr. Józef Pokowinski from the Polish Academy of Sciences would write about this whole event in a section of his book titled Studia Geologica Polonica. Here he would discuss an interview with the first man said to report this incident, a doctor named John Bloch. At the time, Bloch was on the Polish Ocean Line ship Jarosław Dąbrowski, which was moored in Port Basin No. 4. While on the deck, he would notice a red dot in the sky in the direction of the captain's bridge. It looked like this dot was flying right towards him at a frightening speed. It came so close that he flinched to his right side as a bright conical flash about 5 feet in diameter and 12 feet long erupted next to him. It was so bright that he was practically blinded, making him cover his eyes. It was then that he noticed a metallic sound, resembling the sound of sheet metal warping. Bloch was so concerned that he would go to the municipal police headquarters in Gdynia and file a report right after the event. Bloch then told a local journalist, "Something flew almost above my head. It was quite large, rather pink, with a branching fiery streak." Dr. Pokowinski would also write about his own diving expeditions. At some point in 1959, he would go to the location pointed out by witnesses, sending down a team of divers. They reportedly searched the bottom of the basin with hooks, but couldn't find any evidence of a rocket or meteorite. He worried that in the time it took him to get out there and search for it, the object may have just sank too far below the mud. The next year, in 1960, he put together a second diving team going back out to the basin for another search. This is when they would dredge the bottom of the basin floor while also bringing up mud to be sifted. Unfortunately, they again never did find any evidence of anything. The divers thought that there might have even been a mudslide since the previous year, further burying anything that may have been there. Concluding his research, Dr. Poskowinski wrote, "The light and sound phenomena observed by witnesses are quite typical for meteorite falls, and the red color that appeared after immersion in the water indicates that it was most likely siderite. Most likely because it's difficult to find any other explanation." It seems that after this, much of the story was forgotten until the late 80s, when it's rumored that an officer was searching the archives for materials for scientific work. Apparently this is when he would come across some very strange information, bringing this case back to life. From there, the story would spread not just through the country, but around the world as well. It's said that sometime in the 1990s, a sailor from the Dabrowski would get a hold of the Japanese military telling them that they had, quote, fished something out of the pool at that time. Then in 1996, a crew from the Japanese television NHK-TTC Channel 8 came out to Gdynia to do their own story on this case, making a documentary. Next they would talk to an engineer, Aljosi Data, who actually made a comment previously. When talking to the crew, he would say that he saw a cylindrical foil vessel taken out of the water by security officers. They would next find a former port employee, Stanislaw Kolodziejski, who would say, "I was 30 at the time. Suddenly it was bright. Something burning fell into the pool. I ran to the ship, Jaroslaw Dabrowski, and I turned to one man and questioned whether he had seen anything. He confirmed it. It was the size of a 200-liter barrel." After hearing from the eyewitnesses, the journalists working on this documentary would meticulously try to find evidence of the crash, metal fragments, or any traces of an alien in a local hospital. However, they never did find any clues. In 2006, two paranormal researchers, Milos Jasinski and Robert Lesnowski-Kwitz, would write about this topic in their book, Kryptonium Wonderland, Extraterrestrial Technologies in the Third Reich. The authors claim that during World War II, just north of Gdynia, at a secret military range, Germany tested new rockets as well as disc-shaped planes. They would also state that the same Gdynia port was also used to test U-boats as well as base them. The two would also write that they suspect there's still a secret institute in the area, believing that it has hidden chemical and nuclear weapons in it. Looking into these claims, others have come forward with their own research. Gdynia history researcher Slawomir Kotowski would say that during World War II, Gdynia was one of the largest German marine bases around, stating that they also performed many renovations at this port with large battleships and the only German aircraft carrier once stationed there. Kotowski would also comment that at this time no one in the city ever took UFO reports seriously. He would go on to explain that we now know there was actually an experimental center in Bobby Dolly and they were hiding real secrets there. After World War II, the Russians had control of the area and wouldn't let anyone from the Polish Navy in to investigate for several years. Researcher and author Jaroslaw Kodinsky would comment on this, saying, "We don't know what they found, what they took home, or what wasn't discovered. There are many indications that they were working on state-of-the-art solutions and inventions there." He would continue stating that another reason he believes Bobby Dolly must be hiding secrets is because right after the war, a flood of Germans came out wanting to dig in the areas around the center. For what might have been studied there, Klodzinski would speculate they were probably doing research on torpedoes or acoustic mines. Assessing the whole situation, he would say, "I suppose that there are still many undiscovered military facilities hidden in the ground. We are talking about the area of the airbase, and I think that the military does not know about all the facilities that are located there. Because, for example, some corridors are covered or bricked up." In 2013, on the anniversary of the object's crash in the port basin, Gdańsk's television returned to the case, offering several hypotheses on the whole event. It seems that there were more UFO sightings in the area shortly after the crash. The TV crew would state that the other UFO was most likely searching for the downed aircraft, but the Soviets had already taken it for themselves. And after all of this, they would tell everyone to be quiet and classify the whole event. The other theory they would put forth involved a cover-up. They claimed that this could have been a downed American spy satellite that was then captured by Polish and USSR security services. Then to hide the whole event, the legend of the crashed UFO would be created. The TV crew would even speculate that the story was based on the world-famous Roswell crash, noting the similarities between the two incidents. Now a city council member and a member of the Gdynia Underground Explorer Club, Jaroslaw Kaczynski would talk about a few more details on this case. This researcher claims that his father had served at the naval port and knew of the event. He claims that something did indeed fall into that port basin, but it was immediately confiscated and taken by the Soviet Army. And Klaudinski isn't quite sure that it was a meteorite. If it was a meteor of the size reported, then it would have caused a wave washing away half the district, but none of this happened. His father believed that this object was the German machine known as the Bell, saying they brought it to the port for testing after the Russians captured it at the end of World War II. Shortly after this TV program aired, some ufologists would look into the claim that it could have been a downed American spy satellite captured by the Soviet military. After all, the majority of people felt this would be the most likely answer. The ufologist even claimed that USSR created this story just to hide the fact that they had gotten a hold of this American spy technology. With this story, it would also not provide any countries with the pretext to come search the area. Two researchers, Dr. Anton Avlov and Adam Trozowinski, would come up with the conclusion this must have been the remnants of an American spy satellite named SCORE. Standing for Signal Communication by Orbital Relay Equipment, this craft actually launched from Cape Canaveral on December 18, 1958, just 1 month prior to the event in Gdynia. They would also mention that according to documents they studied, SCORE was supposed to be destroyed on the 21st of January, the same day as the Gdynia event. This satellite was launched aboard an ICBM Atlas rocket and placed in a low Earth orbit where it was supposed to stay for around a month. Inside the satellite was state-of-the-art telecommunications equipment, which was developed at the Army Signal Research and Development Laboratory under the leadership of the Advanced Research Projects Agency. This communication device was then integrated into the warhead of the ICBM. Nowadays, this equipment is said to be the equivalent of 2 tape recorders with 4 antennas attached. Still, this was quite the step up from the beeping sound made by Sputnik 1 and 2, launched just the year prior. This equipment also allowed for two-way radio communication, being used as a radio signal repeater to be able to talk in real time. Actually, SCORE was almost going to hold a Christmas message from President Eisenhower, broadcast across the globe for the first time from space. However, he seemed to have forgotten to tell anyone this plan, and by the time he got around to it, the Secretary of the Army, Wilbur M. Brunker, had already recorded a message. In the end, SCORE was said to be successful, with the owners of powerful radios able to tune in and hear the first words from space from around the world. The official version of the story claims that after a few weeks, the satellite burned up in the atmosphere over the Atlantic near the island of St. Helena. However, another report claims that the re-entry was also seen over Guam, and the two researchers would come across information that contradicted both of these. In one report, they would read that the rocket deviated from its launch trajectory. It said that the US had actually sent the code for the satellite to self-destruct, assuming that the pieces would be disintegrated on re-entry. Instead, these two researchers think that it actually landed in the Gdynia port, with it immediately gaining the attention of Polish and Soviet intelligences who came to drag it out of the basin. In more recent years, some Polish ufologists have come out saying that the link between the crash on January 21st and the body on the 1st of February were too quickly established. They suggest that this was a baseless rumor, as nothing can truly connect the two events. They go on to state that the investigation seems to give the least precise information and only leads to a couple of possible theories. These ufologists would also claim that the story just seemed to appear in the newspapers out of nowhere and was reported on by researchers later on. Some skeptics believe this whole thing was just a rumor created to mislead Western readers. At the time, not many Russian or Soviet scientists believed in UFOs, attributing most sightings to ball lightning and other atmospheric phenomena. So they say that it's possible that these stories were only created to poke fun at UFO-believing Westerners. Some scientists have also come out saying that if something the size of the object in the story really did crash into the bay, it would have caused great destruction. They say that there would have been a large shockwave from the impact, and it would have caused damage to local buildings and sent shrapnel flying towards all the witnesses. Recently, one UFO investigator in Poland, Bronislaw Aspecki, has stated that he knew E. Vincent and had also seen the creature for himself. He would say that Vincent was actually a member of the medical staff of the University Hospital in Gdynia for some time before moving away to England. Since this statement, some ufologists have tried to track down or contact Vincent, but unfortunately no one has been able to find him. With so many contradictions in this story, other researchers have even tried to get in touch with some of the original witnesses, but many couldn't be found, and others would later retract their statements. Some feel that they could have been intimidated or bribed not to say anything too, saying that the Soviets hushed everyone up, concealing the true nature of the event. Nowadays, most believers in the flying saucer theory are said to either be UFO researchers or paranormal enthusiasts. But if this story is true, then it's one of the only few incidents of alien contact that have taken place in Poland. But unfortunately, whatever really happened in Gdynia has never been proven or even clarified. It does seem in fact that without a doubt, something fell from the sky that night and into the port basin, but after that the reports vary with details. Some continue to claim that it was a flying saucer that crashed into the port that night, while others say it was a US spy satellite that was quickly rushed off to the USSR by Russian secret services. Either way, this UFO crash has brought fame to the city of Gdynia, and although the official case remains unsolved, this event continues to live on as its own type of urban legend. Mantis Aliens. These beings appear in numerous alien encounters and are often thought of as cryptids as well. While they may not be cited as often as Grey or Nordic aliens, many think that they may be running things behind the scenes. Witness accounts show that the reason they are called Mantis Aliens is because of the strong resemblance to our terrestrial praying mantis bugs. But this doesn't mean they're exactly alike, as they tend to be human-sized or larger in most cases, usually between 6 and 9 feet tall. Mantis have several multi-jointed limbs, which add to the insect-like appearance. Most have long, thin torsos, normally with a brown or green exoskeleton. However, black and gray have also been reported. Many have also said that they appear to be shiny or have some kind of oily look to them under a bright light. They have triangular-shaped heads with large slanted eyes, which are often black or dark brown. Many times they either have antennae or small horn-like protrusions on the scalp area. Most sightings report the creatures presenting themselves unclothed, but others have stated that they wear robes and dull jewel-toned colors. They often communicate with each other in strange languages, sometimes described as a series of rhythmic clicking sounds and subtle high-frequency tones. But when communicating with humans, it seems that it's more common for them to use telepathy, with the conversation taking place in the witness's mind. When they speak, they're calm and authoritative. They often project mental images instead of words, and even show vivid scenes playing out in the witness's mind. And these encounters often seem to have profound effects on abductees, and it seems that they're meant to teach them something. Some describe being paralyzed during this, while others say they were emotionally changed so that they were calmer. Other reports even say that they can alter a person's perspective of time and cause hours to pass by in an instant. There are many theories to where these creatures come from. Some cases mention that the Mantis aliens claim to be from either Draco or the Orion star systems. This leads some to believe that they work alongside the reptilians and possibly even have an alliance with them. This also means that, like the reptilians, they also have advanced technology and some kind of influence on Earth. However, others think that they're something that just evolved right here on Earth. Some speculate that they evolved before us and now hide in the shadows, while others think that they travel through dimensions. Some believe that it's actually a combination of these, intelligent aliens that can travel through different non-physical realms. But mantis or insectoid sightings go back as far as many other modern alien encounters, with several being reported in the 1950s. In 1957 in Cincinnati, a UFO would be recorded flying over town. Shortly after, a nurse would report an encounter with praying mantis-like aliens. The man that investigated this claim would say that 2 others reported seeing similar creatures. In 1988, 2 different people, Linda Porter and David Huggins, would both come forward with claims of being abducted by mantis-like creatures. Both would say that they were taken as children, and the stories would share quite a few similarities. David claims that he's been abducted many times over the past 60 years and seen both Greys and Mantis-like aliens. He believes the Greys are just working for the Mantis lords. Linda, however, only claims one abduction, but saw many of the same qualities, being led aboard an alien craft by a small Grey alien and taken to talk to a Mantis-like overlord. She would compare the Mantis to a queen bee and the Greys to her workers. One of the most famous encounters in recent years would probably be the Musconetcong River Mantis Man sighting in New Jersey. This Mantis Man has been seen on at least 3 different occasions. 2 separate fishermen would report seeing a 6 or 7 foot tall mantis-like creature moving up the river. The second man would even say that he felt like he was put into a trance-like state as the insectoid disappeared into the fog. The third would see a brown human-like mantis creature walk out of the water and disappear into the trees. Many argue whether these creatures in New Jersey are really aliens, with some comparing them to Bigfoot. But this doesn't really seem to work with science though, as insects can't grow nearly that large with current atmospheric conditions. Others think that it could be some kind of experiment gone wrong that's escaped from a nearby lab. But wherever they came from, they don't seem like the creatures you necessarily want to make contact with. Donald Shrum Alien Attack. Donald Shrum was 26 at the time and was married to his wife Judy. He was a welder for the Aerojet Missile Corporation of Sacramento and would work on several well-known projects. Shrum mostly worked on the Titan missiles, being responsible for welding the thrust chambers together, but he would also work on Polaris missiles as well. He even would work on a few boosters for some of NASA's rockets. At one point, Donald and one of his co-workers would even receive an award from their employer, Aerojet. This was for their flawless welding work on the booster for America's first satellite, Telstar. One of Donald's friends, Vincent Alvarez, a missile painter, had been working alongside him for over 5 years. One day the two got to talking and decided to put together a little weekend deer hunting trip. They would also invite a third man, Tim Trueblood, who also worked in the same factory as them. Donald, who was on day shift, didn't know Tim that well since he worked nights, but Alvarez knew them both pretty well because he was working on the rotating swing shift. But this was alright with everyone because all 3 of the men were avid hunters and very experienced outdoorsmen. On September 4th, 1964, they would all leave early in the day, driving around 70 miles down Old Route 40. They would end up not too far away from the town of Cisco Grove in Placer County, California. This area of Tahoe National Forest was called Loch Levin Lakes. At this time of year, deer hunting with a gun was illegal, meaning that if they wanted to hunt, they would have to use their bows. This wasn't a huge deal, as Donald actually preferred the bow. He'd been hunting this way for around 10 years, and he later added, "I actually had better luck with the bow than I did with the gun." After parking their car, the group set out into the forest with their backpacks full of equipment and supplies and their bows and arrows in hand. About 1.5 miles into their walk, they would spot a rattlesnake in their path, shooting and killing it with an arrow. Little did any of them know, this would be the only kill they would be making that weekend. Once 3 miles south of Route 40, they would decide to put up their camp near one of the 3 small lakes. Shrum would later say that the whole group was happy to have time off work, be in the outdoors, and they were all together in a pretty cheerful mood. Once everything at camp was set up, they made their plans. They would spread out to look for deer while trying to keep each other within shouting distance. There'd been news of wild animal attacks in the area lately, so they all agreed that if it got too dark, they would spend the night in the woods and find camp in the morning. This is when the 3 would set out into the deep woods, spreading out but also trying to keep each other within sight. Donald would explain the paths they took, saying, "We were getting ready for the evening hunt, and I went down one ridge, one friend of mine went down the canyon bottom, and the other went down the other ridge." After a bit of hiking, Donald realized that the ridge he was following led to a steep drop that he wasn't able to climb down. He knew to regroup with the others, he would have to retrace his steps and then go around the other side of this ridge. Shrum would comment on this, saying, "By the time I got to the bottom, it was pitch black. I got down in this real brushy country. I really got tangled up, and so I stumbled through the brush. I couldn't see anything. It was just dark. You know, before the moon comes up, it's just really dark in the mountains." With it already too difficult to get around, he decided he would stick to the plan and just find his way back to camp in the morning. Now lost and separated from the others, he didn't want to take his chances with the unfamiliar terrain covered in brush, so he hiked back up the ridge in search of a safe place to sleep. After a bit of walking, he would decide to get up somewhere high, saying, "I could see the moon was starting up, and I could see a big granite cliff with a crack that went up the side, and the crack was about 1 foot wide. So I was able to walk up there, and there was a tree right at the edge when I got up there. I figured there's a lot of bear in the area, so I figured I would spend the night in the tree." The base of the tree to the first limb was about 12 feet, but from the rock it was only about 7 feet. I could reach up and hand walk out to the trunk of the tree and then pull myself up. Once up in the rough branches, he tried to make himself as comfortable as possible. He had actually brought a long military-style belt with him just for this type of scenario, using it to strap himself to the tree. After hearing of the animal attacks, he thought this would be a much better option than sleeping alone on the ground completely defenseless. At this point, it was only about 7 p.m., but he settled down and attempted to get some rest. However, just 2 hours later, a bright white light zigzagging through the trees would grab his attention. At first, Donald thought that this was just a flashlight or maybe a lantern, but then he also noticed it bobbing up and down. This light was moving east to west and seemed to oscillate up and down as it traveled, but soon he could tell that it was farther away than he originally thought, as he could see it disappear over the horizon before reappearing. Donald later said, "I thought my friends had gotten a helicopter from the Forest Service, and I figured they were coming out looking for me." Even with their plans discussed earlier, he still thought that maybe Alvarez and Trueblood had gotten worried and ended up reporting him missing. He then jumped down from the tree and quickly lit 3 small fires with some matches. He then waved his arms and shouted towards the light, trying to get its attention. This seemed to work too, because it soon turned and started heading in his direction.
So I was really relieved then, because I thought it was a helicopter still, until it got within, maybe 60 feet or yards. I'm not sure the distance at night. But it just hovered there with no sound. So then I panicked because I knew it was no helicopter. I thought it was something from outer space. But it looked like all I could see is about an 8-inch glow. So I thought it was just a little tiny, flying saucer. And then I kind of panicked, and I threw my bow up in the tree again and hand walked out there, that limb, and got up in the tree. And I had all camouflage clothing on, so I figured, well, they won't see me here, But then this light went a half circle around me over the canyon. Then I could see the shadow of the whole spacecraft.
This is when he would realize that this was different from anything he had ever seen before. When the small ball of light flew in a 45-degree arc around him, he was able to see it from the other side, seeing that it was actually a huge cylindrical flying object. It looked to be almost 150 feet long, with 3 strange glowing rectangular panels on each side, and the front of this craft looked to have some kind of searchlight emanating from it. It then came to a complete stop, opened up the panels on the side, and out of the middle opening, another light would emerge. It looked to be a smaller craft, and then flew over and landed on a nearby ridge. Donald would later describe the scene, saying to him it looked like the large craft was the mothership, while the smaller looked to be a scout ship. The scout ship was a saucer shape with a large dome on the upper section, and on the very top sat a very bright light. Several minutes later, Shrum would hear footsteps and brush shuffling from the direction of the landed craft. The sounds were getting louder, and he soon realized that they were coming straight towards him. 2 humanoid figures would then step out of the bushes in front of him. They appeared to only be 4 or 5 feet tall and had fairly large and dark eyes. To him, they looked to be wearing silver spacesuits that also went over their heads and obscured their faces. While walking in his direction, the 2 humanoids seemed to be breaking off bits of different plants and examining them. Once they reached the bottom of the tree, the 2 silver-suited men stopped and looked straight up at him. This is when Donald thought that maybe he wasn't so hidden, and they had actually been coming after him this whole time. This is when a 3rd figure would step out of the brush, walking around and putting out the small fires he had lit just a little while before. This one was a metallic silver-gray color and much bulkier than the previous 2. Donald would get the impression that it was some kind of robot, but he wasn't completely sure. He would later say that they were all around the same size, and it could have just been another humanoid in an even stranger suit. This robot creature's jaw also looked to be on hinges, and its eyes flickered red and orange, reminding him of fire. The robot entity then joined the 2 humanoids at the base of the tree, and again looked straight up at Donald. Then it reached up and touched part of its face, with its mouth then falling open. A large puff of white smoke or vapor then shot out, being launched right at Shrum, who was still trying to hide in the tree. The smoke rose and formed a small cloud, which completely enveloped him as it almost immediately rendered him unconscious. After what to him only felt like a few minutes, he would come back too, and although he was a bit nauseous, he felt that he was all around alright. But then looking down, he was terrified to see that the 3 creatures were still below him. Unsure of what to do, Donald started to throw lit matches down at them. This caused the humanoids and robot to back away for a few moments, but they soon came right back to the tree. Managing to load an arrow into his bow, he took aim at the three creatures, firing right at the robot. This made a direct hit in his chest, and it was said to have caused sparks to fly while also slightly knocking it backwards. The two humanoids made a dash for the bushes and then disappeared from view, possibly hiding from the arrow fire. Shrum would then shoot 2 more arrows at the robot, with them also bouncing off in a flurry of sparks. The robot then took a few steps back, looked right up at him, and again released another cloud of knockout gas. When he woke back up, all 3 of the creatures were back at the base of the tree. This time he had a different idea. At that time, it was popular for men to style their hair with grease, and Donald would do this daily. This meant that the cap that he was wearing had absorbed a lot of this grease, and it made it highly flammable. He then lit the hat on fire and threw it right at the 3 creatures. This is when he would look over and notice that the mothership was still hovering there, possibly this whole time. As the 3 entities backed away from the flaming cap, the mothership suddenly took off. It flew away at such an incredible speed that it was out of sight within 1 second. The robot would then puff out another cloud of smoke, once again knocking him unconscious. A little while later, when he came to, he would see the 2 humanoids attempting to climb the tree. In an attempt to scare him off, he used his matches to light some dry branches and pine cones on fire, throwing them down at the 2 climbers. Donald then shook the tree until the 2 entities hopped off of it. The 2 humanoids backed away, but the robot came closer, spewing more white smoke up at him. Donald again passed out, but he never felt like he was out that long. As he woke up this time, he would again see the 2 entities climbing up the tree, but they hadn't made it very far up. Now all out of pine cones, he took off his shirt and started to rip it up. He would light these shirt pieces on fire, letting them fall down onto the 2 creatures. The previous events would repeat themselves, and he again was enveloped by a knockout gas. He woke up and immediately looked down at the base of the tree, but they didn't seem to be climbing after him this time. The 3 had backed up a little ways, but they were still staring right at him. He then wrapped up his compass and the remaining bits of his shirt and set it ablaze. He threw it into some nearby bushes, thinking that maybe he could start a fire and attract some attention, hoping he could get some help this way. With only his jeans and undershirt, he was basically out of things to burn at this point, and unsure of what else to do, Shrum started to throw his pocket change at them. But none of this seemed to work, as the humanoids quickly put out the fire and gathered up each coin. This is when a second robot creature would walk out of the woods. It approached the first spot, stopped right in front of it, and stood face to face with him. This is when Donald claims to have seen some kind of energy transfer between the 2 robots. After a moment, the 2 turned and looked right at him, letting out an even larger cloud of smoke than before. And this seemed to knock him out for more than just a few minutes this time. As he opened his eyes, he could see the first rays of sun coming from over the horizon. He was also quite startled to find himself practically dangling by his belt. Donald felt that wrapping himself to the tree with the belt was the only thing that kept him from falling that night. Quite dazed, but altogether unhurt, he would make his way down the tree, noticing that it must have been at least 12 hours since he first climbed up. Shrum then set out in search of the campsite that he and his friends had put up together the day before. Now bright enough out to tell where he was walking, he quickly found his way and made it back all on his own. There he found his 2 friends waiting on him, and although they hadn't called in a helicopter, they were still a little concerned. After sitting down and talking for a bit, Donald would find out that he wasn't the only one to see something the night before. Back when Donald was first climbing the tree, True Blood would return to camp and find out that he was the only one that had made it back. After waiting around for some time, it had become completely dark. It's then that Tim decided to grab his flashlight and go out searching for the other 2 men. Then, right as Tim was leaving, Alvarez, who was still trying to make his way back, would see a bright light streak across the sky. The light then started to glow and come lower down. It flew over the trees for a moment before suddenly shooting back up into the sky. While standing there and watching this spectacle, Vincent came to notice the beams of light coming from True Blood's flashlight. Following the light, Vincent soon found his way over to Tim. They both figured that with how experienced Donald was in hunting and hiking, he would most likely be safe until morning. That's when the 2 decided to make their way back to camp and settle down for the night. Then Shrum would tell them both his own story, believing that Alvarez had seen the same mothership. His 2 friends would believe his claims, and they would all decide to go back out to the location and search for any physical evidence. They wouldn't find a whole lot, but they did come across the burned pine cones and a few shirt fragments, as well as 2 of the arrows. However, they did find it interesting that they couldn't find the compass or any of the coins. After this, they returned to camp where they would pack everything back up. The three would drive back home, all agreeing not to go to the authorities. Since they all worked at Aerojet, they were concerned a story like this may hurt their reputations or even cost them their jobs. For a little while, nothing much would happen, that is until Donald made the mistake of letting his mother-in-law hear his story of the encounter. She quickly called an astronomer friend of hers who worked at the local college, telling them all of the details. This astronomer would then immediately contact the nearby McClellan Air Force Base, telling them the whole story as well as Donald's name and even his address. Oddly enough, instead of going out to his house, they would call him up and ask Donald to meet in an empty house at a, quote, off-base housing development. Shrum would agree to this, going out there to meet with two officers. He told them his account and showed them the arrows that he had shot at the robot. Donald even claims that metal shavings were visible on these arrowheads, and after showing the officers, they quickly confiscated them. They would then try to insist that none of what Donald had seen had actually happened, or at least not the way he thinks it did. They even seemed to give him multiple different scenarios, as if giving him the option to choose one. At one point, they even suggested that this was all just Boy Scouts playing a prank on him. Shrum would eventually go along with this to some degree, and at the very least agreed that he wasn't certain of what he had seen. He would later comment that he only said this mostly to avoid repercussions at his workplace. This seemed to be good enough for the airbase officers, and the attention Donald was receiving soon died back down. Later that year, Shrum went back out to the site and even claims that he ended up finding the third arrow. Also, he and his two friends would continue working together for the next 2 years until Aerojet eventually laid them all off. After this, they would slowly lose contact with True Blood, but Donald and Vincent would still occasionally talk with each other for many years. At one point, Alvarez even wrote an affidavit for Shrum, stating that he believed he saw the same mothership that night. Vincent would write, "I have worked with Don for 5 or 6 years, and knowing him for that length of time, I have no reason to doubt or question his integrity." Tim Trueblood has never come out to speak about this encounter, but unlike the other two, he never claimed to have seen anything to begin with. He is now believed to be living in Hawaii, but has refused interviews and chosen to remain silent. About 40 years after the whole event, Donald Trump would finally retire. Now, without the fear of losing his job or hurting his reputation, he was free to tell his story. This is when he agreed to give researchers and authorities permission to use his name for the first time in decades. Soon, several books would be written about his encounter, making the story much more well-known not just in the US, but around the world as well. These books also look into the location of this incident and present several interesting theories of their own. Placer County, formed in 1851, was a historic region of California known as the Gold County. This is an area where thousands of miners from around the world would flock to, all hoping to make themselves rich. The gold in the area was all mixed into the gravel deposits, and to get to it, all one would have to do was sift the sand and rocks. This county also had deposits of uranium as well as other minerals. And this is interesting to many ufologists because UFO sightings have occurred near such deposits many times all around the world. Other researchers have also pointed out the diversity of animals and plants in the Tahoe National Forest. They speculate that when the two humanoids were originally walking around breaking off bits of plants, they were actually surveying the flora fauna in the area. Some researchers have also compared this case to a couple of other well-known extraterrestrial encounters, as well as a few other just weird incidents taking place around the world in the same time period. One similar incident would happen back in 1947 over in Italy when a man named R. Johannes was painting near a remote mountain stream. Suddenly, he would see a bright red lens-shaped object around 30 feet in diameter fly over and land nearby. It's then that he claimed to have seen, quote, 2 odd-looking dwarves with large heads standing next to this strange object. He called out to them, but as soon as they noticed him, one would touch his belt, which then emitted a beam of vapor right at Johannes. He would feel something like an electric shock before falling onto the ground paralyzed. However, in this case, he was still conscious, and he watched as the 2 dwarves quickly gathered up his painting, hopped back in their ship, and took off. Another event would take place in 1952, when a scoutmaster named Sonny de Vergers was camping in the woods with a group of scouts. They would all see a light in the woods, and upon investigation, they would come across a craft unlike any they had ever seen before. On top sat something that looked to be a turret with, quote, a horrible-looking being inside. The turret barrel then shot out a large ball of, quote, red fire, which formed a cloud that spread out around them and soon knocked the whole group unconscious. Oftentimes, the Cisco Grove encounter is also related to other cases that aren't quite as otherworldly. There was one strange man seen on and off through the 1800s up until the 1940s named Spring-Heeled Jack. He actually had similar knockout abilities and also dressed in a strange metallic suit, although his was either white or black and his helmet usually had horns or ears on top decorating it. People that ran into Spring-Heeled Jack were often assaulted with his claw-like hands before having either light plasma blue or white vapor shot into their faces, causing them to pass out. Although somewhat similar to Donald's encounter, many people nowadays believe this could have just been multiple different cases of people being knocked out by pranksters playing with chemicals. But with all of this said, what actually happened back at Cisco Grove? Although there was only one witness and no physical evidence, many find trouble poking holes in his story. And even when looking into his background, he just doesn't appear to have any reason to lie. He really didn't want all of this attention, and at the time he feared that it may hurt his career. He also didn't go to the authorities himself, only telling his story after a couple of officers got in contact with him. Researchers felt that there was just no point to Donald making up this whole series of events. If he was just a hoaxer, many wonder why he wouldn't get one of his friends to collaborate the whole event and not just part of it. This also doesn't seem to be a case of him falling for a prank, as the whole event just seems much too elaborate. But either way, Donald Shrum has stuck to his story for over 50 years, with his wife, friends, and many ufologists believing the story of his encounter. Lonnie Zamora Incident. This story starts off in Socorro, New Mexico, a small town located about an hour's drive south of Albuquerque. It's home to New Mexico Tech, a modest college, and also has a local perlite mining industry. Over the years, it's remained roughly the same size, with the population of the town never having more than 10,000 people. On April 24, 1964, 31-year-old policeman Lonnie Zamora would be patrolling the roads on the outskirts of town. At this time, he had been an officer for about 5 years, and he was working the evening shift, coming into work around 5 p.m. Zamora had only been on duty for about 45 minutes this day when a car going noticeably too fast sped by him. Quickly chasing after him, he followed this car about half a mile outside of town. This is when Lonnie suddenly heard a loud roar from the distance. Looking over, he saw a strange bluish-orange flame rising into the air. He knew that a local mining company stored their dynamite in a shack in that direction, and at first he thought it was starting to blow up. He immediately abandoned the chase and started to drive towards this shack, radioing to the dispatcher that he was going to investigate the area. While driving down the road, he would take a few more glances at this flame, but he commented that he couldn't get the best look because he had to focus on the road. However, to him, the flame looked motionless and it was slowly descending. It was a funnel shape, with the fire twice as wide at the bottom as it was at the top and 4 times taller than it was wide. But Zamora couldn't tell where it was coming from. The hill in front of him was blocking much of his view. He never did see any smoke accompanying this flame, but he would see a lot of dust blowing up into the air. Going down a small gully road, he lost sight of all this briefly, but he would again hear a loud roaring sound. This time he noticed that it seemed to change frequencies, starting off high-pitched and then becoming lower before stopping altogether. Lonnie was now almost at the scene, with everything taking place just on the opposite side of the hill he was driving up. His car would get stuck in the sand, with it taking him 3 attempts to actually make it all the way up. Moving slowly, he looked around for the dynamite shack, not remembering its exact placement. It would only be about 10 or 15 seconds later that he would notice a shining object in the distance somewhere around 150 yards away. He first thought that a car had overturned and maybe the gas tank had exploded. He saw 2 smaller figures standing next to it and thought maybe they were some young drivers that had flipped their car, as neither one looked quite adult size. As he was driving closer, he thought that the car must have somehow been standing straight up on either the radiator or the trunk. The 2 figures had their back turned towards him and looked to be wearing, quote, white coveralls. At this point, he was still too far off to make out a lot of details. Then one would glance right at his car and look to be startled, jumping back somewhat. Then going down another small hill, he would lose sight of the supposed crash and the 2 figures. Coming more inside of the whole scene, he would then stop his car just for a couple of seconds, with it now very obvious to him that this was not just a car wreck.
I got up on top of the mesa there. I looked down and I seen this big white object on the ground.
The two entities had disappeared, but now he had the whole object in clear view. It was a large oval shape, which he would later describe as similar to an egg. It was very shiny, but it wasn't chrome, and had more of a white aluminum appearance. From his view, it looked to be sitting on one end with two slender girder-like legs extending out from the other end. He started to drive towards it again, and radioed in a possible accident, stating that he'll be busy out of the car checking out the scene and the gully. Looking back at the object, he could see that it was standing about 3 feet off the ground, and the two visible legs looked to be slanting outwards. Zamora would later say, "At the time, I didn't pay much attention to what it was. I thought it was an accident. I saw the two persons. I didn't pay any attention to the two legs." Whatever this object was exactly didn't matter too much to him, as he thought the two people next to it might be in need of help. As he pulled up to the top of the hill overlooking the gully, he stopped his car while he was still finishing up on the radio. When he got out of the car, he accidentally dropped the mic and he went to pick it up. This is when he heard 2 or 3 loud bangs a couple seconds apart, which to him sounded almost like doors closing. He stood back up and turned around just as another loud roaring sound started back up. Walking a bit closer to this source, Zamora was shocked by how loud it was. He would even say that he knew it wasn't any kind of jet engine because he had been around those before and knew what a jet engine sounded like. This time it started as a low frequency, but rose to a higher tone as it slowly got louder. Now getting a better look at everything, he would notice that no doors or windows could be seen on this oval object, and it looked to be completely smooth. He would also come to notice a strange red lettering or logo of some kind on the side. He would now see the flame at the bottom of this object. It was orange in color, but from this angle he couldn't make out much more. This egg-shaped object then started to rise slowly straight upward, with the flame on the underside kicking up a lot of dust, but not seeming to produce any kind of smoke. The roaring sound was now so loud that he thought that this object might blow up on him. He was so frightened that as soon as he saw the flame, he turned backwards, running back up the hill to his car. Glancing back after about 20 seconds, it was about level with the hill, being about 15 feet above the gully and only about 50 feet away from him. It was around this time that he noticed it actually had 4 legs and not only the 2 he had seen before. They then seemed to retract into the object. He was so distracted that he ran shin first into his fender, stumbling and dropping his glasses. But he wasn't stopping to pick them back up, deciding to leave them. Zamora thought that this object might actually be heading in his direction, so he dove behind the police cruiser, covering his head with his arms. But then he noticed that he couldn't hear the roaring sound anymore. He looked back up to see that the object was actually moving away from him. As it slowly flew off at first, it cleared the top of the dynamite shack by only about 3 feet. He then heard a sharp whining sound, similar to the roaring, before the object almost immediately took off over the empty country. It was incredibly fast, soon turning into nothing more than a speck in the sky. It then disappeared over the Box Canyon Mountains. After it took off, he never heard another sound, and again never saw any smoke or even a jet trail. At this point, there wasn't even a flame emanating from the underside. He even noted that he couldn't smell any odor from a fuel source either.
After I got to my senses, I said, did I see it or didn't I, Or what happened,
Zamora then hopped back into his car and again radioed the dispatcher, Nep Lopez. Lonnie said, "As I'm calling Nep, I could still see the object. The object seemed to lift up slowly and to get small in the distance very fast." He then asked for backup, giving directions to his location. And while he waited there, he decided to sketch down the insignia he had seen on the side of the object. He had never seen anything like it. He didn't see anything that looked to be English or anything that looked to be numbers. Just a few minutes later, Sergeant Chavez would arrive, going over to him and asking him what the trouble was. Zamora would later say, "I was sweating. He told me I was white, very pale. I asked the sergeant to see what I saw, and that was the burning bush. Then Sergeant Chavez and I went to the spot, and Sergeant Chavez pointed out the tracks." At some point, Lonnie even mentioned to the officers that it had been over a month since his last drink, and even then it was only a couple of beers. About 2 or 3 minutes after this, policemen Lucky and Pablo Lopez, as well as State Patrolman Ted Jordan, would arrive on the scene. All of these men would look over the area, with each of them having the chance to see the depressions and the smoldering plants. Altogether, they would find 6 of these depressions right where Zamora claimed to have seen the landed object. They didn't look to have been made by anything smashing into the ground either, but more like something very heavy settled on it at a low speed. 4 of these depressions were about 5 or 6 inches around, but they would also find 2 smaller tracks only about 4 inches long and more of a roundish shape. They also weren't quite as deep as the 4 others, with one officer even guessing that they were made by an individual between 120 and 160 pounds. They would also note that some of the burned plants had been green grass and the others had actually been a greasewood, which is notoriously hard to burn. Also, everything looked to have been seared all at once by an extremely hot flame. They also wouldn't see anything else in the immediate area either, with no other tracks, human or vehicle, being found. The aftermath. Just a few hours after all this happened, Zamora would be interviewed by FBI Special Agent Arthur Burns Jr. and by U.S. Army Captain Richard Holder, who was commander of the nearby White Sands Missile Range. Lonnie would give them details of the object, describing it for them and also drawing a quick sketch. When asked more about the insignia, he would comment that it looked to be about 2.5 feet tall and 2 feet wide. He was very sure that it was red in color as well. He would then draw this insignia on the object that he had sketched earlier. The FBI wanted complete secrecy at the moment, and this sketch would not be shown to the public for many years. Now we know what it looks like from these declassified documents, but at the time the public would be shown a different version. There are several theories of why the FBI might have wanted Zamora to change his drawing, but most speculate that this was done to weed out any other citizens that claimed to have seen this craft as well. So if they sketched this object for the FBI agent and it had the fabricated insignia on it, then they would know that they actually hadn't seen it for themselves. They would also briefly talk to Sergeant Chavez, asking him if it seemed like Zamora could have hoaxed this incident. But he didn't think so. He told them that Zamora was credible and hardworking, adding that he wouldn't have even had the tools to make the impressions or burn the plants.
Lonnie Zamora, he's a very dependable, honest type of person. He's not one to create or make stories or build things up to make it exciting or anything like that. He's a very well-liked type of a person.
The day after, on the 25th, Agent Burns and Captain Holder would then go out to the scene with several police officers and perform their own investigation. Agent Burns from the FBI wrote his report, basically saying that he felt that the Army and local police had the investigation covered and that he would be leaving it to them. Chavez would then walk around the area, taking photos of the imprints as well as the location itself. The other police officers would surround the depressions with rocks in hopes of preserving them for future investigators. Unfortunately though, by Sunday afternoon that week, so many tourists had come to see them that the land had been trampled flat. So by the time they got out to look at the area, there was no evidence of any depressions or tracks even left. Although it is said that the rocks that surrounded the tracks are actually still there to this day. Although no one reported it to the Army or the FBI, at some point that day the local paper would report on another man that had actually seen a flying object. A manager of a service station just a quarter-mile away from Zamora's sighting would report that a tourist had come up to him saying that he had seen an aircraft flying at a very low height right above them. The manager would tell him that there were a few helicopters in the area, but the tourist would say, "Funny looking helicopter," if that's what it was. This is when the customer would tell the manager that it soon flew over his car, heading for the nearby gully, and then right after this he would see a police car driving on the same road right in its direction. At the time, the manager hadn't even heard of Zamora's encounter and didn't put much thought into this tourist's claim until a couple of days later when he heard the story for himself. Later that same day, KSRC Radio Network would have Officer Zamora on to talk about his encounter. The host, Mr. Schroed, would introduce Zamora as well as give a brief description on the whole event. When talking about the craft, he would say that it was an egg-shaped and that it was roughly car-sized, as that's what he thought it had been from far away. Schroed would then ask, "And was there any kind of marking on it, of any kind that you noticed?" With Zamora simply replying, "Yes, I did. Not from that far I didn't see the markings. When I got up closer to it, I did see the markings." Schroed would then comment on this saying, "And someone said that the marking you saw was an upside-down V with 3 lines running through it." However, Zamora seemed to be hiding some of the facts, saying, "No sir, I couldn't tell you that, because they still don't want me to say nothing about the markings."
Now, also, it was reported to me that when you first drove up into this area and sighted this object, that the motors were running and it was going bzzz, 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 or some such sound as that. Is that correct?
I couldn't say because it happened so fast. I started running. I was scared.
Well, I don't blame you. The thought of it even scares me yet. Now, you did say that you saw two what appeared to be people dressed in white uniforms with, did they have helmets on like spacemen or anything?
No, sir, I wouldn't say they're people. I saw something white coverall. That's what I could say.
They looked like there was something in white coverall.
Right.
But you couldn't identify them as actually being a human being as you and I are.
No, sir, I couldn't.
But you didn't know whether they turned and saw you or what then?
Well, I would say that this white object turned and saw me. Yes.
Next, the host would talk about the tourist sighting reported in the newspaper, with Lonnie actually not knowing anything about it. They would then talk more about the craft and its departure, with Zamora giving simple and straight-to-the-point answers. The host, Mr. Schroed, would then ask him, "And you can't think of anything else about the sighting of this flying object that our listening audience might be interested in?" Zamora would say, "No, that's all I can say for now." And although it's a bit hard to tell exactly what's being said in this next piece of clip, but it seems that the military actually showed up to the radio network wanting to speak to Zamora.
Well, it's been a real pleasure talking to you, Mr. Lonnie Zamora. This is the gentleman, this is for a patrolman, that Friday at around 10 minutes to 6, come up on an object, a flying object, an unidentified flying object, as the government prefers to call them.
Excuse me, Walter, I got some military people at the service office who want to talk to me now. I believe they're from UFO.
Well, you have some military people that are here from UFO to talk to you right now and to ask you some more questions about this. And they have not in any way tried to indicate that they didn't want us to cover this type of a newscast.
No, sir, I just told them I was going to come here and talk to you on the radio station. That's all right.
Well, that's fine, and we would be interested in knowing what they think about it if they will allow it, and after you get through talking to them, if you would call us back here at KSRC and to give us some of the information that they might allow you to let us broadcast.
We'd be glad to.
All right. And Mrs. Zamora, I hope that you don't come upon any more of these objects unless we find out exactly what they are.
The very next week, a number of people from other organizations would come out to do their own interviews with Zamora and Chavez. This would include James and Coral Lorenzen of the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, USAAF UFO consultant Dr. Hynek, Major Connors of Kirtland Air Force Base, and Sergeant David Moody of Project Blue Book. And it's even been said that, quote, "Without exception, the interrogators were impressed with Zamora's credibility and his desire for an explanation." Zamora's reliability as a witness was actually backed by Dr. Lincoln La Paz of the University of New Mexico. Dr. La Paz was actually known around the world for his work into investigating reports of fireballs and meteorites. Although too busy to come out and help with the investigation in Socorro, he would tell them, quote, "I would first like to point out that we are not personally involved in the investigation of these unidentified flying objects. But I do want to say that I've had contacts with Mr. Zamora for 16 years in my work, and he is a thoroughly dependable observer." First Major Connor and Captain Holder would go out to the landing site with a Geiger counter, taking soil samples while searching the area. Although they didn't let anybody else get too close, some people claimed that they did hear the Geiger counter going off with positive results. The Army would never discuss this publicly, classifying all of their results.
I do recall that they told me that they would develop them and send me copies of them, and it never occurred. And when I asked later about it, they told me that the film was no good, it had been ruined by radiation.
However, when approached by the media, Holder would say, "I was contacted on the evening of April 24th by local authorities and asked to provide my assistance in identifying a reported UFO. After being appraised of the situation, I attempted to determine whether White Sands Missile Range or Holloman Air Force Base had anything that might produce the conditions described. Neither White Sands Missile Range nor Hulleman had an object that would compare to the object described. There was no known firing mission in progress at the time of the occurrence that would produce the conditions reported. When Major Connors was asked about the event, he would say that, quote, he wasn't at liberty to comment. Soon, White Sands Air Force Base would even send officials an update confirming that the depressions and scorch marks had not come from any of their equipment.
Well, my first impression was that it was something from the range that needed possible help, first aid, attention, or at best security. The more I got into it, the less convinced I was that that was the case.
By Wednesday the 30th, on the week after the whole event, as part of the Air Force investigation, a Dr. Hynek would fly out to the area. He would stay for a couple of days, interviewing various people and also going out to the site himself. And again, Dr. Hynek wouldn't make his report public, only telling the local newspaper, "This is one of the clearest. No, that's not the right word. Just say it's one of the soundest, best sustained reports as far as it goes. Usually one finds many contradictions or omissions in these reports. But Mr. Zamora's story is simply told, certainly without any intent to perpetuate a hoax. The story, of course, was told by a man who obviously was frightened badly by what he did see. He certainly must have seen something." There was only really one thing that would bother Dr. Hynek, and that was the lack of radar reports. He would say, "So often we have such a contact and then can trace the object to some natural phenomenon or aircraft." It seems that at some point, Hynek would also make his own sketch of the insignia, attaching it to his reports, but again he wouldn't share this with the media. Although he didn't have much to say to the news outlets, he would have much more to tell the Army. Once leaving Socorro, he would begin building the dossier that would end up being nearly 200 pages long. This would be made up of notes, news articles, reports, and pictures that he would compile together. Soon it would seem that even the White House was starting to put pressure on the air base to investigate. A telex from Wright Field to Kirtland Air Base would say that multiple different agencies wanted answers to this, and they needed them to complete the investigation immediately. The Air Force would then make a call to Project Blue Book, suggesting that they should come down and contact Zamora for more questioning. The very next day, Sergeant Moody from Wright-Patterson Air Base would be dispatched to Socorro. Moody would immediately begin his investigation upon arrival, constructing a 3-page report of the incident. He started by interviewing Chavez and then moved on to Zamora, and the details given to him matched the previous testimonies that they had made. Moody would state that the description of the craft was a bit vague and the best details were about the insignia. He wrote, "Following the interview with Sergeant Chavez, Officer Zamora was interviewed and a trip to the location made. All the persons interviewing Zamora are impressed with his sincerity and are of the belief that if a hoax has been perpetrated, Lonnie Zamora is definitely not a part of it." At the site of the encounter, Chavez would give Moody copies of the Polaroids he had taken the night of the incident. Major Connor would meet up with them, as well as 2 reporters taking statements. They would then make diagrams and take measurements of the exact landing leg depressions. There wasn't much evidence left at this point, but they would discuss what they had found with the Geiger counter. Despite what some of the rumors were saying, they actually didn't get any results at all. The radiation there was no higher than in most areas. Moody even checked the equipment against Major Connor's watch and showed that it was still working properly. Next he went out to check the local radar station, but none of them would have much to tell him. Not one of them had tracked anything flying in the sky the day of the sighting. Then he would look into the helicopters owned in the area, only coming across 2. Both of these helicopters were stationed at White Sands, but both of them were at the far end of the range and neither one of them were operational at the time. Ending his report, Sergeant Moody would write, "No conclusion as to cause could be reached by myself or Major Connor." Around this time, Dr. Hynek would also finish his report. He would present the public with a short 2-page version detailing his investigation, and at the time most people thought this was all he had to say on the topic. But his actual 8-page report would be sent back to Project Blue Book and would be classified for 20 years following this event. Acquired through the Freedom of Information Act, this longer report goes into much greater detail. Hynek first met with Major Connor at Kirtland Air Force Base. This is where he would make a call to a geologist at New Mexico Tech, Dr. La Paz, trying to convince him to go out to the site with them. Although La Paz couldn't make it, he did mention that he had worked with Zamora years prior when he was hunting for a meteorite impact location. He would also comment that Officer Zamora was a mentally healthy and completely reliable person. Now Dr. Hynek would decide to just go ahead and do some interviews before going out to the scene. He first went to the jailhouse where he would talk to Sergeant Chavez. Here Chavez would tell Hynek that Zamora was actually getting quite disgusted by all of the attention, feeling that he was being misrepresented as some kind of victim.
They stopped me all over town and wanted to know this, wanted to know that, and then I got phone calls from all over the world, and I was getting, disgusted with it.
Zamora would soon show up, ready to start his night shift. Wanting to talk to them more, Dr. Hynek took the two out to dinner, and they continued to talk to them for 2 more hours afterwards, also creating a sketch of the whole situation. Zamora would then go back to work, giving Dr. Hynek the chance to ask Chavez a bit more about Zamora's attitude during all of this. Chavez would tell him that Zamora actually didn't want to be interviewed anymore and only went along because he suggested that he should. Zamora would also ask him if he should go see a priest beforehand, but Chavez was unsure what to say exactly and told him it was up to him. He would also comment on the night of the incident itself, telling Dr. Hynek that at first Zamora wanted Chavez to come out there alone. When he got there, he found him badly shaken up, pale and sweaty. Chavez first said, "What's the matter, Lonnie? You look like you've seen the devil." Zamora replied, saying, "Well, maybe I have." Chavez then wanted to go check out the gully, but Zamora was reluctant, and only followed along after Chavez took the lead. It was then that they would first find the imprints left behind.
I started looking for tracks, human tracks, but the only thing I found was impressions on the ground. They were made by a perfect circle, but I found no human tracks, no shoe prints.
After discussing all of this with Dr. Hynek, they would tell him that they just really wanted to be told that it was some kind of secret Air Force device, just so they could dismiss the whole incident and move on. It was clear that Zamora was troubled over the town's reaction to the event and was somewhat disturbed by the flurry of Me Too reports now coming in. The next day, a man from the FFA met with Hynek and told him that it was quite strange that none of the nearby radars picked up anything. They were actually sensitive enough to pick up cars driving on the roads, and if something was flying in the area, it should have definitely been seen. Shortly after this meeting, Dr. Hynek and Zamora would go out to the location of the sighting, driving along the exact same route. He would again ask Zamora for more details of the event, but found his story to be actually less detailed than before. He would comment, "From that point on, his report to me was virtually identical to that he gave to Captain Holder. It is clear from this that any common object would certainly have been easily recognized. It would seem virtually incredible that any ordinary object such as a balloon, helicopter, private small plane, etc. could have remained unidentified, and further, could have caused Zamora to become as frightened as he did." It seemed to him that Zamora had become thoroughly tired of telling his story at this point. He would take a few more photos before leaving, showing the dynamite shack as well as Zamora pointing in the landing site and the direction it took off in. Unfortunately, this was about all he would see, because by the time he had gotten there, everything had already been trampled over by tourists. Neither the depressions or the bird plants could be found, but he would find a bit of charred cardboard and some ash. Wrapping up for the day, Hynek wrote, "From all of the above and from my personal observations, I would conclude the following. That Zamora, although not overly bright or articulate, is basically sincere, honest, and reliable. He would not be capable of contriving a complex hoax, nor would his temperament indicate that he would have the slightest interest in such. Overall, he felt that Zamora was a rather gruff cop that was really just doing his job. Hynek would even hear him complain that he hadn't met his quota of giving tickets because of all the UFO commotion. He then wrote, "It appears essential that we discover what the physical object actually was. It is clear that the UFO aficionados are going to make a great case of this one. No doubt was left in my mind, but the NICAP and the APRO, and possibly others, would consider this the best authentic landing site on record. They will use it, very likely as a lever for congressional investigation, and will deride any attempt to explain it away as a balloon, conventional helicopter, etc." But Dr. Hynek actually felt that this case was very important. He said that he would require the Secretary of the Air Force to go over secret planes with him so that he could rule anything out he could. He then went on to question Zamora many more times on the shape of the craft and the insignia, but he never got any more information that wasn't already in Holder's report. He would also interview Agent Burns from the FBI, who confirmed a couple of things for him. The agent had the opinion that the tracks and scorched plants were indeed fresh when he went out to investigate. And although Zamora was the only one to see the object, a total of 9 people had seen the evidence afterwards. Burns, however, commented that he didn't know how reliable of a person Zamora was, as he just didn't really know much about him. Hynek then questioned Dr. Hack Wathman, president of the New Mexico School of Mines, who said he knew nothing of geological or other types of experiments going on in the area at that time. Dr. Hynek commented, "Not one person whom I talked to in the least, by either implication or innuendo, challenged Zamora's veracity." Before leaving Socorro, he would even contact the mother of a girl in the nearby area that claimed to have stared at a UFO too long and burned her eyes. He then contacted the doctor of this girl and would confirm that she was treated for eye burns, and the doctor wasn't positive on what had caused them. With pretty much everyone questioned and the site completely investigated, he wrapped up his report. He said that it was a pity that no pictures had been taken, and that the radars hadn't picked anything up. He also commented that Zamora could have been a better observer and more articulate during the interviews. Overall, though, he was quite impressed with this case. If the object was from this world, then it must have been some secret device that was undergoing testing. He recommended finding the device if it exists and bringing it out to the sighting location under the same conditions. Only by doing this could they tell whether or not it matched the object described by Zamora. It seems that once Dr. Hynek left, much of the commotion died down and no new information would come out for several years. In 1968, Dr. James McDonald, an atmospheric physicist at the University of Arizona, claimed to have knowledge of fused sand being found at the event site. He claims that an unnamed woman working as a chemist with the Public Health Services in Las Vegas contacted him one day. She apparently was involved with taking the soil samples during one of the first investigations on April 25, 1964, and she said to have seen a patch of melted and solidified sand right under the landing site. McDonald and this mysterious chemist would then meet up in person, where she told him about some of the other analysis that they had performed on the plants. She said to him, "There were a few organic materials they couldn't identify, but most of the sample was just sap." She would then claim that shortly after she finished her work, quote, "Air Force personnel came and took all of her notes and materials and told her she wasn't to talk about it anymore." The official analysis of the plant matter was never given out to the public, but the soil sample report would be declassified later on in the 80s. It doesn't seem that they found anything unusual, with the conclusion simply reading, "There's apparently no significant differences in elemental composition between the different samples." From this point onward, Lonnie Zamora would rarely agree to any interviews, but he wouldn't deny that it all happened either. However, in February 1996, an author, Chris Lambright, did claim to have a phone interview with him, uncovering a few more details. He would then send Zamora several sketches. They showed the object in various positions and asked him to mark the most correct one. The last sketch showed different configurations of the symbol seen on the side of the object, and this was what Lambright thought was the most interesting part. Even over 30 years later, there is still quite a bit of confusion over what the symbol actually looked like. Most times, Zamora had only ever given a spoken description of the insignia. This leads Lambright to believe that the multiple discrepancies come from these different sources sketching their own version. Chris would write, "There does appear to be some support for believing that the symbol that was widely circulated early on may have actually been a variation of the true one. The idea that investigative personnel from the Air Force or other governmental agencies may have circulated a substitute as a way to guard against copycat reports have some merit." Common theories. In the years since Zamora's encounter, two main theories keep popping up again, with each version announced like it was a new thought or discovery. But actually, they're the same theories that were written down in the official reports all those years ago. The first, and most commonly believed idea, is that Lonnie saw some kind of experimental vehicle being tested. Nowadays, many people believe that he could have seen a prototype of the lunar lander module during its initial stages of development. However, the second most believed story is that this was all just a hoax. If not made up by Zamora, then made up by somebody else setting him up. But fortunately for us, both of these hypotheses have been thoroughly looked into at this point. Experimental lunar craft. Interestingly enough, the theory that Zamora had seen a moonlander prototype actually originated with one of Dr. Hynek's protégés, Jacques Vallée. One day, Vallée wrote a note that started this whole argument. This note read as, "In the meantime, the Air Force continues to look into a curious fact I have uncovered. The insignia seen by Patrolman Zamora looks very much like the logo of Astropower, a subsidiary of the Douglas Aircraft Corporation. I found the logo in an ad they recently published in an engineering journal. I am suspicious of this aspect of the sighting. To my knowledge, there has never been a genuine report of a saucer with an insignia painted on the side. Could the Socorro object be a military prototype? And although it's never said exactly who it was, someone did look into this idea. An extensive investigation was performed and a list was drawn up of all the major lunar vehicle subcontractors. The Apollo mission had actually contracted several different companies to try to come up with the best lunar lander. They would then send out letters and other inquiries to each one of these companies, obtaining the details of each prototype location and the testing dates. And in the end, they would completely dismiss the idea that it had all been a lunar lander test. Back in 1964, there was actually only one working prototype, and it was over 550 miles away at Edwards Air Force Base. Further looking into all this, it was found that the first test flight didn't even happen until October that year, a full 6 months after Zamora's encounter. Another experimental vehicle that is often suggested is the Surveyor Lunar Lander prototype, which was actually being tested at Holloman Air Force Base directly adjacent to White Sands. In 2006, the group, New Mexicans for Science and Reason, would come forward with a log they had found in declassified information from Holloman. This log shows a test flight that actually happened on the same day as the sighting. However, even with this find, there are still problems that come with it. For one, it's important to note that Holloman was over 90 miles away from Socorro. Another issue would be that according to the log, the test had ended a full 6 hours before Zamora had even made his sighting. And although there were multiple different looking Surveyor prototypes and mock-ups, none of them came close to matching the description of the flying object. The problems go on, too. Although the lunar lander was self-launching, the Surveyor was not. The logs clearly indicate that helicopters were used to lift these crafts during their tests. Zamora originally reported hearing a loud roar accompanied by flames, and even saw the object fly off. It seems that the Surveyor wasn't capable of doing any of this. Most also believe that Zamora most likely would have recognized the sounds of helicopter blades, which also just don't sound like what he described. Looking back, some have found that Captain Holder, the man in charge of White Sands, had actually contacted Holloman at one point during his initial investigation. The telex mentioned earlier even stated the White House was pressuring the Air Force to investigate. To most, it just seems unlikely that any vehicle was so secret that 2 separate air bases felt the need to hide it from that many organizations. It was all a hoax. The second most widely believed theory has also been around since the very beginning. When Zamora's report was first published in the paper, many townsfolk thought it must have been some kind of hoax. And they wouldn't be the only ones. As news spread, many people around the country would try to debunk this story in a number of ways, but none were very successful. However, more recently, this theory was revived once again when a staff member at New Mexico Tech found a letter dated 1968 between the then president of the college, Dr. Sterling Colgate, and a Dr. Linus Pauling. The letter is fairly standard until you get to the handwritten PS message. Here, Dr. Pauling writes a brief description of Zamora's sighting as well as asking Dr. Sterling's opinion on the whole ordeal. Sterling replied with, "I have a good indication of the student who engineered hoax. Student has left. Cheers." Shortly after discovering this letter, Dr. Sterling would be contacted for questions. Many years later, he still stood by this statement. When asked for more details, Sterling said, "I will ask a friend, but he and other students did not want their cover blown." Although nothing has ever came of this, other staff members and students at New Mexico Tech have also heard tales of the previous students conducting this hoax way back then. Some of the more popular stories even include a, quote, rear projection device that was somehow even used in direct daylight. Unfortunately, none of these stories have any evidence or proof or any names to give investigators more to look into. Soon after this letter was discovered, another letter from 1965 would be found again discussing the likelihood of a hoax. This time between previously mentioned Dr. Hynek and a Harvard professor and amateur debunker, Dr. Donald Menzel. These letters would apparently start when Dr. Menzel suggested that the Socorro incident was all a hoax performed by high school students. He said, "The whole thing could have easily been planned to come off as it did." He would make other claims, like stating that Zamora didn't have a regular patrol route, so his approximate location couldn't be verified at the time of the sighting. Menzel also suggested that when Zamora lost his glasses, he could have somehow mistaken the dynamite shack for some flying object. He didn't believe that Lonnie had created the hoax himself, but he did think that it was very possible that this was done to prank him and was performed by high school students or a, quote, local UFO club. Menzel comments on the cardboard found on the scene, saying that the hoaxers could have also made a cardboard spaceship, hid it behind the hill, and then launched it with some kind of balloon right before Zamora arrived. He adds that they could have also even triggered blasts of flames before, quote, running like hell. On April 29, 1965, Dr. Hynek decided to respond to these suggestions made by Dr. Menzel, writing quite a lengthy letter rebuking his claims. He would even enclose a piece of cardboard that he still had from the investigation the year prior. Hynek would say that he found it under a bush, but the Air Force took the only pieces with charred edges. But either way, he would point out that the cardboard was much too flimsy and not at all the kind you would use to make a model spacecraft. He would also add that the cardboard was likely unconnected to the sighting, as he also found old lunch boxes, random papers, and other trash blowing around the scene. Dr. Hynek would even discuss this whole matter with Major Hector Quintanilla, the director of Project Blue Book, saying that they had both agreed that this was not a hoax. He would go on to present some of the information he had gathered in an unbiased manner. Hynek admitted that Zamora may not have seen a flame and it could have just possibly been some sort of dust swirl. And although there were burned plants, no one ever claimed to see anything burning or saw any smoke. However, at the time, Chavez apparently insisted that only parts of the hard-to-burn greasewood were seared and only in highly localized places, noting that the nearby areas looked completely untouched. To Hynek and Major Quintanilla, there was no way this was caused by, quote, Hollywood flames. He was also shown the analysis of the plants taken earlier by the military, with Quintanilla writing to him, laboratory analysis of the burned brush showed no chemicals that could have been propellant residue. Dr. Hynek would next add that the police officers and FBI both testified that they had found no other tracks in the immediate area. Hynek wrote, "It is Quintanilla in my opinion that both Chavez and FBI agent Burns must have been in on the hoax if we adopted the hoax hypothesis." He also feels that they would have found something used in the hoax as well, especially if they had to make a run for it, although nothing but trash was ever found. Going on, he notes that the wind was blowing strongly from the south that day, with the craft being said to have flown west, something a large balloon could not do. Hynek added that there was indeed enough room behind the hill to hide if you laid prone, but not so much room to hide everything else involved. He would even get in touch with a high school student from Socorro who worked at the service station where the tourist was said to have seen something flying over his car. This student would say that they all hated the, quote, fuzz, but if they wanted to get revenge on Zamora, they would probably do something much more simple. He added that it was much more likely that they would just beat him up or let all the air out of his tires. This high schooler really doubted that any of his classmates would immediately jump to a hoax of that level. At this point in the letter, Hynek would also add that although they tried to find this tourist, they never actually found any evidence that he even existed, thinking that it may have just been a Me Too report. But if this tourist did exist, then they would have to be in on the hoax as well. He goes on to say that in his opinion, it's very unlikely that a hoax of this caliber could go on for so long. Hynek believes that the perpetrator would have said something eventually, or they never would have gotten their recognition for pulling one over on Officer Zamora. Giving an example, Hynek then tells a story mentioned to him by the previously named Dr. La Paz. He had told him that just a few years prior to this whole incident, a real hoax would occur with him as the target. One student apparently drove to a distant part of the state where he and a few friends would plant a meteorite, telling Dr. La Paz that they had seen it falling and chased it down. This hoax lasted all of a week before the rumors were flying all around the college. The students were then quickly tracked down and expelled from school because they simply couldn't keep a secret. He would even question the FBI agent, as well as Chavez and Zamora again, on some of these statements, making sure he had all of his information correct. Hynek even specifically asked them if they had seen any rope, gas tanks, or anything else that could have been used to launch a model into the sky. And they all stood by their previously stated details, confirming that they had found nothing like that and there had been no track suggesting that anyone or any equipment had been there. Hynek would also hear from Chavez that there actually was no local UFO club like Dr. Menzel had claimed. He also adds that Zamora's description stated that it looked to be about the size of an overturned car, meaning that the model would have had to be quite large, making it a lot harder to hide and then launch. He also adds that when you go to the site yourself, you can see that an incoming car couldn't be noticed until it got to the hill overlooking the gully. Hynek just doesn't believe that this would be enough time for pranksters to launch a model, set off bursts of fire, and then drag it all away. Further ripping into Dr. Menzel, Hynek would tell him to remember that Zamora had not even lost his glasses until after he had seen the first object. And then he had only seen it without the glasses when it was flying away. Hynek wrote, Your suggestion that we reenact the event is more difficult than you think. I've not yet discovered how to make a balloon go off crosswind or to wait to release it and cause an explosion until someone was just 100 feet away from me and then disappeared and hide instantaneously. If the purported balloon release had been by means of delay mechanisms with the hoaxers having time to hide, then the release mechanisms or part of it would have been left behind as telltale evidence. Dr. Hynek continues, explaining that Zamora hasn't been having the best of time around town since this encounter. At one point, Lonnie stopped a local teen for speeding, who would say to him, "What are you giving me a ticket for? Don't you know a flying saucer might come down on you any minute?" Hynek thinks that this is a natural remark for someone trying to ridicule someone else for seeing a UFO, but he does also comment that not everyone around town necessarily feels this way. Sergeant Chaffez remarks several times that in all the years working with Zamora, he had never seen him in anything at all approaching the state he was in when he joined him that day. Hynek would write, "I honestly don't think a small gas-filled balloon carrying a cardboard spaceship could have frightened a gruff, practical type like Zamora, who is used to accidents, bloodsheds, fights, and even murders. We all seem to agree that Zamora saw something that really and truly frightened him." Hynek thinks that it's much more likely that Zamora saw some kind of strange test aircraft that was just beyond secret, adding that this still doesn't have good reasoning, because if it was that secret, why would they land it just half a mile outside of town? He wonders if all these various agencies really failed to unearth any classified clues during all their investigations. He ends this letter by writing, "I find it impossible to dismiss as a hoax unless we have some evidence that there was a hoax." Even 2 years after the whole encounter and following investigation, Major Cantanilla still felt quite puzzled over this case. In a classified CIA publication, Cantanilla mentioned that with the help of many other agencies, they had conducted an exhaustive check of military activities. This was done in an attempt to find an explanation for what happened in Socorro, but they never did find anything that matched the sighting. Declassified on January 2nd, 1981, this publication, titled Studies in Intelligence, uses the Socorro case as an example of an encounter that just can't be explained. Cantanilla wrote, "There is no doubt that Lonnie Zamora saw an object which left quite an impression on him. There is also no question about Zamora's reliability. He is a serious police officer, a pillar of his church, and a man well versed in recognizing airborne vehicles in his area. He is puzzled by what he saw, and frankly, so are we. This is the best documented case on record, and we have still been unable, in spite of thorough investigation, to find the vehicle or other stimulus that scared Zamora to the point of panic." Interestingly, it's said that before investigating the Socorro case, Dr. Hynek was actually quite skeptical of encounters with aliens and UFOs. After discovering many unsettling facts about Zamora's report, he slowly started to change his mind over the years. As for what happened to Lonnie himself, it's a bit questionable. Some news reports claim that he took so much ridicule from the other officers and local community that he quit the force just 2 years after the event, going on to work at a local service station. However, other articles claim that he continued to work for the police for 8 more years before being offered the position as the town's landfill manager, which he ended up accepting. But it is known that he was unwilling to discuss the case further. Zamora says that he really just doesn't want to talk about UFOs anymore. He refused most interviews for decades before passing away in 2009. Even now, few sightings have ever gained this much attention from this many government agencies. And to this day, the Socorro incident is listed as unidentified in the Air Force files.
I believe Lonnie Zamora was a good policeman and an honest man who reported as he thought proper something well beyond his experience.
Antonia Vilas Boas Abduction. Antonio Vilas Boas was born into a fairly well-off family in the area of São Francisco de Sales, a municipality in the west of the Brazilian state of Minas Gerais. Even today, this area has a population of less than 7,000 people, and it's mostly agricultural land. His parents owned several plantations in the area, growing sugarcane, corn, and soybeans. They also had a good number of cattle, with Antonio helping herd them on horseback at a very young age. As an introduction to a later interview, Antonio would say, "I have 2 brothers and 3 sisters, all of whom live in the same region. 2 other brothers died. All the men in my family work on the farm. I'm single, healthy, and I work a lot. I follow distance courses and study when I can." Antonio was 23 at the time, and he lived in a small house on one of these plantations with his older brother. This is where several strange events would take place in just a 2-week span, forever changing Antonio's life. His first strange sighting would happen on October 5th, 1957, just a bit after 11 p.m. Once some guests left a small dinner party that Antonio and his brother were holding, the two decided to go ahead and get some rest, heading off to bed. Being a bit hot, Antonio got up to open one of the windows, seeing a bright white light up in the sky. He yelled at his brother to come take a look, but he didn't want to get out of bed. Not thinking too much of it, Antonio went back to bed too. A while later he would wake up, and still curious, he looked back out the window. Not only was this light still there, but it looked like it had gotten much, much closer. Startled, Antonio would slam the shutters, waking up his brother. They would both stand there in shock, peeking through the shutter boards as the light came close to the ground, and it seemed to move around their farm for a while before flying back up into the sky where it quickly disappeared. And they never were quite sure what was producing this light or what the object could have even been. They quickly went back to life as normal. They were busy people and always had a lot of work to do. Antonio's family owned a gas-powered tractor, something that even today only 1 in 4 farmers in the area actually own. And they would keep this tractor going nearly 24/7. The work hands would use it during the daytime, and Antonio or his brother would use it most nights. Antonio said he actually didn't mind the schedule, as it was a good way to beat that Brazilian heat. And it would be on one of these work nights that he would have his second encounter, just 9 days after the first. On October 14th, around 9:30 or 10 p.m., the 2 brothers were out plowing one of the nearby fields. It was then that a very similar bright light appeared around 300 feet above their heads. Antonio would say that at first it appeared like a, quote, red star, but as it came closer it became an almost blinding white light. It then again came close down to the ground on the opposite side of the field. The light was so bright that Antonio couldn't tell what it was actually coming from. He hopped off of his tractor and started to head towards it to get a better look. The brother, unwilling to do so, stayed behind and just watched. As Antonio approached this object, it lifted up and floated to the far side of the field. He again went after it, and when he got close, this time it lifted up and moved back to the spot he had just been a few moments before. According to Antonio, this game of chase repeated itself, quote, no less than 20 times. Finally discouraged, he returned to his brother's side. Describing what he saw next, Antonio said, "The light kept still for a few minutes longer in the distance. Now and again it seemed to throw forth rays in all directions, the same as the setting sun, sparkling. Then it suddenly disappeared, as if it had been turned off. I am not quite sure if this is what actually happened, for I cannot remember if I kept looking at the same direction all the time. Maybe for a few seconds I glanced elsewhere, so it may have lifted up and disappeared before I had time to look back again." The two retreated back into the house for the night, deciding that work could probably wait till later. The next evening, Antonio returned to the field to get some of the work done that they didn't finish the night before. However, he was alone this time, as his brother refused to come out there with him. At one point during this night, he was using his tractor's headlights to see while tending to the field. It was then that he saw a reddish light in the sky, flying towards him incredibly quickly. Antonio said, "So quickly that it was on top of me before I could make up my mind what to do about it." It suddenly stopped roughly 160 feet above his head with a bright pinkish light shining down on him. It was so bright that he couldn't even see his tractor's headlights anymore. He looked up and saw a large egg-shaped object with 3 antennas sticking out from the front, which were all wrapped in a red light. Terrified, he ran back to his tractor, looking back to see 3 tripod-like legs extending from the underside of the craft, with it then gently landing about 60 feet away. He then noticed a rotating dome-shaped light on top of this object. This light was first red, but as the craft slowed down and started to land, it turned into a green color. The 3 antennas looked to be made of some kind of metal that started white at the base and then ended in a point. Unsure of what this large machine was, he hopped on his tractor and tried to drive away from it, but he only made it a few feet before the engine quit and the headlights turned dark. Turning around, he could now see 2 figures climbing down a ladder on the side of the object. Antonio jumped off his tractor and tried to start running, but the freshly plowed ground was soft and difficult to get around in. Before he could make it back to his house, his arm was grabbed by a small humanoid figure in strange clothes. He violently shoved the entity back several feet and turned around to start running again. However, within seconds, 3 more large creatures had caught up to him. They all latched onto him, and despite all of his struggles, they managed to carry him back towards their craft. It was now that he was able to see just how strange these creatures actually looked. They all appeared to be wearing tight-fitting but soft, evenly striped gray material, and there also looked to be thin metal strips strengthening certain areas. The material went right up their necks and then connected to some kind of helmet which hid everything but their eyes. The eyes appeared human to him, but seemed to maybe be a little small. He thought this could have been due to the glass on the helmet. All of them had light-colored eyes, maybe even blue, but he couldn't be sure because of the strange lighting. He also thought that their helmets looked too tall, almost being twice the height of a normal helmet. And on the very top middle of it, he could also see 3 round silver tubes sprouting out. One was on the center, and then there was one on each side. He described them as a bit smaller than a garden hose, and they were smooth and bent backwards. The tubes went down their necks, with one going right down the spine. The other 2 connected to the suit a few inches away from their armpits. These hoses and the suit fit together so seamlessly that the tubes couldn't even be seen as a lump under the outfit at all. He didn't know what any of these were for, and just didn't understand what he was seeing. They approached the bottom of the ladder, with the opening of the craft now several feet above them. In this light, he was now able to make out even more details about his captors and their uniforms. Each one of them looked to have some kind of red reflective badge on the front of their waist, and these were the size of a pineapple slice. The center of these badges had a strip of silvery metal that joined onto what looked like a claspless belt. He didn't see any buttons or pockets either, with these suits very tight. There were no wrinkles or creases even able to be seen. Antonio even looked around their shoes and couldn't see a seam or a hem anywhere. The shoes seemed to be made as the same material as the rest of the suit. The soles, however, did look to be about 3 inches thick and arched up a bit on the front. It's then that he noticed that their feet appeared to be quite large, nearly twice the size of his. He thought this was odd, as they were all around his height. They also seemed to walk very stiffly, but they did have a large and swift gait. As they grabbed for the ladder, he could see that they did have 5 fingers, but they didn't seem to be able to bend them that far, not looking like they could touch their own palms. But this didn't seem to hinder their movements either, as they had no problems grabbing onto and manipulating him. The 3 began to haul Antonio up the ladder, while the first shorter entity stood nearby watching them. This ladder seemed to be fairly flexible. As he tried to resist, it bent and shifted. He kept grabbing onto it, but every time one of the creatures would pry his hand back off. It didn't take them all that long to get him up into the hatchway. Later, Antonio commented, "All seem strong, but not so strong that had I fought with them one at a time, I should have been afraid of losing. I believe that in a free-for-all fight, I could face any single one of them on an equal base." Once they were all inside, he saw the hatchway quickly seal shut behind them, with not even a seam visible. He found himself in a small, square, white, metallic-looking room. The room was completely bare, other than a few recessed lights that shined as bright as daylight. Out of nowhere, another doorway opened up, with Antonio being led inside. This room was also pretty bare, but he could see what he believed to be an odd-shaped table and a couple of stools fixed to the floor. And they all looked to be made of the same material as the walls, with them also being the same kind of white metal. 5 figures then entered the room and forcibly started to undress him. He shouted at them and tried to resist, but communication didn't seem to be happening, and the sounds they made back at him just didn't have any resemblance to human speech. He wasn't even sure if he could speak like that if he tried. Antonio would describe the sounds as somewhat like animal grunts, but some were short and some were longer sounds. And some even sounded like several grunts combined together and ended in a sort of tremor. This strange speech terrified Antonio, and it sent shivers down his spine. He finally stopped resisting and let them finish whatever they were doing. He later said, "They obviously couldn't understand me, but they stopped and stared at me as if trying to make me understand that they were being polite. Besides, though they had to employ force, they never at any time hurt me badly, and they did not even tear my clothes." They then started to rub down his entire body with a thick, clear, odorous liquid. Once they were done with him, he was led into another doorway. This one was a bit different. It had strange red scribbles drawn above it. He had no idea what it meant and couldn't make sense of it. He was followed by two of these creatures, with the door again closing flush to the wall behind him. The two carried a couple of strange goblet-shaped glass vessels with nozzle-like glass tube protruding from one end. They then pressed the glass tubes to his chin for several moments. When he looked down, he could see that they had filled each vessel about halfway up with blood. He didn't even feel any pain at first either, with it only later starting to itch and burn. They stopped briefly before placing the goblets in different spots and filling them up to the brim. After a couple of minutes, they left the room with his blood, leaving him all alone. He started to explore his surroundings, walking over to what he thought was the low table. On closer inspection, it appeared to be some kind of cot or bed with no legs or headboard. It was covered in a very soft, grayish material, and it was made of something that reminded him of styrofoam. After a while, he guessed an hour at this point, he decided to make himself comfortable and lie down. Sometime later, puffs of gray smoke started to come out of holes about halfway up the walls. It quickly dissipated into the air and left a smell like, quote, painted cloth burning. It was so bad that he eventually ran to the corner of the room and threw up. Gathering himself back together, he turned around to see that the door had opened back up without him noticing. Then he was shocked to see a woman walking in, coming right towards him, completely naked just like him. She slowly walked towards him, with Antonio now thinking that she must have been the shorter entity he saw earlier. But he only guessed this because she was about the same height. He was entranced by her beauty, but he felt that it was a different sort of beauty than he was used to. Her hair was smooth, but not very thick. It was parted in the center, and it was a sort of platinum blonde color, almost as if it had been dyed by peroxide. She had big blue eyes, which seemed a little longer than round. To Antonio, she looked like an Arabian or Oriental princess, and he was amazed to see no makeup on her face. Her nose was straight, not pointed or turned up, and also not too big either. He did notice that she had very prominent cheekbones that made her face appear a bit wider than normal. At one point, he even felt the cheekbones and noticed they were soft and fleshy and not as hard as he imagined. Her face then narrowed towards the chin, which gave her a lower jaw and almost pointed look. Her lips were very thin and nearly invisible. The ears were a little small, but other than that looked ordinary. Antonio would glance down, later saying, "Her body was much more beautiful than any I have ever seen before." She was slim and perky, with a thin waist, flat belly, and thick hips and thighs. Her hands and feet did seem a bit small and narrow, but still nothing out of the ordinary. Her skin was very white and fair, and he would notice freckles all over her arms. It's then that he saw something unexpected, saying, "Another thing I noticed was the hair in her armpits was bright red, nearly the color of blood." Antonio even talks about her smell, with him stating that she doesn't wear perfume and just smelled like a woman. It was then that his fear and nausea completely disappeared, with him now in a state of completely uncontrollable arousal. He wasn't sure what caused this, but thought it might have something to do with the liquid spread in his body or the gas that made him puke. Now he felt like this beautiful woman was staring at him like she wanted something, walking towards him in silence. She pressed herself against Antonio, with him now beginning to get quite excited. He says that it's then that he forgot about everything else, and he pulled her close to his chest. They would perform a variety of acts together, going at it for about an hour before she pulled away and got up to leave. He was actually flustered at the quick goodbye, later saying, all they wanted was a good stallion to improve their own stock. And although this encounter was a little weird, he did very much enjoy it. He thought it was odd that the woman refused to kiss him, instead preferring to bite his chin, but he did, however, just puke a little while ago. She also made strange animal growling sounds, which was kind of a bit off-putting. She never did say any words to him either, leaving the room when another figure opened the doorway. Antonio said, "I was angry, but then I resolved to pay no importance to it, for anyway, I had spent some agreeable moments. Some of the grunts that I heard coming from that woman's mouth at certain moments nearly spoiled everything, giving the disagreeable impression that I was with an animal." One of the figures then returned, bringing his clothes back to him. And they were all intact, but he couldn't seem to find his lighter. He wasn't sure if they took it or if he lost it in a scuffle earlier. He was led back into the room with the table and stools, with the other entities now sitting around and communicating with each other. At this point, Antonio felt pretty calm. He didn't think any harm would come to him. He started to look at his surroundings, trying to remember every detail he could see. He kept looking for windows, but only ever saw the smooth, hard metal walls. His companion from earlier would then walk in the room, talking with the other figures in their strange grunting language. She seemed to be ignoring him to some degree at this point, so he continued to look around the room. He then realized that he had nothing at all to prove that any of this had actually happened, looking around for something to sneak away with. Then Antonio saw something resembling a box-shaped clock. It had a dial and a hand, but he wasn't sure if the hand actually moved. He picked it up, surprised to find that even though it was quite small, it weighed nearly 5 pounds. One of the taller figures then jumped out of his seat, rushing over and ripping the strange box out of his hand. It then pushed him back a few steps before placing the box back down the spot that Antonio had taken it from. He walked back towards the wall and stood against it. He didn't feel afraid of them, but he wasn't looking for trouble either. He tried to see if he could scrape the wall with his fingernail, but they were so smooth that he couldn't even get any metal to flake off. After several moments, one of the figures rose from his stool, gesturing to Antonio to follow him. Before walking out, though, the woman from earlier pointed to her stomach and then towards the sky. He first thought that she was saying that she was going to have his child and wanted him to go back up to the sky with her. The figure opened up the hatchway but didn't go down, instead stepping to a small platform to the side of the door. When Antonio stepped on, the entire top of the ship seemed to turn. He and the figure were now looking at a couple of small square metal rooms. He was unsure of what they were used for, but he guessed that they might have been the control rooms for the flying ship. The ship turned again, and now they were looking at the front, where the 3 large antenna-looking apparatuses were attached. They looked to be made of the same metal as the rest of the craft, but he couldn't be sure. They were also each topped with round red lights that made the surrounding metal look red hot, but he couldn't feel any heat coming off of them. The light on the center antenna was also much larger than the lights on the sides. They started moving on the platform again, and this time he noticed small square reddish lamps embedded in the hull, providing their path with a bit of light. They then ended up next to some very thick glass, which he thought may have been some kind of crystal. Looking through it, it seemed a bit murky, but he thought that this must be the observation window simply because it was the only window-type opening he even saw. They went back to the hatchway, with the figure now pointing at Antonio, then gesturing to the ladder. The entity then pointed to himself and then back up to the sky, the same way the woman had done earlier. Getting the meaning, he stepped back down the ladder before looking back up at them. He was gestured at to move farther away before the ladder retracted back into the ship. Then the hatchway would once again close, giving the ship the smooth appearance. The small dome light on the top of the craft began to spin again while emitting a stunningly bright green light. He began to hear something similar to air passing through small holes or maybe some kind of vacuum cleaner. The craft then began to rise off the ground, with the 3 landing legs retracting back into it, again leaving no trace that they were even there to begin with. As it rose higher, the sound grew into a howling noise, and the light on top spun faster before turning into a bright red color. It stopped about 100 feet above his head. The lights grew brighter, and the sound grew louder. The center of the ship then started spinning at an incredible speed. The entire object then changed the direction it was facing so fast that it made a sound like a bullet being fired. It then suddenly shot off southward, disappearing from sight within just a few seconds. Returning to his tractor, he decided to open the hood and see if he could figure out why it wouldn't start earlier. This is when Antonio became convinced that these creatures had somehow sabotaged his tractor. He would find that somehow the battery cables had been pulled off, and he had no idea how this had happened, as he had been right next to it whenever he had spotted the craft earlier. He put the wires back on and drove back up to his house. He noticed that it was now about 5:30 in the morning. He believed that he must have been aboard the ship for at least 4 hours. Completely exhausted, he slept through the whole day, awaking around dinner time feeling fairly refreshed. At first, he didn't really feel the need to tell anyone about his encounter, but he would start to change his mind over the next couple weeks. He first started having vivid nightmares about being abducted by the creatures once again, often getting hardly any sleep at all. But then after a few weeks, he started to have the opposite problem, becoming excessively tired and sleeping more than usual. After about a month of either not enough or too much sleep, he finally decided to go to the doctor. There they would find some strange purplish sores and marks on his body, but other than that he seemed perfectly healthy. Another month would go by and he just never seemed to get any better. And now he was also becoming nauseous, had headaches, loss of appetite, and even a burning sensation in his eyes. He would go back to the doctor with the wounds now looking a bit different as well. The purplish skin was now more of a reddish color and seemed to be harder than the surrounding skin. They were painful when touched and would sometimes discharge a white-yellowish liquid. This doctor then diagnosed him with radiation poisoning. It was then that either the doctor or Antonio contacted Jose Martins, a journalist that had placed an ad in a paper looking for people with UFO experience. He would come out to interview Antonio and quickly became very interested in his story. But even though he thought it was interesting, he thought that many people would think that Antonio was either crazy or a fraud if he went public with his story. After hearing that, Antonio said, "Let those who consider me such come to my house and examine me. This would help them to immediately determine whether I can be considered normal or not." After hearing this, Martins decided to contact a friend of his, Dr. Olavo Fontes of the National School of Medicine of Brazil. Dr. Fontes then performed an examination on Antonio himself. He was completely puzzled by his story and his physical and physiological symptoms. He was convinced that Antonio didn't make his story up either, noting that he was actually a bit reluctant to tell him the details. He also felt that if this was simply a made-up sexual fantasy, he could have done a lot better with the story. After finishing the examination, he concluded that Antonio had indeed been exposed to a large dose of radiation and was now suffering from mild radiation sickness. It seems that he came to this conclusion after using a pretty new device at the time, a Geiger counter. Fontes also noted that he didn't find any signs of mental illness and even checked to make sure that he wasn't superstitious or into mysticism. It would also be around this time that a Brazilian UFO magazine would publish his story for the first time. And after reading this report in the magazine, the local army base would summon him in to questioning. And this was only 4 days after his appointment with Dr. Fontes. Antonio claims the army didn't believe him at all and basically just told him off. He said to them, "I will do whatever you think is appropriate, gentlemen, and I'm prepared to testify before the civilian or military authorities." The army then subjected him to a battery of physiological and psychological tests before ultimately just sending him home. Dr. Fontes, who originally wasn't quite sure what he thought of Antonio's story, suddenly believed a lot more after hearing about his interview with the army. He then wrote a letter bringing the case to the attention of the Aerial Phenomenal Research Organization, or APRO, in the United States in 1958. But it would be some time before they decided to come down to Brazil and investigate for themselves. Fontes would even be interviewed, explaining why Antonio's story took so long to get more attention.
He took also our advice, because in the end we said to him, your report is not going to be published because it's too fantastic. And he said, "Why do you think that my report can't be published?" And we said to him, "Because it's too fantastic and most people will believe that you are lying." And his answer was, "Well, if you think it's best, I'm going away from my town and not going to talk to anyone." He did just that. He went back and his report was not printed. He talked with no people.
Over the next few years, his story would appear in a couple more Brazilian magazines, and the story started spreading a little bit farther. In 1966, the famous Lorenzen couple from the APRO finally managed to track down Antonio. They flew from the US down to Brazil to do a story on his experience for a British magazine. Their opinion was that, quote, "The Boas affair was in actuality a breeding experiment not emotionally acceptable to most." Dr. Fontes, who kept an eye on this case, decided that more people needed to interview Antonio before too many years had passed, so he took matters into his own hands.
But now, another group of investigators, they went to the town where this man lives and talked to him about his report, but a very poor one, because after 7 years he had forgotten many things. And after this, I decided to publish the report of this case.
However, the story would take several more years to start circulating around the North American media. One of the first to make an observation on Antonio's encounter, Jared Diamond, who would write in his book, The Third Chimpanzee, "It is utterly impossible for living organisms as separate evolutions to sexually unite their genes, unless they were of common genetic background." He continued, saying that if we couldn't mate with a chimp who is genetically very closely related to us, then how are we supposed to believe that a completely different life form would be capable of producing offspring with a human? Even if it was to create some kind of hybrid species, Diamond wonders why they wouldn't just use their superior technology or create them with surrogacy instead of breeding them. He finished by writing, "Since to all appearances and apparently functions, the female who approached Boas was a human being, it's the most logical conclusion that can be reached." Then in 1978, Antonio agreed to interview on a Brazilian TV show. There had been many different versions of his encounter spreading like rumors, and he wanted to set his story straight. After seeing this interview, Bosko Nedeljkovic, an interpreter and translator at Inter-American Defense College, came forward with information he felt might have something to do with Antonio's abduction. He told the UFO researcher that during the 50s and 60s, the CIA had manufactured UFO incidents as part of Operation Mirage, which usually references intelligence-gathering missions using the Mirage F-1 aircraft. Bosko knew of this because he worked for the CIA from 1956 to 1963 in Latin American countries under the umbrella of the Agency for International Development, or AID. He even claims that he knows about Antonio's encounter because he was present at the scene when it happened. Looking into this, the researcher, Rich Reynolds, would find records showing that Bosko was indeed working for AID in Brazil during Antonio's incident. Bosko said that he was part of a 9-man helicopter team responsible for abducting civilians and subjecting them to a number of psychological warfare experiments and hallucinogenic drug tests. Specifically, his team consisted of a doctor, CIA agents, and Navy personnel, and they were working in the Minas Gerais region of Brazil, the same state that Antonio lived in. This was also a large helicopter, and it was equipped with some kind of metal cubicle around 5 feet long and 3 feet wide. Although Bosko wasn't sure what this was exactly used for, he did know it had to do with the psychological warfare experiments. After this interview, Reynolds managed to track down another AID worker who claimed to have more details. According to the anonymous AID worker, when the helicopter started to descend on Antonio's farm, the men began spraying the area with a chemical meant to, quote, alter the perception of those that breathed it in. The men were wearing breathing apparatuses, and then they drug Antonio onto the helicopter where they subjected him to even more drugs meant to severely alter his sense of reality. This is when they put him in the small metal cubicle before sending in a prostitute of Asian origin. The man didn't know why this had been a top-secret project or what they hoped to achieve, but he believed that the purpose of it all could have just been to see how far they could bend a person's mind into believing something had happened a certain way. Another UFO researcher, Ralph Blum, didn't quite believe the CIA abduction theory and had some of his own thoughts to add. He said, Vilas Boas speculated that the clear liquid was an aphrodisiac. To my mind, the logic of the story suggests that it was a germicide of some kind, and that the smoke was a chemical that permitted the alien to breathe without her helmet. Blum also believes that when the woman gestured to her stomach and then to the sky, she was actually saying that she was going to return back to her home planet or she would bear the child without him. However, researcher Peter Rogerson doubts that either of these theories are actually true. He notes that in the November 1957 issue of the periodical O Cruzeiro, a similar story to Antonio's would make an appearance. Although Antonio claims his encounter happened a month before this story was printed, he didn't actually come forward with it until several months later. Rogerson suggests that he borrowed details from this story as well as some from George Adamaski's contactee stories in order to create his own. He also believes that the prejudiced assumption that any rural Brazilian farmer had to be an illiterate peasant had a lot to do with his credibility, as he, quote, couldn't make this up. Rogerson also points out that many ufologists also didn't realize that just the fact that Antonio's family had a tractor meant he was well above the peasant class. He said, "We now know that AVB was a terminally upwardly mobile young man, studying a correspondence course and eventually becoming a lawyer." At which news, the ufologist who had considered him too much the rural simpleton to have made the story up, now argued that he was too respectable and bourgeois to have done so. Over the years, Antonio grew a little tired of repeating the story. He kept to himself most of the time, not denying that the incident happened, but also refusing to do any more interviews. He finished his studies, receiving a law degree and becoming a practicing attorney in the city of Formosa. He also went on to get married and have several kids, but it is said that he apparently never did share many details of his encounter with them. He said a story like this would just upset his wife, who was a very jealous person. He lived his life for the next decade or two, but in the late 80s he came down with a strange unknown illness. He was even taken to the USA for treatment, but unfortunately this didn't help much, as he passed away in January 1991. Although no doctors have confirmed this, Antonio's nephew and much of the rest of his family are convinced he died from complications caused by the radiation poisoning he got all those years ago. His nephew said, "I lived with him a lot. This story, even today, is taboo for the elders of the family, because it brought a lot of discomfort. The uncle died of a radiation that hit an artery at the base of the brain, which caused him to vegetate for a while until death. No one explains where the radiation that led to this picture came from." Antonio's encounter would actually happen several years before the famous Betty and Barney Hill abductions, a case that was often considered the first of its kind. On another note, he never needed any hypnotic regression to remember his abduction either, something very prevalent in the Hill case. At the time of Antonio's abduction, the UFO news in Brazil was said to be a fertile topic, with many stories already circulating in the media. Many suggest these other stories are what put the idea of UFOs in Antonio's head to begin with, but either way, his story gained much more attention than the others and went on to become one of the first alien encounters to receive worldwide attention. And even though Antonio never spoke much about his encounter, he insisted that it was true and stuck by his story until his death. He never did gain any profit and never became very famous, but many people believe that he very well could have if he wanted to. Villa Santina Encounter. This event all started in mid-1947 to a man named Luigi Rapuzzi. He was staying in a small village called Raviaro near Villa Santina in Gdynia. He would often stay there during the summers and had actually become quite well known in the area. Luigi Rapuzzi, later known as L.R. Johannes, was a professional painter, an author, a college professor, and even an amateur geologist and anthropologist. He would spend most of his leisure time studying his interest, and he went out to this small village to search the nearby mountains for fossils. On the morning of August 14th, like most days, Luigi was making his way up the valley of Mountain Cold Gentile, following a stream called the Chiarso. These are the Carnic and Venetian Alps, which are located in the northernmost part of Italy. He had his geologist pick in a hand and a knapsack on his back containing his lunch and tools. The stream was almost dry this time of year and it made for a good path which avoided thickets of fir trees and large deposits of rubble and other debris. As he was walking, he was looking at the side of a cliff face which he noted had many different types of weathered rocks and multiple layers of gypsum. He continued just a little further where he entered a clearing in the trees. This is when he would spot a very large, vivid red, circular object embedded vertically into the cliff above him about 150 feet away. He quickly put on his glasses and walked closer to the strange object. Now he could tell that this was some sort of short disc that looked to be made of a varnished metal. Looking closer, Luigi was able to see what he thought was a shiny telescopic antenna on the very top, commenting that the way it protruded reminded him of a car antenna. He wasn't able to make out any more details, saying that it had no other apertures. The disc was at least 30 feet wide, but he couldn't tell exactly how tall it was. To him, it looked like about a fourth of the thing was embedded in a large cleft in the cliff face. He was as close as he could get at this point, with the red object about 20 feet above him. Deciding that he still needed to investigate further, he thought about climbing up the cliff. But he also knew that this would be dangerous, so he first looked around the area to see if anybody else was out there to help him if he ended up needing it. Within just a few moments, he thought he saw a couple of boys emerging from a grove of trees. He shouted at them and pointed to the bizarre object. When they didn't react, he started to move towards them. When he got about 60 feet away from them, he could tell something was off, and soon became petrified. Luigi said, "The two boys were dwarves, the likes of which I had never seen nor even imagined. They were coming towards me slowly, with tiny strides, and their hands at their sides and their head motionless." The two creatures then stopped just a few steps in front of him, only staring at him for several moments. Luigi was in such a state of shock at this time that he felt that he was dreaming and had no strength left in his body at all. He would later say that it was a dominating mixture of enormous astonishment combined with fear. But even so, his mind was active, observing every detail he could see. The two strange beings looked to be identical, with neither one of them over 3 feet tall. They both wore a dark blue colored coverall, looking to be made of a possibly plastic-like material that was almost translucent. The suits also had fairly large belts and collars around each opening, which were all of vivid red color. Their heads appeared to be larger than a normal person's, and they didn't seem to have any hair at all. Instead, on the top of their heads, they had some sort of dark brown tight-fitting cap, which made them think of an alpinist bonnet, or what we might call now a beanie. Their skin was almost an earthly green color, and to him it resembled a plasticine or maybe clay dipped in water appearance. The nose was very straight and long, so much so that it looked, in his words, geometrically cut. However, below that, the mouth only appeared as a small slit in the shape of a circumflex accent. The mouth would also open and close at regular intervals, and to him it resembled a fish's mouth. The eyes were huge in comparison to a normal person's, and they also looked to be protruded halfway out of the head. They were a yellow-green color and had long vertical pupils. Luigi continued, saying, "I saw no traces of eyebrows or eyelashes, and what I could have called eyelids consisted of a ring, midway between green and yellow, which surrounded the base of those hemispherical eyes just like the frame of a pair of spectacles." He stood there in astonishment for what felt like a very long time, with him and the two creatures staring back at one another. At one point he raised his pick in the air and started waving it towards the large red disc. In a somewhat agitated voice he shouted at them, asking who they were, where they came from, and if he could be any help to them. They then turned very quickly, with one of the creatures reaching towards the center of its belt. Out of the center, a thin puff of smoke, or maybe a type of ray, would emerge and shoot right towards him. He couldn't remember if he had said anything else to them at this point, as things started to happen very quickly. Before Luigi could even react to this, he felt his body go limp. He said, "Before I had time to move or do anything, I found myself laid out full length on the ground. My pick shot out of my hand, as though snatched by an invisible force." Thinking back on it, Luigi believes that he may have seemed like a threat to these two after he raised his pick and shouted towards them. He would also say that he had only ever been electrocuted once in his life, 20 years ago back in college, and the sensation he felt on his body right now after the smoke ray came in contact with him was very similar. As Luigi laid there, the two short humanoids began to approach him, stopping just 6 feet away from where his pick was laying. He managed to turn just enough to see one of them bend down and pick the tool up, which looked to actually be taller than the creature itself. This is when he first noticed their bizarre green hands. Each one had 8 fingers, with 4 all opposable to the other 4. They might have even been some type of claws, as he didn't think the fingers were completely jointed. He also noticed that the chest of these creatures were almost quivering, reminding him of a panting dog. The two then turned around and started to walk back towards this large disc. Luigi tried as hard as he could to get back up, and eventually made it into a sort of sitting position, with his arms propping him up so he wouldn't fall back over. By this point, the two entities were beneath the cliff, and slowly but surely the two started to climb up the cleft. They went right into the crevice the disc was embedded in and disappeared, assumably into the object itself. He sat and watched for several more minutes before the disc suddenly shot straight out of the rock, rising into the air. Then, just 30 feet away from him, it stopped and remained stationary. A shower of rocks and earth then poured off the cliff, landing on the ground below. Once the rocks had settled, all he could hear was the nearby trickling stream. The disc didn't seem to be making any sound. He would say that it almost looked like an enormous suspended gong floating in the sky, adding, "And for a moment, I was seized with terror that it was going to come down and cut me in half like a worm." He shouted at the very top of his lungs and made every effort he could to escape. However, he still wasn't able to stay standing, and ended up falling over onto the rocks several times, getting himself quite beaten up. The flying disc began to tilt slightly before starting to grow smaller and smaller before vanishing completely. As soon as it was gone, a blast of air rushed over him, sending him rolling while also blinding him with all the airborne dust. He ended up against some stones in the riverbed, where he laid and tried to recover his strength. After some time, he was able to sit back up, looking down at his watch to see that it was now 9:14 a.m. Luigi now realized that the entire encounter had only lasted a few minutes altogether. At this point, he still didn't feel great either, saying that he almost thought he had broken a few bones. He also added that his legs felt so weak that he compared it to drinking way too much. He took a nap for about an hour and then woke up and decided to eat his lunch. This is when he made an odd discovery. First, he found that his coffee had spilled all over everything, his playing cards, his maps, his sketches of the area, but this actually didn't surprise him. What did was the fact that his metal thermos was nowhere to be found. Luigi also couldn't find his fork for his food or the aluminum canister that held his lunch. His food was actually still there too, but it was all covered in coffee. He ate his coffee-soaked bread, but then threw everything else out. Feeling a bit better, he started to search the area for his pick, but unfortunately, he never would find it. Luigi said, "I searched in vain for my pick, which would have been very useful to me at this point as a walking stick." He made his way back down the mountains, making it back to the village around 2 p.m. He immediately went back to the inn he was staying at, wanting to go back to bed. On his way inside, the owner of the inn, who he had known for about 30 years, noticed his beaten-up appearance and asked him what had happened. Not quite ready to share his true experience, Luigi only told her they had fallen from the top of a rock. In response, she told him that it served him right, and that it was high time for him to stop going around and picking up stones. Laughing it off, he soon went to his room and fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up fairly early and decided that he needed to go back out to that spot. He grabbed another pick, and this time a revolver, and made his way back up the mountain where he had made his strange encounter. He searched the area, but unfortunately didn't find anything. Deciding to look at where the craft had been, he climbed up the cleft in the cliff just as the two entities had. He looked around, but never found a trace of anything there either. He commented on this, saying, "I thought the two creatures might have thrown my old pick in there, to which I was very much attached to, but I found nothing." At this point, he was trying to explain the experience any way he could. First, he thought it could have been a secret aircraft from the Allies or from the Russians developed during the war. He soon dismissed this and thought that maybe it was the craft of some uncontacted human civilization. But he soon dismissed that theory as well, just neither scenario would explain the two creatures he had seen. At the time, he didn't even consider that it could have been a flying saucer from extraterrestrial origin, as he had never heard of them before and had never seen them in any Italian media. Luigi then decided to do what many people still do today: say absolutely nothing and never tell a soul about what happened to him. And he did just that for quite some time, saying, "I had no wish to be considered a crazy visionary or worse." During this time, he had actually been part of the resistance movement during World War II and had been arrested 2 different times for opposing those in power. Just 2 months after his encounter, he would leave Italy, sailing for the USA. It was on this journey that he first heard of Kenneth Arnold's encounter. He was a pilot who many say made the first widely reported UFO sighting in modern times. Arnold claimed to have seen 9 dish-shaped objects traveling in a line at fantastic speed, almost looking like saucers skimming over water. After reading about this, Luigi came to the conclusion that he must have also seen the same thing, a flying saucer. He quickly became a fan of UFO encounter stories and began to read many different books about them once he was in the States. After about 3 years in the States, in 1950, he finally had enough confidence to tell a couple of different journalists about his encounter, but he would ask them not to publish his story until he was ready. Luigi then became caught up in his work, putting his story to the side as he restored and created paintings all over Manhattan. Then, in 1951, it was discovered that he had actually moved to the US illegally and he would soon be forced to move back to Italy. Before being deported, he had learned of an encounter published in El Europeo involving 2 dead little men. Thinking that now may be the time to tell his encounter, he sent a letter to this publisher, asking them to print his story as well. Now he actually felt getting his story out there was his #1 priority. 2 months later, he would be sent back to Italy, without ever hearing back from El Europeo. Once there, Luigi decided just to call the director himself. But unfortunately, they wouldn't publish his encounters, telling them that they needed some kind of proof to authenticate the whole thing. Replying to this, Luigi said, "If on that morning in August 1947 I had imagined I was going to encounter creatures from another world, I would certainly not have hesitated for one moment to take along with me a whole troop of journalists, cinematographers, and why not a company of soldiers too." Not willing to give up just yet, he went back out to Villa Santina the very next day. He started to make inquiries and actually found a couple of people that claimed to have seen strange flying objects just one day before he had. First, an older man told him that at 8:30 in the morning that day, he had been sitting in the village square enjoying the sunshine. Out of nowhere, a red globe looking to be carried on the wind flew up the mountain nearest to the town. Next, a younger boy and his mother would tell of how at 10 a.m. that day, while working in the fields, they saw a red ball rising up into the sky. It flew at great speeds before vanishing completely. Although these two testimonies were definitely interesting to Luigi, he didn't really feel like the publishers would think the same way. So this is where he decided to move on with his life and, for the most part, put his encounter behind him. However, he still did keep up on his readings. He closely followed stories of flying saucers and was actually quite disgusted about how people looked at the subject. Eventually, his disgust turned into more of a bitterness. Luigi just didn't like how such an important subject could be treated this way. He eventually turned to writing and began to make some of his first science fiction novels using the pen name L.R. Johannes. One of Luigi's good friends was a man named Giorgio Monticelli, the historian responsible for Urania, the largest science fiction series in Italy at the time. Given him a chance, he published Luigi's story called Once Upon a Time There Was a Planet in April 1954 in the 41st issue. The next year in December, his story called When I Was an Aboriginal would be published in the 110th issue. Both of these books were set in the same fictional world where survivors from a more advanced planet came to Earth after it blew up and created the asteroid belt. They then came to Earth and mated with more primitive man, mixing their genes together and therefore creating modern man. He would soon change his pseudonym once again, now writing by the pen name N.H. Laurentix. He would have one more story in Urania printed under this name, in the 1956 128th issue called Cosmic Renaissance. The same year he would make his own magazine called Galaxia. It only had 5 issues, but he did all of the cover art himself and even had one of his own stories in the 5th issue called The Jules Revolt. His last writing, called Moon Operation, would be in a magazine called Cosmo Fantasticnazia back in 1958. After this, he seems to have put writing on the side and focused more on his artwork. From 1959 to 1963, Luigi held several personal and private art galleries all around Italy and even in the nearby countries. Then in 1964, Luigi's story was finally published in the May edition of Cleopis by one of the men he had spoken to back in New York, named Charles Bowen. Then soon after this, in a book called Humanoid by the same author, and this printing even had a sketch of the humanoids he had drawn just 2 months after it all happened. Luigi would keep in contact with Bowen too, explaining that how now he thought the aliens might have been some sort of robots. He also added, I believe that old pick of mine is now in a museum on some other planet. I hope that somebody up there is trying to decipher the marks cut in the handle. My name and a mountaineering motto, and a pair of stylized alpine flowers, and an eagle. And I hope they rack their brains to a standstill trying to make it out. At the end of Luigi's segment in Humanoid, Bowen adds some information from other encounters that he feels may be relevant. First, he mentions that in 1952, an Italian engineer, Gian Pietro Monguzzi, had actually taken pictures of a very similar craft. Although the pictures were and are still highly disputed, the object seen in them almost exactly fits Luigi's description of a short disc with a metallic-like antenna sticking out of the top. These photos were taken only 100 miles away from Villa Santina and occurred about 9 a.m. in the morning, the same time of day as Luigi's encounter. Bowen also mentions how in 1965, 12 different reports of little creatures were also made in South America, and 9 of these reports came from mountainous regions, and all of them had claims of 3-foot-tall creatures being seen. He also mentions the Cisco Grove case and how the robot Donald Trump encountered had similar knockout gas abilities. In his book, he suggested that even though Luigi may not have perceived it, he must have been knocked out completely at some point, because at some time the two creatures had taken his metal items. Bowen wonders if some extraterrestrial agency is using these biological-appearing robots as a way to study our planet. After all of this, Luigi kept a low profile for several years, before sadly passing away from cancer in 1968. However, this wasn't quite the end of his story. In 1974, the second man he had spoke to back in New York, Antonio Ribera, wrote of him in his book of encounters called El Gran Enigma, and although this was probably more popular than Charles Bowen's Humanoid, it actually contained one major mistake. When reading the story for himself, Bowen would discover Antonio had mistranslated pick and somehow switched it to easel. This gave the impression that Luigi was waving around his paintbrushes at the strange creatures, which obviously isn't quite as threatening. No one questioned this either, since Luigi was a fairly famous painter. Even today, this story is often repeated in this falsely translated way, and many believers think this is how the encounter actually went down. But even so, the Villa Santina case is one of the earliest and most detailed accounts of a close encounter with an extraterrestrial being in the entirety of Europe. Many researchers say that the large amounts of detail come from Luigi's experience with painting, and that he gave a description that only an artist would be able to convey. And although not many people believed him at this time, nowadays the amount of reports of similar objects gives much more credit to Luigi's experience. At the time, it was true that Italian media didn't even cover UFO-related material, yet he perfectly described an object we are so used to seeing today. A large disc with a metallic finish with the ability to hover, rise, fly, and even disappear. So although we may never know the true intent these creatures had, we do know that Luigi was not the first, and definitely not the last, to have a frightening encounter like this. Emilcin Abduction. This story starts with a man named Jan Wolski, a simple farmer living out in the southeastern Polish village of Emilcin. This is a very small town, and it's about 25 miles west of Lublin, and has a very low population even today. Jan went to 3 years of primary school in his hometown before taking a year of private lessons, and then going to the larger neighboring city for 2 more years of school. Afterwards, he returned to Emilcin, where he would buy some land and start farming, and also raise some cows and horses. Then he went on to build a small house, get married, and even had 4 kids. He was a pretty hard-working man for most of his life, and now at the age of 71 in 1978, he was still no different. On May 10th that year, Jan woke up quite early. He got his horse and wagon ready and set off for the neighboring town. That day at 4:30 a.m., he actually had an appointment to breed his mare with a stallion. After this, he started to head home and was most of the way back by, he guessed, a bit before 8 a.m. This is when he decided to take a shortcut through the woods back to his house. This mare hadn't been shoed yet, and he wanted to give her feet a break from the asphalt-paved road. This path was just barely wide enough, and he was being hit by branches, but he was putting up with it because it was just a short distance left to his house. Just a little ways in front of him, Jan would notice 2 figures walking parallel to the path. One of these figures then tried to jump over the path, but appeared to be slipping in the mud. Jan would later say, they moved in a strangely clumsy way, keeping their feet in a cross run. The 2 began walking again, now with each one on each side of the path. Wolski, not paying much attention to the 2, started to pass in between them. This is when they both hopped on the back of his wagon, with one on the back right and the other one sitting in the back middle. And this actually didn't surprise Jan too much, because in this area of Poland, it was a local custom to get rides this way. What did surprise him is how quickly they both hopped on, and how much the cart jerked as if a large amount of weight was put onto the back of it. At first, Jan simply thought that these 2 might be a couple of Boy Scouts out exploring the woods. But when he turned back to get a better look, he would see that these 2 shorter figures were very unusual looking and had strange facial features. He first noted that they were both wearing identical black costumes in which only the faces and hands were bare. Both of their legs were dangling from the edge of his wagon at this point, but he could tell that the suit went all the way down and became the shoes themselves, looking to be made of the same material. He would later say, I thought they might be Chinese, but I didn't ask anything. They had slightly slanted eyes. The cheekbones were protruding. Once I saw some Chinese men, and the beings slightly reminded me of them. But Chinese people seem to be more massive and taller. He guessed that these 2 were only about 4 or 5 feet tall. Then the 2 creatures began to talk to each other in a bizarre, extremely fast manner. Jan had never heard a language like this before, and to him it sounded like high-pitched pigeon squeals and hyena giggles. Now a little unsure of who or what he was dealing with, he looked more closely at their faces. To him, they looked like they were being polite, looking back at him and kind of smiling oddly. Jan then saw that their skin seemed to be painted dark green. The slanting eyes were horizontally elongated, with only a bit of white visible in the corners. He would also notice that they had no eyebrows and no other hair to be seen. They had very white teeth, but no lips. Their mouths looked to be more like a slit in the skin. The outfits they wore reminded him of a scuba outfit, and they had some strange tubing running from the nape of their necks down to the sides of their arms. Up close, he could tell that the suits were actually a black-gray color and that they were very tight-fitting. At this point, he couldn't tell if they were male or female either. After a few moments, Wolski and his 2 passengers pulled into a clearing in the trees. This is when he would see a large object hovering almost motionless in the sky. To him, it looked to be about the size of a bus and was about 15 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 9 feet tall, even referring to it as a flying car. It looked like a sort of cubicle with a roof on top, but he couldn't tell if the roof was triangular or more of a half-cylinder shape. The entire thing was a metallic color, and he described it as looking like a type of clear white nickel or polished aluminum. What was strangest of all, though, were the whirling, cylindrical drill devices on each corner, connected to the flying craft by barrel-shaped brackets mounted in the center. These cylindrical drills were also spinning while moving up and down ever so slightly, all while emitting a very faint buzz. He could now see that the craft itself was also hovering up and down a very small amount, maybe a foot in total. The two entities then hopped off the car, gesturing to Jan with their green hands, implying that he should do the same. Now he could see that their hands also seemed to be partially webbed, having a membrane stretching up to the first joint in their fingers. At this time, he didn't feel afraid and wasn't intimidated by them, so he decided to go along with this. He hopped off the cart and tied his mare to a tree. Looking back over, he would now see a small platform, looking to be a lift lowering onto the ground in front of the craft, carrying with it a third identical entity. This lift was only about 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, and hung about 12 to 15 feet below this object. From each corner of the platform, there was a metal cable running up to the small roof extending from the hovering craft. It was then that the creatures gestured for him to follow them up to the lift. He obliged and hopped onto the platform with one of the creatures. As they started to move up the lift, the side of the craft opened up, looking to be rolling inwards. And this surprised him, as moments before there was no indication of an opening being there at all. Suddenly a fourth entity appeared in the doorway, again looking to be pretty identical to the other three. It gave him a friendly gesture, appearing to be inviting him inside. He started to step through the somewhat small doorway, which was only about 2.5 feet wide and 5 feet tall. Now he could also see that the outer wall of this craft was only about 8 inches thick. He stepped inside, noting that almost every surface of the room was a sort of graphite color. Behind him, the lift went back down to the ground before returning with the other two creatures. At first he had difficulty seeing, as the room was very dark. The only source of light was coming through the still open doorway. Walking around, he was actually surprised by the lack of things he came across. The room was mostly bare, besides a couple of benches sticking out of the walls. Every surface was smooth and seamless, reminding him of hard plastic. Looking up, he could see that from here the ceiling looked to be a semicircular shape and also had a black tube running down the middle long ways. Looking over, he now saw that one of these entities was taking a rod and sticking it into small holes along the walls, seeming to be manipulating something. At the same time, another creature began to eat some type of food. Jan at first thought that it was some kind of hardened dough, but never heard any crunching sounds or anything similar to that. To Jan, they looked like icicles, but appeared to be soft and almost cake-like. The entity would crumble this food into pieces before putting the smaller crumbs into their mouth. Noticing Jan inspecting him, the entity would gesture to the food and then to its mouth. It seemed like he was offering him a piece, but Jan refused to take any, thinking that it just looked too strange to him. Turning around, he would come to see another bizarre sight. In a far corner of the room, there was a pile of blackbirds. They didn't seem to be dead, but they were in some sort of paralyzed state. They were moving around a little bit, but couldn't walk or fly. Soon the four creatures would approach Jan, making hand gestures, telling him to take off his clothing. At the time, he didn't feel like this was a strange request and went along with it. He took off his jacket and started to unbutton his shirt. One of these creatures, appearing curious, even walked over and undid a couple of buttons itself. Stopping there, Jan waited for a moment before the creatures gestured for him to remove everything. He mentioned that of everything he took off, his leather belt seemed to interest them the most. When he was completely undressed, one creature would then walk over with a metallic object resembling two small saucers joined together. Two of the entities stood on either side of him and grabbed his arms with their bare hands and held them up in the air. Jan would note that their skin was oddly smooth and cool to the touch. The saucers were then ran along all sides of his body, with him believing that they were taking some kind of measurements. He then started to smell some kind of sulfur-like odor, and he claimed that this clung to him for several days. Once they were done with their examination, they gestured for him to put his clothes back on. He said that at the time he felt no fear, and he just smiled and bowed to them in response. The creatures then all made a grimacing face, apparently trying to smile, before bowing back to him. Jan walked onto the platform before turning back to the entities in the doorway. He told them all goodbye and waved his cap to them. All four of them would again take a bow, and the lift started to lower him back down, stopping just a foot off the ground. He stepped off and immediately rushed over to his mare. He wanted to get home as quickly as he could to tell his family and friends what had happened. Just a few minutes later, he was back at his house, running inside and asking his wife where his boys were. She told them that they were somewhere outside before asking him what had happened. Jan told her it was nothing before rushing back outside. On the way out, he could hear her ask if something was wrong with the mare. He soon found two of his sons walking back towards the house from the barn. He told them there was something out of the ordinary just a ways through the trees, saying, "Go quickly to the field and you will see some car in the air." The two sons first ran off to get their neighbor before all running out to the clearing together. He would now notice that it was just a little bit after 9 and his encounter had lasted about an hour. Jan's third son would then arrive sometime later, and out of curiosity, the two decided to go back out to the field and see if the other two had found anything. But by the time they got there was nothing hovering in the sky anymore. The boys would show him a strange path of dew on top of the grass that went on for several hundred feet. After seeing the end of the dew trail, Jan returned home and let his boys continue searching the area. After this, the sons would claim to find an odd footprint in the mud, with it appearing to be a hollowed-out rectangular shape. The news of Jan's encounter would soon spread across town, with many people referring to these strange entities as monsters. Soon, the local teachers were even being asked about it, with the kids wondering if Martians could land on Earth. Out of fear, some children even stopped showing up to school altogether. The principal, deciding to take action, alerted the civic militia, saying, "I thought that if the militia authoritatively cleared the matter, finding that it was a plane, a helicopter, or something like that, it would cut through all the rumors." Next, the police would also get involved, with a nearby town sending an officer down to investigate. This officer, as well as the militia, would question Jan before going out to the clearing themselves to investigate. By this time, they couldn't find any traces of the encounter, but they would find some of Jan's cart tracks still in the mud. The sergeant said, "The grandfather fell asleep and was dreaming everything." There was also evidence of wheel marks. They turned to the left suddenly, then the grass is etched at a length of about 20 meters. The horse needed at least an hour for this, and Volsky, meanwhile, slept on the fur. Once back at the police station, the sergeant would give his report to his superior, who mostly wrote it off as a fantasy, saying, "Maybe it was because of movies on TV?" But the locals in Emilcin didn't think this was the case. Everyone in town knew that the farmer didn't own anything like a TV and didn't even read the newspapers. Jan Volsky and his property soon became quite popular, and this became somewhat of a problem for him. Frustrated, he would comment on this, saying, "Do you know what people said about me? They called me an alcoholic or said that it was a mere dream. But the worst were the trips people started making here. Sometimes there were up to 14 coaches with tourists at once. They harassed me and didn't let me work, and trampled my meadow." 2 months later, a well-known UFO researcher would get involved, coming down to do his own investigation and interview. This researcher, Blania Balnar, would bring a team with him consisting of professionals in different areas, including a psychiatrist, psychologist, biologist, hypnotist, physician, physicist, and more. He was said to have been a well-read and intelligent man and had been publishing articles about UFOs in the Polish press for several years. After hearing his story, they decided to hook Jan up to a polygraph machine. He would pass this test with no issue, and a psychologist would even step in to give their opinion on the matter. They stated that he was mentally healthy and showed no symptoms of mental illness. If anything, they thought his psyche was actually better than most people's his age. The psychologist would say, "I must say that I came to the psychological research of Mr. Volsky from Emilcin with a lot of skepticism. However, as a result of the research, several statements can be made. First, it seems very unlikely that Mr. Volsky would mislead us with full premeditation. There is no motivation or reason. It seems equally unlikely that Mr. Volsky has been programmed by someone to give a false testimony. He is simply very resilient to these types of suggestions. I also find it unlikely that the adventure and the encounter by Mr. Volsky might be a creation of morbid psyche. He believes that Jan did indeed see something, but stated that he couldn't answer what exactly that was from a psychological point of view. He added, "He has seen something unusual, something very interesting. What it could have been, I don't know." They would also go around and interview the locals in the area, specifically asking about Jan, and according to them, he never drank alcohol and rarely tended to fantasize. Jan, wanting people to believe him and take his story more seriously, took an oath before God and wrote a statement for anyone wanting to see it. It read, "I solemnly swear by God that my account of meeting the aliens on 10 May 1978 is absolutely true. God witness that I am telling the truth." Taking this case very seriously, Balnar decided to interview some more people in the area to see if he could find any more witnesses. First, he found a couple of children living in the same village that claimed to have seen something the very same day as Jan. A 6-year-old boy and his younger sister, Adam and Aniska Popiowek, both said they saw a strange bus going into the air above their barn. The two kids went in and told their mother, with Adam saying, "Mummy, come here because it could destroy our house because there is something in the air." The mother ran outside and looked around for a bit, but never did see anything. Adam also went and told his father, but he was in a bit of a rush and didn't pay much attention at the moment. Later on, the two parents would hear of Jan's encounter and now wanted to know more about their son's story. He then told his father everything. The young boy didn't quite know what to call it, saying that it was a plane or a bus. The object itself was a shiny metal color, with Adam saying it looked similar to a brand new bucket. On the sides of the craft, he also saw a couple of turning poles that he would call whirlies. He even said that he saw a strange figure through one of the windows. He said that it was wearing a gray-black suit that went over its ears and its chin, adding that the face was as green as a leaf on a bush. He watched for only a few moments before it flew over the barn with a loud bang. The mother would add in that she thought she had also heard this bang while inside cooking. Next, Balnar would find a couple of men who had made a strange sighting while driving to the nearby city of Lublin. At some point during their trip, a bizarre metal object started to fly about 30 feet off the road in front of them. According to them, the craft was about the shape and size of an army barracks building. It had no visible propellers or wings, yet its flight looked to be very stable. They were convinced that something intelligent must have been controlling it. They continued on their drive until they got to their destination, where they almost immediately told the people of what they had seen. According to witnesses, they seemed to be genuinely frightened. Balnar would also talk to a farmer living just a little ways away from the clearing, with him also hearing some strange noise on the morning of the 10th. And just a few days later, he would also speak to an artist that claimed to have found some cut-up blackbird feathers in the nearby forest. After this investigation, he would comment on Jan's case, saying, "I don't believe that the witness could have given the details of the appearance or demeanor of the beings using only his imagination. He describes, for example, how their suits looked, even though this information never appeared in Polish publications on UFOs. So I believe this is an account of an absolutely real, authentic experience." Looking more into the claim that he could have seen something similar on TV, he noted that there were no sci-fi films even broadcast in Poland at that time. Thinking that this was one of the most important cases his country had seen, he continued to keep an eye on everything, even after most of the commotion had died down. Then, several months later, he would come across another man with a very strange encounter. It was the 27th of September, 1978, in the small town of Gdynia, in midwestern Poland. Henryk Marciniak, a 31-year-old man, decided to ride his motorcycle out to a wooded area in search of some edible mushrooms. While going down a small road through the trees, he would make it to a clearing, coming to see a strange gray object standing on 4 support legs. To him, the shape of the thing reminded him of a cubicle boxcar with a rounded top, looking to be about 8 feet tall and 25 feet long and wide. He decided to get closer and drove at the object from the side, stopping about 20 or 30 feet away from it. Henryk couldn't see any windows or doors, with the whole thing appearing to be completely smooth. After several moments, a square opening started to appear on one side, with the staircase then unfurling from within. In this new entranceway, he would see 2 figures only about 4.5 feet tall start to walk down the stairs. The first thing he noticed were their skin-tight, dark, almost black suits. They turned and looked right at him and started to walk in his direction. He could now see that they had dark green skin with their hands and faces the only uncovered parts of their bodies able to be seen. The eyes were a glassy red color, a bit slanted, and seemed a little larger than normal. Their cheekbones were very noticeable and protruded outwards, while the mouth was narrow and curved downwards. One would approach him and shake his hand, with Henrik noting that their skin was very smooth and cool to the touch. The two entities then turned to each other and started to speak in a strange way, almost sounding like squawking geese. They then walked over to his motorcycle, with one inspecting it while the other started to rummage through his basket of mushrooms. He then gave him a little demonstration of the motorcycle and tried to show him how to ride it. He thought at this point that they may have been taking pictures, as one of the strange figures was holding a small device that was making some clicking sounds. After about 15 minutes, a bell-like sound came out of the craft, still sitting a short distance away, with the two entities immediately getting up and going back inside. The door then smoothly disappeared behind them. The object began to hover upwards, and when it was above the trees, it started to emit a strong breeze before shooting up into the clouds. He watched it leave for a few seconds, and then looked at the footprints the craft had left on the ground. He then left the area and went home himself. Not too long after this, TV Poland would air a documentary on Jan Wolski's encounter, which would bring this case to a more national level. In 1980, his encounter even inspired a comic called Incomers, which was published in Relax magazine. Then, in 1985, the UFO Congress was held in Lublin. Jan would attend this and even went on stage to tell his encounter in front of hundreds of people. Jan's story would remain the same for many years, with people saying that he actually enjoyed talking about it and showing people the area where he had his encounter. In 1991, Jan Wolski would peacefully pass away at the age of 84, and although his story was finished, this case was still being researched. In 1996, Bollner would publish the book, The Emilcin Incident, which was devoted to Jan and his tale. It's here that the case would gain more attention and become well known in other countries besides just Poland. In 2005, the city of Emilcin decided to honor Jan Wolski by building a small monument to dedicate him and his story. They originally wanted to build it where the encounter took place, but it's said that Jan's granddaughter wouldn't allow this. So instead, they decided to build it about half a mile away in the center of town. It's now become somewhat of a tourist attraction, with quite a few people going out there in hopes of seeing flying craft for themselves. The inscription on this monument reads, "On May 10th, 1978, a UFO object landed in Emilcin. The truth will amaze us." Even today, this is the only monument in Poland meant to mark and recognize a UFO encounter. It would actually be quite some time after this before any new information would come out regarding the case. And even then, it's been pretty controversial. In 2013, the book, Secret Operations of PRL and UFO, written by Bartosz Rodowiecki, would offer a very different view on the whole situation. In this book, he theorizes that the entire incident was crafted by a ufologist, Witold Woronzow, as a type of revenge. It all started during the filming of a TV program on April 18th of 1978. Woronzow, Bollner, and a well-known hypnotist, Lechin Vazka, were all present. Woronzow wasn't convinced that a hypnotist could plant false memories into an abductee's mind, while Bollner thought it was entirely possible. It seems that Woronzow then agreed to an experiment to see if he could be hypnotized in front of an audience. And unfortunately for him, it seems to have worked, and he was put into some kind of trance. And it's said that when this trance was broken, he was furious, humiliated, and from then on out hated Bollner. And it seems that this story may be true because the episode was said to have never aired. Wanting to get revenge, Woronzow came up with a plan to get back at Bollner. According to the author, Woronzow was an acquaintance of Józef Wolski, Jan's son. Then together, the two somehow got Jan to see a hypnotist in which false memories were implanted. They then passed the case off to Bollner, who was relatively new to the UFO game and looking for experience. The plan was to let him research the fake event for several days before revealing a secret and therefore making a joke of Bollner in front of everyone. The author goes on to claim that Bollner quickly noticed that he was dealing with a fraud, but decided to go along with it in the hopes that the story would increase his notoriety as well. The author says the proof of his theory all comes from a tape that he received from someone that used to work with Bollner. After listening to this tape, he was convinced that Bollner had fed the details to young Adam of Jan's encounter just to make the stories fit each other. But there is one main problem to this idea. Adam's parents had previously said that the kids had told them all these details beforehand, and they weren't made up by Balnar. It also seems that no one else out there has been able to verify this information on the tape because the author has never released it. Rudotowski would even write, "Everything I've talked about is evidence, either in correspondence or in witness accounts. However, the mere fact of hypnotizing Volsky cannot be confirmed directly. Because and how? This is my hypothesis, but it is very likely." At some point after this book was published, a now much older Agnieszka Popiołek would be tracked down and asked about her sighting all those years ago. She said that she was a bit too young at the time and doesn't even remember any of it now, adding, "It was a beautiful story, but I think it's a fairy tale. I remember those ufologists and a lot of people who were hanging around. There was so much turmoil. After that, I was afraid to go in the forest myself." She would also say that her brother Adam had moved away to England and no longer talked to journalists. He actually doesn't even believe in UFOs anymore. Soon after this, the family of the late Witold Borzonk would even issue a special statement. They would say that they felt the author was being deceptive. His son would even write that his father was never interested in hypnosis and wouldn't have had the knowledge to create false memories to this extent. His widow would later confirm this statement, saying that the book was scandalous and manipulative. Even a resident of Emilcin would make a statement after reading the book, saying, "Something was there and that it was a hoax. That revenge was one on top of the other. Who would know that? Especially that story, that they hypnotized him, that they had implanted memories. In the middle of the woods at 8 in the morning? It sounds as fantastic as the UFO itself." A couple of years later, Rudotowski would revisit the case in a book he wrote called In Search of the Truth. Now he would claim that he had contacted the Lublin police and questioned them on the original investigation all those years ago. One officer said that he had been researching the case for many years at this point, and he noticed a few flaws in Balnar's research. He mostly emphasized that Balnar had never checked any helicopter flight logs from the two local airports. Looking into this, the author claims to have come across a memo from an Mi-2 helicopter, which was nicknamed UFO. He says that the training pilots would use this memo when they were out doing something they probably shouldn't be doing, like purposefully scaring people and landing in random fields. And there's still problems with these theories as well, because the author seems to be the only one with this knowledge and has only offered a couple of photocopied memos as proof. It seems that many people respect him for his work on World War II novels, but they're still kind of skeptical on his ability to research UFO sightings. As the years go on, sightings at Emilcin have only increased, with some people even capturing a few photos. In 2017, a couple of young adults decided to travel from Warsaw out to the monument in this small village. It was a cloudy day and not the best of weather, so the two took a few photos and then decided to head back home. Just as the driver started to move the car, the passenger shouted at them, saying that they saw a strange object resembling a bus flying over the sky. They quickly got out their phones and were able to take a few pictures before it flew out of sight over the forest. The object seen was quite far away, but when zoomed in you can see that it has a very similar shape to the craft John had seen almost 40 years prior. Unlike many UFO cases this old, the house and plot of land where Jan lived and made his encounter are still clearly visible even today. No one lives in the house anymore, its roof is rusty and the windows are boarded up. However, the garden Jan used to tend to, and the clearing in which he made his encounter are still well groomed. Even though the family has all moved away, one grandson still comes back on a regular basis to take care of the property. Many people believe that the whole encounter was just a drug-induced hallucination or false memories implanted into an old fragile mind. Some even believe that it was all just a story to take away attention from the failing economy in the area. But even to this day, the local residents would have to disagree with these theories. They claim that Jan never drank and was never treated badly even after the encounter. They say that he wouldn't even tell his story unless a few asked about it first. Nowadays, most of the local residents know of Jan's story. One would say, in those days, no one even had a TV in Emilcin. How would he make something like this up? And why? Filiberto Cardenas Abduction. This story begins with a man named Filiberto Cardenas. who immigrated to Florida just a bit after the Cuban Revolution. He would come to live in the small town of Haley, Florida, a suburb area just short ways away from Miami. Sometime later on, he would meet his wife Iris, and the two would have 4 children together. Filiberto also owned and ran a small gift shop called Zarabanda, which was on 4150 East 4th Avenue, where he and his wife worked for many years. On Thursday, January 27, 1979, Filiberto Cardenas would be working at this very gift shop. This is when he would receive a call from one of his friends, Fernando Martí. Fernando wanted to go out and buy a pig so they could all roast it up that weekend. Filiberto would agree to this and waited for his friend to arrive. Fernando soon showed up around 6 p.m. with his wife Myrta and daughter Isabel with him. Feeling a bit tired, Filiberto gave Fernando the keys to his 1970 station wagon and hopped into the passenger seat to rest. Driving along US Route 267, they stopped at 2 different farms but couldn't find a pig to buy. Not wanting to give up just yet, they drove down a small side road toward the 3rd farm. After a little ways, their car started to lose power and the engine died out of nowhere. Fernando tried to start it again, but couldn't get the car to respond in the slightest. The 2 men simply looked at each other with concern before popping the hood open and getting out of the car. Fernando opened the hood and they both looked around to see if they could figure out what was wrong. Filiberto began to mess with the battery cables to see if they had come loose, but found them still firmly attached. Fernando then went back to try to start the car, but nothing happened. The headlights wouldn't even come on. He got back out of the car and started examining the steering column, thinking that there had to be wire problems there. He followed the wires under the hood and was trying to look behind everything, practically laying on top of the still-hot engine. Both of the men soon noticed a violet and red light, flashing in sequence, reflecting off of the metal on the engine. At the same time, the entire group began to hear a strange buzzing sound, later described as sounding like a large swarm of bees. The light grew more intense and the sound became louder before the whole car began to shake. Myrta, who was still in the back seat, began to panic as her daughter sat next to her. Apparently the family had just moved from California to Florida because of a bad earthquake, and she thought she was experiencing this same thing again. She covered her daughter with her body to protect her, all while screaming in terror. When Filiberto heard the screaming, he immediately tried to go and see what was wrong, but he felt completely paralyzed. Fernando, who was still on his stomach under the hood, felt his feet begin to be pulled upwards. He tried to crawl further under, but found that he could no longer move either. Filiberto felt that the same force that paralyzed him was now raising him into the air. He later said, "I tried to move, but I was paralyzed in position, unable to do anything, even unable to move my arms. I could hear the screams of the women in the car. I looked down and saw that I was suspended in the air and rising. When I was 8 to 10 feet above the car, everything went dark, and I don't remember what happened." Fernando looked up as this was happening, seeing Filiberto in a bluish-white beam, shouting, "Let me go! Let me go!" before disappearing into a dark elliptical object. This bulky object ascended and floated away, then soon after flew off to the west. Then the lights and sound all ceased at once. Fernando soon realized that he was able to move again and rushed to his wife and daughter. He yelled at them, "They have taken Filiberto! Mama, they have taken Filiberto!" After seeing that the two were fine, he hopped back into the driver's seat and turned the keys. After several attempts, the car finally started, but it seemed to be running very poorly. He said it almost felt as if it were out of gasoline. They soon drove back to the highway, with Fernando unsure of what to do next. He was worried that if he reported this to the police, they may not believe him and think that he was what caused Filiberto to go missing. But with no other options, he stopped at a service station on 29th Street and called the police. Right after this, he called Miss Cardenas, telling her, "A light took Filiberto away." She asked for more details, but Fernando couldn't seem to find a way to explain it, saying that he didn't understand it himself. Iris began to cry as she hung up the phone and called the police herself. When she heard that they had no additional information, she called her nephew out to ask him to bring him to where Filiberto had last been seen. They looked around for a while but never did find anything. At this point, Fernando had met up with some police and they had followed him out to where the encounter had taken place. They too looked around but didn't immediately find anything. Since it was already dark out, the police decided to go ahead and contact nearby Homestead Air Base, and they sent out a helicopter with some spotlights. Around this time, Filiberto suddenly became aware of the sound of tire on pavement and a couple of loud cats. He followed the noise and soon found himself in the middle of a highway. A driver was forced to stomp on his brakes to avoid hitting him. He was able to tell that something wasn't quite right, and he got out to pull Filiberto to the side of the road. He then called the police. Filiberto later said, "The next thing I remember is waking up to consciousness on my hands and knees, and 2 bright lights rushing at me. I heard brakes screeching and tires skid, and the lights swerved and came to a stop. I was helped from the road by a man taking my collar and leading me off the road. I learned later that this was near 137th Avenue on the Miami Trail, some 12 miles from where my car stalled." The first officer, Patrolman William Christian, arrived at about 8:15. From his first impression, he thought he was dealing with either a drunk or a man that had been beaten and left on the side of the road. He then asked Filiberto what had happened, but he only told him that he had no idea. Later, Filiberto would say that he didn't elaborate anymore at that moment because he was afraid people would think he was crazy. A second officer soon arrived and they began to ask him some more questions, but it seems that Filiberto's English wasn't that great, so they ended up searching him for identification. They found his wallet, and it didn't take him too long to find out that he was the missing person everyone was looking for. They radioed in the situation to the other officers and then took him down to the station. On the way there, Filiberto slowly started to recover and come back to his senses. He tried to explain to the officers what had happened to him. Officer Christian seemed to feel that something strange and unusual did indeed happen to the man. On his official report, under type of offense, he even wrote, "Close encounter of the third kind." The other officers called off the search, and the whole group, Miss Cardenas, her nephew, Fernando and his family, all followed them back to the station. Upon arrival, they would come to see Filiberto in a much worse condition than he was just 3 hours beforehand. His wife was very concerned after seeing him this way and insisted on taking him to the clinic right away. Soon Filiberto would be treated, having numerous skin abrasions, lesions, and systematic dysfunctions. He would also complain of pain in both of his knees and blurry, out-of-focus vision. They examined him and gave him a few x-rays, but they didn't find anything major wrong with him. The hospital would note that he had stable vital signs, a small abrasion on his forehead, and a small yellow lesion on his right shoulder. They would say that altogether there were 108 marks all over his body, with some comparing many of the wounds to acupuncture marks. One doctor ended up thinking that it could be negative effects from radiation exposure, but they didn't have the equipment to test for that at this small clinic. The next day, early in the morning, he was taken to Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami. Unfortunately, they didn't have the equipment to test for that either, so they would end up also contacting Homestead Air Force Base. Some of the Air Base personnel then came out to the hospital to examine Filiberto, but they said that their results for radiation were negative. They would also tell him that there had been no unusual air activity observed by radar the night before. He was soon released from the hospital and went back home. Not long after, he began to experience other symptoms as well. Over the course of just one day, he would complain of eye irritation and sensitivity, excessive thirst, profuse sweating, a sulfur-like body odor, hot and cold flashes, and memory lapses. At one point, he even claimed that his urine was a dark yellow-brown color. This same day, Filiberto would be contacted by attorney and local UFO researcher Virgilio Sanchez. Dr. Sanchez had already been working on a number of other UFO cases this time and had a whole team working with him. This team included engineers, doctors, a psychologist, a neurologist, and a professional hypnotist. The whole team would come out to question Filiberto while performing medical, psychological, and neurological examinations. At one point, he even got Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who used to work for Project Blue Book, to come out and help advise them on their research. Soon after, Sanchez would arrange for a hypnotherapist and an expert on the subject of alien encounters to conduct regressions on Cardenas. This was said to be a local hypnotherapist who claimed to have no opinions on UFOs. He also happened to speak Spanish, making the questioning much easier. The first of 4 sessions would begin on January 27th. And this is where Filiberto, as well as the others, would discover the details of his abduction. After being paralyzed and knocked out by the strange light and sound, Filiberto woke up. He then realized he still couldn't move, seeming to be in some kind of chair that suctioned him down into it and restricted his movements. Looking around the small room, he came to see 3 strange figures standing on one side of him. One of them then approached Filiberto and placed some kind of helmet on his head. His helmet seemed to be full of small needles, and some of them fell all the way to his shoulders. They then tried to communicate with him, but they seemed to be speaking a different language. He thought that it may have been German. He gestured to them that he didn't understand. The figure speaking then began to rotate a button on his chest, before suddenly speaking English. Filiberto indicated that he still couldn't understand him, so they again rotated the button. This time they were speaking Spanish, although it was with more of a South American accent. After performing their examination on him, they would take him into another room. There he met with a fourth entity. This time, though, it was wearing a cape and sitting on a high throne-like chair. He would then speak to Cardenas in both vocal speech and telepathy in perfect Spanish. On the walls, they projected images, which he said almost looked like TV or film, but not quite. They seemed to show scenes from humanity's past and future. He was soon led into another room, which was very similar to the first. He was then placed back into one of the suction seats. He could now see out of a window. He realized that he was in a smaller ship as it discharged away from what he called the mothership. They flew for only a moment before an unfamiliar narrow sandy beach and gray ocean were visible. As the ship came lower to the ground, he noticed red, brown, and purple rocks rising steeply away from this beach. The craft began to hover just a few feet off the ground, with one of the entities getting out and shining a light onto the rocks. Suddenly, the rocks began to part, with a large tunnel or cavern now being visible. More ships suddenly shot out of the opening and flew over the sea. Then they all began to abruptly tilt downwards and descend into the ocean itself. The ship Filiberto was in started to do the same, moving at such an incredible speed he couldn't make out what was happening outside. As they dove into the water, he noticed that it didn't quite come into contact with the ship and was separated by a barrier of air. They started to slow down, and he could now see that they appeared to be in a large underwater tunnel. The walls were translucent and seemed to glow. He described them as looking like they were made of solidified water. The craft then emerged into what looked to be a very large and completely dry cavern, but Filiberto couldn't see any stalagmites or anything like that. Very quickly, he came to see two large symbols made of stone, and these impressed him, with him comparing the size of them to a telephone pole. The first looked to be a serpent and was quite large. The second one was similar, but smaller, and he couldn't tell what it was for sure. Filiberto and his strange guides then got off the ship, with them leading him over to a rock where they would let him sit around for a moment. Soon an enormous door would open, with several more entities emerging. In this moment, the sensations he was feeling were strange, and it was all overwhelming for Filiberto. There was an unfamiliar odor in the air that made him feel like he couldn't breathe, with a strange pressure on his chest. One of these figures would walk over to him, loudly telling him, "Welcome!" To him, this seemed to be an Earth person, and he began to speak with Filiberto in Spanish. And he too seemed to have a South American accent. This person told him that he was from Earth like him, and had been working with the entities for some time now. He also told Filiberto that he should be happy because he would be receiving instructions from other human beings that were working with them. He was then led to another doorway which opened onto a street in what looked to be a small city. They would cross the street and take him into a building where he would be stripped and placed against the wall. This wall suctioned him down and restricted his movements just as the chairs had done earlier. The panel he was against then rotated off the wall and moved him into a horizontal position. And at this time, while Filiberto was still under hypnosis, it's said that he became quite agitated. He would say that the entities were passing a device over him and trying to explain what they were doing to him. But in reality, he just feels threatened and afraid of these strange instruments. The entities themselves also seemed off to Filiberto. He felt like they were hiding their true appearance, and they looked almost like a doll to him. Mechanical arms full of instruments then emerged from the walls and moved over to Filiberto, as it seemed to test different parts of his body. Suction cups were placed all over him, almost completely covering his skin. He didn't feel any pain at this point, but he still couldn't move either. Lights were shined into his eyes and his ears and along other parts of his body. He even claims that they took a semen sample from him. At this point, he became pretty impatient and wanted to know when they would be done with him. And just a couple moments later, the test seemed to be finished, so they let him up and gestured for him to get dressed. Then they began to project more images all around the room. They seemed similar to the ones he saw earlier, with them showing him future events around the world. He saw boats, airplanes, and mountains at first, but then he saw images of China, with the beings telling him that they are in control over the country. They say that something good will happen there soon. He's then shown images of pyramids and obelisks in various locations, with one in the Atlantic, another in the Pacific, and one deep within the Earth itself. He is told that many of these places are inhabited by entities and humans like them. Another image shows 3 of these pyramids connected by light, with him being told that they are, quote, controls that we have here in the Earth. They then make him lay down and go to sleep before waking him up a short time later. They would give him something to eat, which reminded him of pills. At this point, Filiberto said he felt like they were going to drive him crazy. He was then taken into another, larger room where a craft of some kind sat in a vertical position. Filiberto said that this visually reminded him of a rocket on a launch pad. They went inside this craft, where he met 3 more of these strange entities. One placed him down into a suction seat as they did before, and the other seemed to be manipulating some controls. The ship departed at such a speed that he again couldn't make out anything through the window. Before he knew it, the door to the craft was opening up once again, and he was freed from the seat. He was led outside into a pasture where another entity would open his mouth and make him drink some kind of liquid. The entities got back inside the craft with the door closing behind him. It then took off into the sky with it going out of sight fairly quickly. At this point, Filiberto started to feel sick. It took a great amount of effort to keep himself upright and orientated. He wasn't sure where he was, and he wasn't completely aware of his surroundings. He could hear some cats yelling in the distance and saw some kind of light, so he began to walk towards them. And this is when he would be found in the middle of the highway by the passing motorist. After this, he claims that he could still hear the aliens' voices in his head on occasions, and felt like these were remotely sent messages. He claims that at some point during the examination he was subjected to, a small device was implanted behind each ear. This allowed him to receive messages, as well as see and hear 3D projected scenes from around the planet. He said that while watching these 3D projected screens, he could even feel the temperature difference as well as smell the air there. It felt nearly real to him, as if he was transported there himself. After hearing this, Dr. Hynek would suggest that this could be an advanced technology affecting him on a cellular level. Sometimes, when Filiberto would see these messages, he would feel like he was no longer on Earth and actually in space somewhere. He believes that he was being tested as a messenger meant to warn humanity of future catastrophes, adding that he was only one of many that were being contacted by these aliens. As an example, he would tell the hypnotherapist that in the near future, many cities will disappear under the ocean in a very short amount of time. He says that the aliens want to help prevent some of these disasters in hopes of saving lives. The hypnotherapist would then ask him to identify the most important things he had been told about. Filiberto first talks about a failed conference between 3 parties, which he thought involved the Middle East, and he was told that this could lead to a great war. He would also mention that after 1985, several dictatorships in Latin American countries and the Philippines would fall. He would also be told that Mexico City would be destroyed, and at some point California would sink into the ocean. Filiberto did ask the aliens if there was any way to prevent these tragedies, but he was simply told no. They said that the only thing they could do was get people to leave the areas. He then asked them if this was all punishment for something that humans had done. But the entities emphasized that they were not the ones causing these events. They said that these were natural disasters and nothing could be done to change what will happen. At one point during the hypnosis session, Filiberto even said, "I was told that I was going to travel to Europe to give some important messages to the Pope." Around this time, his friends and family would say that for about 5 minutes a night, he would say meaningless words and numbers. Filiberto now claimed that he was becoming more telepathically sensitive towards others as well. One day, he even drove out to help his father-in-law, whose car had broke down, without even being contacted. Then, over the next couple weeks, he would return to the site of the abduction. Every time he did so, his watch would start to run rapidly, so fast it audibly made a whirring sound. He would even demonstrate this to his wife, friends, and even Dr. Sanchez before taking the watch in for repairs. On February 21st, 1979, Filiberto would receive another message, this time asking him to return to the abduction site. And now, he would ask if it was okay to bring his wife, Iris, along with him. They told him that since the two were a unity, she was considered one with him and therefore could accompany him. So, at 4 in the morning, Mr. and Mrs. Cardenas went to wait at that side road off of the highway. Soon, a top or mushroom-shaped UFO flew up to them. It hovered next to their parked car, almost in the same spot it had been in during their first encounter. It was nearly the size of a railroad car and was a dull silver color all over. It didn't quite touch down to the ground, floating just a few feet above it. It was then that a row of blue, violet, silver, and white blinking lights appeared on both the top of the mushroom shape and at the bottom, which Filiberto would call the gondola. The couple walked up to what looked to be a glass window, but found that they were able to walk straight through it and into the ship. There they saw several narrow swivel chairs with tall backs and sat down. The two turned their chairs around and came to see the occupants, which looked almost, but not quite human. They were about 3.5 to 4 feet tall, and they all wore a tight-fitting, silvery bluish-white one-piece suit. Filiberto would now remember this from his first encounter as well. They had big, elongated eyes, and they reminded him of people from Asia. Their nose looked straight and fairly normal, but their mouth was small and would never move. The entities did converse with one another, but their language sounded almost Arabic to him. When they spoke directly to him, they did so telepathically and in Spanish. Iris said she had to pinch herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming. She then looked a little more closely at the suits they were wearing and even asked one of the aliens if she could touch it. It seems that they agreed to this, so she went up and touched the chest. The material was strange, rough in one direction but smooth in the other, reminding her of fish scales. She would also add that the entity's body felt firm underneath. Iris kept observing more, saying, on the suit, on the right breast, they had an emblem made up of a serpent in the form of an S, or maybe more like a Z, with rounded corners, with a wide X-shaped cross laying down underneath. She would also notice 5 thin cables that ran from the waistline up to the neck before going inside of the suit. She didn't know what these cables were for, but could tell that they didn't impede their movements at all. Iris then backed away and lit up a cigarette. She asked them if they had anything to do with the 2 little girls that had been abducted in Puerto Rico, a story that she had heard from one of the men researching her husband. A few of the aliens then appeared to go into sneezing fits, with Filiberto telling her to put out the cigarette, saying that she should not smoke, saying so that it does not contaminate the atmosphere inside the ship. They then went on to answer her question, telling her that they do not abduct young girls. This relieved Iris, as the two had a 3-year-old daughter back home. The entities then approached them and led them into another room. Iris says that at this time they noticed her painted nails and seemed fascinated by them. This other room looked to be the control room for the ship. One wall was covered in illuminated buttons, while the other had 3D TV-like screens covering it. They showed scenes from future events, much like Filiberto had seen before. They were then told that they were being shown these so they could get people to believe them and accept their messages. This was a message of universal love, and they wanted humans to help each other in times of need. They were soon flown back to their car and sent out of the ship. When they got in the car, they would notice that it was now 5:15 in the morning. They had been in the ship for over an hour at that point. When they got home 15 minutes later, Filiberto almost immediately called Dr. Sanchez. He would tell Dr. Sanchez that he had a second encounter, but wouldn't be able to share the details until after 10 a.m. that morning, although he wasn't sure why. So the two scheduled another call for later. Then, just before 10 a.m., Dr. Sanchez would receive a call from Miami International Airport. Several employees were witnessing a large mothership-like craft with 2 smaller ships circling around it. A Miss Julia Gonzalez and a Mr. Ricardo Sanchez were working in the center of the runway. This is where they were able to clearly observe all 3 craft for several minutes. They would call a local radio station to report it, but they were instead referred to Dr. Sanchez. After interviewing 3 or 4 more employees, he would end up with a pretty good idea of how the ships looked. The mothership was fixed in the sky, it was a round shape, and had 3 bright lights emanating from it. One static white light in the center, with one side having a yellow and the other side having a silver light that both pulsated. The other ships were very similar, but much smaller. One of the employees would say, "We watched them for 20 to 30 minutes. We got tired of looking at them." Sanchez would then finally talk to Filiberto again, who had not even heard of this new sighting. After hearing his story, he would discover that the UFO sighted at the airport would have been directly above where claimed to have been abducted. He believes that the airport witnesses made the Cardenas case much more credible. What he thought was most amazing was the fact that they could both remember the second encounter without the need for hypnotic regression. Dr. Sanchez, who worked on this case from 1979 until 1982, said, "We studied an abduction case which required a staggering amount of work to complete. After careful review, we were convinced that a UFO contact and abduction had taken place." After this investigation, several more years would pass without much else happening. On December 6, 1985, Filiberto would claim to have been abducted a 3rd time, and again taken under the sea. Dr. Sanchez would decide to do another hypnotic regression on him, although this time would be with a different team. Commenting on this regression, he would say, We took this opportunity to scan back and forward to the first abduction, and the result was astonishing. It was like renting the same video movie 6 years later, and playing it back and forward trying to find a gap. Then Filiberto's final encounter would happen in 1989. However, this experience would be quite a bit different than the rest. While detailing this abduction, he said, "I was taken to a place at the bottom of the sea, where I felt a very large pressure on my chest. I couldn't breathe, as if it were at a very large depth. Then we went through some passageways, and, in the end, I saw people like me, humans, earthlings." Filiberto added that at this moment he felt a gaze upon him and heard a voice like thunder that told him that his, quote, "predetermined moment has to make its appearance among us." Filiberto didn't really know what this meant exactly and wouldn't come in contact with them again after this encounter. Now that life was back to normal, he actually decided to sell his small gift shop. It hadn't been making that much money, so he decided to invest in a car service station instead. It didn't take him too long to make this into a successful business, but him and his wife were constantly working, often there even on the weekends. And during this time, he never did quit thinking about the encounters he had had all those years ago. Filiberto desperately wanted to share his experience with others and wanted to hear their stories as well. So one year, on his birthday, he decided to sell the service station. He soon began to make plans to visit UFO conferences and investigators all over the country. Dr. Sanchez would write that Filiberto was always viewed as an honest and hard-working man, as well as a determined husband and father, also adding, he was not particularly interested in UFO phenomenon until this chain of events came about. In a later interview, his old friend Fernando would think back on the first encounter, saying, "I would find it hard to believe if I read about it in a newspaper, but I was there with my wife and daughter. We were all terrified by the light and noise. When it ended, Filiberto had vanished." This case is now known to many as the most famous alien abduction in Miami's history. Many others would say that this incident is so important because he was able to bring his wife along for one of the encounters. In one late interview, Filiberto would say, "Before this happened, I scoffed at UFOs. Now I know differently." Now in Layer 4, we get much closer to the Dark Depths, which contains many more lesser-known cases. I'll keep up the trend of giving you as much detail as possible, so be ready for some very strange stories. Voronezh UFO Attack. Voronezh, Russia, roughly 300 miles from Moscow, is a fairly large city with nearly 1 million people when the story takes place in 1989. It was originally founded as a fortress in the late 16th century, but today is now more of an industrial center for processing foods, cigarettes, chemicals, and electrical products. Described as an average urban landscape with busy streets, this city would soon have a wave of UFO sightings as well as close encounters of the third kind. The first of these encounters would first be shared by that town's local newspaper, and this story would be called A Soccer Game with Aliens. It was the 27th September 1989 around 6:30 p.m., and 5 children were playing soccer with one another in the meadow on the edge of a park. This was in a residential neighborhood near Mendeleev Street. It was just starting to get dark out when the kids would witness something quite strange in the sky above their heads. A pinkish red light was growing larger before it suddenly turned into a dark red sphere looking to be about 30 feet across. The red light emanating from the sphere was so bright that the kids could see the grass light up beneath it. This strange object flew lower until it was only about 40 feet off the ground, and then it circled the area for a few moments before flying quickly away. While seeing this, the kids had caused such a commotion that soon several adults had joined them, staring up into the sky. Just a few minutes later, the strange object would return, now just hovering in the sky above the park. Then a hatch would open on the bottom of the sphere, with witnesses able to see some kind of entity looking out of it. After a minute, the hatch closed, and the object started to slowly fall down to the ground. As it did so, some said it brushed up against a poplar tree, which was then effortlessly bent to the side. It then landed on the ground, giving the witnesses a much better look of the whole craft. They would say that now it looked to be at least 45 feet in diameter and nearly 20 feet tall. The hatch would again open up, and they would see two entities emerge, accompanied by what seemed to be a small robot. They first noticed that these two creatures were huge, nearly 10 feet tall. Its shoulders were oddly wide, and it didn't seem to have a neck. It wore a silver-colored suit that covered the majority of its body, had bronze boots, and a strange disc-shaped object on its chest. The robot, which has been described in a number of ways, seemed to be some sort of box with instruments on the front, with some witnesses saying that it had a head-like structure on the top of it. One of the large entities would then utter some strange screeching sound before a luminous rectangle would suddenly appear on the ground. It was about 4 feet by 2 feet wide, and after a moment the creature would make another bizarre sound and the rectangle just disappeared. It then walked over to its robot companion and seemed to adjust something on the chest area, which seemed to make the robot walk off in a mechanical way. It was then that one boy started to cry out in fear. One of the strange creatures took one look at him and he froze, unable to move an inch. To everyone else, it looked like the entity was emitting some kind of light from its 3 eyes. It's then that some of the adults began to shout at the creature, which then somehow just vanished, along with the craft, in an instant. 5 minutes later, while still trying to recover from the shock caused by what they had just witnessed, the strange figure in the craft suddenly appeared just as suddenly as it had vanished. It looked identical to the entities they had seen before, but it seemed to be carrying a large tube-like object about 4 feet in length. It pointed the tube at a 16-year-old boy who then vanished just as the creature had done. The alien then walked back to the craft before stepping back inside. The hatch closed and the craft gently rose off the ground while gradually increasing its speed. As it took off into the sky, the 16-year-old boy reappeared in the same spot that he had vanished from. Almost immediately after this event, both journalists and researchers would flock to this urban town in search of answers. Journalist Selskia Zins would be the first to question many of these witnesses, with him not only coming across 5 children that had seen the incident, but about 40 adults as well. And he also really wanted to interview the boy that had vanished, but he never could find him. Journalist E. Efremov spoke of the eyewitnesses' accounts. Children and eyewitnesses of the abnormal phenomena have been questioned by police workers and journalists. There are no discrepancies in the description of the sphere itself or the actions of the aliens. Moreover, all of the children who have become witnesses to this event are still afraid, even now. Professor Genrik Solanov, a physicist from the Spectral Analysis Laboratory of the Voronezh Geophysical Institute, and a member of the Society of the Study of Anomalous Phenomena, and he would be the first major researcher to investigate this case. The next day, on September 28th, he would make his way out to the small park and meadow to get a look at the landing site. Solanov would first find 4 circular depressions in the grass about 6 inches across and 2 inches deep, as well as spots in the soil that looked to have been scooped up. And this is where the case becomes pretty controversial. In an unspecified technique, he walked around with a strange device in his hand and said he was measuring what he called the bioenergy of the meadow, claiming he could use this device to trace the exact paths that the creatures and witnesses had walked in that night. Within the diamond shape that the depressions formed, he would also say that the bioenergy was 0, and that this effect has been observed in other UFO landing sites. Some of the witnesses would even back him up, saying that the creatures had indeed walked in the same paths that he had pointed out. After hearing of these reports, the director of the regional health department would even come out and make a statement. He would say that his primary concern was the children's health. He was worried that some of them may have been exposed to an unknown pathogen or radiation due to this strange encounter with the aliens and their technology. And this would all just be the beginning of strange incidents as well. Over the next few days, another reporter, Valerie Milutin, would go on to interview many other witnesses, and although many of them hadn't seen what happened in the meadow, they still had their own strange stories to tell. On September 24th at about 10:30 a.m., V. Kugatov, a specialist in geodesics from the Agricultural Research Institute, would report seeing what looked like a giant blimp flying very quickly, first to the east and then to the west. The journalist would also come across many other witnesses that had seen something near to the time of that encounter in the meadow. One man, Yuri Petrovich, would say that at some time between 6 and 7 that night he had seen a reddish sphere hovering in the sky while sitting on his balcony. It came from over the horizon, flying at a relatively low altitude towards the bank of the nearby river. It looked to be flying slow, but Yuri said it was probably about the speed of a plane. It then disappeared over the neighboring village. At about 7 p.m. that same night, Valentina Agrabolova a senior economist at the State Bank Computer Center, and her daughter Tatiana, who was a deputy prosecutor, would make their own strange sighting. Their statement read, "We saw a red-colored sphere flying from the Shlovsky Forest toward the Voronezh hydroelectric power station. It hovered over the left riverbank and then vanished. Then it reappeared and moved back towards the forest." 1 hour later, the chief engineer of the Trans-Electro Project Design Institute, Yuri Svilodov, would spot another red sphere flying above the city. It flew about 1,000 feet off the ground, and the red light it emitted was so bright that it looked like a halo was forming around it. He watched it as it slowly flew from one side of the river to the other. Then at 9 p.m., an employee of the local power station, Ina Nikna, would watch a bizarre object float across the sky for around 5 or 10 minutes, stating, "I observed a fairly large flattened sphere, shaped like an orange. This happened in the vicinity of the mining equipment plant. I experienced a feeling of intense fear for which I could not account." Sometime later that night, another witness, M. Plyovyavkov, reported what many considered to be the most remarkable encounter in the city. That evening, he and a friend were driving out to the southern suburb of the city when out of nowhere the car's headlights went out, before the radio followed just a few moments later. But before he was even able to pull over the car, the entire thing gave out, forcing him to coast over to the shoulder of the road. He tried to start it again, but the engine wouldn't even turn over. Frustrated, he pulled out a cigarette and attempted to light it with his car lighter, but it wouldn't work. He pulled out some matches, but whether out of bad luck or other forces, they wouldn't light either. Quite angry at this point, he threw a cigarette down to the ground and went to open the hood of his car. But just as he got under the hood, his friend would start to shout at him with a bit of surprise in his voice, saying, "Look, look, quick!" Looking over, he saw his friend pointing to the sky behind him. Turning around, he came to see a dimly lit pinkish-yellow sphere hovering over the road just 300 feet behind them. He couldn't tell exactly how large it was, but he guessed it must have been over 30 feet in diameter. On the underside was a bulge which started to faintly flicker with a sort of light ray full of bluish sparkles. It then beamed the light down to the ground and it began to float towards them. As it passed over the road, it would occasionally be reflected towards them and was almost blinding. As it moved over them, they began to feel an intense heat, said to be the equivalent of standing in the sun on a hot summer day. Polyakov said that in this moment his good mood disappeared and was replaced by a very unpleasant feeling of fear. He also began to feel constrained, as if he couldn't move or wasn't supposed to move. The light beam then reached the car, with the engine starting to smoke and steam as if it was overheating. Then he began to feel a weird sensation, saying, "There was a feeling of something slipping in." The car moved and something appeared on the driver's seat. I sensed an alien presence. I felt that I could stretch my arm and touch the invisible being. And though my brain and my willpower ordered my hand to touch the unpleasant thing, I could not move my arm. What was it? Fear? Was I like a rabbit hypnotized by a cobra? As the ray of light passed over them, the feeling of constraint also left them. They could now breathe easier, and although they had a strange tingling sensation in their hands, they seemed perfectly able to move around now. They both then rushed back to the car, and for several moments they just sat in the dark in shock. But then they decided to try starting the car again, and to their surprise, the dashboard immediately lit back up. Then the radio even came back on as if nothing had even happened. They sat for a few moments not speaking before he asked his friend, what could all this mean? His friend was confused, asking him, "What are you talking about?" He told him he was talking about the flying ball that they had seen shortly after stopping. Still not sure what he was going on about, in a surprised voice, he responded with, "What ball? Did we stop?" And now Polyakov was the confused one. He thought that maybe he was just tired, dreamed it all up, or possibly even needed to go see a doctor. When they got to their destination, he got out of the car and reached for a metal railing, and as soon as he touched it, he was strongly shocked. Then just a little while later, he would return home, and as he touched his doorknob, he was again badly shocked, saying that it was powerful and very unpleasant. He went to bed and slept normally through the night, but woke up with an intense headache. But then, oddly enough, it completely vanished right around noon, with him then feeling completely fine. He told reporters, "I am 56 years old and nothing unusual has ever happened to me. I am almost perfectly healthy, and I had no intention of telling that story to the press. People might think that I'm a lunatic, but my friends convinced me." This wouldn't be the end of sightings in Voronezh either. A mother of 10 was getting things ready for a birthday party when something flying between the nearby buildings caught her attention. she would see a large dark disc with 3 blinking lights on it, red, yellow, and green. Soon it said that 500 other people would join her in staring at this flying object as it hovered there for nearly 2.5 hours. There were also several women near the local lake that reported seeing a beam of light flying across the sky. It passed over them and then went deep down into the lake. Afterwards, all of the women said that they had bad headaches that lasted the rest of the night. 2 days later, on the 29th, around 7 p.m., Olga Polovnev, an assembler at a local industrial plant, would make the next sighting in the area. From between her house and her neighbor's house, she would see a bright, luminous ball flying high up in the sky. She would call out to her friend, saying, "A saucer is flying." Her friend ran into the street, which was now crowded with other witnesses. They managed to see the object before it quickly flew off. The whole sighting had lasted about 10 minutes, and during this time, a lot of other people crowded in front of the house as well. It was said that the whole crowd was greatly excited by what they had just seen. And then just 1 hour later, a former pilot would report seeing this same object around his side of town. These bizarre events would continue, with more reports coming in just a few days after all of this. An anonymous person would claim that they saw a lens or disc-shaped object around 20 feet across. They would see it launch itself into the sky off of some kind of wheeled platform resting on the ground. And then just after a few seconds, both the flying craft and the platform on the ground had simply vanished. One of Professor Silanov's students, a young man named Alexander Mozilov, would then investigate this claim, later stating, "I would have had trouble believing this, except that a round trace was left in the grass, with the vegetation bent in a spiral as if a giant comb had been run through it." Another woman would make a strange report around this time. She would claim that she was stuck in bed and unable to move as she saw a bright pinkish light coming from the window. Soon she would see 3 dark silhouettes, and although she couldn't make much out, she didn't believe that they had eyes or ears. This whole event was said to last over an hour, and she would be unable to move a muscle the entire time. She later went to a doctor and was found to be in good mental and physical health. She would even say that before this encounter, she always refused to believe in UFOs. Said to be one of the most reputable witnesses, Lieutenant Sergei Matveyev would also witness something strange flying in the sky one night. He would see a dark ball flying by at an amazing speed. The ball was fairly large, with him estimating it to be about 50 feet in diameter, and it looked to be flying about 600 feet off the ground. He was pretty skeptical at first, and later said, "I thought I must be really tired, but I rubbed my eyes and it didn't go away. Then I figured, in this day and age, anything is possible." He would only be able to watch this object for a few seconds before it had gone out of sight. The journalist interviewing him would ask, could it have been a mirage, some light spot, the play of light in the atmosphere? But Lieutenant Sergei would confidently respond with, the body was clearly multi-dimensional. There were many other reports as well. Over several days, a grad student, an engineer, an economist, as well as others would make separate sightings of a dark red sphere around 35 feet in diameter flying at a low altitude. Soon, the story of these encounters would make their way over to the States. On October 11th, TASS, a Russian newspaper, would be the first to publish these reports in English. But Americans were pretty skeptical of all of these strange sightings. Much of the press at this time was chalking it all up to the Russians letting off some steam after years and years of censorship, and even claimed that it was most likely a hoax. Although TASS would be the only newspaper to report on this internationally, they felt that they were doing the right thing. One reporter would defend the agency, stating, "The agency was following the golden rule of journalism. The reader must know everything." Taking this statement seriously, one of the most famous UFO researchers of the time, Jacques Vallée, would head off to Russia in search of answers in January 1990. The first thing he would do is meet up with Genrikh Slanov, who had performed the earlier investigation, and now he would learn of many other details that failed to reach the media. First, Slanov wanted to make it clear that the TASS article was not entirely accurate, saying that the press took an enormous amount of creative freedom with their reports. He said, "Don't believe all you hear from TASS. We never gave them part of what they published." They would then discuss the original landing site, with Vallée giving even more details. First, Slanov would tell him that not only did they find the 4 depressions, but they also found small holes in the ground, almost as if someone or something had been taking soil samples. They also went over the area with a Geiger counter, finding that the depressions had twice the amount of radiation as the background, at about 30 microentgen an hour. They would also use a magnetometer in an attempt to measure the intensity of the magnetic field at the landing site, but they were unable to do so. The intensity was so high that their device couldn't even read it. They would also take soil samples in for analysis, but they would claim that they had turned to the consistency of stone. Solanov would further claim that, at first glance, they looked like sandstone of a deep red color. However, mineralogical analysis has shown that the substance cannot be found on Earth. However, additional tests are needed to reach a more definite conclusion. In another local newspaper article, one journalist would interview both Alexander Mazalov and Vyacheslav Martinov, who were both Solanov students. In this article, they would describe the field studies that used dowsing rods. After reading all of this, Vallée would have one major issue. He just couldn't wrap his head around the Russian idea of bioenergy and biolocation. Wanting to know more, Vallée would then track down Mazalov and interview him as well. They first went over the location and background of each incident, finding that many seemed to happen in more polluted areas. The park itself used to be a garbage dump before it was simply covered over with dirt and replanted. It seems that many of these sightings occurred near the local power plant as well, which was also built on top of a dump. In a slightly frustrated voice, Mazalov said, "We do not know what all that means." He would go on, stating that they started the interviews with the school children, separating them from one another and having them each draw what they had seen. Many of the kids were found to have not even known each other before this event. Another researcher present at this time, Dr. Yuri Lizovtsev, would add, "They drew classical shapes, as you can see, a sphere or a disc, resting on 4 legs. And indeed, we found 4 imprints on the ground." He would continue, saying that after studying the imprints, they found that the craft must have weighed around 11 tons, or at least rested that much of its weight on the ground. This was really interesting to Vallée, as some French researchers had come up with a similar craft weight after investigating different landing sites, like Quarouble and Transit-in-Provence. He was even shown a tape of many of the kids being interviewed, and felt like they indeed did see something frightening. Vallée added, "They seemed to be very articulate, and showed no reluctance to describe what they had seen." Vallée would continue studying reports and gathering details together, and found that there were actually 3 entities seen across all of these encounters. And most witnesses all seemed to agree that it was some kind of flying sphere. And then for the people in the park that had witnessed the sphere land, they all agreed that a hatchway had opened up and a metal ladder had come down. And here most witnesses would agree that 2 entities climbed down the ladder along with some kind of robot. The 2 were around 10 feet tall and seemed to have no neck, with a wide head resting on the shoulders. Some witnesses would say that they had 3 eyes, while others thought that the 3rd eye was actually some kind of mechanical device. But they would all agree that the 2 eyes on the sides were a whitish color, while the one in the middle was red, and none of them seemed to have pupils. The second type of alien was the strange box-shaped robot, which most witnesses claimed had buttons and knobs all over the front of. But the reports varied on the top of the box. Some said that it had a robotic humanoid head, while others said there were only 2 antennas. But again, all the witnesses did agree that one of the taller aliens walked over and seemed to adjust the knobs on the robot before it began walking away in a mechanical fashion. The 3rd type of alien seen in various reports around town seemed to be a small grayish-green-faced humanoid that wore a loose blue overcoat. Not many more details were known about this one, but it was reported to only have the 2 eyes. Although Vallée believed that many of these encounters actually happened, there were also a wave of new sightings being reported by other children in the days following the park encounter. But he was told to ignore those reports, with Mazalov saying, "It's hard to deny the initial sightings, since they were physical traces and also adult witnesses. But in the following days, there were other reports from children, and we do not trust those reports." Still studying the tape, Vallée would also see these dowsing rods used again, and this time they seemed to be using them to detect magnetic fields. The rods would occasionally deviate from the left or right, with the investigator then writing down some notes. He thought it seemed like they were measuring electrical tension, but couldn't see how they could calibrate something like dowsing rods. He just couldn't see this as a reliable method of doing any kind of measurements and felt like he was missing something. From his point of view and many other Westerners, he felt like much of the Soviet UFO data was poorly documented and often surrounded by irrelevant facts. But apparently they view our research very much the same way, with Russians believing that hypnosis of abductees only causes verified reports to have fact mixed in with fantasy. But with all that said, he would still come to the conclusion that this case couldn't have been a hoax, as there were just too many reports made by independent witnesses. He said, "What we have here is a case of highly qualified multiple witnesses to a series of physical events for which there is no current scientific explanation." For a while, these sightings even brought in tourism. While Vilas was in the city, he would witness a bus full of college students going out to the landing site. It seems that many rumors were also being spread around at quite an alarming rate. One of these rumors would claim that the Orthodox churches sanctified the whole meadow and now people were going out to the park to pray. When a nearby church was asked about this, though, they would respond with, "This doesn't come from God, this is the work of Satan. A real Christian will never go to pray there." Vilas would believe that some of the other details in this case may have been contaminated from the rumors as well, and this would be the symbol that some of the witnesses had sketched or described seeing on the craft as well as on the belts of the aliens. An almost identical symbol can be seen in a photo taken by San Jose de Alvarez in Madrid on June 1st, 1967, which leads to many researchers writing the whole thing off as a hoax almost immediately. The photo was later connected to the UMMO group, which is basically a cult that worships aliens, and the photo was known to have been a faked picture. But it seems that this group had also been present in this area of Russia, with many people in the city coming across the symbol at one point or another. He felt that some witnesses could have even used the symbol to make their story seem more credible, but unfortunately it would actually have the opposite effect. He felt like there was a more likely answer, saying, "We believe that the UMMO symbol is a spurious addition, the result of unfortunate contamination induced by overenthusiastic believers." Even today, many people are divided on this case. Some see it as Russians' Roswell equivalent, while others believe it was all a hoax just to get citizens to look away from the political tension. Some think that the truth is somewhere in between, because even in 1989, Soviets tended to keep various details very secret. Nowadays, though, most of these incidents are largely forgotten about in the Voronezh region, but it has grown into a sort of cult classic for UFO believers. At one point, the story even made it out to Japan, where the creatures described would even be made into a kid's toy. And in the end, while we aren't sure exactly what these entities were or where they came from, we do know that they have never been seen again since the '89 encounters. So now many are just left to wonder, was it a government hoax, multi-dimensional beings, or aliens from another planet? We just may never know for sure. Kofu 1975 Fanged Humanoids. This story begins in Kamicho, Kofu City, which is located in the Yamanashi Prefecture in Japan. This prefecture is directly to the west of Tokyo, with Kofu City, its capital, located near the middle. The city sits between two mountain ranges, with its eastern half very famous for its vineyards and grapes. Kamicho, a district of Kofu, is located in this eastern part of the city and was home to nearly 200,000 people even back in 1975. Two of the younger residents of this town, Masato Kono and Katsushiro Yamahata, were classmates in the second grade of Yamashiri Elementary School and were also cousins by marriage. It was February 23rd, 1975, around 6:30 p.m. Both of the families were now gathering together for a Sunday dinner. When the parents began preparing dinner, the two boys decided to go outside and play for a little while. They put on their roller skates and headed over to the vacant lot, which was right next to the Kofu Municipal Housing Complex. They would skate around for just a little bit before the two would see a couple of shining orange objects, one large and one small, floating in the sky above Mount Tazuzawa in the east. One of the objects began to fly away towards Mount Otago in the north, but the second object suddenly started to fly in their direction, all while emitting a bluish-white light. After just a few moments, it slowed down before making a turn over the nearby housing complex. The two boys could now tell that it was a saucer shape, and it appeared to be orange again. As they stared in amazement, it hovered closer and was nearly above them. From below, the orange object looked circular and appeared to have 3 spinning devices at the bottom. As the flying craft came to a stop, hovering in place, a black tube emerged from the bottom center and started to stretch towards the ground. They would hear this tube make a couple of clattering noises before a sound similar to a camera shuttering. At this point, Masato and Katsushiro believed they must be witnessing a UFO, and when the two heard these sounds, they actually thought they were being targeted by some sort of weapons, like a gun. In horror, they threw off their skates and began to run towards the nearby graveyard. They soon hid behind tombstones, peeking out to watch the still hovering object. The two were then able to relax a little bit as it began to fly in the opposite direction towards the vineyards. They soon began walking back towards Masato's house, but when they turned up the road on the west side of the housing complex, they would come to see a bright red flame-like object in the distance. Out of curiosity, they immediately started running towards this light, making their way down a dirt road in the direction of the vineyards. It's important to note that at this time of year, it would have been much too cold for grapes to grow, so the fields were fairly barren. All that were out there were a bunch of concrete poles that were used to support a wire netting that the vines would grow on. As they got closer, the light flew over towards the center of the vineyard and began to pale, again appearing orange. It blinked a few times before slowly dimming and disappearing, revealing a silver saucer sitting on the ground. Although the two were still quite terrified, they decided that they had to get closer for a better look. Now the two would describe this object, telling us about its shape. They said it looked like a round dome on top of a flat plate laying upside down. It had several squares surrounding the dome which all emanated a blue light and were separated by black frames. They thought that they were possibly windows as they looked translucent, but they couldn't see anything through them. The entire dome also seemed to be slightly rotating before it all came to a halt. The surface of the object was a silver or a stainless steel color, and it seemed to be slightly glowing. According to the two, it was only about the size of a car, looking to be about 8 feet in diameter and only 5 feet in height. They also couldn't hear any sound coming from it, but it did seem to be kicking up a lot of dust and blowing it in their direction. They were now so curious that over the course of about 5 minutes they would creep closer to this landed craft, getting within just a few feet away from it. Masato, who was observing the east side of the object, would come to see black characters on the side of the body. They appeared to be raised off the surface, with him saying that they reminded him of stickers. He would also compare them to hieroglyphics and begin to call them space characters. In a later interview, young Masato would even comment that he thought the strange lettering could mean flying saucer. On the west side of the object, Katsushiro, who was hiding behind a concrete pillar, was also looking at some odd lettering. However, he wasn't able to make out what any of it meant and couldn't remember what most of it looked like when he was asked about the characters in a later interview. Katsushiro said, "First there's the letter A, then there's the letter B to connect to it, then the letter C. And I don't know the rest." And later on, he also drew a sketch of this, showing that they looked like capital English letters, but were all connected. Now Masato would crouch down, trying to look below the craft. There he would come to see 3 landing legs tipped with spherical feet extended about 10 inches down to the ground. But he honestly thought that the strange lettering was much more interesting, so he stood back up to look at them some more. But right then, with a clattering sound, a door would open right next to the lettering. And just on the other side of this door, he could see a staircase leading a few steps up into the interior. The inside of the object looked to be filled with red, blue, and green flashing lights and what he thought was machinery and instruments. He would slowly walk around to look further inside and was shocked to see a small alien with a scary-looking face standing right there. This alien only looked to be about 4 feet tall, and its head and shoulders were oddly large compared to the rest of the body. He would first notice its brown, hairless head that had 2 large, pointy, rabbit-like ears with holes in the middle. On closer inspection, the face looked to be very strange. It had no eyes and almost looked to be wearing a mask. The skin also had several deep black horizontal wrinkles which would move and shift as the alien moved. It also didn't seem to have a normal mouth, with only 3 2-inch long silver fang-like teeth able to be seen. Masato now saw that its hands only had 4 fingers and also appeared to be brown and covered in deep wrinkles. This creature wore a strange silver one-piece suit that went completely over its feet and went all the way to the top of the mask-like face. A gray belt was visible around its waist with another slung over its shoulder. When the alien turned around, Masato could see something trumpet-shaped hung on the shoulder belt, and he was convinced this was some kind of weapon like a gun. He would also see something like a seam on the back of the suit, which he thought looked like a zipper. The strange creature began to silently walk out of the craft, with its legs looking to be a bit bowed. It soon turned and looked right at Masato, with him becoming full of dread in this moment. He later said that he thought the alien planned to kill him. Katsushiro, who was still on the other side of the craft, heard some noises and began to walk around the object to investigate. But before he could get more than just a few steps away, he felt 2 taps on his shoulder. Figuring that it must be Masato, he turned around without much thought. But as he turned around, he would come to see an alien which looked almost identical to the one that Masato had described. He looked down to see that it appeared to be holding a trumpet-shaped gun in its right hand. The alien then loudly made a strange squeaking sound, with Katsushiro comparing it to a tape recorder being played back at a very high speed. In a later interview, he would be asked if it sounded like Japanese, but Katsushiro said no, he couldn't understand it, but he thought it may have been trying to say hello. In shock, he fell backwards on the ground, and out of fear, he decided to play dead. But after a moment, he started to peek around a little bit and noticed that the alien had actually walked back over to the craft and seemed to be quickly examining different parts of it. When this was happening, the terrified Masato had run away from the alien he had seen and was making his way over Katsushiro. He helped him stand up, shouting, "Katsushiro, run away!" But he was frozen in fear, responding with, "No, I can't." Unwilling to leave his friend behind, he helped him onto his back and ran out of the vineyard. When they were back on the street, Katsushiro hopped off and turned around to look behind them. From this position, he could now see the open door and the inside of the craft as well. And now they would both witness a third alien sitting in a chair looking to be controlling some kind of machine with a control stick, all while looking at a TV-like screen. The alien again looked to be nearly identical to the other two, but seemed to be a bit shorter and also had oddly long arms. Behind it, they could see what looked to be instruments, meters, and gauges all along the wall. After just a couple minutes, the alien inside the craft turned and looked right in their direction. This again frightened the 2 boys, and they began to panic before starting to run away. This time, they wouldn't even look behind them as they sprinted full speed back to Masato's house. At this point, the parents had already finished up dinner and were starting to wonder where the 2 had went. And just then, the 2 burst into the house, almost out of breath, all while shouting, "Oh my goodness, UFO, UFO!" They were gasping for breath, all while trying to explain what they had just seen for their parents. The mothers, Masako and Hane, thought that this was just a bad excuse for coming home late and simply told them, "Don't be silly, it's late, hurry up and eat your dinner." But the 2 wouldn't back down, telling her, "It's true, there really is a UFO out there. Come outside and take a look." Masato then grabbed his mother's hand and urged her to go outside with them. Masako was a bit surprised by this, with the 2 usually settling down fairly quickly. She still didn't quite believe them, but decided to follow them outside just because of the 2's strange behavior. They led her out to the west road and pointed, telling her to look at the vineyard. She would look over in that direction and quickly became quite shocked as she saw a dim orange light about the size of a basketball hovering and spinning in the center of the field. Masako would later sketch a picture of what she had seen and say, "Both Hane and I were really surprised. It looked more like it was floating low in the air rather than it was on the ground. As you can see, this area is empty fields with no lights of houses or neon lights. Besides, there was no way we could have mistaken it for something else since we had seen it from such a close distance. But I was too scared to go any closer to it. Masato and Katsushiro also pulled on my hand and tried hard to stop me from going over there." Hane would also speak of the same sighting, saying, "They were really serious when they came running into the house. So trusting them, I said, we should go, and I ran with Masako. Then they said to us, 'Look at the vineyard,' and we looked in the direction they were pointing. It was amazing. It was spinning and glowing. It appeared to be floating off the ground, the light brightening and darkening. It was cyclical, about 5 to 10 seconds. She would continue, adding, "But I couldn't tell you what it was just by seeing it glow. So I said to them, I'm going to go closer and see what's going on. But when I tried to go over there, they said to me, 'Don't go, they'll take you, don't go.' They both tugged on my hand to keep me from going. At that time, I wondered why they were saying something so strange, but they stopped me with serious faces, so I stopped approaching the object." Hane, now completely believing the 2 boys' stories, decided to rush back to the house in order to tell the fathers of what was going on. The other three would hide behind a telephone pole and watch the object as it dimmed and brightened for several minutes before it flickered and disappeared in a flash, and looked to be sucked up into the darkness. Just then, the fathers arrived, waving large sticks around that they had brought with them for defense. However, by this point, there was nothing left to be seen. The fathers walked around inspecting the area, but never found anything concerning. This left both of them pretty skeptical of the whole story. Soon they all went back home, but they wouldn't be able to forget about this whole incident. It's said that Masako would later complain about Masato, saying that he had stayed up most of the night crying and that it was annoying her. Hane would also comment that for quite a while after this, she was too frightened to go outside alone at night. The day after the incident, the two would return to their second grade classroom and almost immediately begin to draw portraits of the aliens for other students to see. Soon the entire class was said to have been in an uproar, with the teacher approaching Masato and Katsushiro, telling them, "Did you really see aliens? I don't believe that." But they were quick with their appeal, replying with, "You don't have to believe us, but we never lie to you, because we really saw them." The teacher, Miyoshi, could tell just how serious the two were, so they decided to have them present the whole story from beginning to end in front of the whole class. At first she figured that this must have been coming from watching TV or reading manga, so she planned to just wait out the story, figuring that they would get bored and make some kind of contradiction. But this didn't end up happening. For 20 minutes they would draw pictures on the blackboard, all while telling a very coherent and complex story. Then a bit later on, when the kids were outside for recess, Miyoshi would tell the other teachers about this strange story. They too could tell how complex it was and weren't sure that two 8-year-old boys could come up with a story this creative. So they would call them into the staff room and ask them to tell the story again. To Miyoshi's surprise, both Katsuhiro and Masato would explain this encounter exactly as they had before, and the two boys seemed so earnest while telling their story that the teachers would go and report this to the school principal. Soon after this, during the lunch break, Miyoshi would even go out to the vineyard with Masato and Katsushiro to conduct a small investigation. They would find a slight depression near the center of the vineyard, as well as concrete pillars that had been tilted, knocked over, and even broken. The two would tell their teacher that all the pillars had been pushed over by the UFO. They all then went back to school, with Miyoshi telling the other teachers about their outing. And after hearing about this, all of them thought it must have been some sort of prank that was played on the two kids. But they really did seem to believe that they saw something. The principal would end up contacting Yamanashi Daily News, telling them of the whole incident. Almost immediately, they would send out a crew to do their own field survey of the vineyard. Although they wouldn't mention any kind of impression in the ground, they could clearly see the damaged concrete pillars. They would also note that the wire webbing on top of the pillars had been stretched out as if something very heavy was placed on top of them. Soon the whole group would be interviewed, with Miyoshi now pretty sure that the two boys had really seen something frightening. They said, "As a teacher, I knew that if they were making things up, it would not be good for them in their future. So I thought I would try to get them to confess their lies. If you're caught in a lie later, you won't be able to take it back. If you tell them the truth now, I'll apologize on your behalf. So be honest with me." But they said to me, "We're not lying at all, we really saw them." But Miyoshi was still worried that they may start to exaggerate the whole thing over time and mix up fantasy with reality, saying, "I told them to repeat the story of the incident over and over again, pausing every few days. I also tried to keep them separated as much as possible. Nevertheless, their stories always remain the same from beginning to end. I think it's because their shock was so great that the incident is so strongly burned into their memories." This journalist would then interview Masato and Katsushiro and was surprised by how consistent and quick to answer questions they were. This man, Koboto, would then show him a picture of an Adamski-type UFO and ask them if it had any resemblance to what they had seen the night before. And to his surprise, Masato would point to the dome on the top of this UFO and say, "There is nothing like this on the UFO I saw. The windows of the UFO were not round, but square. The center of the bottom was not this big, but there were 3 landing gears just like this one." Now, Koboto would also hear about how Katsushiro was starting to get on his parents' nerves. He was starting to refuse to go to his 5 p.m. classes because it would be dark afterwards and he was afraid that the aliens might come back again. About another month would go by before a writer and researcher of strange phenomena, Hiroshi Minamiyama, would again take the two boys out to the vineyard for another investigation. He would then have the two draw the approximate size of the UFO and the dirt in the area that they had witnessed it. From this, Roshi determined that it must have been roughly 16 feet in diameter. He would then measure all of the concrete pillars, finding them to be about 7 feet apart. The damaged pillars were still there in the middle of the vineyard, but this just confused him even more. Thinking that the object must fly similar to a plane, he just couldn't comprehend how it could land in the center of the vineyard without knocking down more pillars on the way in. He said, "Where did the UFO, which is about 5 meters in diameter, enter the vineyard, and how long did it take to land in the middle of the vineyard without knocking over surrounding concrete pillars, which have a spacing of only about 2 meters? About this time, another man, Susumu Maeda, a teacher in the electrical department of a local technical high school, would hear about this case and become quite curious himself. So he decided to take the science club and some equipment he got from the school and go out to the site himself and measure the area for radioactivity. Susumu said, "At first I thought the children's story of what they witnessed were ridiculous, but I thought that if they were true I might learn something. So I started measuring radiation with a light heart, thinking that it would be a good way to practice my radiation measurement skills." They would end up taking about 40 soil samples before heading back to the high school to measure them with a Geiger counter. Susumu would then take measurements for almost a month and came to find that the samples did indeed have higher levels of radiation than normal. He would also find that they showed significant signs of decay, something that is characteristic of artificial radioactivity. Wanting to learn more, he would give this data to a friend of his who worked at a research institute related to nuclear power generation. His friend wanted to perform a more precise measurement and attempt to find the exact nuclides present, and he created a radioactivity decay curve graph. This would show the difference between the higher radioactivity found at the landing site compared to the normal background radiation. Soon after getting the data back, Susumu would publish a detailed report in the Journal of the Japan Space Phenomena Society, Unidentified Flying Objects, issue number 7. In this report, he stated, "If the absolute value of the radioactivity were higher, it would be possible to tell whether this radioactivity is the radiation emitted by the UFO, or the fallout from the nuclear test on the Earth, or the radiation of the surface elements. However, we can say that there is still a question about the detected energy values." This statement was then looked into, and it was confirmed that just 3 days before the incident, the Republic of Kazakhstan actually did perform a nuclear test. However, this was just so far away that they shouldn't have been able to notice any fallout down in Japan. Furthermore, when the elements produced by these tests were looked into, they would find that none of the half-lives came even close to a match, with them ranging from as little as 15 days to as long as 24,000 years. After these findings, Susumu's radiation measurements were considered to many to be physical evidence of the UFO landing. Soon, this report and data were even verified by the government's department that measured environmental radioactivity. However, it seems the department would start to get a lot of messages regarding this data. Soon they would make a new statement, now with the man leading the study, Honjo, saying, "The data of the measured results varied widely, and it cannot be said that there is a decay of radiation from these results alone." And that the data of the measured results are inconsistent and unclear, and no clear conclusion can be drawn from this data. Now Honjo would point out some other details that he thought were a little suspicious. On the night of the sighting, around 6:30 p.m., he said that it should have been dark enough for other residents to have witnessed all of these reported lights. But although there were many sightings in that area around that time, none of them had been reported specifically in that area on that night. Honjo said that just this fact was enough to make the two boys' story much less credible. But others have come to point out that the mothers had also seen the lights, and although the sun was setting at that time, it doesn't mean it was completely dark yet. Honjo would later say that the light could have also been bonfires seen at a distance, with Masato's neighbor now claiming that her daughter had gone out to the vineyard the next day and found something resembling ashes. And this statement has been looked into as well, with it being found that the wind that day would have been blowing directly towards all of the witnesses, but not one of them had reported smelling anything burning. Honjo continued, pointing out that in 1975, Japan was right in the middle of a UFO craze, with aliens and strange craft being shown in TV programs, manga, and magazines. He would also compare the aliens the two boys had seen with aliens featured in an episode of The Outer Limits, which, interestingly, over in Japan is called Fantasy Science Movie Ultrazone. The aliens do appear to be very similar, but this episode would have came out in 1966, 2 years before the boys were even born. This means that they could have seen reruns, but Honjo couldn't find any evidence of any station still showing these episodes at that point. He would also look into the Shonen magazine, which would feature stories about UFOs on a regular basis. In the February 24th issue in 1974, he would find an alien that resembled the one seen in Kofu, but he also admitted that he didn't think the two young boys would remember that much detail from a year-old magazine. He would also compare this encounter with various other UFO sightings in the area, saying that they could have all just been misidentified planes. Honjo would back this up by explaining how planes usually had one orange, one red, and one white light. He would also provide a map that showed that many planes flew directly over Kofu with an airport just a few miles away from where the sighting took place. Although this theory could explain the lights, many are quick to point out that this doesn't explain everything else that had happened that night. Since then, other skeptics have come out, noting how the aliens look fairly similar to a character called Alien Hook, that appeared in an episode of Japan's Ultra 7. Although this episode came out in 1968, the series was pretty popular and could have still been showing reruns 7 years later, but so far nobody has confirmed this. Many just think that Masato and Katsushiro must have seen at least one of these characters and had a vague memory of it when drawing the aliens after the encounter. Many years later, in 2001, the two would actually appear on a TV program as adults, where they were both taken into another room and hypnotized. And although I couldn't find a show that was actually talked about, it is said that the two did recount almost the exact same story while under hypnotic regression. Then, in 2020, Suniro Kira, a senior researcher of the Japan Space Phenomena Society, decided to re-examine Susumu's data taken back in the late 70s. He would come to the conclusion that the source of the radiation may have came from the isotope phosphorus-32, which only had a half-life of 15 days. Sunio said, "The site of the close encounter of the third kind in the Kofu incident is a farm field. It is not surprising that a lot of phosphorus fertilizer has been spread on it. How would a nuclear reactor have appeared there? All of the stories can be explained very well." He would continue, also saying that after looking at the data, it just seems impossible to accurately determine the half-life of the radioactive material. Therefore, he believes that you just can't draw any significant conclusions just from this data alone, and that this is not physical evidence of a UFO. On an interesting note, in 2021, a YouTube channel called Rinamaru would come out with a claim of their own. They would say that they are Masato's niece and had actually heard the story straight from her grandmother, Masako, and believed them. She would also speak of another woman, Sato, that claimed to have met the group and followed them out to the vineyard that night at just 6 p.m. She claimed that she was so terrified after witnessing this that she kept it a secret until coming out on TV 7 years later. And this is something that contradicted what the others had said for many years, with the family of the two boys claiming that it was closer to 6:50 p.m. Rinamaru said, "She is telling a lot of lies." She would also add that no one in the family had ever even met Sato. Although this encounter is widely known in Japan, many consider it to be fake simply because there are no photos of aliens or the UFO. But others also believe that the drawings and descriptions were so well detailed and consistent that they couldn't have just been fantasies made up by 8-year-olds. But whichever you believe, now both Masato and Katsushiro are over 50 years old, and they still continue to stick by their story even to this day. Garson Invaders. This incident, said to be the first of its kind in Canada, was all witnessed by a young miner, Ennio Lasarza. Known to be a bit of a hermit, he lived in a small shack by himself and walked everywhere because he didn't even own a car. It seems that he was an Italian immigrant and was about 23 at the time of this story. It was July 2nd in 1954, and Lasarza was working at a large nickel mine out in Garson, Ontario. This tiny town is located about 5 miles from Sudbury and roughly 310 miles north of Toronto. On an interesting note, this was also only 150 miles away from Canada's Flying Saucer Research Observatory. On this day, Lasarza was tasked with a painting job outside the mine. At about 5 p.m., something in the sky caught his attention, and to his surprise, he would notice an object falling to the earth at an incredible speed. To him, it appeared to be going several times the speed of a jet plane. He was sure it was going to crash in front of him, but as it got lower, it suddenly slowed and hovered just above the ground. This hovering object was spherical in shape and was about 25 feet in diameter, and along the center were what appeared to be several portholes or at least something similar. The top of the sphere had a square with a telescopic projection, which he thought looked a lot like a retractable antenna. Some sort of landing gear extended from the object as it grew closer to the ground, with the grass beneath it starting to appear scorched. Lasarza would look around to see if anybody else had witnessed this, but he was all alone. Looking back at the craft, he would see 3 very bizarre creatures emerging from within. A platform lowered to the ground, and they looked to be coming down some kind of invisible staircase. They were all around 13 feet tall and glowed a greenish-blue color, and to him they looked very similar to insects. Each one had 3 arms and 3 legs, which, unlike the rest of the body, seemed to be covered in thick hair. The 6 hands were strange as well, looking to be crab-like claws which open and close spasmodically. The heads of these creatures were also bizarre, looking to have 2 spur-like antennae protruding out of the very top. He thought that it might be some kind of helmet, but he wasn't completely sure. The faces of these beings were almost mesmerizing to Lasarza. In the center of the forehead area was just one large eye, which was surrounded by a color combination which he had never seen before. He was quite terrified at this point and started to instinctively back away from the whole scene. But as he did so, one of the creatures began to scuttle towards him. He turned to run, but didn't take more than a few steps before the creature looked at him with a sort of hypnotic stare that gave him a psychic blow and froze him in his tracks. Lasarza said that it then began to speak to him, but it seemed strange, almost as if the voice was inside his head. They would first show him images of humanity's future, in which he would see horrific scenes of which he would refuse to describe. It was then that he was sternly ordered to do something so awful that Lasarza would never dare to speak about it aloud. He said that he made it clear to the terrifying beings that he would rather die than do what they asked of him. Right after this, he would pass out from what he claimed to be fright and strain. He later told the press, "They fixed me with a hypnotic stare until I fainted." At some point after this, he woke up and quickly found some of his co-workers who would help him over the first aid station. One of these co-workers later said, "He was white as a ghost and passed out when we got to the station." When Lasarza came back to, he told the other man about the events leading up to this. That man quickly called the local police, as well as the Royal Canadian Air Force radio station investigators. After telling a story to the investigators, it was easy to see how terrified Lasarza actually was. He had grown so paranoid after disobeying the large insect-like creatures that he was considering drastic measures. Thinking that they may come back for him, he wanted to ask the authorities to lock him up in jail, but wasn't sure that even that would keep him safe. Corporal Bill Cook would conduct an investigation into the report, but it didn't seem like anything ever came from it. He would also be asked if he thought Lasarza should go to the hospital and be checked out, but he didn't think so, saying that he had actually returned to work and finished off his shift right after regaining consciousness. Corporal Cook would add, "Lasarza is in his 20s, and there didn't seem to be too much the matter with him when we spoke to him." When articles were first published on this topic, many would quote Lasarza as saying that the spacecraft had come from Mars. However, when later asked about this, he would deny that part of the story and said that he had no idea where those creatures had actually come from. It seems that Mars was very close to Earth at that time, and many news stories were exaggerating details or trying to mix in entirely different incidents to try to make it a more interesting topic. Soon, the RCAF would be contacted with the man who conducted their investigation, Squadron Leader King, making a statement. He oddly said, "I actually found it to be fictitious. It just didn't corroborate with anything of what it should be." But when he was asked about what exactly it should be, King would answer with, "That is classified information." Although he wouldn't discuss the topic any further, it was still an interesting statement. This gives the impression that he thinks the encounter is fake based on what he's seen at other locations, possibly other landing sites. Several days after this, a New York minister, who also had a radio show that would discuss many UFO and abduction incidents, would hear of this encounter up in Canada. This man, Charles Beck, was well known in the UFO research scene back in the 50s and even had various interviews with government officials on these topics. Becoming quite interested in Lesarza's case, he quickly made his way out to Garson, arriving on July 9th, just 1 week after the whole incident. Although mining management wouldn't let him on the property to inspect the landing spot, he was able to have a 4-hour interview with Lesarza. Beck, with the help of a reporter, Michael Walton from Sudbury Daily Star, would take a tape recording of the whole conversation. After careful questioning, Beck would come to realize that Lesarza did not know of other famous UFO reports and didn't even watch or read science fiction material. It actually seems that he was confused by the term flying saucer and didn't know what Beck was even referring to. Lesarza told them the whole story, but right after they were finishing up, he remembered that he had made certain promises to the police and the RCAF. He was suddenly worried that if the tape came out, he would get in trouble with one of these organizations and possibly face deportation. Lesarza then begged Beck to erase the tape, who complied and destroyed the recording right in front of him. Lesarza told him that he may be considered crazy, but he wouldn't retract his story. He just didn't want to get in trouble with the tape. Beck would try one more time to get him to say what the aliens wanted with him, but he still refused to say, commenting that out of the whole encounter, that was the most disturbing part. But Beck didn't think he was crazy at all, saying that he was actually impressed by him being so level-headed and intelligent during the interview. After this, Beck did his best to remember every detail he could and began to make his way back to New York. News of the encounter would quickly spread across the local community, with many calling these entities the Monsters. Some women in Garson were even stating that they didn't feel safe going out in the area at night anymore. As the story was passed around, new details would seem to be added, such as the craft breaking branches off trees as it flew down to the ground. The police would then be asked about this, but they would say that there were no broken branches. They would also add that they didn't have any evidence of scorch marks left in the grass either. Soon, Lesarza was becoming worried that he may be institutionalized, with his co-workers and other local officials beginning to question his sanity. At some point, he would even meet up with at least one psychiatrist from Toronto, but unfortunately no information on this meetup seems to be out there. Meanwhile, Beck had written down all of the details he could remember and went back on the radio to discuss what he had seen while he was out there.
So a couple of days later, I got kind of interested. There was no more follow-up in the paper. I drove out and went up the old Garson Road and around, and I'm looking at this mound, and here's a big U.S. twin helicopter. I'm not familiar with makes of helicopters. It was a twin-bladed job. It must have had 50 personnel on it. They had driven steel metal poles at about 25 foot distance between each other over this whole mound area, and they posted signs on every second post saying, "No trespassing, you will be prosecuted. USO military." I did see 5-6 men at one time with Geiger counters, earmuffs on, going over the top of the soil. I did not see any digging, but I thought to myself at this time, if there's any truth in this story, this kind of confirms that this guy was telling the truth, because why would USA military come from the States and be examining this soil for about a week? I went back out a week later after that one excursion out there. Everything was taken down, signs were taken down, everything was back to normal. I walked around there, I didn't see anything unusual, and that was it. They packed up and left. They claim, I only heard through the grapevine, working at Inco at Coppercliff myself, that this man was a basket case, and I can't say if he was or not, that they had taken him to North Bay, and psychiatrists were examining him. And again, I feel that this was a cover-up. Maybe they told him to keep his mouth shut, because at that time they didn't want anything about UFOs to leak out. So I feel that they either took him away and he wouldn't shut up and they kept him down there, or they threatened him and released him and let him go back to work. I have not got in touch with Garson people to know which way that this story has ended up.
After all of this, Beck felt that he must have been telling the truth, adding, "Lesarza is regarded in his community as a model citizen with a good record, who had and has nothing whatever to gain by bringing down on his head the pitiless glare of publicity of an unfavorable kind." Many wonder why they wouldn't allow Beck to access the site if there really wasn't anything to hide. When researching this case, most of the information out there really comes from just one declassified Project Blue Book document, which could explain the military presence he saw there. And although Project Blue Book didn't research this case directly, an organization they worked with would. It's not mentioned in the files which organization investigated this, with the author just being labeled as Associate ESS. However, this author would have several comments after investigating the case. First, ESS wanted to know whether these space beings really looked the way Lasarza described them, wondering if they somehow took this form for an unknown reason. But if they really did look that way, then they must have been some kind of advanced insect life from another planet, whether that be in our solar system or another. The author would also add that based on how the creatures acted around Lasarza, they weren't sure if they were friendly or not, writing, "It would seem that their intentions were not benign." Second, and possibly more importantly, ESS also really wanted to know what the space beings wanted Lasarza to do for them. Since he never did tell a soul what they actually said to him, the author decided to speculate on what they might be doing here. He started off by questioning why the creatures would want to be at a nickel mine, and why they would be interested in an employee working there. He believes it might have something to do with the nickel itself, and the element that appears right next to it on the periodic table, cobalt. They would then add that 26% of natural nickel consists of the isotope nickel-60. If this isotope is bombarded with neutrons, the nickel will spit out a proton and become cobalt-60, which could be on par or even superior to radium in terms of radioactive potency. They would say that just a spoonful of cobalt-60 would be equal to all of the radium ever produced in the world at that time. ESS speculates that a technologically advanced species may have the means to turn all of the nickel-60 in the mine to cobalt-60 with just one chain reaction. Although we don't know how to make this chain reaction begin, they might, with ESS writing, "However, this little difficulty might well be child's play to space being science, and they may have a neutron-generating fuse gadget that could change a mine full of nickel into cobalt-60. They also wonder if they wanted Lasarza to be the one to go inside the mine and set off this device for them. Perhaps they wanted to avoid doing it themselves because they knew the one to set it off would be exposed to large amounts of radiation." The author continues, wondering if the space beings gave up after Lasarza fainted, or if they went to try again, to try to find someone else in a different mine who would comply more easily. And there was a reason to be so worried about cobalt-60 at this time, because back in 1950, a bomb made of the stuff would first be described by physicist Leos Lazard. He would call it the, quote, doomsday device, believing that an arsenal of these bombs could wipe out all life on our planet. The cobalt-60 bomb would end up being heavily researched by the United States Air Force, but thankfully never deployed. ESS would go on their writing, describing how much destruction they think would take place from an underground reaction of that much cobalt. He thought it could cause great earthquakes and tsunamis across the planet, and if that didn't wipe out all of humanity, then the atmospheric contamination very well could. He wanted to know if maybe these were some kind of space guardians that came to kill off humans because of our recent atomic experiments in order to save the planet. ESS would end the report by writing, "From their viewpoint, this might amount to killing off the pupils to save the school. And if the above sounds like science fiction, let me leave you with the thought that actual events bearing on and related to the coming of saucers are and will be far stranger than any fiction ever written." Although for a while no one knew who made this report, other declassified files would come out showing the same author associate ESS. They would be discovered to be a man by the name of Edward S. Schultz, who would then be linked to the publication Round Robin and then the Borderland Science Research Foundation, or BSRF. This foundation would describe themselves as California Nonprofit Research and Education Organization, founded in 1951 by Maid Lane for the purpose of studying parapsychology and extended consciousness. It has since expanded in scope to traverse as broad a path of the grand terrain of the borderland as may be uncovered by human perceptions, and perhaps even further. BSRF is also said by others to have risen from post-war New Age thinkers and early UFO magazine researchers. And although the Foundation tended to work with the idea that their research was being repressed by traditional science, others outside this organization didn't quite feel this way. Many felt that they were really just peddling pseudoscience, with some members even trying to predict different natural disasters. After many of these reports began circulating, the local Garson community would be significantly impacted. The economy of the town would be hurt more than anything. The nickel mine was the main industry of the area, and with Lasarza's encounter quickly becoming very well known, many people stopped showing up for work. Many of the miners were quite afraid of going out to the site, and even some shop owners in town began to close down at nighttime. But in the long term, the encounter also had a positive impact on tourism in the area as well. With more and more media companies showing up, the story began to spread across Canada as well as the US. Soon many people were coming out to Garson in an attempt to maybe see something or even have an encounter of their own. Local businesses like hotels and restaurants boomed in the town for quite some time, and even began selling souvenirs like t-shirts and keychains related to the Lasarza encounter. This all lasted for quite a while before tourists eventually stopped coming in and the story was slowly forgotten by a good majority of people. In more recent years, with the release of these declassified files, the investigations out in Garson were more or less brought back from the dead. Many researchers were fascinated by this case, with several different groups going out to Garson to investigate for themselves. In 2018, a team of researchers from a Canadian university would come out to the town and were said to have performed a very thorough investigation into the incident. They would look over the scene, as well as all of the witness testimony and government documents that they could get a hold of. In the end, they would conclude that it most likely was the misidentification of a natural phenomena. Another team of cryptozoologists would go out to Garson in 2021 in search of more details involving this case. They would interview several locals who claimed to have witnessed some of these invaders themselves, as well as search the landing area. But in the end, they never came up with any new details involving the original encounter. But even so, these bizarre creatures continue to live on in pop culture. Over the year, Lasarza's story would become the inspiration behind many books, movies, and TV shows. UFO enthusiasts would also keep it alive, with many even now speculating at the origins of these insect-like aliens. With all that said, though, the story never completely died out in the Garson folklore either, with many residents making their own sightings throughout the decades. Some locals even related the creatures to other supernatural phenomena in the region, like the Sudbury Wolves, a supernatural creature said to live in the forest around Sudbury. Even now, the Garson residents claim to occasionally see lights in the sky or even to have encountered these strange creatures. But most of these reports have never been investigated, and many have trouble believing them to begin with. Witnesses say that the Garson invaders are hostile or at least aggressive towards humans. Some have said they were chased through the woods by these strange creatures, and others have even claimed to have been attacked. And although none of them seem to be physically harmed, many of them would say that the insect-like creatures would emit a strange, loud screeching sound that would cause physical discomfort. There really never was an expert analysis of the Garson invaders either. Nowadays, we also see 1954 as a year of very high UFO activity. There were heavy concentrations of landings in France, Italy, and South America. Jacques Vallée himself was also known to have investigated and studied over 200 of these UFO cases just that year. With no photos or physical evidence of Lasarza's encounter, many believe that there just wasn't enough interest in the incident back at that time. But now it's been so long since then, it's almost impossible to investigate the case any further. At this point, it's unclear what the creature's true motivations were or why they seemed to attack humans. Some speculate that they were aliens after resources in the mine, while others think that they were really just a kind of cryptid species trying to protect its territory. And in the end, all we can really do is speculate on the whole incident, as it's just unclear to many if it was a hoax, a misidentification of natural phenomenon, or a genuine encounter. There is just no hard proof of anything, and it's sad to say, but there likely never will be. Now, it's been over 70 years since this encounter, and it seems that Lasarza himself would never go on to seek money or fame from any of this after his story gained popularity. It also doesn't seem he ever talked about it again publicly either, with Beck's memory of the interview and BSRF's report practically the only information about the encounter even out there. Really, nothing else is even known about Lasarza. If he is still alive, he would be in his mid-90s by now. But even if he isn't, he lives on in the story of his encounter, which I'm sure will continue to be passed on for many more years. Tuscumbia space penguins. It was February 14th, 1967, out in the small town of Tuscumbia, Missouri, a place where a local 63-year-old farmer, Claude Edwards, would call home. Although Tuscumbia is only 30 miles south of Jefferson City, the state's capital, it was said to be quite the rugged area at this time and didn't have very many inhabitants. Edwards was a simple but hard-working man and was already bundling up to start his chores around the farm by 7 a.m. The stars and moon were no longer visible at this point, and the sky looked to be very clear. The sun was low on the horizon, but just starting to rise over a ridge to the east, so it was just beginning to light up the ground. With his boots and jacket on, he headed outside, noticing the chilly wind coming in from the east. The ground was still partially frozen, but some of it had turned to mud at this point, so he carefully made his way down the slope to his barn. Edwards went inside and grabbed a bucket of feed before exiting again and heading out towards the cows. This is when he noticed something odd. All of his cows seemed to be staring in the same direction at something off in the distance. He turned and stared into the trees, trying to see what the cows were so entranced by. It was nearly 340 feet away from him, but he could definitely tell something was out there. He just wasn't sure what he was looking at or what it was exactly at this point. It was resting on a small hill near the northeastern edge of his field. As he looked closer, he thought it might have been a parachute stuck in some branches. Edwards walked to the corner of the barn, trying to get a better look at it while still taking care of his cattle. He hadn't taken his eyes off of it for a minute or two when he began to see several small figures or possibly objects moving below the parachute-like thing in the distance. Starting to become very curious, he sat down the feed bucket, closed the barn doors, and latched them shut. He then turned around, looking back towards the strange object out in the end of his field. Edwards wasn't too pleased that whatever this was spooking his cows, so he decided to go take care of the situation. As he got within about 70 feet of the object, he was able to see it a bit better, but he was still looking at it through a couple of fences and a bunch of brush. But what he saw, he would still never forget. He could now see that under the object, strange creatures were swarming about in a very rapid manner. Although he couldn't tell exactly how many there were due to the speed they were moving, it seems that there were about 10 to 12 of the small entities moving about. Filled with curiosity and adrenaline, the 63-year-old Edwards climbed over the first fence and made his way closer to these bizarre trespassers. Looking through the grove of trees, he would be shocked to see that this object was much stranger than he had imagined. He would later describe it as a massive grayish-green mushroom sitting on the ground on a short stalk. Walking to the gate and the next fence, he would notice that these fast little creatures seemed to speed up even more, and looked possibly agitated to Edwards. He could now see that they were only about 2 feet tall and looked to be the same color as the object, an odd grayish-green color. They were moving so quickly that he couldn't even tell if they had arms or hands, or just lever-like appendages that flapped at their sides. The feet and legs couldn't be seen either, and Edwards seemed to be genuinely confused on how they moved around. On the head of the creature were large, wide-set, pure black eyes, which he would later say may have been goggles, but he just couldn't tell at that distance. These strange beings also had a dark protuberance where the mouth and nose should be, which made them look almost like they had a beak. Edwards would later say that they resembled little green penguins with no visible necks. He would stand there just for a few moments, watching them buzz back and forth directly around and under this mushroom-shaped object. At this point, he felt he had seen enough and decided these strange creatures and their mushroom needed to get off of his land. Edwards later said, "As I came through the first gate, I picked up 2 rocks, pretty good size, one of them was. I got up to about 30 feet of it, and it was sitting there kind of rocking slightly, and I thought, boy, here goes. I'm going to knock a hole in that thing and see what the hell it is." Feeling quite anxious now, the farmer backed off about 10 feet as he worked up the courage to chuck the stones. He then threw the first larger rock right towards the object, but to his complete surprise, about halfway through its flight, the stone seemed to hit some kind of barrier in midair. He later said, "I cut down on it and the rock stopped along about 15 feet from it and just hit the ground." As soon as he was getting ready to throw the second rock, he noticed all of the strange creatures begin to scuttle back towards the mushroom-like object. They all then quickly disappeared on the other side of the mushroom, appearing to possibly go in some kind of access door. He then threw the second rock with more force than the first one, trying to arc it and hit the top of the craft. But again, to his surprise, it seemed to hit a barrier in midair before skipping off like a rock skipping on water. Edward later said, "The next rock, I thought I would throw on top of it, and it just hit something and bounced." Now that it seemed that he wouldn't be getting rid of this strange object that easily, he finally decided to take it all in and look around for a minute. It seemed to be made of a metallic smooth material that didn't show any signs of seams or rivets. He had no idea what the material actually was, though, later comparing it to a shiny silk. Edwards estimated the object to be about 8 feet high and was about 18 feet in diameter, while the stalk it was resting on was only about 2 or 3 feet tall and 1.5 feet thick, which was about the same size as the creatures he had seen. The top was a dome shape that appeared to have portholes along the bottom edge, spaced around 12 inches apart. They were an oblong shape and were roughly 6 to 8 inches long, but he was immediately sure that these were not windows either, as they seemed to glow with an array of different colors. The colors kept moving from one porthole to the next, as if there was a color wheel spinning behind all of them. As he crept closer, the lights became nearly blinding. Edwards later commented on this, saying, "They were all the colors of the rainbow." Edwards walked even closer to it, but as he got about 15 feet away, he was abruptly stopped. He later described this, saying, "I thought I was going right up to it. I got up to about here, and there it was. I just walked up against a wall. I couldn't see it at all. There was just a pressure." Although it was similar to walking into a wall, he still couldn't physically feel it, as if a strange invisible barrier was preventing him from passing through. He stood there for a moment in a state of confusion and was unsure of what to do next. But then the object started moving, appearing to rock back and forth on the stalk 6 times before lurching into the air. Edwards would say, when it took off, it just rocked back and moved real fast to the left of that ridge. It made no sound and disappeared in seconds. There was no odor either, and the shaft was pulled up into it as it took off. He was left there standing at the edge of his field, now feeling just as confused as his cows had looked earlier. In the end, he would realize that although this encounter felt like it had lasted quite a while, it had really only been a few minutes. He said, "The whole thing took over 5 minutes, maybe 10. I have never seen anything like it. It looked like a shiny silk or something, I couldn't tell. I was going to tell, though, if I could have hit it with that rock." After this, he simply went back to life as normal, as he knew that he would just be ridiculed and considered crazy if he went public with all of this. It does seem that at some point he would make an anonymous call into MUFON and gave them the gist of the story, but that was all. The only other person he would even end up telling would be his brother, who was also still living in Tuscumbia. And this is how he would eventually be tracked down and interviewed by a MUFON investigator. It seems that just 5 nights after Edwards' encounter, his brother would make a very strange sighting just across the road on his own farm. At about 9:30 p.m., this man was inside relaxing and getting ready for bed, when out of nowhere his dogs began to frantically bark. Getting up and rushing outside to investigate, he would immediately come to see a strange reddish light glowing about 100 feet off into the distance. He walked 50 feet closer to the red light when it suddenly started to glow in multiple colors, bright enough to where he couldn't see the source. But before he could look into this bizarre light show any further, it began to climb vertically into the air. When the multicolored lights were around an altitude of 300 feet, they all became a bright green color before the whole thing flew off at an incredible speed. He wouldn't hear a single sound during this whole incident. The brother then made his own call out to MUFON and told them the story before agreeing to speak to an investigator in person. And this is where some discrepancy in the story appears. Some reports state that the investigator would come out to the farm within just a few days, while others state that it was more like 2 or 3 months. But either way, MUFON would send out a young man named Ted Phillips to go get witness testimony as well as check out the brother's farm. A civil engineer and a UFO buff, Philip was living in Sedalia, Missouri at this time, which was just 70 miles away from Tuscumbia. Once he was out there and heard the brother's story, he was then told about Claude Edwards' encounter just across the road. It seems that Phillips had actually known of this encounter, reading a summary of it in a MUFON journal, but he had been unable to find him for an interview due to him remaining anonymous. He then quickly made his way across the street to see if he could perform an investigation there as well. A bit unhappy, but not completely unwilling to share the story, Edwards would refuse to talk about the incident at all until Phillips agreed not to share his name until his death. And Phillips accepted this request, referring to him by Mr. X in his reports until Edwards' death in the 80s. After talking to each other for a few minutes, Edwards seemed to believe that Phillips really just wanted to know more about the encounter and began to open up to him. Phillips later described this meeting, writing, He didn't like talking about the sighting at first, but became more comfortable as we discussed the weather and farming. I asked him to relive the event in real time, and we began on his front porch, which faces the large barn near the landing area. Edwards gave him all the details, and then led him down the same path that he had taken over to the object on the day of the incident. And although he didn't notice any physical traces left behind by this craft, Phillips thought that he was able to see something. Phillips thought he could clearly make out the landing area. There was a large patch of ground which was much drier than the surrounding area, which still had some muddy spots. At the center of this dry patch of ground, he would then find a depression about an inch deep into the soil. Phillips wrote, "When I arrived at the site, the traces were still quite visible. It was 1 meter in diameter and a slightly irregular circle where the shaft had rested. The soil was extremely dehydrated in contrast with the surrounding soil." Phillips would also find a small hole in the ground which he would photograph and include in his report. It seems that he believed this was either from a support rod stuck into the ground by the landing column, or from the strange creatures using some sort of device to take soil samples. Before he left the farm, he would have Edwards sketch both the craft and the small alien creatures that were moving about below it. After seeing the drawing, Phillips would think of these as bizarre peanut-like humanoids. They had a nose-like protrusion, an eye or what may have been a visor, slim arms if they even were arms, and no feet. He would then make his leave and head back to Sedalia, where he would construct his report and then publish it in the APRO magazine. Although Ted Phillips would one day work for the Center of UFO Studies in Chicago and become fairly well known in the UFO investigator community, at this time he had only been in the game for a couple of years and not many knew his name. It seems that the editor for the APRO magazine was aware of this and ended the article by writing, "The investigator of this incident is one of the most cautious and competent men in APRO's field investigator network, and we feel that the complete report is an accurate presentation of what he obtained from the witness." But it doesn't seem that everyone agrees with this statement. Although we do know that Phillips had been an investigator for a couple of years, some believe that this was his first actual field investigation since it just happened to be so close to his hometown. In his later years, he even began to gain the reputation of being dedicated to finding physical traces of UFO landings, which may or may not have been inspired from his work on the case in Tuscumbia. And because over the years Phillips would find so many physical traces of UFO landings, many skeptics would begin to question all of his findings over the years. For example, the pictures taken out at Edwards' farm raise more questions than they answer. How is it that Phillips was able to determine the landing area so easily when Edwards himself thought it hadn't left a trace? And why did Phillips take a picture of the hole in the ground, but not the area that happened to be dehydrated? In another photo, we can even see what is supposedly one of the rocks that Edward threw at the ship, but this photo seems to bother many people as the stone just looks too large for a 63-year-old man to throw 15 plus feet. But due to the age and quality of this picture, it might just be too hard to say for sure. With Edwards being a farm worker for most of his life, it's possible he was just simply a strong man even at that age. One theory that many of these skeptics have put forth over the years is that Edwards saw something he didn't quite understand and mixed in a bit of fantasy with reality. In 1956, a movie called Earth vs. the Flying Saucers would be released. And in this movie, a saucer very similar to what Edwards described can be seen throughout. Given this film came out 11 years before the encounter, many feel that this would be a likely candidate for the inspiration behind Edwards' eventual sketch of the alien craft. However, in more recent years, some new theories have been going around the internet involving this case. Nowadays, many people believe that what Edwards had actually seen might have been related to what he thought it was originally in the first place. When he first saw his cows staring off into the edge of the field, he thought he saw some kind of parachute. This leads some to believe that he had actually seen something called a Rupert paradummy, which was used mostly around World War II when they were training paratroopers. Although they had developed new dummies by the 60s, it seems that it's possible that some Rupert dummies were still in use. On this note, Tuscumbia is also just 20 to 25 miles northwest of Fort Leonard Wood, a large headquarters base that mostly trained infantry and engineer troops. With paratroopers actually being a specialized branch of infantry, it's very possible that these Rupert dummies were still being used during training exercises in some way. These facts make many wonder if one or more of these dummies could have blown off course and landed in Edwards Field that day by accident. But even though this is the leading theory for skeptics, it still doesn't quite explain everything. Most often, when these cases involve creatures described this strangely, people often try to relate them to other encounters that may have included the same entities. But for the Tuscumbia case, there are really just 2 other encounters often mentioned alongside it. And even then, UFO researchers have admitted that they still aren't great matches. The first would take place in 1965 near Valençol, France, when a farmer named Maurice Massé reported a mushroom-shaped UFO landing in an encounter with 2 small tan-colored humanoid aliens. Even though the alien beings seem to be different in this case, the description of the 2 ships are extremely similar. Then after the aliens and the craft left his farm, Massé would even come to find the ground underneath the ship to be as hard as concrete and covered in dead vegetation. Later, a soil analysis would be performed on this area, and it was found to have an abnormally high level of calcium. The second most referred to case would be the 1971 encounter in Kinnula, Finland. This is where 2 lumberjacks were finishing up a day of work when they would see a very strange craft fly through the trees and land on the ground near them. A short creature would then hop out of this craft and walk towards them with weightless steps, similar to a human bouncing on the moon. It was wearing a one-piece green outfit that covered the entire body besides a glass-like black porthole that covered the face area. But in this encounter, it seems that we have the opposite problem. Although the alien scene is somewhat similar to the space penguins, the ship sighted was fairly different. By the end, it's just hard to say how honest of a man Claude Edwards really was, as he mostly kept to himself and chose to remain anonymous with his story until he could no longer be asked about it at all. But even then, there just didn't seem to be much of a reason to lie. He didn't want his name out there out of fear of being ridiculed, and he just never tried to gain any money or fame out of this odd Valentine's Day encounter. It seems that he honestly thought that UFO sightings were complete nonsense until he had his own encounter. Researchers have also looked into the possibility that this was all just a prank pulled on him as well, but no one has ever been able to come up with a good reason to pull it on a farmer practically out in the middle of nowhere. And it seems that this would be Edwards' first and only encounter with these strange peanut penguins and their mushroom-shaped craft. But many wonder if he kept an eye on that spot in the field whenever he would go out to feed his cows in the morning, always glancing over to see if these bizarre creatures had returned. Old Saybrook Blockheads. The story of the Blockheads was once known across Connecticut. Although not quite as well known now, this story continues to live on just due to the strangeness of the aliens seen by the witness. Although this case was once very well known, the original report from the Civilian Saucer Intelligence of New York no longer exists. But after searching the Internet Archive, it is possible to at least find a text from this case on a no longer functional Connecticut MUFON website. It starts by stating the list of different types of little men keeps growing, with a very strange report from an unusually reliable source. A longtime resident of Saybrook and retired teacher, Miss Mary Starr, held 2 degrees from Yale University. Although many of the residents in this area only spent their summers here, Starr was here all year round, and was often the only person in the neighborhood living there during the winter. And even if somebody else was around, the other houses were a ways away as they were close to the sea and the ground was quite marshy. But it was during one of these isolated winter evenings that something very strange would take place right in front of Mary's eyes. Around 2 or 3 a.m. on December 16th, she was sound asleep when she would be woken up by a loud sound and lights passing through her north-facing bedroom window. Getting out of bed, she walked over to the window, looking out to see a huge 20 to 30 foot long, dark gray or black, oval-shaped craft with brightly lit square portholes floating just 10 feet away from her house. At first she thought this was possibly a military aircraft losing altitude and about to crash into her yard, saying, "I went to bed early, around 10 o'clock. Sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning, I was awakened by a bright light in my room. I looked out the window and there was what I first thought was a crippled airplane in my back garden. But when I got my eyes really open, I saw it was a cigar-shaped object, brightly lit and with square portholes, hovering just above my clothesline. I could see men inside." She would also note that she couldn't see any wings, fins, or any other external structures on the craft. Through the lit-up windows, she could see two figures passing by each other, appearing to be walking in opposite directions. It looked like each had their right arm raised up as well, but no hands could be seen on either of the strange figures. They looked to be wearing some kind of jackets that were flared out at the bottom, but the lower half was below the window and couldn't be seen. Mary, still thinking that this must be some kind of plane, thought that these figures may have been stewards carrying trays. As she looked closer though, it was obvious that their heads were very strange, both in appearance and shape. They were square, rectangular in shape, reddish-orange in color, and looked to have some kind of bright light bulb in the center, telling the reporter that she thought it may have just been some kind of bizarre helmet. From the left side, a third figure stepped into view. In an attempt to get a better look at it, she began to lean out the window. It was then that they possibly saw her, as the portholes all faded and the entire craft began to glow brilliantly. Then, from the side nearest to her, she could see a small antenna-like object rising up about 6 inches, before it started to oscillate and spark. Mary thought this may have been a way to signal directions, but that was her only idea. For about 5 minutes, the strange object glowed and sparked until the antenna retracted back down, and the craft slowly began to move from the motionless position. She expected it to keep going straight across her yard towards her tool shed, but it suddenly reversed and flew right in the same direction it had came from. And then, before flying into her spruce tree, it suddenly made a sharp right turn, with Mary saying they had a good navigator. At this point, the ship stopped glowing and returned to the dull gray color it had been before. The portholes still weren't visible, but there did seem to be a row of small circular lights outlining the entire rim. The oval craft flew low, dipping with the contours and depressions in the ground near her garden. She could now see that it appeared to be fairly thin, describing it as more of a saucer than an egg shape. As it flew over the marsh, it suddenly tilted steeply upwards before it shot off at the speed of a jet. But she added that the whole event was completely silent. Thinking back, she would realize that she had not seen anything such as instruments or equipment inside the craft either, only the strange figures. She then began to consider the dimensions of the object and the entities inside, comparing the clothesline it flew by, saying, "I could see that the object, was so shallow that the men could not have been more than 3.5 or 4 feet tall." She would also add that although she didn't see it until it was near her window, she believed that it must have flown in from the nearby Sound Island, because she had heard of UFO reports from there recently. Just 3 weeks before this, a local paper would publish a report by a hotel caretaker that claimed to have seen 40 reddish oblong objects brighter than stars flying from south to north before disappearing into the clouds. Miss Starr knew that there wouldn't be anyone else in the neighborhood to corroborate her story, so she held on to it, not telling anyone for over 9 months. One day in September 1958, she decided to report it to the National Investigation Committee on Aerial Phenomenon. They would send out 2 well-known researchers, Richard Hall and Isabel Davis, to interview her and investigate the case. And in the end, neither one of them could find any reason to dismiss her story. Because of her background, they didn't believe she would have any reason to invent or embellish a tale like this, and ultimately put it in the authentic category of cases. Hall would actually compare this to a few other cases as well, and although they happened a few years earlier, he thought that they were all pretty similar and could have even been the same craft. The first would be a report from August 1952 made by William Squires, who was a musician and staff member of the KOAM radio station in Pittsburgh, Kansas. He would see an oval object about 75 feet long, 45 feet wide, and 25 feet high. It was hovering over a field next to the highway, appearing to slowly rock back and forth in place. The body of the craft was a dull aluminum color, with several rectangular windows extending from the very top to the middle rim, which all emitted a bluish light fluctuating in brightness. William would say, "I definitely saw a human being through the window." But he couldn't make out much detail. He stopped his car and got out, deciding to approach the craft on foot. When he was about 200 feet away, he started to hear a steady throbbing sound before the craft suddenly started to rise upwards. It blew around the vegetation beneath it before it flew off into the air and out of sight, making a sound like a, quote, convoy of 100 quail taking off. The second would also be a case from August 1952, when a Miss Susan Knight, a young housewife and mother, saw a UFO with an occupant on board at a close distance. Before she could take a look inside, it changed from a glowing red color to a dull silver, with Susan saying it was, quote, like the door of an old pot-bellied stove. Thinking of the sparks in the square windows, another event from October 27, 1952 would come to Hall's mind. That being the UFO landing at the Marignane Airport in France. At 2 a.m. that night, Customs Officer Gabriel Gauchkenard observed a cigar-shaped flying object land briefly on the airfield with a dull thud. It was a dark color, but had 4 windows that were brightly lit up. As the witnesses began to approach it, the craft suddenly took off with a swish sound and a shower of sparks. Although the entities are either not seen or a bit different in these other cases, many believe them all to be sightings of the same craft. And even though we haven't seen creatures exactly like the blockheads in more recent encounters, the odd way they were described continues to interest and inspire people to this day and can be seen in a variety of places around the internet. Dikelia Army Barracks Alien Encounter. In many encounters, the entities seen don't quite fit into any certain category, and are often thought of as both aliens and cryptid beasts at the same time. But in this largely forgotten case, the creature would be thought of as both a ghostly apparition and an extraterrestrial at the same time. This would all take place on the Dikelia Army Barracks and Base in Cyprus, back in September 1968. Around 3 in the morning, a non-commissioned officer from the British Army was awoken from the sound of his Turkish wolfhound growling loudly. Thinking that someone may be sneaking around the base, he got up and started to walk towards the door. As he did so, this large dog began to whimper and whine as it went to hide in a corner underneath the bed. It was then that the officer began to hear a high-pitched humming emanating from the other side of the door. He decided to go ahead and open it, quickly coming to see that the landing and the staircase leading down to the ground floor were all covered in an orange fiery light. As he looked down the staircase, he would immediately come to see a humanoid shape moving straight towards him. After a moment, he could see that this entity wore a blue one-piece outfit ending at the neck, had a plume of fire-red hair, bright orange skin, unblinking eyes, and was tilting forward with a large and hideous scowl on its face. As it cleared the top of the stairs, this officer started to become extremely frightened, noticing this person looked to be only half-formed, with the lower part of the body unable to be seen. This ghostly creature then rotated its head a full 180 degrees, looking behind it. At this moment, he began to panic and shot back into his room, closing the door behind him. Just a few seconds after this, the high-pitched humming sound seemed to grow even louder. Then he began to hear strange sliding sounds, which he believed to be coming from the entity as it moved closer to his room. Without thinking, this officer grabbed his spear gun and perched off the end of his bed, firing it straight at the closed door. The bolt went clean through without stopping, and then abruptly, the loud humming ceased and the orange light began to fade away. For the next hour, he sat in a state of shock in his room, unable to move, before a relief guard just happened to find him. Happy to see another real person, he told them the story, which was then quickly passed on to the commanding officer. He was then ordered to undergo a full medical and psychological profile. This ended up showing that he did indeed seem to have some temporary muscle paralysis, but was otherwise in good health. Although this man would choose to remain anonymous, he would go on to report this all to Jenny Randalls, who was the editor for the Northern UFO News at this time, and later investigator for Bufora. She's actually mainly the only reason this story is even known today. This officer never went on to seek any profit or fame from this encounter either, and was thought of as a reliable witness by those that knew him. Unfortunately though, it seems like this all caused his dog a bit of harm because he was said to react and bark at the slightest sound for the rest of his life. While talking about this case, it's almost hard not to mention another very similar case that happened just 8 years later. In 1976, out in Badajoz, Spain, 2 soldiers stationed at a guardhouse in the Talavera La Real Spanish Air Force Base would have an equally strange encounter. One night, a loud whistling sound and a bright light suddenly caught their attention. They were so noticeable that a third soldier ran over and began to sound an alarm. They all briefly searched around, but weren't having any luck finding out what the light and noise was coming from. They then quickly released a trained German Shepherd into the nearby bushes to search the surrounding area. But it was then that a blast of wind rushed across the three men and they heard a sound similar to branches breaking. The dog then began to stagger out of the shrubs. But following the dog was a very tall, ghostly apparition stretching nearly 9 feet off the ground. They said it appeared to be floating as the ends of its limbs looked to only be half-formed. They guessed that it may have even been made out of light as it emitted an odd green glow. The first soldier to approach this creature quickly fell to the ground in a paralyzed state, causing the other two to begin to fire their gun towards the entity in a panic. After about 50 rounds, the apparition suddenly vanished in a flash of light, while the whistling sound in the background died off shortly afterwards. The collapsed soldier soon woke up, suffering from a bit of vision loss and a headache, but soon went on to make a full recovery. This incident was then investigated, with none of the fired bullets or bullet holes ever being found. However, others at the base would confirm that they had heard the guns fire the night before. We may never know exactly what these creatures were, but many believed they could indeed be extraterrestrials. Many others believed it was some kind of ghostly apparition, and some even think they're multidimensional beings sharing the Earth alongside us. Whatever they are, they certainly don't seem to be human, but with that said, they don't necessarily seem hostile towards us either. Ozo 1. Everett Higdon Jr., normally known as Carl, was a foreman on an oil rig out in the small town of Rawlins, Wyoming. Back in 1974, Carl was 41 years old and had 7 kids, 3 from a previous marriage and 4 with his current wife. He was quite well known in the area, living there for 15 years after serving in the Air Force during the Korean War. Often, he was referred to as the Wyoming Coyote by his co-workers, with them saying that he had the dogged ability to keep up at any task until he got it completely done. He had a fairly normal life, with nothing to really complain about, but it would be on one of these seemingly normal days that his life would forever be changed. On Friday, October 25th, he would drive out to the oil rig just like any other day, only to discover that most of his crew was out sick with the flu and couldn't come in. Deciding to just call off work for the day, Carl quickly got the idea to just go elk hunting instead. He first stopped by his house to pick up his new mag rifle before driving south towards McCarthy Canyon. As he grew closer, he would notice some men on the side of the road working on their truck. Wondering if he could be of any help, he pulled over next to them. Soon he would find out that they were also hunters, and they all began to discuss the best spots for finding elk. The men would tell him that the canyon wasn't the best place and recommended that he go into the nearby forest. Soon they all got the truck up and running and said their goodbyes, with Carl now deciding to head towards that very forest. Finding a good spot to park, he sat in his truck and poured himself some coffee from his thermos. He got out to survey the area when right then the local game warden appeared on the road next to him. After a short chat about the hunting conditions, the warden pointed out a good spot down the hill before driving away. Carl, ready to get the hunt started, put his thermos back in the truck and grabbed his rifle from the case. He soon began walking down the trail, winding through the trees for just a short ways before arriving in a clearing. Taking a look around, Carl came to see 5 elk a short distance away. He raised his rifle, lining the sights up to a large bull, and pulled the trigger. But this is when things started to become all around weird. His gun didn't make a sound. Even stranger, it appeared that the bullet was moving in slow motion. Carl watched it come out of the barrel. It flew for a few feet before stopping in midair and falling to the ground. At this point, it was eerily silent, with not even the sounds of birds able to be heard. Confused, he looked over to see that none of the elk had even moved, as if the gun didn't even spook them. He then walked over to the bullet, picking it up and putting it into his canteen pouch to look at it later. It was then that he started to feel like something was watching him. Turning around, he came to see that a man was indeed standing right behind him. Although this man did have humanoid features, seeming to be about 6 feet tall and 180 pounds, Carl would quickly come to realize that the details were quite off. It had straw blonde hair that stood straight up from the head, with 2 larger strands sticking out in the front, reminding him of insect antennas. Soon, this being began walking towards him on its bowed legs. It didn't look to have a chin, with the face directly connected to the neck. The face had yellowish skin, but the rest of the body was covered in a one-piece black outfit similar to a scuba suit. The strange suit had 2 belts crossing the creature's chest, with one more around the waist. The belt buckle also had a symbol on it which he thought may have been a star. The mouth didn't appear to have any lips, only a slit in the skin where 3 blocky teeth were visible. It also didn't seem to have a left hand, with the arm ending in a stump. The right was even stranger, looking to be some kind of prosthetic drill. Much of this information actually comes from a later date when Carl would undergo hypnotic regression memory therapy, and I'm just putting this all together to make a more coherent story. He would recall that the strange creature at some point asked him in plain English if he was hungry, with Carl saying that he was a little bit. It was then that a clear packet of pills floated over to him, with Carl being told to go ahead and take one. Feeling as if his willpower was being drained away, he took it. He would later say that he had no idea why he did this, as he didn't like pills and wouldn't even normally take aspirin. Soon after this, he was asked if he wanted to go somewhere with the strange man, with Carl simply saying that he might as well. Before he knew it, they were both transported inside of a large glass cubicle. It seemed that Carl was sitting in a large chair similar to a bucket seat, but he quickly noticed that there was something on his head and his arms were strapped down to it. Although he can't turn his head at this point, reflected on something shiny in front of him, he can see 5 motionless elk in a cage behind him. He would also see this being interact with a lever on some sort of control panel. It had a plastic tube running up to the base, 3 levers of different lengths, and also seemed to have English letters written on it. But Carl didn't know what any of this was for exactly. Out of nowhere, he was then floating above his truck parked on the hill. The creature then walked up to him, waving his hand, with the truck then disappearing in the motion. Looking down again, Carl was shocked to see a huge blue ball, looking like a large marble. He would soon realize that he was looking at the Earth, but must have been quite a distance away from it, as it only appeared to be about the size of a basketball from his perspective. Then for a moment, everything went black. Soon a light appeared and started to grow very bright in no time at all. It was nearly blinding to him, causing tears to profusely run down his face. He could barely see the source of the light, but made out a very strange tower in the shape of a Christmas tree. Lights ran up and down the sides while the top shined very brightly. Although they were a good distance away, he believes that he can see ordinary people at the bottom of the tower. It looked like one older man, 2 teens, and 2 children. They all looked happy, just hanging around together and talking with each other. The glass cube then lands on a pathway where he is unstrapped and taken out of the craft. Another creature would meet the 2 at the door and lead them down a very long hallway. Carl vividly remembered that they did not walk this distance either, and instead floated the entire way. Before long, he was in another room, with a wall rising up and closing the area off like a door. Now it seems that they perform some sort of short examination on him before telling him that he is not what they want. They say that they will take him back soon. They once again appear inside the glass cube, with the tower of light now practically blinding him again, easily burning his eyes. The entity then walked back over to speak with him, telling him that his name is Ozzo-1, reiterating that Carl is not what they want, so they are taking him back. Ozzo-1 would then briefly talk to him about why they were here and what exactly they did want. He told Carl that his people had been coming to Earth for many years in search of fish and animals. On their planet, the ocean has turned yellow, causing all of their fish to die off, and leading them to seek food out in other places. Ozzo-1 would explain that they then processed this food into the pills that he had seen earlier, saying that each one had about 4 days worth of nutrients inside. He also showed Carl a map of the landmass on his planet, which was later said to resemble Gondwana. Carl soon noticed that this landmass was also able to be seen on the entity's belt, as well as on a section of the wall, later saying that it appeared to symbolize a nation somewhat like how we use flags. Ozzo-1 would also tell Carl that they were 163,000 light miles from Earth. He would also tell them that they come from a star system with 9 planets, adding that they used the magnetic force produced by these planets for power. Ozzo-1 also told him that they wore all black for protection from the sun because it could easily burn them. Carl was then shown a couple of patches on the suit that looked to represent Ozzo-1's planet. At this point, Ozzo-1 walks over and picks up Carl's gun. After looking it over for a few moments, he comments that he would like to keep it for himself as he is also a hunter, but says he is not allowed to keep primitive weapons. Now over the forest again, the 2 begin to float out of the cubicle craft, landing on the side of the hill. But as Carl lands on the ground, his foot slips on a rock, and Carl falls right on his shoulder, causing him quite a bit of pain. As he stands up, he's quite disoriented and can't seem to remember anything at all. He then sees a sign that reads, North Boundary Lincoln Forest, but in his current state of confusion, he has no idea where that is. The sun is setting and it's beginning to get cold, so he starts to walk down the hill. He then comes across the truck he had parked earlier, but he was so dazed that he didn't even realize it was his. Desperate to get out of the cold though, he hops in anyway and lays down in the seat. But after a while, he starts to hear a voice. With some difficulty, he discovers that it's the CB radio and answers it sluggishly. The man on the other end starts to ask who they're talking to and where they currently were. But in Carl's confused state, he honestly didn't seem to know who he was or where he was at. Carl even seemed lost on how to drive the truck, seemingly unable to recognize the stick shift. Carl then tells the man on the other side of the radio that it's so cold right now, before going into a panicked state, demanding to know where his elk was. He told him that his pickup disappeared, and then he started shouting about a big blue ball. Now around this time, Marjorie, Carl's wife, was beginning to feel uneasy with him being gone the entire day without contact. Unsure of what to do, she would call a friend, who would tell Marjorie that if Carl did bag an elk, dressing it may take a while, so she shouldn't worry. So after this call, she started on dinner and tried to take her mind off of Carl. But then around 6:30 p.m., one of Carl's co-workers, Bud Rusker, would call, asking if she knew where Carl was, but she of course didn't. Then right after that, Andy Anderson, Carl's head boss, would call wanting to know the same thing, knowing that Carl had taken a company truck that day. He said, "We know Carl went hunting. We need to know where he went. We have someone on the company radio. We think this man has been hurt. It sounds like Carl, but we aren't for sure. Now where did he go hunting?" Soon Andy would get in contact with the game warden, who remembered seeing Carl out there, but didn't see his truck in the same spot as before. But with the location now narrowed down, Bud, Andy, the sheriff, and the game warden would all head out in four-wheel drive trucks to search the forest. Bud called Marjorie back and told her about the situation, explaining how now they were going off-road to look for him. Marjorie called her friends back, and they agreed to come pick her up in their own truck and go out to search for Carl as well. They drove out to the forest and parked on the side of the road. Using the CB radio, they asked the other group if they had any luck finding Carl yet. One of the men replied with, "See him? Hell, we aren't even into the area yet. We keep getting stuck and have to pull each other to keep going. It's a hell of a mess in here." They told them to stay where they are and that they'll let them know when Carl's actually found. By this time, it was getting pretty late, so the group decided to do just that and take a rest while they waited. But out of nowhere, Marjorie's friend in the passenger seat, Marilyn, started to shout at them, telling them to quit moving the truck. The other two both said that they weren't moving at all. But Marilyn exclaimed, "Look at that star! It is moving and changing colors and doing crazy things." Her husband said that she was only dreaming and told her to go back to sleep. Then around 11:40 p.m., they would finally hear the radio click back on. They had found Carl. They would also explain that they had found his truck, but not his keys, and said that the area was too muddy to get out without a large tow truck, adding that they weren't sure how Carl even got there to begin with. They all met up together at the bottom of the hill, with Marjorie excitedly running up to the truck Carl's now in. But something seemed off with him. He simply stared off into space as if looking through her. After talking to him and getting no response, she decided to ask Carl if he had managed to get himself an elk. While shivering, Carl replied with, "They took my elk. They took my elk." Thinking he was cold, Marjorie attempted to drape her coat over him, only for him to scream, "Don't touch me! Don't touch me!" The group then grabbed the rifle from Carl and discussed taking him to the hospital. Roy, one of Carl's co-workers, suggested that he move from the truck to the back seat of his car so he could at least lie down. Carl, still muttering about his elk, suddenly bursts out of his seat and begins to run around the road, screaming, "The lights! Oh God, the lights!" The sheriff's deputy got so spooked that he actually drew his gun and began to aim. But before Carl got even more out of control, they had the idea to turn off some of the headlights and darken the area in hopes of calming him down. And surprisingly, this worked, and Carl calmed down pretty quickly, walking over and sitting down in the passenger seat of Roy's car. With the situation now under control, the group began to head towards the Rollins Hospital. Soon, in the emergency room, Carl was asking for more 4-day pills that flowed over to you. His eyes were red and watering, and he was complaining that his shoulder hurt. Dr. Tonko had just moved out to this part of town, and it said that Carl was one of his first patients. He first took x-rays and found that nothing was broken in Carl's shoulder. But what Carl began speaking about was so out of the ordinary that he would even make some notes about it in his medical file. Carl laid in bed yelling about how the lights burn his eyes. Once they dimmed them, he began to speak more strangely, but also calmly. He spoke of creatures dressed in black, about a 163,000 light-mile journey, cone hands that waved and made things disappear, and how they were floating everywhere they went. Marjorie, attempting to snap him out of it, called out his name. He replied to her, saying, "They keep calling me Carl. Who is Carl?" Almost sure that he must have been on something, they ordered a drug test, but wouldn't find anything in his system. Dr. Tonko, unsure of what else to do, told him to stay there for a 3-day observation. Marjorie, completely exhausted at this point, took Carl's things and went home to get some rest. But as she was putting away his things, a mangled piece of metal would fall out of Carl's pouch. Unsure of what exactly it was, she decided to ask Carl about it the next day. However, he's still talking about wanting more of the 4-day pills that float to you. She decided to give him a pencil and told him to draw anything that he remembers. He first drew a sketch of the strange being and the inside of the ship, as well as some of the streets and addresses, and the word Enders. Unsure of what all this meant, her friends convinced her to take the mangled piece of metal and the drawing up to the police station. Although the sheriff was out, the deputy still took a look at it all. He could easily tell that the metal was a bullet, but claimed that he had never seen one in this condition, and it looked as if it had been turned inside out. When she asked if the deputy knew what Enders meant, he said that there was a man with a similar name out in the forest that night, but that was his only guess. Marjorie then claims that when she tried to get the deputy to find out more information about all of this, she was told, "Just leave it alone. It was a weird night. Just leave it alone." The next day, Carl's oldest daughter, Rose, came in to visit him, and just like that, his memories returned to him. And soon, his medical test would return as well, actually showing that anemia would be his official diagnosis. And now that his memory came back, and his tests were mostly fine, they pretty quickly discharged him from the hospital. Shortly after getting settled back in the house, Sue Taylor, a reporter from the local newspaper, would call him for an interview. He didn't mind talking with her, but he wasn't sure she knew what she was in for, telling her, "I don't know if you want to talk to a crazy man or not. I must be crazy, but I was taken 163,000 light miles from here and was brought back." With Sue seemingly on board with all of this, he began to tell her everything that he could remember. By the next morning, the story was on the front page of the local paper. Roy would also give Carl a call around this time, asking if he would like to talk with a counselor named Rick Nansky. Carl agreed, commenting that it would be fine as long as Rick didn't mind speaking with a crazy man. Shortly after this, Rick would give Carl a call and they talked to each other about the whole event. Rick then suggested that Carl talk to a psychologist, recommending Dr. Leo Sprinkle, a man that worked for the University of Wyoming and the Ariel Phenomenon Research Organization. He would give Sprinkle Carl's information and soon set up an in-person meeting with him at Carl's house. Carl's family members would say that around this time, although life felt like it had gone back to normal for them, they could tell that Carl was still off in his own world. He was afraid to drive or go back to work. He wasn't sure if he was still sane and didn't want to get anyone hurt on the job. Dr. Sprinkle would soon drive out to meet with Carl and hear the story for himself. After sitting for a while and discussing the details of the event, and learning that his memories were a bit spotty, Dr. Sprinkle would suggest that hypnotic regression therapy is a way to get those memories back. Carl would agree to this plan, and over the next couple of months he would have several sessions in which many of the previously mentioned details about the abduction would be brought back out. Dr. Sprinkle would even bring in a local art teacher to make sketches of the entity Carl had described. During one session, Marjorie's friend, Marilyn, would even come out and discuss her strange episode about the lights in the sky while they were all waiting for the rescue party. Intrigued by Carl's story, Dr. Sprinkle began to ask people around town what they thought about him and the abduction. Most would say that he was an honest, hard-working man and was always a straightforward guy. Some would even comment that if it had been anyone else telling this story, no one would ever believe them. Others had heard the story, but didn't know Carl personally, and one even asked if he had been sent to the loony bin. Meanwhile, Carl was slowly becoming himself again, and on one family outing he decided to test out that rifle one more time. He fired it at a tree and found that the gun worked just as it should. This gave him a bit of comfort as the mangled bullet now became a key piece of evidence for this bizarre story. Not long after all of this, Dr. Sprinkle arranged for some psychological tests to be performed on Carl out at the university. Carl would be found to have no signs of mental illness and seemed to have mostly recovered from the whole incident at this point. He would even be subjected to 2 separate polygraph tests, both showing very similar results. And it is interesting to note that the man that performed the polygraph test on Carl would comment that his answers were always truthful until they asked about the alien event, and then they would become inconclusive. And this is when the data wouldn't really show him leaning either way. It was clear that Carl was suffering from emotional distress and doubt about the event itself. With Carl's memories almost completely recovered, the hypnosis sessions would soon end, but they would still talk together on the phone quite often for some time after this. At one point, Dr. Sprinkle would even mail Carl's mangled bullet out to other APRO consultants in search of more answers. Metallurgist W. Walker would notice that no scratches could be seen on the bullet, which was unusual since it appeared to have struck a hard object. On closer inspection, they would also find that the lead core of the mangled bullet was also missing, with no indication of how exactly it had disappeared. Dr. Sprinkle would even take a small team out to metal detect the area in search of this core, but only came up empty. And unfortunately, not much else would come from the case after this point. However, it did grab the attention of many UFO researchers across the US, and had many trying to either debunk it or prove the whole thing to be true. But in the end, there just wasn't enough information or evidence for Carl's abduction. Although he and his wife felt that the mangled bullet proved his story really happened, others involved felt that even though it was very strange, it alone wasn't enough to prove anything. And even after the attention died down, according to Marjorie, Carl would still occasionally have episodes where he would talk about meeting up with the alien beings, but was worried that he may not come back. They never would find out exactly what Enders meant, with Carl sure that he wasn't talking about the other man with a similar name, but was unsure of what else he could have been referring to. Dr. Tonko would also be contacted and asked about Carl as well, and although he didn't have any opinion on the encounter, he did say that there was no medical explanation other than anemia for Carl's condition. Others would also start to ask people around town about Carl himself, with almost everyone stating that he was a quiet-spoken but honest person. And quite a few researchers actually looked into this case, looking for any missed details or other hints that could help explain everything. But many could only speculate on what any of this meant. Some APRO investigators would even suggest that only some of this information was true, and that the aliens could have implanted false memories into Carl's head just to throw off human investigators. Others do think that it was all a hoax, made by a man looking for money and attention, but Carl and his wife strongly deny any of these claims. Skeptics say that he could have taken some unknown drug that accidentally wiped his memories and irritated his eyes, but most don't feel like this would be a good enough explanation either. Others have suggested that Carl had left the truck on top of the hill before the area became muddy, just in another addition to the hoax. But again, many people just don't see this as very likely, as even more people would have to be involved. While researching this case, I would come across one paper that offered a few theories for the whole event. It was all written by Dr. Robert J. Huddock from Seneca College in Ontario, Canada. He would suggest that it was possible, although somewhat unlikely, that these creatures were actually suffering from an advanced form of rickets, which is a bone disease caused by vitamin D deficiency. This could explain the odd shape of the head and the bowed limbs seen in the creatures as well, because if the disease sets in during childhood, it can permanently change the shape of your bones. Dr. Huddock would add that this could also have something to do with the sun burning the creature's body. If they evolved on a planet with a dense atmosphere, not only would UV light burn them, but they also wouldn't be capable of producing vitamin D in their skin the same way humans do. So if they were like humans, this would mean that they would have to consume it as their only other method of getting it. He said that if all the fish on Ozo 1's planet did truly die off, then a major source of vitamin D would have also been lost. This would also explain why they were looking for animals and sea creatures and not for Carl, as fatty animals and fish are by far the best source of vitamin D found in nature. But although this theory is a fun idea, it might not be much more than that. Humans have been able to make vitamin D since the 1920s, which leads to one major question. Why couldn't an advanced race of aliens make vitamin D? Not only this, but the whole idea of aliens being able to eat our food also brings a lot of biological assumptions with it as well. Dr. Hidek, as well as other researchers, would also point out that light miles doesn't actually mean anything, as the distance light travels in a mile is still just a mile. So if Carl actually meant light years, that would mean that they flew outside of the Milky Way galaxy. However, if he just simply meant miles, then that would put him 2/3 of the way to the moon, which somewhat fits Carl's description of the Earth being the size of a basketball. And over the next few decades, a few small details would change in Carl's story, but nothing that ever made a huge difference. Some would point out that the number of people standing near the light tower would vary depending on when he told it. He was never completely sure why, but suspected that the aliens didn't want him because he had a vasectomy in the past, and thus they couldn't use him for his genetic material. Carl would also claim that scar tissue in his lungs and some kidney stone problems vanished after his encounter, but researchers were unable to find any medical records that showed that he had these problems to begin with. And at some point, Carl would even claim that the doctor told him he had very rich blood, but later dropped this when it was mentioned that Dr. Tonko denied saying this, and reiterated that Carl actually had anemia. But other than these small discrepancies, nothing significant would ever change in the story of this encounter. He continued to stick by his claims all the way until his death from COVID in 2022. His wife, children, and many friends never seemed to doubt Carl's story in the slightest, even after many years. And just like in many other encounters, we would never get any clear answers. But even to this day, it still remains a very fascinating case. These aliens do indeed seem pretty unique, and it's not known if they have come back to Earth since then. But in the end, whether it's for moral reasons or due to the fact that humans don't contain much vitamin D, we can at least be thankful that Ozzo-1 and his friends don't seem interested in eating us. Antonio La Rubia Abduction. Antonio La Rubia was a 33-year-old man living with his wife and child out in this small Brazilian town. Described as a good-looking, muscular man, Antonio had a ringing voice, blue eyes, chestnut hair, and was quite tanned. He would support his beautiful wife and small son with his full-time bus driver position, appearing to have a quite well-balanced life. On September 29, 1977, just like any other day, he prepared a thermos full of coffee, got dressed, grabbed his things, and left the house at about 2:15 a.m. At this time, Paciencia wasn't exactly fully developed. Many of the bus drivers lived quite a ways away from the company garage, so they would have another bus drive around and pick them all up one at a time before their shift. But Antonio lived on a rough, very rain-eroded dirt road that a bus could not get down, so he would simply walk to the nearby paved roads to be picked up at about 2:35 a.m. Although this area was a bit dangerous, he didn't feel worried as he walked, as the town was nearly deserted at this early hour. Just a couple of blocks down the road, he crossed a street and was nearing a field that a lot of the kids would play soccer in, but he would come to see something so strange he would be frozen in his tracks in shock and awe. Right there in front of him, he would see a huge, dull lead-covered object resting in the middle of the field. This odd, hat-shaped thing took up almost the entire area and was nearly 200 feet across. The object was a disc shape, with a wider brim on the bottom and a taller dome section towards the middle. The lowest part was about 10 feet tall, while the dome part stretched to over 30 feet in height. Looking closer, he could tell that this object had no windows or doors. Antonio later said, "I had not believed in flying saucers, but this was one, no doubt." He then decided that he better just turn around and go back home, but he wouldn't end up making it very far. At that moment, an intensely bright light began to light up the whole area, with the electric pole next to him then beginning to glow a bright blue color. This blue light then quickly enveloped him and froze his body stiff. Antonio described this as if he was stuck in an invisible glass shell. He was in a state of panic at this point, and he tried to shout out for help, but it seems that he was unable to do that as well. This is when he suddenly noticed 3 identical robot-like creatures standing nearby. They weren't very tall, only coming up to his shoulders, but at the same time they were quite bulky, with the robot's torso broader than his own. They had 2 thick arms which narrowed down to handless, single-finger-like tips, which oddly reminded Antonio of elephant trunks. The creatures were covered in something resembling rough, dull-colored aluminum scales, but he didn't think this was some kind of armor as it let them move too freely. At first he thought that each robot was sitting on something, but he quickly noticed that this was actually part of their body. The single leg or trunk of this creature was round at the very bottom. It strongly resembled stools that he had often seen aboard boats. They wore metal helmets that were rugby-shaped. Where it was broadest, there was a band cut into mirror-like sections. A thinner piece stuck out of the top, extending above his head, looking to be some kind of antenna in the shape of a spoon. From these mirrors, a blue light began to flash out in dim and bright patterns, and seemed to have some sort of hypnotic effect on him as he began to feel oddly at ease. One of these robots had something that looked like a syringe at the end of its arm. It then pointed it towards Antonio, and then towards the large object in the field. Then, without feeling anything at all, the robots and Antonio all began to float in the direction of the disc. He then saw 2 of the little robot men grabbing him, before feeling some kind of tremor and appearing in a strange corridor that was white aluminum in appearance. He knew that they had then entered the ship, but he had no idea how they had gotten there so quickly. He would now come to realize that some parts of the interior further down the hallway was somewhat transparent, allowing him to clearly see through the sides of the craft. He was now aware that they were up in the air, and it appeared that they were flying from the south to north. But only after a moment, another bright blue light would flash, with Antonio now appearing in a large but empty circular-shaped hall. A deep blue light came down from the ceiling, which ran down the walls, becoming lighter and blending with the white aluminum color. He now noticed that the room was full of these robot men, with dozens on each side of him. With their strange stool-like legs, it almost looked like a bunch of school children sitting down and getting ready for some kind of lesson. With a bit of panic now returning to him, he forced himself to shout, "What do you want? Who are you?" Right then, to Antonio's surprise, all of the robots tumbled over to the floor. This gave him the impression that his voice had somehow caused this reaction. The light grew to a blinding intensity, and the creatures once again began to rise up. Now, as if all the oxygen in the room had disappeared, he suddenly found himself unable to breathe as well. The room was completely silent at this point, with the creatures not even making any sound as they moved around. As he fought for a good breath, he noticed something, though. The strange metal men could faintly be heard breathing just fine. Antonio attempted to shout at them again, but at this moment, every robot being lifted their appendage to the spoon antenna and began to hold them in place. Soon the antenna began to spin at an incredible speed before the light once again grew brighter. As it dimmed back down, he would come to see an odd piano-like object had now appeared in the room. However, it was more box-like in shape and stood on just 2 pole legs at about chest height. There were also something like antennas jutting out from each side, and it had a small metal plate on the top. One of the beings then took something off of its belt and placed it onto this metal plate. Antonio now noticed that this robot was the only one in the room with what looked to be a tool belt on. On closer inspection, he saw syringes of different sizes hanging from the belt as well. The robot would take off one of these syringes and then somehow interacted with the piano-like object before pressing a key. This would cause a video to appear on the wall next to Antonio. It seemed that they were trying to show him several different concepts, grabbing a new syringe and changing the video every few moments. The very first thing he would see would be himself, appearing to be lying face down on an invisible table. He was swinging his arms and legs around while 2 of the robots appeared to be examining him. Antonio later said, "I watched myself on that screen. I was naked and they were studying me." One was shining a blue light at his chest, while another looked to be examining his head. Everything in the scene was covered in that same deep blue light that had paralyzed him before. It then flashed to Antonio, now alone but still naked, with it looking like he was breathing kind of heavy. The next one would finally show him dressed and look to be a view of him walking down the street with bags of groceries. But his teeth were chattering and he had a nervous look to him. He also noticed that he was oddly swinging his free arm and was moving his mouth without any words coming out. Then he was shown a horse drawing a cart over a dirt road, but he couldn't tell where this was supposed to be. It then showed a ragged man wearing no shoes, a torn shirt, and a straw hat. Antonio guessed that this must have been the owner of that horse cart, but didn't know what else to make of this. The video switched again, and now Antonio saw himself, but now with a brightly lit orange ball beside him. Then he saw a brightly lit blue ball, with one of the robot entities standing next to that. Next, he would be shown arguably one of the most bizarre clips in all of the videos, with this one leaving a pretty strange impression on him. He could see a big dog slobbering at the mouth, barking towards one of these creatures. It was clearly angry and trying to get at the robot, but was unable to do so. The dog barked 4 or 5 more times before the entity in the video oddly began to melt into a grayish substance similar to porridge. Then he was shown the same video, but before the dog could finish barking, the robot in the projection pulled out a syringe apparatus and shot a bright blue light towards it. To Antonio's horror, the dog turned blue and started to melt from top to bottom, turning into the same porridge-like substance. Antonio didn't think that it was a laser necessarily, but maybe some other kind of focused light. He was very shocked to see all of this happen and believes that the dog must have died. After a moment, he was shown a new scene, which appeared to be some kind of factory of theirs. It was all made of that same white aluminum material and was overall spotless. The factory was so large that it stretched further than he could even see. There were millions of these robots moving around as well, and they looked to be constructing UFOs. There were 3 rows of them visible in different stages of completion. He could see UFO skeletons on the far left and nearly finished craft on the far right. This whole time, the robots looked to be working on them without any kind of tools, only using their strange appendages. The video then abruptly changes, showing what looks to be a worn-down Japanese train running through parts of Brazil. It looked old and had no windows, but seemed to be just any other train when looking at the other details. It then traveled into a tunnel and was lost from view before the robot quickly switched it to the next video. Now we could see a very busy street clogged with cars to the point of everyone sitting still. Antonio would compare this to one of the busiest thoroughfares in Rio, but he wasn't sure where the road actually was. It then flashes to another segment of Antonio. Now smoke appeared to be coming out of his back, with a sudden rush of pain and heat running over him in the exact same area as he watched it. It seems that he was shown one more video after this, but for quite a while he refused to say what it actually depicted. Now, during one of these last few videos, the same robot would approach him, taking another syringe from the belt and attaching it to his left arm. The syringe started to rotate, soon spinning so fast that he couldn't follow it with his eyes. The syringe was then pointed towards him, and against his will, his right arm began to float upwards. It was then stuck into his middle finger, but he didn't feel any pain, not even a prick. The clear syringe began to fill with his blood, which in color stood out strongly against the white and blue in the room. Once it was completely full, it was removed without even leaving a mark. Once that was done and the videos were finished, the robots took the syringe full of blood and began to draw 3 circles with a mark through them onto the wall. It was then that he was once again paralyzed in this beam of light directed right at him. Antonio later said, "It looked as if they wanted to roast me alive. That beam of light turned me red, burning like fire." Then, just as he had entered the craft, he was suddenly back out of it, onto the street again, standing next to the railway. One robot was standing next to him, and as he looked up, he could see a balloon-like object floating up into the sky before disappearing. As he looked back down, the strange entity had also vanished. He couldn't remember how he had gotten there, and wasn't sure exactly where he was at. Strangely, he noticed that all of his belongings that he had dropped back in the field were now at his side. He checked his watch, but it had stopped working, with Antonio saying, "I get up every morning at 2, brush my teeth, clean up, and leave at about 2:15 or 2:20. On that Thursday morning, it must have been 2:20, for that is the hour that my watch stopped." After checking his surroundings, he would come to notice that he was just across the street from the Pascagoula station, soon realizing that this was nearly 2 or 3 kilometers from that soccer field. He crossed the street, asking a man walking by what time it was. He was told that it was around 2:50 a.m. before the man quickly rushed off. Antonio, now aware of his location and of the time, suddenly remembers that he has to get to work, and he makes his way over to a nearby pickup spot for other bus drivers. He's able to catch the 3:10 ride and somehow actually makes it to work on time. He was still a bit anxious after his encounter and his body had aches all over, but he decided to go ahead with his shift. His vision would darken now and again, but other than that he seemed alright and he went on his life as normal, not planning to tell anyone about what had actually happened to him. He worked the next day as well, but started to feel ill as the day went on. He went home and went straight to bed before becoming quite sick later on in the night. He began to have constant diarrhea, which was said to only be interrupted by frequent spells of vomiting. This is when he finally decided to tell his wife why he thought he was sick, explaining the entire encounter to her. Later on that night, his body started to burn all over. His wife, trying to alleviate some of this, rubbed alcohol all over him, which seemed to help a little bit and he was able to get some rest. Added on to all this, he started to suffer from bad headaches as well, and this caused him to miss work the next 2 days as well. With his symptoms only getting worse, he went into work Monday just to tell them that he needed to quit this job. At this point, he was having difficulty breathing and was also beginning to itch and burn all over his body. It became so insufferable that he began to strip his clothes and scratch himself in front of the other employees. They all began to run over and try to help him, with him telling them that it felt like he had been thrown into a pot of scalding water. One employee began to hose him down, but it didn't seem to be helping. Although he did look a bit green in the face, they thought he must be having an allergic reaction, or had maybe even just gone crazy. They decided to make him go see the company nurse, who would want to immediately give him a tranquilizer to calm him down. However, Antonio refused, worried that it may just somehow make everything worse. This nurse would soon discover that he was running a high fever with a temperature of around 107 degrees Fahrenheit. She would check it a couple hours later, finding that it had dropped, only to find that it had raised back up again later on. At this time, Antonio was still refusing all medications, afraid of any reactions it may have with whatever happened to him in the flying saucer. He tried to explain the encounter with the UFO, but that just made everyone think he really had lost it. They would actually end up tying him down to his bed with ropes and calling an ambulance. He was taken to the Rocha Faria Hospital, where he would be looked at by Dr. David Nell, who specialized in psychological conditions. Although not aware of any details, Dr. Nell could tell something was odd, telling the newspapers, "I cannot say anything yet, but the patient is very nervous. Clinically, his state was rather strange as his temperature was so variable. Psychologically speaking, his state is disastrous." The doctor then decided to run some more tests and keep Antonio there for some observation. On a side note, many retellings of this case often say that Dr. Nell was actually working for the very rich Oriental bus company that Antonio also worked at himself. And this just leads others to say that the entire case is fake because no bus company would ever hire a psychologist. And the latter part of this statement is actually somewhat true. Looking into this, I found that somewhere in the reporting, the nurse, Estela Fieria, who worked at the bus company, was somehow forgotten and replaced by Dr. Nell, who was a psychologist at the hospital. And this was partly because the nurse didn't want to be ridiculed at work. She actually refused to, quote, engage in the flying saucer subject after the first interview. The staff of the hospital would also do a general checkup at this time, but they didn't find anything major wrong with him physically, but a lot of minor issues were present. He was swollen in certain areas, had loose bowels and frequent bouts of vomiting, and was even said to be crying during much of this. He also had a rash on his neck and in his joints, with scratches all over his body from the constant itching. He still had a high fever and refused to wear any clothes, and wouldn't allow anyone to even touch him at all. Thinking that he may have been poisoned, they would check the test when they returned, but they wouldn't find anything there either. Dr. Nell would later be asked if they thought it could have been him suffering from radiation poisoning. They didn't believe so, but admitted that they didn't have the equipment to test for that. Unsure of what was exactly wrong with him, she tried to avoid the topic of his abduction for the moment and just tried to keep his spirits up. After performing some psychological tests, such as the Rorschach test, Dr. Nell would become satisfied that Antonio didn't seem to be at risk of going mad. Soon, they would convince him to put his clothes back on, and he seemed to be a little bit less nervous overall. But now he was drinking profusely, as if dying from thirst, and he still complained that the inside of his mouth burned. Dr. Nell, deciding that he was now calm enough to talk to, soon heard the whole story of the strange robot creatures and the huge UFO. Antonio would also explain that he felt that the burning sensation was worse where the blue lights kept getting shined on him. Although they didn't say it out loud, many could tell that this encounter was very interesting to Dr. Nell, and it seems that it would be pretty interesting to other doctors as well. It's said that after a doctor from Brazil's equivalent of workers' comp came out to see Antonio, this doctor was convinced that the case was serious and very worthy of being studied. Soon after, another 6 doctors who had heard about it from the first would come out to visit with Antonio as well. Antonio would say, "If it hadn't been for the pain, which was excruciating, at the hospital, I would never upon my life have told anyone of what had happened to me." Soon, one of the main reporters on this case, Irene Granzi, would come out to try to speak with him. But unfortunately for her, Antonio was sick of visitors, and tired of telling the same story. He refused to see her at all that day, but said he would try to meet up with her sometime in the future. With a family to keep up on, as well as a sick mother, Antonio soon left the hospital. Miss Granzi would speak to the staff, with Dr. Nell saying that she felt that he was overall a normal man and actually quite intelligent. In the end, she just felt sorry for him. Another doctor would add that a temperature that high could have been fatal, and he was surprised to see him leave the hospital so quickly. Miss Granzi, wanting to visit his house a few days after he was released, traveled for some time down those rain-washed roads, only to find that he wasn't home. His neighbor would tell her that Antonio was staying with his in-laws in the nearby town of Pascagoula, where she had actually just traveled from. Before turning all the way back around, she decided to stop by the field where he had seen the craft. She was surprised by how large the area was, but couldn't see any depressions in the grass at first glance. Although there wasn't much else around to see, she would notice some high-capacity power lines, which she says often appear nearby other encounter areas. But before she could take a good look at everything, she noticed a group of older kids. This part of town was known to have quite a bit of crime at this time, so when she caught the attention of a group of unfriendly-looking youngsters, she decided to just get back in the car and keep driving. On October 8th, she was finally arriving at the mother-in-law's apartment, which was located above a bakery. Antonio's family members answered the door and persuaded him to come to the door as well. He approached, but wouldn't let her in, insisting on speaking with Miss Granzi in the corridor. At first, he thought she was just another reporter from the newspaper and didn't want anything to do with her. Upon finding out that she was actually a teacher that investigated UFOs and alien encounters, he eased up a little bit and began to speak more comfortably with her. Miss Granzi wanted to tape record the whole conversation, but Antonio refused. She even tried to record it in secret, but was caught pretty quickly, commenting that he did indeed seem very observant and quick-witted. Although Antonio's wife knew much about what was going on, he didn't want her to hear everything that he was about to tell her. He was afraid of the ridicule he might face if he went back to his old job and was now living off of income from odd work he does around this part of town. He was not happy with this situation, and he was trying to get another job driving somewhere else. Miss Granzi would then have him point out the closest match to a UFO on a picture lineup before asking him more about the robot creatures in his hospital visit. At this point, he became a bit frustrated and told her just to read the newspaper reports again, as he was tired of repeating the same story. He then told her that he feels empty at times and wants to forget everything that happened. He wants the rashes and lesions to be cured as well. At this time, he was still very thirsty and was chain-smoking from all of the stress. She tried to get a bit more information out of him, but kept getting shut down with pure silence. He said that he would meet up with her again another time when he felt better, and he would tell her the whole story beginning to finish. And it seems that Antonio would keep his word. Almost a month after his encounter, on October 18th, he would once again decide to meet up with Miss Gruncy. That day, Antonio and his brother unexpectedly showed up to her office, completely ready for an interview and ready to be recorded. And this is actually where majority of the info for this case actually comes from. She recorded him for over 40 minutes, while reporting that it seems that even now he still felt a burning sensation on and off. He also couldn't get rid of the floating feeling from his encounter, with Antonio stating that it feels like he's walking through thick clouds. Antonio would continue saying that he felt fine before and while he was on the ship, and really only started to get sick after he was put back out onto the street. He tells her that even now he's still undergoing general recovery treatment and is still taking a number of different vitamins. He's also trying to gain some weight, as he lost more than 10 pounds during all of this. Although he doesn't necessarily dream of this encounter, he does still occasionally drift off and relives the entire event in his mind because of the pure shock. Overall, this time he was much more polite and upfront with Miss Gruncy. Antonio even explained that he needed a lot of rest nowadays, and most nights he's back to that agitated state. At this point, he was a little less nervous and had slowed down on the smoking. He would then tell her the entire story, with Miss Gruncy finding the most interesting part to be the projections that Antonio described to be possible future predictions. He would then tell her most of what he saw, but he still didn't want to give the details of one of the scenes towards the end, as he was worried that it may still come true. He would just explain that it had to do with him dirtying his clothes. Antonio would tell her that he had also gone back to that field at a later date as well, but also hadn't found any traces. It had been a couple of weeks since then, so he wasn't sure if the evidence was gone or if the craft had only been hovering that whole time. He would find one more person living near the field that was said to have seen the UFO that same night, but that man also happened to be a bit of a drunk and was therefore pretty unreliable as a witness. In the end, Miss Gruncy didn't even feel like a lie detector test would even be necessary, as he seemed to be truly suffering and was obviously sincere. She would end her report with the statement, "But we are ready to criticize the fact that an honest, hard-working husband and father should be made to face an attack from the unknown, and nobody, where it matters, does a thing about it. Antonio, one more extraterrestrial guinea pig." A while later, another researcher, a physicist, Walter Bueller, would track down Antonio and record the story for himself. And even then, it was pretty much the exact same story he had told the newspapers back in the hospital. Although his symptoms weren't quite as bad now, he did claim that he was still suffering from the occasional burn here and there, even 6 months after the encounter. Over time, several different radio and TV shows offered to have him on, but he still refused to talk to any media as well, only offering his story to researchers. Although this report wouldn't show a lot of new information, Antonio would decide to finally share the final projected video scene with Bueller. It seems that back then he was once again shown a video of himself, fully dressed at this time. But then he saw himself vomiting all over his shirt while diarrhea ran down his pants. Antonio told Bueller that when he started to become sick to his stomach after the encounter, he was extremely worried that this scene may come true. But it seems that he made it through all of his stomach problems though, as he claims the video thankfully never became factual. On an interesting note, while investigating the area, Bueller actually would come across one more man with a sighting that was almost certainly related to Antonio's encounter. One man that lived in the area, named Celso, would claim that he had also witnessed something strange flying through the air on the very same night as Antonio. Celso, a single man, was heading back home for the night after having some fun, and believed it must have been after 2 in the morning. It was when he was nearing the train station that he would see something strange up in the sky. The object was surrounded by light so bright that the shape wasn't clearly visible. It also emitted an odd high-frequency humming sound. Right then, a dazed man walked up to him and began to ask him what time it was. He told him and then rushed off, not wanting to mess with what was probably a drunk guy. He got to his house and went to bed, not thinking much more of this case. He didn't really believe in UFOs. But a couple of weeks later, he happened to hear of Antonio's story and decided to report what he had seen that night as well, feeling that the cases may be related. Bueller says that Celso seemed honest and really didn't make a fuss out of the whole event, mostly just thinking that it was a neat coincidence. Unfortunately though, this seems to be the last bit of new information to ever come out about this case, and now it's been over 47 years since Antonio's encounter. Although there are some that say that he's still alive and doing well, there hasn't actually been much proof of this. He never seemed interested in making any money off of this encounter and really didn't talk about it publicly throughout the rest of his life. Now, many point out that this story is the perfect example of how not all aliens are out to help, and some will do whatever they want to us. Even to this day, many ufologists speculate on what the robots wanted to communicate to us with those images. The simplest message to take out of all this would seem to be, if we harm them, they will harm us back. But what did the other videos mean? That there are as many of them as there are as us? And that they're capable of making spacecraft? That they can predict the future, but we cannot predict theirs? What messages exactly were these aliens trying to convey? It's now time for the last tier of this iceberg. These cases aren't really well known at all, and some question if they're even real encounters. But I assure you, every topic here has multiple sources and has been researched as much as possible. The Filiberto Fire Demon. When we were younger, we probably all had one of those nights that ended up more memorable and exciting than we ever imagined it would be. However, on this fun night, 3 young adults' lives would forever be changed when they witnessed something very odd and frightening. It was September 20th, 1965, and a group of British young adults were out enjoying the fall evening out in Felixstowe. Felixstowe is a port town located on the North Sea coast of England, and it offered a number of sights for the group to see while driving. 25-year-old Jeffrey Maskey and his passengers, Mavid Fordyce and Michael Johnson, took Walton Avenue around 10:30 and they began to head towards Essex. But about halfway there, they decided to pull over the curb and hang out on the tree-lined street for a while. They were all having a lively conversation with each other when Johnson suddenly opened the door and walked away into the darkness without saying a word to the others. Thinking that he must have just had to go to the bathroom, the other two just shrugged it all off at first. But then just a couple of moments later, they began to hear an eerie, high-pitched humming sound. Fordyce was starting to get anxious as the sound began to overwhelm them, but Maskey was actually getting annoyed with it all and began to lean out the window in search of the source. Soon after, he would spot a very strange glowing oval shape floating in the sky about 90 feet above the car. The craft itself looked to only be about 6 feet wide, but it emitted a strange orange light bright enough to light up the whole area around them. After just a few moments, the object started to fly away and then disappeared behind the trees very quickly. After this, everything once again grew quiet as Maskey and Fordyce stared at each other in shock and confusion. It was then that the two realized that Johnson had never came back to the car, and were even wondering if he may not be alone out there anymore. The two were quite reluctant to get out of the car and walk into the dark woods at this point, so they began to shout his name from the open windows. Maskey even threw the car in reverse and drove back a little ways in search of Johnson, but they weren't having any luck. But then out of nowhere, Johnson emerged from the brush and staggered into the middle of the road, all while holding the back of his neck. Maskey thought that Johnson was just playing a joke on them at first, but right then he collapsed onto the pavement. The two in the car were still quite frightened, but after seeing their friend in this state, they hopped out of the car and ran to go help him without any hesitation. They would find him completely unconscious, laying motionless on the dark street. They tried to wake him up, but he was out cold. Not wanting to stick around, Maskey and Fordyce dragged their friend back to the car and laid him down in the back seat. Maskey hopped behind the steering wheel and sped towards the nearby Felixstowe Hospital, all while Fordyce tried to keep Johnson as comfortable as possible. Shortly after arriving, Johnson would wake back up, but he seemed to be suffering from amnesia, as he was completely unable to recognize the two friends that had just saved him. The doctors at this small hospital would come to the conclusion that Johnson must be in a state of extreme shock. Upon further examination, they would also find a strange burn mark on his neck as well as a bruise above his right ear. The doctors present felt that they may be under-equipped to deal with Johnson's psychological condition and his injuries, so they would soon transfer him to the larger Ipswich hospital. By the next day, it seems that he had regained his memories, and his friends would soon drive out to visit him. It was then that Johnson began to tell the doctors, reporters, and his friends exactly what happened to him in the woods next to Walton Avenue the night before. He would claim that when he suddenly got out of the car, it felt like he was being compelled to do so by an unknown force, which would then insist that he walk into the woods. He couldn't remember exactly how far he would walk into the darkness, but after just a little while, he would come face to face with a humanoid entity with large, sloping eyes that appeared to faintly glow. He would see this creature be engulfed by orange flames before he soon blacked out, unable to remember anything until waking up in the Ipswich hospital that morning. His two friends who had witnessed the flying oval craft themselves quickly came to believe him, knowing that strange things had happened out there that night. However, the doctors and the reporters from the Ipswich Evening Star were a bit more skeptical and weren't really sure what to make of this strange story. From here on out, the legend of the Felixstowe fire demon would circulate throughout the local area, before later spreading around the internet. Although now some think it was an extraterrestrial and others believe it was some kind of demon entity, the burn marks on Johnson's neck show that something truly strange happened that night. Zanfretta UFO Case. This story all began one Wednesday night on December 6, 1978. Pier Fortunato Zanfretta, a 26-year-old married man with 2 children, was making his rounds one night near the small village of Torreglia. He was making his way up a small narrow road only wide enough for his Fiat 126, going to check out a villa owned by a wealthy dentist. It was quite cold that night and there had been freezing rain, which coated both the road and all the vegetation in a sheet of ice. There were only about 20 houses in that area, so he took it slow and looked around for anything suspicious as he drove. However, the night was quiet, so he planned to just leave a notice at the villa saying that he had been there and checked on things and then head back to the nearby village. It was just now after 11:30 p.m., and as he drove up to the gate, he knew things wouldn't be going as planned. Zanfretta quickly noticed 4 lights that were moving alongside the perimeter of the building. Coming closer, he saw that the gate was open just a little bit too. Thinking that there must be a group of people breaking into the place, he grabbed his radio and told the operations center of the situation. But no one from the other end would respond. Then, just a moment later, the car's radio seemed to go haywire before the lights from the car and the street lights all went out at once. It was a cloudy night and the moon was covered, so the area was completely dark at this point. He drew his Smith & Wesson .38 Special with one hand and his flashlight with the other. The lights seemed to be circling the house, so in an attempt to surprise the thieves, he crept through the gate and hugged the wall as he tried to get closer. But before he was able to see the intruders, he was suddenly pushed from behind. Caught off guard, he dropped his gun and flashlight and fell to the ground. Zanfretta picked them both back up and aimed them at the culprit. This is when things get fuzzy for him. At first, he couldn't remember what happened next, but he would later undergo hypnotherapy where he would regain many of these lost memories. So I'm just gonna go ahead and add in these details now and continue with the story. What he would see next would change his entire life. Standing right in front of him were 2 10-foot-tall creatures that were obviously not human, even on first glance. They had long legs and arms and a very large torso. The hands were large and round too, and they even had rounded fingernails. Over the entire body, the creature wore a strange, soft gray suit which undulated and rippled similar to rolls of fat. But the head of these beings was by far the most frightening sight for him. He would later call them both hideous and monstrous. They had large triangular eyes which flashed a bright yellow color. They had green skin which was wrinkly and covered in thick red veins. They had pointy ears, and on each side 3 spines pointed down and away from the head as well. They didn't have a visible mouth. Instead, there was just a metal mesh which dimly emitted light. They didn't seem to speak, and instead used some strange device on a nearby aircraft. They told him that he needed to come with them. But he was terrified at this point and again dropped his flashlight. He bent to pick it up and then turned and ran full speed in the opposite direction. But as he ran, he noticed a light behind him, growing brighter and brighter. He turned around to see a blinding bright triangular or possibly disc-shaped craft rising into the air right behind the villa. It was so large that it may have even been larger than the house itself. It made a strange hissing sound and appeared to be a steel color. He made it back to the car and immediately grabbed the radio. At 11:45, he radios Carlo, the switchboard operator, simply telling him, "Oh my God, it's awful." Carlo asked him if he was being attacked by the men breaking into the place, but Zanfretta just said, "No, they're not men, they're not men," before the radio cut out. Carlo would radio in some co-workers for help, but they weren't exactly sure where he was or what had happened to him. It was then that Zanfretta looked up to see that the light was even brighter than before, and it began to make him feel quite warm. He began to shield his eyes from the light, but before he knew it, he was in another location with some strange device on his head. The new room he found himself in was also bright and warm, but he was very uncomfortable and didn't like the situation he was in. He told the creatures that he doesn't want to be with them and how they just need to take him back, but he just can't remember much more than that. In a separate hypnosis session later on, he would say that these creatures were trying to study him to see how he was made so they could better communicate with us. Apparently, they stripped him of his clothes and laid him on a metal table before they put the head device on. They would even tell him, "We are the people of Titania. Point of reference is the third galaxy. We are lost in space and looking for a place like your Earth, where we can breathe well and won't feel cold, where we can settle." The strange beings explained that their home planet was over 4,000 light years away, but space travel could happen in the blink of an eye for them, so it wasn't as far as it sounded. They would also tell him that they were responsible for another local break-in and abduction too, which many people believe is a reference to a break-in where a wall was completely smashed and nothing was stolen besides a couple of stuffed animals. Zanfretta would also be told that humanity needed to stay away from nuclear weapons to avoid the destruction of the planet. The creatures believe that only Earth can save them, so they're trying to learn about us and become friends. Zanfretta's head was starting to hurt badly from the machine, so they told him that they didn't necessarily need to take him now and would be back for him. Then they examined him a little more and interrogated him for a while before they let him get dressed again. As if transported once again, he's back on the ground running away from the bright lights. He turns around and sees the craft accelerate at an amazing speed before disappearing off into the night sky. It's then that Zanfretta faints on the ground right in front of the villa. It would be nearly an hour and a half before he would actually be found. Due to the icy roads and the fact that they had to track him down, the other two security guards wouldn't arrive in the villa until about 1:15 a.m. When they got there, they were surprised to find the gate closed, but soon after entering, they found him laying on the ground in the front yard. When Zanfretta noticed them approaching, he suddenly jumped to his feet and aimed his pistol at them. His eyes were bulging oddly, and he acted as if he didn't recognize either of them. The two men tried to get him to lower his gun, but he didn't seem to even understand them. In the end, they were forced to jump on him and take his gun away. It seemed like he was in a state of shock, because as he was being taken back to the car, he kept muttering, "I saw them, I saw them." That night, the manager of the security company would even file a police report saying that one of his employees had been assaulted while on duty. So the next day, both the police and Zanfretta would make their way back out to the villa in an attempt to find some more evidence. He would point them to where the craft even seemed to have landed, and soon enough they would even find a vegetable garden completely torn up and overturned. Even the wooden stakes appeared to have been blown off to the sides. They even found two strange, 10-foot-across, horseshoe-shaped prints in a couple of areas. The officers would even say that the two spots looked to have been made by the landing of a craft, similar to a helicopter. Commander Nucci, the man leading the investigation, believed that Zanfretta's encounter really happened. In fact, just a few months before this, Nucci and 3 of his friends all saw a luminous dish-shaped craft nearly 100 feet across floating in the sky above the highway. They even watched it for several minutes before it started to spin and accelerate quickly away from them. He even tried to report it, but his superior advised him against it for his own good. Nucci would comment on Zanfretta's case, saying, "I've known Zanfretta for many years, and I think I can confidently say that he's a determined man, without any wild fantasies. When we carried out the inspection, during the day, he almost didn't want to come. He was so scared. Only something exceptional could have put such fear into him." It seems that Zanfretta wouldn't be the only one in those parts to see something strange that night either. Some of the neighbors would tell the police that they had seen bright flashes in the direction of another nearby villa. In the wider area, over 52 different people would report seeing a bright object in the sky, with some saying that it was triangular in shape. All of them would report it being lit up too, but some would say it was white while others said it was red in color. The report of the investigation would then be sent up the chain of command, but it was eventually ruled that there just wasn't enough evidence for an assault. Just a few days later, he was offered to be examined by Dr. Moretti, a psychotherapist and a clinical hypnologist. Zanfretta would be put under hypnosis and come to share many of the previously mentioned details. Soon he would be contacted by the Portobello TV program, in which he would share his story to the public. This and a newspaper report made him famous almost overnight in Italy, with other journalists and TV programs trying to get him to share their story with them as well. Zanfretta and his wife started to get calls at all hours of the day and night, with him saying, "Unknown people are calling my house at all hours to make fun of me. I don't know what to say, but I saw it. I'm not a liar." Things started to calm down after this, but definitely would not remain this way. Exactly 21 days after the first encounter, on December 27th, 1978, while on duty one night, Zanfretta would again disappear. He was heading towards a small village, Torilia. It was around 11:45 when he made a frantic call to the operators. He shouted, "I'm enveloped in a thick fog and I can't see anything. The car is moving on its own and picking up speed. I don't know what to do." For almost a mile, the Fiat kept driving before coming to a sudden screeching stop. It was so abrupt that he smashed his head into the steering wheel. But as he was recovering, the car was bathed in a hot white light. It was then that the car began working again, so he radioed back again, saying, "The car has stopped. I see a bright light. I'm getting out now." And just like in the last encounter, he was about to lose many of the memories of what was about to happen to him. But again, just a few days later, he would be hypnotized and interviewed by Dr. Moretti, and this would fill in the blanks of what happened during the second encounter. It seems that he was once again taken away in a hot beam of light, and appeared in the same examination room as before. They once again stripped him and subjected him to several different tests. They would pass a device over his chest, put some machine onto his legs and head, and even gave him electric shocks. At one point, the creature even took his gun and began to fire it into some kind of panel. He would later speculate that they were trying to see if human weapons could harm them. But soon, Zanfretta became agitated and started to complain of a headache. So they let him put his clothes back on, and before he knew it, he was back in his car. He was out of it at this point, but he could hear the radio going off with the man on the other end telling him to just stay in his car. Both the police and his manager were now out searching for Zanfretta once again. Adding on to this, the weather was still pretty bad in that area, and there was still freezing rain and a thick fog. Around 1:25 a.m., a police officer finally managed to find him. And as his car grew closer and the headlights hit Zanfretta, he seemed to go into a panic and he ran around the area like a scared animal. The officer actually had to chase him down and slap him across the face a couple of times before he would calm down enough to speak. Zanfretta, shaking and crying, told him, "They say they want to take me away. What will happen to my children? I don't want it. I don't want it." And now that he was standing still, the officer noticed that he was very hot to the touch, and his face and ears were red too. Even stranger was how his clothes were completely dry, even though he appeared to have just been standing in the rain. Soon the manager arrived and started comparing Zanfretta to a scared child. At this point, they would check him over and take his revolver away from him. But they were surprised to see that 5 out of the 6 bullets had already been fired, but they didn't know why. Looking around the area, the group would soon come across some very large and strange boot prints in the mud around his car. The prints were nearly 1.5 feet long and nearly 8 inches wide. They seemed to make concave prints and distinctively had a gap between the heel and the sole. Getting ready to drive Zanfretta's car back for him, they would notice that it was bizarrely hot as well. The inside felt to be over 125 degrees, and the roof of the car was so hot that they couldn't even touch it. As mentioned before, he would agree to be hypnotized and attempt to regain some of his lost memories. But this time, he was going to show the whole session on TV, all in hopes of getting more people to believe that he wasn't insane. but this didn't exactly end up working. Zanfretta would explain that the helmet they kept putting on his head was a device that allowed him to understand their language. The only drawback was that it hurt pretty bad after a short amount of time. While hypnotized, he would also mutter some strange sounds, which many people believed must have been the aliens' language. A few experts would even examine these sounds, but none could tell if it was actually another language or just noises. But either way, this broadcast had over 100,000 views from its very first showing. But instead of clearing his name, he would now just become even more popular as footage from the session spread across the world. On January 31st, 1979, while still trying to prove his sanity, Zanfretta would undergo a complete medical examination by Dr. Genotti. This doctor found nothing major wrong with him, even writing, "I found Mr. Zanfretta to be in perfect mental and neurological condition. The patient shows no alterations in his thinking or psychosensory disturbances. The man is in a state of shock, but he's perfectly sane." And after this, things would actually go back to normal for a while. But again, it wouldn't stay this way. About 6 months later, on the night of July 30th, he would have his third bizarre encounter. This time he was driving his Vespa scooter out on patrol. Because he had already disappeared 2 other times, they no longer sent him out in the same areas as before. But while riding down the highway, he was suddenly engulfed in a green light. And you guessed it, he would lose his memories about this encounter too, and then later on be hypnotized and give some more details of what exactly happened. Both him and his scooter were being hauled away by this hot green beam. It would take him into a larger saucer craft that seemed to be hiding in a dark and dense cloud. He would see 10 other people once inside the craft, but never interacted with them. The creatures told him that they would be coming back for him soon, before sending him back down to the ground. His Vespa hatch was open, and he would come to find that his radio had vanished during all of this. It wasn't long, though, before his employer realized that he was missing again, and led another search party out to find him. After about 2 hours, he was once again located, this time in a small parking lot on the side of a mountain trail. There was only one road up there, and the locals living nearby said they never saw any headlights or anything moving up the hill. Everyone once again wanted to figure out what happened to him, so he would again undergo hypnosis. But this time, trying to satisfy more people, he would drive out to the International Center for Medical and Psychological Hypnosis. Here, he would even be injected with pentothal, which many considered to be a truth serum at that time. He would go over all of his old encounters before adding the details of the one he just had. Professor Marquezon, the man that conducted the procedure, would say, "No human being can knowingly lie while he is under pentothal treatment." So I think it's very probable Zanfretta had these encounters. Nowadays, we believe the drug really just slows a person's brain down to the point that it's kind of hard to fabricate a lie. But it's not exactly impossible either. Newer studies have shown that it doesn't really work like the truth serum we see in movies. However, this would end up backfiring like the last television hypnosis session, and he again just grew in popularity. But he still tried to live a normal life and just went back to his normal activities pretty quickly. But just like last time, his strange encounters weren't over. One night on December 2nd, 1979, he was at a gas station filling up his car at the beginning of a shift. He told the operators what he was doing over the radio, but it wasn't long before he lost contact with them. Soon, 4 security guards and 2 vehicles were on their way to look for him. But this is when the story becomes strange for them as well. Just a little ways into their trip, both cars were struck by a bright light. The electrical equipment in the cars started to go haywire before everything just quit all at once. Even the engines began to stall. The 4 men began to get out of the cars to see what was happening, but they all became overtaken by shock when they saw a light descend from the sky. It looked to be a dark cloud with 2 large spotlights emanating from it. The manager grabbed his pistol and began to shoot furiously into the cloud, even taking the gun from a coworker and emptying that into it as well. At this point, one of the men even became so scared that he was said to have wet his pants. After just a couple of minutes, the lights flashed off and the cloud began to float away. It seems that 4 policemen would drive up at this point, planning to join the search, but they would only see the 2 lights disappearing. They were all able to get the cars restarted and continue on their way. All while this was happening, Zanfretta would be having quite the strange encounter of his own. with him again sharing the details of this the next day while under hypnosis. It seems that after everyone else at the gas station had left, a strange figure approached him. As it came closer, he saw that it appeared to be a man with an egg-shaped head that smiled oddly at him. He told him to get back in his car, and he did so, with a bright light then engulfing everything. Both him and the car were lifted up into the sky, and before he knew it, he suddenly appeared inside the craft. He was amazed by how it seemed to be much bigger on the inside compared to how it looked on the outside. It seems that he was being led to another part of the ship, so he was able to see a few things on the way. Through some kind of opening, he could tell that they were so high up that he couldn't even tell where the Earth was anymore. Looking around inside, he would come to see several large cylinders filled with a blue water-like liquid. There was a large bird-like creature in one, a caveman in another, and something that sort of looked like a frog in the last. Asking about them, he would be told that they were samples for experiments, and that the frog-like creatures were enemies of theirs from another planet. It was then that he was pushed into another room and subjected to even more examinations. They put the helmet on him again and decided to introduce him to someone special. One of the aliens, named Almach, Prince of the Dargos, would come into the room and talk to him for a while. Physically, he looked identical to the others in every aspect besides his head spikes. It seems that the prince only had one on each side while all of the others had three. Almach would then hand him a strange sphere containing a pyramid and a couple rows of glyphs. They then told him to give it to Professor Hynek, but he didn't know who this was. He wasn't interested and threw it back at them. At some point, he even said that they had traveled to Spain and that they had scared someone while flying around. And then when they were on the way back to drop Sanfretta off, he would be shown the outside of the craft where he saw his manager aiming his gun towards them. It seems that after this, he would be returned back down to the ground in another warm beam of light, where he was quickly found by the nearby policeman. At some point, it appears that they gave Zamfretta the strange sphere back, but he still didn't want anything to do with it. He was sick of being abducted and wanted to go back to a normal life, so he buried it away in the hills nearby. And oddly, just one day after this, a report would come in from Spain where a man claimed to have been chased by a UFO before he crashed his car into a ditch. And it is worth noting that sadly, one of the security guards, the one that wet himself during the cloud encounter, would later on end up taking his own life. Many that knew him even said that this was because he couldn't get over the trauma of this encounter. Not long after this, on February 14th, 1980, he would once again disappear while on duty. Zamfretta saw a bright object in the sky again, but this time he pulled out his gun and shot it 2 times. He didn't want them to take him again. It was then that he began to hear a bizarre language in his head, and even repeated some of the sounds during a later hypnosis session. He then passed out in the cold. But luckily for him, this time his co-workers knew exactly where his car was and went to him immediately. But when they got there, they found him a little ways into the woods, half frozen, unconscious, and only a few steps away from the edge of a ravine. A nearby farmer would even tell them that he saw a luminous mass in the sky similar to a rugby ball. After this, things again went back to normal for a while, but he was watched pretty heavily at work now. On August 13th, 1980, he would randomly stop what he was doing at work and begin to drive off in his car. But this time he was followed. They would see him park on the edge of a clearing where he just stared up into the sky for about 20 minutes. He then got back in his car and went back to work as if he never left. Wanting to know what happened, they would, again, put him under hypnosis. This time he said that they did want to make contact with him, but they knew they were being watched, so they simply left him alone. At this point, he's quite sick of these strange encounters. It was affecting his health as well, with his medical reports out there even to back it up. It seems that he occasionally urinated a black substance, gained about 30 pounds, and had his hair go from black to gray all in just a few months. He no longer wanted to even risk having the encounters at this point and wasn't interested in trying to get people to believe him. He even stopped appearing on TV programs around this time and even got a divorce. He no longer wanted to talk with researchers or journalists anymore, but claims that he had 5 more encounters, taking the total up to 11 over the next year. It seems that researchers weren't all too hurt by this though, as using hypnosis for gaining memories back was starting to fall out of favor anyway. They also felt that Zanfretta was beginning to become influenced by all of the attention as well. He would occasionally mention these other encounters later in the future, but they were never presented with as much detail as the previous ones. It seems that somewhere around this time, the description of the beings changed slightly too, with the ears and third eye not really coming up much anymore. But it's said that after this 11th encounter, he finally decided to work somewhere else and tried a warehouse job for about a year. But he didn't really like it, so he soon went back to the security job. But fortunately for him, the encounters never did start back up. Some researchers would publish books of these encounters around this time, but it seems that Zanfretta lived a quiet life from then on out. In 1991, he was invited to the US for the first time, and spoke to the World Congress of Ufology in Tucson, Arizona. And sometime around now, he claims that a couple of billionaires would come up to him and offer him a load of money to give out the location of the buried sphere device. But he refused and said that he would never give it up or physically show it off to anyone. But now he was starting to open up more and was more willing to talk about everything as well. And he started to appear on different TV programs, once again telling everyone of his encounters. By 2007, he was once again gaining popularity, even appearing with both Officer Nucci and Dr. Moretti all these years later. They both still believed him and thought that he was sincere all those years ago. However, on the other hand, Zanfretta was now claiming that the aliens had begun to visit him again. He even said that he had a chip implanted in the back of his head, but when researchers tried to look into this, they would be unable to find any of his medical records after 1983. It seems that he would never agree to undergo X-ray or an MRI scan either. Some believe in his original encounters, but fail to believe him at this point, with many others saying that he was just attempting to stay relevant. In 2008, it appears that he continued this behavior and insisted on sharing previously unknown information. He would start to discuss the sphere more, seeming to have dug it back up at some point, and said that he thought of it as some kind of hard drive that stored the memories of its past owners. He said a beam would shoot out of the bottom of this pyramid and take him to a different place where he can somewhat feel or sense the future to come. It has 2 rows of glyphs below it, and he says they are actually constantly spinning and seem to be some kind of timer. He's convinced that towards the end of the year, something big will happen for humanity. But nothing really big did end up happening, and it's said that he was no longer able to use the sphere for some reason. But a year later, in 2009, he was once again claiming to be able to use the pyramid inside the sphere. He said that he was slowly downloading his own data into it, even if he wasn't doing it on purpose. He claimed that something positive would happen in 2010. From there on out, he would spend most of his time in Italy, but he would still make occasional appearances on TV and regularly attended a UFO conference in the same small village of Torrelia that he had his encounter in. In 2011, a research organization, the UFO Cremona Group, would be founded, with Zanfretta quickly joining and becoming a member himself. During the next few years, he would continue to be on many different TV shows and appear on many different conferences around Italy. In 2016, it seems that he even made a prediction that volcanic activity would make a sudden resurgence in Italy that year. And oddly, just 4 months later, seismic activity made many worry that Mount Vesuvius was about to begin erupting again. Since then, it seems that he still shows up to the UFO conference in Torrelia nearly every year, with him now even showing up in YouTube videos taken during the events as soon as a year ago. It seems that now he enjoys his popularity, but he never made any money off of his stories or anything. Now he just makes his living as an assistant at a local Catholic church. In the end, many believe the man for the most part, but question the validity of his later, less documented encounters and claims. Many feel that he's gotten used to being treated like a small-time celebrity and keeps adding in new details to keep people interested for a longer period of time. But with that said, the earlier encounter did seem to negatively impact his life, and some even feel that he lost more than he gained. Although there wasn't any major proof of his encounters, there were many people that saw the effects of his abductions. Adding to this, nearly 60 others saw strange lights in the sky around the same time as his encounters. Even now, Zanfretta himself is unsure if he made the right choice all those years ago when he first met them at the villa. He would say, "I regret my curiosity of that night in Torrelia. I never should have gotten out of the car. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. But these are the cards that fate served me." Qingxian flying jellyfish. Flying jellyfish, or atmospheric jellyfish, are a type of UFO or UAP that has been reported on many different occasions. Some people believe them to be strange, possibly multi-dimensional creatures, while others believe them to be extraterrestrial spaceships. This case seems to fall more into the latter category, with a very strange aircraft being spotted by over 140 people one day on a military flight training base within Changzhou City. It was October 19th, 1998, and Commander Lee Lachlan, who had already flown in 5 training missions that day, was finishing up his paperwork and getting ready to head off and get some rest. But just as he was walking out the door, the number 1 radar alarm began to go off. Then within seconds, 3 more radar alarms were set off. Rushing over to see what was happening, he would be told that an unknown flying entity was spotted just over the airbase and was moving quickly to the northeast. At that very moment, some of the ground crew outside noticed a bright spot in the sky above their heads. As they watched, the craft appeared to spin in place and possibly came a little lower. As it did so, the bright spot became 2 lights, one red and one white. The flying object appeared to be a jellyfish or short mushroom shape, with a shaft coming out of the middle bottom and a larger round piece on top. Soon more lights were seen all over the surface of the stalk, with a single bright one in the middle shining all the way down to the ground. The Air Traffic Control Center quickly relayed that no civil aircraft had passed over the base. It seems that all training flights had ended half an hour earlier as well. Not knowing who or what was controlling the flying aircraft, the troops were soon ordered to be combat ready. It was now around 11:30 p.m., and the radar station reported that the object was now stationary, just hovering at a height of about 1,500 meters. Commander Lee was beginning to realize that this was no simple situation and reported everything to his superiors. They soon ordered pilot Lai Ming and flight commander Hu Xiaoheng to get in their plane and pursue the strange aircraft. They soon took off in their J-6, flying towards the last known location of the object. After following directions from ground command, they soon had the flying craft's outline in view. They would say that the top of the craft was very round with a flat bottom, and it had 1 row of red lights along the side. From the middle, a column made of lights extended from the underside, which were a brighter white color. Pilot Lai would say that it looked like a giant flying straw hat or something that you would see in a foreign movie. Now over Qing County, they got to within 4,000 meters of the UFO before it suddenly shot up into the sky at a high speed. They tried to fly with the craft, but it was just faster than their J-6, with it always staying a good distance above. But they soon noticed that if they flew a certain distance away from the craft, it would lower back down to its previous altitude. They tried to take advantage of this, getting the object to lower before trying to quickly fly above it before it could rise up again. But this wouldn't work either. As soon as they tried this, the craft appeared to jump over them, and was over 2,000 meters above them in almost an instant. They felt like the craft was simply toying with them at this point. After a while, Lai realized that they weren't going to catch it and aimed the plane's guns towards it. He shouted, "Commander, should we kill it?" But the commander wasn't even sure what it was that they would be shooting at, responding with, "Don't worry about it, first see what it is." They kept trying to get closer, but simply couldn't keep up with it. At this time, they were nearly 12,000 meters into the air and were pushing the plane to its limits. But this didn't really matter anyway, because soon the fuel began to run low and they had no choice but to return to base. The two made their report, and within minutes the air base was readying 2 newer planes that were able to fly both higher and faster. The radar station continued to track the flying object for a few more minutes, but before they could get the 2 planes in the air, it had disappeared completely. With so many people witnessing this object, it was soon reported to the local paper, Hebei Daily, which was surprisingly pretty credible in that area, with a French article later writing, "While China's racy tabloids often run stories of strange phenomena alongside celebrity gossip and crime stories, UFO reports are seldom carried by official papers like Hebei Daily." They were also called the most official media institution in the area, and it was said that they took news reporting very seriously. It seems that the incident was also separately reported to the state media, who also later published a report that included testimony from some of the witnesses. These articles would be praised by foreign UFO researchers who were amazed by their, quote, openness that contrasts sharply with Washington's notorious secrecy on the topic of unidentified flying objects. Due to the number of witnesses and how the sighting was reported to two different but credible agencies, many consider this case to be absolutely true. After this, an astronomer, Wang Sichao, called the office at the air base and asked if he could help them with the research into this encounter. But it seems that the office simply told him that they would study it themselves and left it at that. It doesn't appear that they ever actually did, though, as the case would never be talked about again within the media. In an interesting note, this was also said to be the first official UFO incident confirmed by official media in China. Even now, many feel that the object was way too advanced to have been made by humans. However, others believe it to have been some sort of spy plane or something similar sent by a foreign nation. But whatever these craft may be, flying jellyfish or mushroom don't seem to be going away anytime soon, with reports of them still occasionally being made to this day. Potosi Sheep Slayer. This story takes place back in 1967, in a very mountainous region of Bolivia's southwestern highlands, known as Singbing-Ani, with the nearest village being the tiny Opoko. This was a desolate and rural place with hardly any roads or any forms of long-range communication. Most of the residents were native Bolivians and didn't really wish to have any contact with the rest of the country anyway. But perhaps because of this, many of the people in the area also didn't have any education, with most being illiterate. They typically lived in smaller stone and brick houses and lacked any running water and electricity. And even at this time, they would have to go to the nearby stream to gather water one jug at a time. Most of the families around owned llama, alpaca, or sheep and herded them around and made products from these animals, with it being a big part of the local economy. Even their clothing was always made from the wool of these animals, with most people only owning 1 or 2 outfits for the whole year. Just outside the village, the Flores family were managing to make a small living, caring for both sheep and llamas. The husband, Guermosito, like the rest of the men in the area, were in the Pampa, a large flat and fertile area, working on the farms. The wife, 24-year-old Valentina, would take care of their 1-year-old daughter, Theodosia, while also watching after the llamas and sheep they owned. One day, at around 4 p.m., she was getting ready to put the animals up for the night. She wrapped her daughter in a blanket and tied her tightly to her back. She then gathered up the sheep and lambs and put them into a small pen, soon going off to get the llamas grazing about a mile away. And about an hour and a half later, she would return to her small bit of land with her llamas in tow. But as she arrived, she immediately noticed that there was something odd covering the top of the sheep pen. To her, it looked like some kind of net made of plastic was draped over everything. Looking under the net, she was shocked to see 2 small men, no taller than 4 feet tall, were there killing her sheep with a bizarre tube-shaped device that ended in a hook. She said, "I got scared. The individuals, who looked like children, had killed all my animals." They appeared to be wearing one-piece skin-tight suits that covered a good amount of their bodies. They wore lead-colored gloves and brown boots, both of which looked much too big for their bodies. They both had large mechanical-looking backpacks on with 2 red straps crossing in an X shape over their chests. They also seemed to have utility pouches on their waists, as well as some kind of helmet on their head. The only part not covered were their faces, which were described as identical to each other. They were both very pale and had blue eyes. From what she could see coming out of the helmet, they appeared to have blonde hair, but both of them had thick red mustaches. Thinking that they must be thieves, she began to shout and throw stones at the 2 strange men. This seemed to frighten them too, as they soon jumped to their feet. One rotated a circular switch on a device on its waist, which looked somewhat like a radio. This seemed to cause the net to be retracted back to the man very quickly. The other grabbed a plastic bag, which looked to be full of animal remains, and ran off towards the creek. Soon, a propeller and a few pipe-like objects stood out from the rest of the backpack. Other reports would state that she had trouble describing the flying device and said it was actually just two pipes that extended out to the ground instead of a propeller. But either way, with a loud roaring sound, the small man shot off into the air and disappeared. Valentina then grabbed a boat hook sitting nearby and bravely charged towards the remaining man. Before he could react, she smacked him in the head with the hook and knocked him to the ground bleeding. The man quickly began shouting at her, but she couldn't comprehend what he was saying. She later said, "He spoke to me, but I did not understand it. It was not Quechua or Spanish. He was as upset as I was. Oh my God, my animals. He had killed them one by one. I became crazy." He brought out a cutting tool he had used on the sheep and threw it towards her. She described it as a boomerang-like knife that kept returning to the strange man. She soon had a number of cuts on her arms and chest, but fortunately none were very serious. She actually thought that the thick baby blanket wrapped around her may have saved her life. She swung at him again and hit him right in the arm with the tip of the hook, leaving it bloody and hanging to the side. The man seemed to realize that he wasn't winning this fight and ran off in the same direction as the other one. He reached the top of the hill nearby and took off into the sky with the same backpack device. Valentina went to go take care of her wounds and wait for her husband to get home. And about an hour or two later, when he and the other men of the village did arrive, they would be shown the grisly scene. The villagers immediately became quite worried, believing this to be an omen of future misfortunes. Guillermocito would decide to contact his cousin Giorgio, who worked with the police, and told him of the whole incident. Just days prior to this, it seems that some sort of guerrilla group stole 22 boxes of dynamite from a warehouse in the area, and they, for some reason, thought this case might be related somehow. Long story short, it wasn't related, but either way, almost instantly a commission was formed to verify the witness testimony and perform an official investigation. That night, the son of the local police colonel, Pablo Ayala, would head up to the mountains to talk with them. It's said that he was an 18-year-old law student on vacation from school and volunteered to do this for his father. And according to him, it did seem that the Florezes lived out in the middle of nowhere, with Pablo saying, "After an exhausting journey, we arrived at a place composed of 2 or 3 houses of straw and adobe, and a considerable distance away from the nearest village." But the couple were still awake and waiting for Pablo when he arrived. He was led to the pen as Valentina began to tell him her story. But this is where reports would vary a little bit. Pablo would say that he had found over 30 dead sheep, while another report specifically stated it was 24. But then years later, Valentina herself said it was 63 sheep that had been killed that day. But in the end, the number of sheep doesn't really matter. What was really strange was how they found the bodies. Pablo was very confused to find that most of the sheep had holes shot straight through them. Many of these sheep were cut open too, with it seeming like random pieces of digestive tract were also missing. Pablo would collect some of the blood that was on the ground from the injured man, with appearing to just be normal and red on first glance. They would also find boot prints, but not many more details were given. She would also tell him about how just a couple days beforehand she had blood thrown right in her face, but she wasn't sure if this was related. Pablo would say that Miss Flores seemed to be an honest witness, and that it seemed that she truly saw something strange that she didn't completely understand. He later stated, "They were talking about little people flying and descending on the ranch. That little people, they said, killed the sheep. They wanted to know who would pay for their losses." He wasn't sure what to tell them, but did at least report this incident to the police, military, and local papers. He then took the samples to the Uyuni hospital, but honestly didn't think that they were actually going to be analyzed or anything. He knew that Bolivia's medical laboratories were pretty poorly equipped and didn't expect much from them. To make things worse, the local newspaper, La Patria, didn't want to publish the story as they thought it was too fantastic to be real. Pablo even drew them sketches based off Valentina's description, but they would never do anything with this information. The sheep were also taken in to be looked at more closely by a doctor. A Lieutenant Alfredo would report that they found holes between 5 and 7 centimeters in diameter in each of the sheep. They were so perfect that they claimed to be able to see straight through them. They would also find that many didn't have either eyes, kidneys, or livers, with them being missing completely. Dr. Jean Baronitos would say, Those who extracted the organs from the sheep deployed special knowledge. The mutilation of eyes and viscera were not the work of natives. This I am sure of. Lieutenant Alfredo would add, "Why kill so many animals and then abandon them? We just couldn't hold the natives responsible for the killing, and there was no radio, press, or television there. What they saw was real." Soon the military would announce that they were confident that it was not the work of any guerrilla groups, and told everyone to remain calm. But they would never elaborate much more than that. The blood test would indeed never come back, and the doctor would soon sell off the sheep remains to an unknown party. With that, the story was pretty much dead and all investigations into it stopped. But over 30 years later, in 2001, Spain's famous J.J. Benitez would be traveling in the area, researching other cases, when he would hear about this story. After a long and difficult investigation, he was able to track down almost everyone related to this case and interview them again. It seems that the police officers, doctors, and others still completely stuck by the original story and all believe something strange really did happen back then. Benitez also spoke to the Flores family again, who are now in Salar de Uyuni. Valentina, now 59, was very surprised to see a foreigner at the door asking about this case. He would say that it was clear that she was still haunted by this encounter even all these years later. She wasn't sure if they were actually aliens either, and believed they could have also been a short humanoid creature from their folklore. And later on, in 2009, investigators would also try to contact the military for documents involving this case, but would never get anywhere with it. But even if we can't get any more information from this case, most seem to be in agreement that the Flores family wasn't trying to pull a hoax either. But whether or not this encounter was with aliens is a different question. Back in '67, they were very poor, and their only equity was in their animals. When they lost more than half of their total animals and no one took responsibility, they were practically ruined. They were eventually forced to move to the larger town of Oruro to find work. After working in the tin mines for a while, the two eventually moved to the area around Salar de Uyuni, where it seems they mined salt. The work was grueling, and they never were able to save up any money after this to go back to ranching. Even then, Valentina wasn't too concerned with who or what the two men were necessarily. She more wanted to know why it happened to them to begin with. But some actually do have a few good theories about the motivation behind this attack. It seems that the people that ran the tin mines in Oruro were especially brutal. Some reports would claim that when they needed more labor, they would find the indigenous people in the area and make them work for them one way or another. And when you take away people's only source of income in a desolate area like this, many had no other choice but to go to the only alternative, which were the tin mines. And while sheep couldn't be used much in mining situations, it seems that the llamas were used to transport some of the ore, which explains why the men sent by the mine company might be more focused on the sheep instead of llama. Adding to this theory, it seems that in one report, Valentina said that the boomerang weapon was a blade on a chain. Many compare this description to a weapon called a chain sickle, which was once used in Japan, and not necessarily extraterrestrial. Really, the only flaw in the story that most people see is how the number of sheep has changed a couple of times, but many people just say that's due to exaggeration over the years. But still, none of this would explain everything about the case. Why were they described as little men, and how exactly did they fly away with their backpacks? Valentina would never be able to explain it in a way that did satisfy her, and investigators couldn't agree on whether she was describing a propeller or some kind of pipe mechanism. Some even think that she may have just seen them take off on a couple of dirt bikes and simply didn't recognize or understand what they were at the time. And others wonder why aliens would bother her animals at all. But it would only be a few years after this that cow mutilations would become a popular topic in the United States. And while we're on the subject of the US, there is also a theory that the CIA could have been partly behind all of this too. Researchers have found out that back in the early 1960s, Alfredo and the two other officers involved in this case were all attending the School of Americas in Panama. That by itself isn't a huge deal, as they train people from all over Latin America. but some claim that the CIA was also teaching these officers in psychological warfare to combat communism at this time. And some think that these specific officers ended up using these tactics on the natives in order to earn a bit of extra money from the mining companies. Even if someone was to report the incident, it was in their jurisdiction anyway. And these two theories aren't even that crazy in the big picture. Even today, aliens are reported by indigenous people across South America. In one 2023 report, a humanoid flew into a small village and harassed people before being chased away. Although the villagers strongly believed them to be extraterrestrials, describing them as having large yellow eyes and hovering 3 feet off the ground, the authorities actually say that it was probably bullies with drones or jetpacks hired by local mining operations in the area. Nowadays, they don't really need as many workers as they once did. Now they need more land to exploit. So the goal here is to try to scare these natives from their cultural land that they have lived on for generations. This practice is highly illegal, but this doesn't stop anyone. Large amount of profits are able to be made from the gold buried in these untouched lands. So in the end, it's really hard to say whether these were really aliens or just hired men that killed all of her sheep. And to Valentina, it really doesn't matter. When she remembers the event, she just thinks about how those two flying men ruined her life. Prospects Monoliths Encounter. This story starts on January 27, 1977, with a young man named Lee Parrish living in the small town of Prospect, Kentucky. He was 19 and recently graduated high school, and was now working as a truck driver for the family business, Parrish Supply. He was said to be over 6 feet tall and a bit husky, but was overall a very polite and quiet guy. Lee still lived with his mother, but had a girlfriend, Kathy, who he would frequently go out to visit in his free time. After finishing a TV show at Kathy's that night, he would decide to head home around 1 a.m. He gave her dog some treats on the way out the door, and then hopped into his 1970s Jeepster V6 before lighting up a cigarette. He only lived about 7 minutes away by highway, and even though it was cold and there was a bit of snow on the ground, the roads were mostly clear, so he didn't expect the trip to take any longer than normal. While driving west on Highway 329 towards US 42, he would come to see a very strange object in the sky. It was 100 or 200 feet off the road and floating just above the tree line. It was rectangular in shape and appeared to be about 10 feet tall and 20 feet wide. It was very bright in the night sky and looked almost like a small setting sun. Even though it hurt his eyes to look directly at it, he couldn't help himself, almost like he was unable to take his gaze off of it. Lee began to get scared, and didn't really know how he was managing to keep the car under control during all of this. He would get nearly underneath the object when the car radio suddenly went off. Then, without warning, the craft began to fly off at the speed of a jet, but made no sounds whatsoever. As it flew off to the northwest, it accelerated even faster, moving at an incredible speed. As he went back to focusing on the road, he would notice that his memory now felt a bit fuzzy, and his eyes burnt badly. Going to take a drag from his cigarette, he would come to see that it was just gone, and wasn't even in the ashtray. He got home at about 1:45 a.m., quickly realizing that his trip had somehow taken nearly 45 minutes. His mother was still awake and went on to greet him at the door as he came inside, but as soon as she saw him up close, she would ask him, "What's wrong with your eyes?" Going to a mirror to see what she was talking about, Lee would find that his eyes were extremely red and bloodshot. The mother was so concerned that something did happen to her son, she later in the day contacted a local hypnotist. This hypnotist, Lawrence Allison, was well known in the area for helping UFO investigators. He thought that the case sounded interesting and soon called a couple of professionals, Don Elkins and Carla Ruckart, to come down and make an official report. Since this took place in the late 70s, many still used hypnosis as a method of retrieving lost memories. And after hearing of Lee's symptoms, Allison believed that hypnosis could be of help in this case as well. But Lee didn't seem to like this idea and actually took some convincing, with both Elkins and Allison explaining the whole technique to him. After a while, Lee relaxed and agreed to undergo the treatment, because in the end, he really did want to know why the drive took so long. And that night, he would be put into a hypnotic state, recalling a very strange series of events. After leaving Kathy's house and coming to see the bright light above the highway, he would say that just for a split second, he thought it was a flying fire. But he knew that this couldn't be the case. He would say that after this, it seemed like the car was moving on its own, but he didn't feel like he was controlling it. He wasn't even sure if it was actually on the road anymore. Then the large hovering object suddenly went black, before lighting back up in a blinding white light. Lee felt absolutely nothing for several moments before he just appeared in a large circular white room with illuminated walls. The room looked to be 20 feet tall and wide, with the craft appearing larger on the inside than it did on the outside. Lee then came to see 3 bizarre large objects standing right in front of him. One was black, one red, and the last one white. The largest of these was on his left, the black one, and it was nearly 20 feet tall itself. It was a slab or flattened jug shape, and reminded him of the soldier silhouette shooting targets that the army would train with. But the head did seem rather small and was completely featureless. He couldn't tell what the exterior of this machine-like being was made of, but it appeared to be rough in some places and smooth in others. It sat on its flat bottom, seeming to only have one jointed arm-like appendage. The arm moved over to Lee and jabbed him both on the back and on the left side, which both hurt and terrified him. The arm of the creature felt both hot and cold at the same time, and it seemed like it was vibrating as well. Out of all 3 of the machine creatures, the black slab would frighten him the most. The second one was directly in front of him and looked to be about the same height as he was. It was a curved block shape with several more smaller block pieces on top. He believed that the 2 longer rectangular pieces to the side were its arms, but it never actually moved them. A triangle piece sat on the top center of the entity, and it appeared to be its head, although it was completely featureless as well. The entire thing appeared to glow, and Lee felt that it was the ruler of the other 2 creatures. The last one on his right side was much smaller than the other 2 and looked just like a red box, with Lee even calling it a Coke machine. It also had just one arm, but it wasn't jointed, seeming to be more like a kind of probe. It slowly came over as if reluctant to touch him, but after a moment it also jabbed him in the shoulder and then right above his ear. But this was much less painful than the jabs from the black slab and felt more like a small needle had punctured him, only stinging briefly. But after this, he began to feel quite cold, and it felt like the whole ship was rocking back and forth like a boat on the ocean. The small red machine then backed away from him and moved over to the white creature. It then seemed to either disappear behind it or somehow merge into the white one, as he could no longer see it in the room. The white machine then started making a rhythmic sound, kinda like a cross between scraping sandpaper and a person brushing their teeth. It then moved behind the large black slab creature and disappeared from sight as well. The black machine then scooted back several paces before simply vanishing altogether. Lee now noticed that the cold room was suddenly much warmer, and for some reason he felt a bit heavy too. It was then that he was suddenly back in his Jeepster, driving next to a pond on a road close to his mother's house. He looked up to see the craft start to fly away, and about 5 seconds later his car radio suddenly came back on. Although Lee never specifically said that they spoke to him telepathically, this is kind of how the researchers felt that they must have been communicating to him. He would say that he could almost feel their thoughts, and said that the red one felt scared, and he could tell that the white one was thinking about him. When asked why they abducted him, and why it was thinking about him, Lee would tell them that they were checking on his chemical makeup and doing a physical checkup. He said they were curious about the way that he was Lee. He would add that he also felt like they would contact him again one day in the future. Oddly, just a couple days after this hypnosis session, it seems that the Jeepster's electrical system would go out to the point of needing extensive repairs. Lee would also complain of dizziness for a while after this, and even had some welts appear on his legs at some point. The investigators would also come to learn that this wasn't the first time that Lee had claimed to see a UFO. It seems that he had been interested in them for several years at this point, and both he and his girlfriend claimed to have seen them on multiple occasions. but Kathy would actually say that she thought they only wanted Lee for some reason, and that's why they never made contact when others were around him. His mother would also claim to have seen UFOs several different times as well, saying that the most extraordinary time was when it appeared just behind her house, making a noise like a, quote, sewing machine going full throttle. Lee would also add that he was interested in psychic phenomenon too, and even had strange things happen around him. As an example, he said that one night he was able to make an outdoor lamp turn on just from his will alone, even though it was unplugged at the time. Overall, the two investigators felt that Lee was of average intellect, was sincere, and seemed genuinely bothered by this strange encounter. They would go on to find that about 4 miles away from this incident, Dr. Burton Monroe, an APRO consultant, would hear of a sighting made on the very same night. It seems that one of his neighbors had their kids running home in terror, only for her to look out the window and see a large white disc with a dome on top hovering in the sky. Looking into this and Lee's sighting, Louisville's Bowman and Stanford Fields, as well as the Indianapolis Air Route Traffic Control Center would all be contacted, but none of these radar stations seemed to have picked up anything in the area that night. Thinking of the rectangular shape of the reported craft, they thought that it may have just been some kind of smaller plane with an ad banner. And they even contacted the nearest 5 agencies that flew these types of banners, just to find that none of them were actually in the area that night either. It seems that other researchers would come out to investigate him after this, and although no details would emerge, his story would always remain the same. So in the end, this case, like many others, would go on to just be a very strange and unsolved mystery. Conneaut Incident. This case begins in the small tourist city of Conneaut de la Frontera, located on the southwest coast of Spain. There, several young locals would often spend their nights on the beach boardwalk, chatting, sky-gazing, and just enjoying the good weather that area often had. Specifically, this was Batelas Beach, named after the local term for a small oar-powered boat, and it was right next to the lively city center. These friends were Isabel Sanchez, 17 years old, and her brother, Lazaro Sanchez, 14 years old, Pedro Gonzalez, 21 years old, Loli Bermudez, 23 years old, and Pedro Sanchez, 19 years old. Although they came to hang out in this spot pretty frequently, nothing would prepare them for what they would see over the next couple of weeks. In September 1989, this group would start to see strange lights in the sky over the ocean. The first time it had been around 10:30 one night, when a large orange light could be seen hovering motionless in the sky. They watched it for over half an hour before it finally began to move, quickly disappearing over the horizon. Curious as to what this could be, the group decided to meet up in the same spot the next night. This time, though, one of them would bring binoculars, allowing them to get a better view of the source of the lights. At first, it appeared to be a glowing sphere with 4 white lights forming a square on the side. It would emit bright white flashes before disappearing over the ocean. Now, the 5 friends were very interested, and decided to meet up every night after this in hopes of seeing more of these flying lights. They wouldn't be disappointed either. They would see the craft a few more times. Sometimes it appeared as a sphere, while other times it was more of a half-moon shape, with both having wider red lights on the sides. They started to believe that the lights must be UFOs, and skywatching became something that the group looked forward to. But before long, their fun would turn into something more of a nightmare. On Friday, September 29th, the young adults were once again on the beach, watching a strange orange light in the sky. But this time, instead of sitting still, the light began to move closer to them. It was again in a crescent shape, and looked to have red and white lights arranged almost in a triangular pattern. The light wouldn't end up slowing down at all, flying quickly over them while at a high up altitude. About 15 minutes after this, at 10:30 p.m., they saw 2 bright white lights appearing in the sky. One flashed twice, with the other one then repeating this and flashing twice itself. This would continue for nearly half an hour. The friends would later say that they thought that the UFOs may have been communicating with each other with these flashes. But the group soon came to notice something else, something that would deeply frighten all of them. Looking towards the shore, they would see that 2 6.5-foot tall, pale entities had appeared, standing in the shallow waters. They wore strange white robes or cloaks that almost glowed. Their form was humanoid, and they had off-white colored skin, but they didn't appear to have any facial features whatsoever. One girl in the group began to insist they all needed to leave right away, but some wanted to stick around a bit longer. Gonzalez told everybody to stay calm and suggested that it was probably just somebody trying to play a prank on them. They watched as the 2 robed beings awkwardly moved out of the water. They walked strangely, almost as if their knees weren't capable of bending. Although the clothes hid the feet and hands, they never appeared to even move their arms, keeping them stiffly at their sides. As the 2 strange creatures grew closer, the group of friends began to panic. They finally decided to make a break for it and ran away. But within just a few moments, they noticed something. They weren't actually being chased. One of them looked back to see that the 2 had actually turned away from them and now appeared to be watching a red crescent shape in the sky. Then, out of nowhere, a blue-white tennis ball-sized light fell from the sky like a shooting star, heading straight towards the 2 robed creatures. But about 2 feet above their head, it just vanished from sight. It was then that the 2 white beings sat stiffly down in the sand before using their arms to quickly dig out a shallow trench. After a few moments, they both just lay down on their backs next to each other. The group had calmed down a bit now and began to pass the binoculars back and forth so they could all see what was happening. It was then that another light ball, this time blue and the size of a ping pong ball, appeared over the 2 entities. The 2 began to pass it forth between them in what was called a bizarre ball game. They watched them repeat this about half a dozen times before the friends became distracted by Gonzalez, who uncharacteristically abruptly dropped the binoculars and took off running. Sanchez quickly ran after and caught up with him, and demanded to know what was going on. The terrified Gonzalez would tell him that he had actually just seen a 3rd entity on the beach, standing a bit behind the other 2. He said that this one was much larger and looked to be nearly 10 feet tall. It wore a one-piece black suit that covered most of the body, but left its head exposed. And this creature's head was huge, pear-shaped and pale, but most frightening of all, it had 2 large almond-shaped black eyes. Sanchez calmed him down a bit, and the 2 decided to return to the group without telling them of what Gonzalez had seen. They took their turn with the binoculars, but couldn't find the 3rd entity anymore. Looking back at the other 2, they noticed that they were still passing the blue light back and forth between them. Then, stunning the whole group, the 2 figures now began to look like a man and a woman, and even had normal-looking clothes on. The 2 got up out of the sand and began to walk up the boardwalk where the friends still watched on in shock. The man, now wearing jeans and a t-shirt, was over 6 feet tall, had blonde hair, pale skin, and an oddly large forehead. The woman, who apparently looked much more normal, had long dark hair and a white skirt and blouse. A couple of the young men in the group stated that she was actually quite beautiful. They thought that they actually looked similar to some of the tourists they had seen around town. Not even looking at the group, the 2 walked by on the boardwalk and passed right by them. They then moved into a dark alley, with some in the group saying that they entered into a nearby hotel. But then something on the beach drew their attention. Looking over, they saw a small white cloud floating over the water and towards the shore. As it hit land, it stopped and rapidly evaporated. Lolly, who was using the binoculars at that time, called out to the group, saying that she could see a strange figure standing near the water. Taking the binoculars back, Gonzalez quickly confirmed that this was the same terrifying creature that he had seen just moments earlier. It began to move westward down the beach, but oddly, it didn't even move its legs. As they observed it, they would notice that it was actually hovering about 8 inches off the ground and moved strangely fast. Out of curiosity, Gonzalez and Lazaro would actually run after the creature. The remaining friends yelled at them to come back, but they weren't listening to them. But as the 2 got within roughly 150 feet away, the 2 pursuers were drained of any courage they still had. The huge entity stopped moving and suddenly turned its head back at them, staring towards them with its large, empty black eyes. The two took this as a warning not to follow it any further, and they rushed back to the rest of the group on the boardwalk. The creature quickly disappeared from sight as the friends excitedly talked about the events they had just seen. After chatting a little longer, they would see a strange white ball light bouncing along the horizon in zigzag patterns. But with no sign of anything else happening, they decided to call it for a night and went their separate ways. But not one of them would get a good night of sleep. They would all later report that they had either been too restless or frightened that night. The day after this encounter, Gonzalez would actually say that someone told him to stay away from the beach as a group was inspecting the area. Adding on to it, he claims that he saw a lot of helicopters flying around the rest of the day. A while later, another one in the group, Lazaro, admitted that he had seen a lot of people walking around with strange devices in their hands the day after. Loli would soon tell one of her relatives, Juan Bermudez, of what they had all seen. He too claimed that he had also seen huge figures along the beach on a couple of different occasions, so he quickly became excited after hearing all of these details. He and a local UFO investigator, Bruno Cardenas, would perform the initial investigation into the group's claims and actually made it out to the beach before all of the evidence was gone. They would first find the trench and a large amount of strangely shaped footprints all over the beach. The prints were nearly 18 inches long and 6 inches wide, with a very prominent big toe present. They were also sunk pretty deep into the sand, and both the man and woman appeared to weigh much more than a normal person. What confused the investigators the most, though, was that the prints didn't just go in a straight direction. About 20 paces away from the trench, they would find a 10-foot circle of footprints all walking in different directions. Since the witnesses never saw the two entities return or deviate from the straight path, the investigators believe that they must have came back at some point while they were distracted by the large creature with the pear-shaped head. Juan somehow had connections to the local newspaper, and he would use these to get their report published within just a few days. First appearing in an October 5th newspaper, this would quickly become one of Spain's biggest controversies involving extraterrestrials. This newspaper article would quickly make its way around Spain, and just 10 days after this, another investigator working for the Security and Control Office, the Cadiz Town Hall, Jesus Borrego, would arrive in town to look into these strange claims himself. He quickly located the witnesses, who all easily agreed to answer any questions he had. He then had them lead him to the spot on the beach where this had all taken place, and then treated them to a refreshment at a boardwalk bar. But this fairly normal day would quickly take a bizarre turn. It was now later in the night at about 10:30 p.m., and a strange couple began to walk past them all. The entire group went silent and just stared at them for a moment in total amazement. That's when Borrego stated, "Did you notice the forehead of that man?" But none of the witnesses said a word. They continued to just watch the couple in shock. Borrego then said, "Look at his height. He measures 2 meters tall, easily." Just as they had told the investigator, the two were both very tall and looked to be foreigners. The friends would finally speak and confirm that this was indeed the same couple that they had just seen a couple of weeks earlier. Borrego and Sanchez hopped up from the table and started to follow after the couple who was walking towards the sea. It was a full moon, so they were able to see them fairly well. But this didn't seem to matter, because as they got closer to the water, the two suddenly vanished into thin air. The two men looked around for a bit, but couldn't find them anywhere. But before long, the investigator and the younger witness would see an odd black, soccer ball-sized object flying at them from over the shore. As it got closer, the movements became much more erratic, and it looked like it was being attracted by some invisible force. But they were soon shocked to see that this was no soccer ball. It was actually a faraway humanoid in a black suit, moving at such an incredible speed it appeared as a blur. They would later claim that it looked to have traveled 4 kilometers in just 45 seconds. Even though it was moving this fast, it seems that it didn't kick up any sand and stayed silent the entire time. Soon it disappeared further down the beach. All Borrego could do now was examine the tracks that the strange couple had left behind in the sand. They appeared just how the witnesses had described them before, but notably, they were not all going in different directions this time. After he was satisfied that the area had been searched for any more evidence, he began to get ready to leave for the night. But then Gonzalez suddenly yelled, "Here they come!" and pointed to the same couple suddenly walking back up towards the boardwalk. One of the witnesses brought out a camera this time and recorded the two as they passed by. Borrego would say that the Nordic-looking man looked at him with unfriendly eyes, while the almost Oriental-looking woman didn't even glance in his direction. They were wearing the same clothes they had been just moments before, but they didn't appear wet or anything like that. They followed the couple into the streets, but soon lost sight of them. They waited around for a bit, but called it a night when they didn't appear to be showing any signs of returning. Later on, they would develop the film, but unfortunately it didn't really show them anything. They said it was like the entities had a veil around them that distorted the film on the camera. Skeptics feel that this was pretty convenient, while believers say that this is actually pretty common when trying to film extraterrestrials. But on the same day the original story came out in the paper, the GEIFO group, which investigates UFO phenomena in Spain, went out and started interviewing witnesses and doing field research. By October 16th, the same newspaper would publish the group's findings. And although the witnesses said that it seemed like the UFO group believed their stories, the newspaper would show differently, with the headline reading, "Cornelius aliens were simple British operatives who placed a telephone cable." They were convinced that the whole incident was just caused by confused young people that misinterpreted what they had seen. They said that it was actually the cable ship Monarch, which according to them was near the coast that night. The other lights they saw were either aircraft, instruments used by the cable boat, or maybe even simply its lanterns. And the flashing lights were simply the boat crew trying to communicate with the ground crew. They would even explain the aliens away as divers that came up for a break at one point. The white robes were actually just towels or blankets, while the weird prints were just made by them removing their flippers. They made the sand pit to cover themselves while they changed clothes, and the blue light was actually just their flashlight. The divers then went into the city center for a bit before heading back out to the boat. The fog they saw was just the wake from the small raft they used to get back and forth from the ship, and the third entity was just another diver that stayed behind to watch over it. Although these explanations satisfied many people, a few saw some problems within them. 5 months after this, in March 1990, Spain's famous UFO hunter, field investigator, and journalist, Juan José Benítez, would read the GEIFO analysis and became one of the few that didn't quite believe everything they said. Eventually, he would describe all of this in his book, with the chapter even called "The GEIFO Lied." Here, he describes how he also went out to the town and interviewed the witnesses, and they were all certain that this was not caused by any boats and divers. He would find that the Monarch had been at sea that night working on laying cables, but they weren't nearly as close to the coast as the article claimed. Benítez would write the chairman of the chief executive of BT Maritime, the oceanographic fleet which owned the Monarch, who quickly wrote back with exact coordinates. This information would actually place the ship around 30 miles away from the coast, and with even the best conditions only allowing one to see about 8 miles out to sea, this meant that it was most likely not the Monarch that the group saw during the first sightings. The letter even stated, "We would not have employed frogmen." Benítez would even contact the captain of the Monarch, who confirmed that they were too far away from the coast for anyone to see them. He would even draw a diagram of the lights, showing that they didn't match up at all with what the witnesses had seen. Oddly, he also went out to the local radar station where he would be told that they were actually malfunctioning from September 27th through September 30th, and they wouldn't be able to show him any data from this time. He would also interview other locals who would tell him of a somewhat open secret. An unmarked military base seemed to be located in this small tourist town. What makes this stranger is that while he was in town, he would even be approached by 2 police officers who had their own story to share involving this facility. Around 2 a.m., December 29th, 1989, they would see 2 silent spotlight-type objects in the sky, first hovering over this military installation, and then over the underwater cable control center. One officer said, "The lights were powerful, dazzling. They were in a horizontal plane and separated from each other by about half a meter, and each were about 1 meter in diameter. They radiated white light, with beams propagating 500 or 600 meters. After a moment, they turned to a very dull orange color before flying off into the distance." Adding to this, the other officer on patrol that night would claim to have seen the exact same thing. It seems that this wouldn't be the only sighting in the area either. Within a few years, multiple reports from the town and the surrounding areas would start to turn up. In September 1982, a man on vacation, Evaristo Fadino, would see some very strange humanoid creatures walking at an alarming pace down the same beach. He first thought that they were only men on horses, but as they very quickly ran past him, he noticed that this was not the case. They were extremely tall men, almost 12 feet in height, and had some strange headgear on them. He wasn't able to make out much more than this though, and they disappeared pretty quickly after that. Another report from the same day as the original sighting, September 29th, 1989, would appear as well. A Jose R. and Marcos A., 20 and 19 years old, were out fishing just a kilometer away from the group of friends on the boardwalk. At around 11 or 11:30, they saw multicolored lights flying around the beach a distance away from them, but didn't think too much of it at the moment. But about half an hour later, they claimed to have seen a strange couple walking down the shore in what looked to be light-colored bathrobes covering most of their bodies. But what really caught their attention was the way they moved. They didn't look to actually walk, and more glided over the ground. They tried to ignore them as they passed by and just fished for a while longer. A police officer then happened by and they asked him if he had seen anything. He replied simply no, and they all just shrugged it off and went their separate ways. They didn't think too much more of this until they read the other report in the paper later on. On September 4th, 1992, a lawyer, Louis S., was visiting a fair in the city. He wore himself out and accidentally fell asleep on the beach, waking up a bit after 10 p.m. Here he would see two incredibly tall creatures moving down the beach. He said that they were nearly synchronized as they moved, but their knees barely even bent. They both wore a one-piece black suit and moved faster than a person on a bike even would. Sometime after the two disappeared into the night, he would come to spy a very bright, odd yellow light flying at a low altitude near the horizon. He watched it for a moment before it started to dim and fade away. Later that night, he also even had nightmares where he was abducted by more of these creatures. In early July 1993, another man, a local of the area, Antonio K., would have his own bizarre encounter. Early in the morning, before the sun came up one day, he decided that he wanted some fish for breakfast and went out to the beach to catch something. But on his way, he saw a figure walking opposite of him. It was so early that it was still quite dark out, so at first he thought it was simply just a really tall man and gestured a greeting as he passed by. But that's when he noticed that this was no normal person. Its clothes were pure black and looked almost glued together. Turning back to get a better look, he immediately saw its oddly large head and oval black eyes. It also looked like it was levitating and not actually walking as it moved. He heard it make a strange whistling sound and decided to reply back in his own whistle. But then, without warning, it moved behind him in an instant. Frightened, he started to attempt to calmly walk away, but in just another moment it was now in front of him again. He quickly stepped to the side and just walked around it, continuing to move away from the beach. He went straight home. One magazine in 1996 even claims that this possibly alien couple had even been spotted recently in the same area. It seems that they were staying at a small guest house and were using German passports. Although they lost track of the two, they would get their names and tried to track them down. But oddly, when they contacted this couple in Germany, they claimed that they hadn't even left the country lately and had never been to Spain at all. And although it doesn't necessarily mean that there were two aliens in disguise, it does lead many to another main theory that could explain everything behind all of these sightings. This area of Spain has long been a very important part of the country. It was originally founded by the Phoenicians before being occupied by the Carthaginians, Romans, Arabs, and so on. Because of its geographical location, it has been an important crossroad throughout Europe's history, and that statement is still true even to this day. There's now evidence that both the Spanish and German secret services had a base in Conil since at least the late 1950s. They made an agreement to use the town as a base for electronic espionage and planned to monitor the Gibraltar Strait. But as times moved on, fiber optic cables began to replace many other methods of communication and were being laid across the ocean, and once again, the town of Conil became another crossroad. On a side note, it is interesting to read that the Monarch actually was laying a new fiber optic cable meant to replace one of these old ones. And if you're wondering what this has to do with alien sightings, it all goes back to the idea that Secret Service has been present in that area for a while. In the 1970s, Germany and Spain signed a new agreement to monitor the data coming through the fiber optics up until 1992. By the 90s, Spain had 5 different links going through the city, with 3 of them being international cables that connected the Americas to Europe and Africa and even the Middle East. This agreement would turn into Operation Delicatesse, and would be called, by many journalists, the largest telephone interception center in the entire world at that time. After WikiLeaks, many more documents were examined, and some showed that the NSA, as well as the French and Spanish government, were all spying on foreign nations as well as their own citizens through some of these telephone cables. Erich Schmidt in Boom, a German intelligence specialist, has also claimed that the German group involved, BND, also has ties with Italy and China for similar interception purposes. This leads many to wonder if all of these alien sightings could have been caused by these secret agents working in the area. Locals talk of a secret, unmarked military base. Witnesses after the encounter reported seeing strange devices in people's hands and helicopters in the area. Many have also pointed out that spies using other people's passports is actually a common practice in that line of work. All of these data cables are also located in a smaller town that just happens to have a lot of tourists, where foreigners could easily blend in. Many feel like the lights seen in the skies were helicopters or boats operated by some of these spies too. It could explain why the government didn't speak of any other ships in the water during those nights. It could also be why they didn't say anything when the 2 police officers saw strange lights flying both over the military base and the telecommunications center. The strange couple could have even just been overconfident and wearing equipment that the witnesses had never seen before. But over the years, there has always been the simple theory that the witnesses just made the entire thing up. No photos were ever taken of the trench or footprints, and only recreations were ever shown to most investigators, leaving no proof whatsoever besides witness testimony. This makes some wonder if they could have gotten their inspiration from aliens present in the media at that time. The Nordic man with the large forehead is often compared to an alien race seen in the 1955 movie, This Island Earth. Some even compare the tall third entity to the alien seen in the classic 1951 movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still. Others compare the alien's ability to change forms to the extraterrestrial seen in the 1984 movie, Starman, in which they also take human form and notably use strange technology that appear as glowing blue balls. So in the end, it's pretty hard to know what really happened back then. The witnesses truly believed that they saw UFOs and extraterrestrials, but many don't like that theory. Although many still believe the original GEIFO statement, J.J. Benitez did a good job at proving that the Monarch ship, at least, was not the cause of the flying light sightings or the possible divers. But due to all the secret activity going on in the area, it's hard to say whether some other vehicle could have been the cause for at least some of these sightings. But with that said, the witnesses never did make any money off of all this, and it seems that none of them wanted any popularity from it either. Many felt that they could be embarrassed to speak of this encounter, but that's not the case for all of them at least, with some still openly talking about it to investigators when they come by. So whether or not it was aliens during those nights, they did at least see something that would stick with them for years to come. (1973) Vilvoorde Encounter. This incident would all begin in the small industrial town of Vilvoorde, Belgium, about 12 kilometers north of Brussels. It was December 19th, 1973. The snow had already come and gone, but it was especially cold and windy that year. The witness in this story, wishing to remain anonymous, would only be known as Mr. VM. He was 28 and lived with his wife and cousin in an average housing estate towards the edge of town. It faced the road, and the whole property was surrounded by a tall white brick wall. It was modest in size and even had a garden area in the back which bordered on a property owned by the Covenant of the Ursuline Sisters. It was 2 a.m., and like most nights, Mr. VM and his wife were asleep in bed until he woke up needing to go to the bathroom. Not knowing how loud he was going to be, he decided to not risk waking up his wife and decided to use the outhouse in the backyard. He grabbed his flashlight and started to walk through the kitchen towards the back door when he heard something. Although he wasn't quite sure what it was, he said it sounded like somebody hitting concrete with a shovel. It was then that he saw a strange green glow coming from the gap in the curtains of the kitchen window. This was very odd too, as there weren't normally any nearby lights that could shine into his back garden, especially at this time of night. Besides its color, the light was also diffused, like light coming out of an aquarium. Unsure of what was going on, Mr. VM slowly walked up to the window and carefully peeked through. This is where he witnessed a very bizarre human-like creature awkwardly moving about in the grass with a waddle-like motion. But he could tell right away that this wasn't a normal human. Although it had very normal body proportions, it was only a little more than 3 feet tall. The whole body was surrounded in a green halo-like glow, which was bright enough to light up the ground around it as it walked. It wore a one-piece green sparkling suit. Later on, he would compare the material with some he had seen in cars, which were made of a polyester with metallic particles. It also had a clear sphere-type helmet, which had a tube that ran down to an odd backpack-like protrusion which started at its shoulder blades and went down to the lower back. The creature's gloves, boots, and backpack all seemed to be made of the same material as the suit, but were a bit darker in color. However, the gloves did appear fairly thicker than the rest, and he thought that without them on, the hands may have been fairly small. Although the suit did puff out and look a little baggy around the ankles and wrist, they joined together seamlessly. In fact, he couldn't see any zippers, buttons, stitching, or anything else holding the whole outfit together. Looking at the head, he only saw a black outline under the helmet and assumed it must have had short black hair, but he wasn't positive. He even noticed an odd belt with a red sparkling box where the buckle would be. But what he felt was strangest of all, though, was how the creature appeared to be holding some kind of device similar to a vacuum cleaner. A thick rectangular object on a handle seemed to be connected to the protrusion on its back. It looked to be made of the same material as the suit, and appeared to glow in the exact same way. As it walked around the yard, it swung that device back and forth, which reminded him of someone using a metal detector. This whole time, he never did hear the humanoid make any more sounds. Really, it was oddly quiet, and the thing didn't even look to be breathing. After a few moments, he stared down at his flashlight with an idea. He was going to try to communicate with this strange visitor. He quickly flashed his light twice, shining it out the kitchen window. Immediately doing a 180, the humanoid's whole body awkwardly turned to look at him. It did so in such a way that he felt it must not have been able to move its head independent from its body. VM came to be staring face to face with this man-like being who was standing roughly 35 feet away from him. No mouth or nose was visible, and the skin appeared to be as black as the back of the head. The eyes, though, were very large and prominent. More of a tall oval shape than round, they were outlined by a green ring of skin and appeared to almost glow a yellow color. Although the iris and the pupils looked to be black as the skin, red veins looked to be spreading in all directions from them. He said that when the creature blinked, its whole face would momentarily look as black as a cavern. As it came to see him peeking through the window, it lifted up its hand and made a V symbol with its thumb and index finger. Without letting him respond, the strange being turned around and walked towards the wall surrounding his property. It still appeared to be scanning the ground as it moved and looked pretty clumsy as it did so, with Mr. VM saying it was moving slowly, writhing and bending its knees slightly. His way of walking seemed particularly heavy. When it reached the edge of the yard, without hesitation, the small humanoid being placed its foot up on the wall and began walking up as if no different from the ground. Although it stood a little stiffer, it didn't slow down at all, walking straight up the wall, all while swinging the device in its hands. When it reached the top, it stood for only a moment before making a full arc and continuing to walk down the other side of the wall, disappearing from sight. Mr. VM kept staring out the window for a bit, wondering what exactly he had just seen. At one point, he even thought of waking up his cousin, but couldn't bring himself to walk away quite yet. That's when a bright white light began to shine up into the air. He also started to hear a persistent whirring that sounded muffled by the wind. A strange machine then began to rise up from the other side of the wall, stopping just a little ways above him. The noise it emitted became a little more clear, and it sounded almost like a bunch of crickets. He stood and watched it for about 4 minutes as it just hovered in the sky. The flying craft was a disc-shaped and looked to be more than 15 feet in diameter. He couldn't make out a lot of details, but he could tell that the craft had 2 main sections to it, as well as a strange logo. The bottom of the disc was a dark color, while the top was a glowing orange dome. The logo appeared to be a black circle with a lightning bolt placed over it. On the bottom, a blue, yellow, and red light repeatedly flashed in sequence while he watched. Soon, on the rim of the craft where the two halves met, a shower of sparks began to be thrown outwards. He said that it looked like they were being thrown from a spinning object, but he couldn't physically see the craft rotating in the darkness. He thought that maybe the spinning device was actually inside of the flying craft, but he wasn't completely sure. He soon noticed that the orange dome actually was transparent, as he came to see the creature standing within, surrounded by a blue-green light. Soon the craft began to rise up again, all while the cricket sound became more of a loud hiss. It grew louder and louder until it was about 60 feet up into the air. Then it shot off into the sky so fast that it left a luminous trail behind it. Within seconds, it was only another dot of light in the sky, soon becoming lost among the stars. In a bit of shock, Mr. VM sat down at his kitchen table and thought about what he had just seen. But he really didn't feel like the creature wanted to hurt him and wasn't hostile in any other way. So honestly, he wasn't very afraid in that moment, and really was more confused than anything. He ended up just making himself a small snack and going off back to bed. And he would later report that he didn't have any trouble sleeping that night and felt completely fine the next day too. He even searched his garden in the daylight, but said that the small man left no traces at all, not even footprints. VM couldn't even tell that anything was taken or even moved from its spot. He inspected the wall, thinking that he would find scratches or something, but found nothing there either. He would go on to report this incident, but it seems that no one would actually come out to investigate until around 3 months later. In March 1974, the Belgian Society for the Study of Space Phenomena visited the scene. They didn't find any physical evidence either, and decided to ask the sisters covenant next door if they had seen anything. But none of them had, not even the gardener. The investigators would end up putting over 500 letters in mailboxes around the area, asking for any witnesses to come forward. Unfortunately though, no one would ever contact them. The only thing that really came from this investigation would be the story of another encounter that Mr. VM claimed to have had. Towards the end of summer, he and his wife were on vacation with some family at Vestinde on the coast of Belgium. Around midnight in the last week of August, the group was walking down the beach when they would come to hear a strange siren-like noise in the distance. VM's cousin then noticed something over the sea, pointing out an object moving just over the surface of the water. It was a flat, red, rectangular object around 25 to 35 feet long. It looked like it was trying to conceal itself in a faint mist, but they were still able to make out a few square portholes lit up horizontally along the side of the object. It flew slowly and moved towards the southwest, making a gentle splashing sound as it moved. VM shined his flashlight towards it, but this only made the porthole lights go dark, leaving only the red hull visible. It appeared to be heading straight for a breakwater, and he thought it was about to crash. But right before it did, it just lifted up into the air and flew over it, before lowering back down to about water level on the other side. It seems that the investigators wouldn't conclude anything just yet and decided to go visit him again a few months later in July. He would tell them the story exactly how he did before and didn't change any details at all. VM also drew sketches for a second time and showed the investigators that they exactly matched up with the old ones he apparently had drawn for them a few months earlier. Here, he would also tell them of a third sighting he had between the two interviews. They were a little annoyed that he didn't report it to them immediately, but went ahead and recorded the incident anyway. One night in April, he was driving in the car with his wife and cousin near Koningslo. They would come to see an object flying low in the sky. The witness would say that it looked like a second moon. Out of nowhere, the engine began to sputter, and the whole car died on them with even the lights going out. They, of course, tried to restart it, but didn't have any luck. The object then flew over them before slowly flying off into the distance. After only a minute or two, it was out of sight. But then suddenly, the car restarted by itself, and they began to move. But since they were on a hill, it soon quickly died again, as it was in the wrong gear. By the time they did get it running again, the flying object was already long gone. It seems that the investigators never got to interview the cousin or his wife, as they state that he is the only witness to these events. They tried to do whatever they could to look into the details given to them and finally came up with at least one idea. Thinking of the red veins in the creature's eyes, they wondered if it was actually possible to see that kind of detail from the distance he claimed to be at. They had VM make a life-size sketch of the eye and used it for the small experiment. With one person holding the picture in the garden and the other at the kitchen window, they were surprised to see that it was actually possible to see the veins. The investigators did say that the eye was larger than a human's, and if the strange being really was glowing green, then those details might have stuck out even more than on the drawing. It seems that they would also measure the garden while they were there, and found that a helicopter could easily land there, but doubted that this is what caused the sightings, as it probably would have grabbed the attention of his neighbors as well. Overall, the investigators were impressed by his story, as it was, quote, all of a piece, and entirely coherent from start to finish, the witnesses' descriptions often being very precise. But with that said, they still wanted to know a little more about him. They would come to find that he was a heavy reader, and that they said he was often reading about ancient civilizations and early history. But VM claimed that he was never really interested in aliens or UFOs in the past. He had only read one book about them, and it was after the encounter with the small humanoid. They would find out that this book was written by Frank Edwards, and was called Flying Saucers, Serious Business. Wanting to know if VM could have taken some inspiration for a story out of this book, the investigators decided to look into it, even though he kept stating that he read it later on. This book was a lot of separate alien encounter cases all compiled together, and they would actually find quite a few similarities within it. In order, they found the Marius D. Weil case, in which a 3-foot-tall man-like creature wearing a shiny diver-like helmet was seen. Another where a 3-foot-tall humanoid was seen moving like a robot, having to move their whole bodies to look in a specific direction. Creatures that were said to have glowed like the dials of a watch. Beings of a similar height wearing a shiny suit with a box on the chest. Aliens with cat-like eyes that shined a yellow color. Entities wearing black helmets with tubes attached to a backpack-like device. A strange machine with red, blue, and white lights all flashing in sequence, even in the same order. And one incident of an unidentified flying craft with an insignia on the side. However, they would note that the insignia was quite different, and they had no record of anyone seeing a symbol like his previously. Even though many of the details he gave them were present in the book, they admitted that it didn't feature everything from his encounter, and they would say that the book alone couldn't have been used to construct the entire story. The Belgium investigators themselves said that it reminded them very much of a case from September 10, 1954, in Quadruple, France. Although the details of the cases were quite different, the creatures seen were pretty similar, and could have also been the inspiration behind his story. These aliens were also humanoids with robot-like movements, and seemed to be dressed nearly in the same suit and helmet. In conclusion, they thought that although VM's story had its weak points, it contained enough original information to be considered a real encounter. They emphasized that no traces were found, and that this fact actually made his story seem more authentic. They suspected that if he was trying to pull off a hoax, he would have made some kind of marking somewhere in an attempt to make his encounter more believable. But he never did any of this, and still wished to remain anonymous. He didn't even appear slightly interested in making money off of this. Overall, they said he was fairly credible, but they just didn't know enough about him to be completely sure. But either way, the investigators thought it was strange enough to make it into their newsletter later on. Nowadays, the story isn't very well known, but it is still occasionally discussed in UFO groups. Many point out that the device the humanoid was carrying actually looks a lot like an old metal detector or ground-penetrating radar device. Looking into this, it does seem that ground-penetrating radars were around in 1973, but only used by very few organizations, and they were still pretty expensive and unreliable. Now when it comes to metal detectors, although the shape is somewhat similar, they didn't seem to be many kinds that included a backpack. With that said though, it's possible the backpack was used for the batteries and controlling the metal detector. But whether this was a human-made or alien device, we don't know what it was actually looking for. When it comes to the symbol on the flying craft, many are quick to point out that it actually looks a lot like the logo for the superhero Flash. The Flash comics have been around since late 1939, and it does appear that this comic was available at least in French in the 1970s. And it is mentioned that VM could read French, as that's what language the Flying Saucers book was actually in. So there is a real possibility that this is where he got the inspiration for his symbol, which is indeed very similar to Flash's lightning bolt logo. But many researchers have pointed out the similarities with other reported cases in Belgium too. On an early morning during late 1972, a farmer in his 60s was tending to his field. But out of nowhere, a blue-silver disc with a dome on top flew over his field and slowly began to hover in his direction. Flying just above the treetops, it passed directly over him. The bottom of the craft was smooth, completely featureless, with him saying that he saw no markings or wires. Unsure of what he had just seen, he ran back home as fast as he could and told his wife and children about what he had just witnessed. When this came to be investigated, the wife would say that she had never seen her husband in that much shock before. Others would say that he was reliable and normally a no-nonsense type person, so this actually made his story that much more credible to many. It appears that there were other sightings that took place in Belgium the very same month as VM's encounter as well. On December 2nd and 3rd, 1973, just 2.5 weeks beforehand, 3 different reports would all be made, talking of a saucer-shaped object flying in the sky. 2 had seen them around midnight, and the 3rd had seen it early morning. On December 6th, multiple of these craft were seen in the sky at the same time around 7:30 p.m. in Romery, with several different people witnessing this event. On December 10th at around 6 a.m. in Romery, a disc-shaped craft with a yellow dome would be seen hovering in the sky, flashing a red and blue light on the underside. At about 10 p.m. that very same day, someone in Outon-Laval would see a luminous red object with blue flashing lights on the underside. The witness would watch it for a few minutes before it flew off and vanished at an incredible speed. The next day, on December 11th at around 6:30 p.m., an unnamed 54-year-old woman made another sighting. She said it was a disc shape, dark on the bottom with a yellow dome on top. It glowed a whitish color and had 2 flashing red lights underneath. She watched it for several minutes before it rose straight up into the sky and disappeared. Adding credit to her story, multiple other witnesses in the same area reported seeing the same exact thing. Whether or not these sightings have anything to do with the humanoids seen in the first encounter is still up for debate, but with that said, the craft at least were very similar. In the end, Mr. VM's sighting remains unexplained, but it was still strange enough to stick out among many other cases going around the world news at that time. In fact, many places were experiencing what they call a UFO flap in 1973, and many famous cases, such as the Pascagoula Incident, were being reported just months earlier. But even if he did make the whole thing up, at least he borrowed details from these other encounters that are a lot of time more credible. Most of all, the lack of other witnesses and physical evidence is what most skeptics don't like about this case. Others say that the green glow and handheld device and backpack were probably just some technology he was unfamiliar with, or even just straight up illusions. But others feel like the fact that he didn't have his family report it and didn't fabricate any marks or other evidence actually makes this story that much more believable. And if it was just a hoax, why would he choose to remain anonymous, when he probably could have made money off of his extraordinary sighting? Although his story does share many similarities with the book he claimed to have later read, many of these details could have been taken from other forms of media as well. Or, on the other hand, some feel details like this appear so often because the sightings were all caused by the same strange alien beings. Credit to Reddit user Amoles260 for making this post, and a link to it will be down in the description below. This iceberg actually took me a little over a year to get all the way done, and I've sorta made it way longer than I intended to. If you're actually still watching at this point, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, and comment too. It all really helps me out in the algorithm. And be sure to let me know if I should make any more icebergs. I still haven't really decided on that. For anyone wanting to show your support, I do have a Patreon and a channel membership page where you can get these videos early and ad-free. With that said, extra shout out to my members. This was Matt, and I want to believe.